Our story begins by showing that it does not matter your humble origins or where you are right now, as long as your desire is strong enough to achieve something greater. Because amidst the rubble a young boy rises with the desire to shine brightly, and even with a dirty face his determination is visible with the light of hope in his eyes. Because this inner strength transforms him into a true star that lights up the dark. Right after the scene takes us to a snow-covered village during a starry night. Then we are introduced to Vlad, who smiles, saying he never gets tired of looking at that. With this, a female voice calls his attention, saying she knew he was distracted again. Next, a red-haired girl named Jamina questions him about why he is so spaced out. The main character replies that it is one of his few pleasures, and she complains that it gets in the way. Without understanding, the boy asks what people are talking about while she looks to the side. Then she whispers, asking if he still hears that voice when he sees things that look like swords. Vlad stays silent, and his friend sighs, saying he must have done something terrible in his past life. At this point, we remember that the boy was struck by a dark lightning bolt out of nowhere. That is why she warns him about the new bishop, who worked for the Inquisition and hates bad omens. The main character says she is exaggerating, but the young girl gets annoyed and complains that he never listens. She continues, saying that a lot of people saw the lightning and are already talking behind his back, so it is better not to give them a reason. The boy replies that no one will drag him away for looking at a sword, and she suggests he buy it. Vlad states that it is too expensive, and his friend says it is just a sword from some random blacksmith. The young blonde boy then reveals in a low voice that the item costs 5 gold coins. The red-haired girl calls him crazy upon hearing the price of the sword he admires so much. She complains that 5 gold is a lot of money, and the boy agrees, saying it would be enough to live on for a year. Suddenly a shout echoes, and someone questions the young girl for calling the weapon junk. Then the blacksmith appears furious, telling them both to go away for being residents of the slums. The redhead is not intimidated and asks who else would buy the sword, since only they pass by there. With this, the old craftsman gets even more annoyed by the girl's audacity. Jamina continues to provoke him, asking why he would waste time making a weapon for knights. Tired of the conversation, the older man shouts at her to go back to the shop and wash dishes. The young girl gets offended and prepares to talk back to the insult she just heard. Vlad intervenes, asking her to stop provoking him, and the old man complains that she always wants the last word. As the two walk away, the blacksmith grumbles about how he saved the girl from going hungry only to be paid with insults. At this point, he remembers when he found the 2 little ones in the cold and helped them with food and a blanket. The old craftsman turns to go back to his workshop, still grumbling and cursing the girl's attitude. But something on the ground catches his eye, and he stops for a moment to take a better look. He notices the deep footprints in the mud and realizes that the boy stood there for a long time. The man thinks the boy should worry about surviving instead of daydreaming about swords. He reflects that dreaming in the slums only brings disappointment, because those born there can never leave. With the sword in his hands, he decides he will only sell it to someone who has the strength to leave that place. Looking at the blade, the blacksmith thinks that in a way the main character resembles it, because even amidst the dirt of the slums, the young man somehow manages to shine. The story introduces us to the city of Scar, the commercial center of the northern regions, but beneath all the city's shine there are the slums, an unpleasant and dirty place. Meanwhile, we see the inside of a busy tavern with people drinking and talking. Suddenly, a big guy shouts at a girl upstairs and accuses her of trying to trick him. He then drags her across the floor, saying he was a mercenary for 20 years and will not be fooled. At this point, a bald man comments that the place never has a dull moment while holding Vlad. The man then calls him a candle keeper and asks the young man to bring them a dame. The main character warns that to spend time with her, he will have to pay in gold and not in silver. With the man's insult about his mother, the boy stares at him with a cold look and his eyes shine. The bald man changes the subject and starts shouting that the candles he bought are a scam because they run out fast. The young blonde boy asks what he expected from a 5-minute candle and tells him to go home. The man is shocked and furious with the bold response he just received from the boy. Vlad says he is making a lot of noise over nothing and that he will show him something. Then he points to a clock and proposes they test together if the candle really lasts 5 minutes. With a smile, he says that if the candle does not last the right amount of time, the man can take it out on the woman. The suspicious mercenary asks why he should believe a bunch of scammers. Then Vlad threatens him, saying that if the candle lasts 5 minutes, he will teach the man a very harsh lesson. The big guy is terrified by the threat and starts sweating cold from fear. He wonders how a boy can have such a scary and threatening look. Without wasting time, the main character lights a match to start the candle test. Vlad lights the candle on the floor and prepares to see who the real scammer is there. Meanwhile, time passes and the bald man starts sweating cold with nervousness, waiting for the result. The minutes pass slowly, with the big guy holding the girl and the main character watching. The entire tavern stops and everyone stays silent, attentively watching the scene unfold. Vlad keeps his cold and calculating look with his blue eyes shining in the dim light. Suddenly, the candle goes out, making a sound, and the man is startled by the end of the test. He turns quickly to look at the clock, trying to check the time that has passed. In a panic, the big guy realizes he does not know what time they started the challenge. But before he can do anything, the boy hits him with a piece of wood in the face. The strike is so strong that the man is thrown backward, taking serious damage. Then with a furious look the young man says that the agreed 5 minutes have already passed. Without losing time the main character gets ready and advances to deliver the next strike. With a powerful kick he hits the bald man's chest, who shouts in pain from the impact. The man falls to the floor completely defeated while the boy stares down at him. Vlad then locks the door, leaving the big guy with nowhere to escape. With a fierce look the blonde-haired boy approaches and tells him to start praying. The bald man is terrified and tries to ask him to wait, but it is already too late. The young man starts striking him, saying that if he were a mercenary he would not have that belly, and he continues the attack remembering that the man offended him and stating that he does not have a mother. The sounds of the beating echo through the night, while the main character tells the man to shut up. Next the main character says that someone messed with the candles because they did not last 5 minutes. Then he asks the people in front of him if they understand what he is saying. The young man reports to a man named George that their source of income was tampered with. At this point a woman shouts furiously, wanting to know who dared to mess with her sacred candles. Vlad replies with a serious look that they will have to find out who is responsible. The madame says it is his job to find out, but the boy states that he actually already knows who it was. With the sudden revelation the woman is surprised and asks who the culprit is. With a smile Madame Marcella confesses that it was her to get more money out of the customers. Vlad and George stay silent, the counter just processing their boss's confession. Later the main character goes upstairs and realizes he hit that man for no reason. He continues climbing discouraged, thinking that if the madame said she did it there is nothing to be done. On the way a man greets him and comments that he heard about the fight he got into yesterday. He thanks him for resolving the situation and wonders how that happened in his absence. Then the man and his group surround the boy asking for the tip money since they are broke. With a threatening look the young blonde boy asks Beret what he thinks he is doing. The guy asks him to calm down and tells him not to get all scary over a simple request. Beret then says he is not asking for the money for free, but rather proposing a deal. The main character is suspicious of the proposal and asks what kind of deal that would be. The man says that if Vlad gives him some spare chair change he will also give him something in return. His offer is a pickpocket that he describes as clumsy and incompetent. Beret then shows a little boy all bruised up and asks if Vlad recognizes him. The man offers the boy for 40 silver coins and says it is a bargain. The main character ignores the offer and directly asks how the boy's fingers and ankles are doing. With a smile Beret guarantees they only gave him a scare and that the boy is strong and healthy. Vlad sighs annoyed but seems to have no other choice but to accept the proposal. Then he tosses a bag of coins and Beret celebrates, saying he knew he could count on him. The boy turns to the young kid and warns that next time he would have met a bad end. The man gets offended saying they are workers, but Vlad thinks they are a bunch of fools. As the group leaves Beret comments he knew Vlad would make the deal to protect the kids. The main character then turns to the little boy and calls him by the name of Ned. Ned apologizes with a trembling voice and says he tried to run away from them but could not. After a moment of silence the young man asks the little boy if he broke anything. The boy answers no while hiding his face, still scared by the situation. Coldly Vlad tells the boy to get out of his sight before he crushes him right there. Ned gets up and thanks him for the help before leaving the main character alone. The boy then complains, wondering when he will be able to gather the 5 gold coins. The scene changes to a sunny port with boats and a large ship in the background. We see someone writing in a book and thinking that that boy was very lucky. This is Harvin, a clerk who reflects on the fate Ned could have had. In a flashback we see that the bishop had already done something terrible to Vlad to set an example. Harvin comments that he heard about the mess with the candles and Vlad is surprised by the gossip. The clerk says no one believes it because Madame Marcella would never do something like that. The main character agrees and mentions that George already seemed to know and does not cause trouble for nothing. Then a man with a hook for hand appears and questions what the cheapskate is doing there. With this the boy wonders if they are really preparing for a war. One of the henchmen shouts at the young man for not paying attention and asks where his boss is. Unfazed the blonde-haired boy stares at the man with a cold and penetrating look. He replies with disdain that he could not say because he is just a candle seller. The henchman gets furious at the disrespectful way the boy spoke to his boss. Angrily he slaps the box, knocking down all the candles the main character was carrying. Vlad just watches the objects falling slowly without showing any reaction on his face. Meanwhile the attacker continues with his hateful expression, grinding his teeth in anger. The expensive candles end up scattering and breaking all over the wooden floor of the place. Facing the scene, total silence takes over the room with everyone looking at the mess. The women who work at the establishment are shocked by what they just witnessed. The other customers and even Jamina look at the scene open-mouthed, not believing it. The boy kneels down and laments that the expensive candles broke and that he will not do business today. The henchman gets even more annoyed and asks if the young man thinks this is a joke. Suddenly the main character says excuse me while grabbing the man's ankle tightly. The guy looks down confused, not understanding what the boy is doing on the floor. With his eyes shining, Vlad coldly orders the man to take his foot off the candles. The henchman gets furious at the boy's audacity and calls him a miserable brat. Then he jumps to kick the boy, but the main character is already prepared with a stick in his hand. The young man dodges the kick while thinking that fights are like little versions of a war. That is why it is necessary to plan the terrain and the strategy to get a chance to win. With a quick movement he lands a solid hit on his opponent's leg with the piece of wood. The man shouts in pain and staggers backward, feeling the impact of the strike on his body. Without hesitating, the main character prepares to attack again, thinking about making bold decisions. Then with all his strength he strikes the henchman's head, guaranteeing his victory. The women who were watching everything are left open-mouthed, shocked by the violent scene. The other customers and the man's accomplices also cannot believe what they just saw. The boss of the group with a hook for a hand observes the scene with a serious expression on his face. The boy then thinks that if the slums have an unchangeable law, it is quite simple. The winners stay on top while the losers stay on the bottom, crushed and defeated. The other henchmen get angry at the boy's attitude and prepare to attack him. But before they can do anything, the boss with the hook hand orders everyone to stop. With their leaders order, the group of men stops their advance immediately. The man then starts clapping and says he really liked the boy's attitude. The main character replies with sarcasm that he does not discriminate against people with disabilities. The boss of the gang bursts out laughing and says the boy is wild and very entertaining. The man with the hook says goodbye, saying he will see him again later with a sinister look. He asks about a boy he took and Vlad replies that if he does not remember the name, he must already be gone. Going back in time a bit, George greets the man with the hook, asking what he is doing there. George says he would have prepared something if he knew about the visit while both groups face each other. The cheapskate smiles and asks since when they are close enough for casual meals. Then George invites them upstairs since he brought other guests with him. The hook man refuses the food but asks if they have something good to drink. The tavern boss guarantees that Marcella will take very good care of all of them. With a wick smile, the visitor says in that case he will try a little. With the situation resolved, the two groups begin to move to the upper floor. Vlad sighs in relief, thinking to himself that was way too close. He then looks at the box and complains about all those candles that were broken. Suddenly the man with the hook hand catches the young boy's attention. He approaches and says his boss praised him a lot and that he has a good eye for people. Then he invites him to work for him if he ever gets tired of the smell of candles. The boy turns down the offer because his boss already feeds him and gives him a place to sleep. The hook man then tosses a coin to the boy as payment for the candles. Vlad is shocked to see that in his hand is a shiny gold coin. He tells the man that is too much money to pay for the damage done. The cheapskate smiles and promises much more if the boy goes to work for him in the future. The man with the hook thanks George for the food and says goodbye while his group leaves. The main character watches the group leave, noticing that their boss seems happy and that the conversation was good. Suddenly Jamina appears upstairs and calls Vlad's attention from below. Then the red-haired girl warns her friend that boss George wants to talk to him. With this, the boy goes to the counter where George and Marcella are waiting for him for a conversation. The young man stays silent, waiting to hear what his boss has to say about the situation. George then hands him a dagger, saying it was better for him to keep it now given the circumstances. With a serious look, the man instructs him to keep the weapon with him at all times to protect himself. The boy understands the gravity and says he noticed from the tense atmosphere that took over the establishment. The boss and the madam exchange worried glances because they know the situation is delicate. It is revealed that the conversation between George and the man known as One-Armed Jack was not good. Actually, negotiation between the two was a complete disaster and ended very badly. George forbids him from selling candles, and the young man asks what his new role will be from now on. The boss reveals that Jack is bringing a former knight and mercenary to the city. The main character then questions if this man would be an experienced warrior like George himself. His boss confirms with a serious look that yes, it would be someone exactly like him. Even though Jack has a huge gang at his disposal, they are no match for a knight. George is like a lone wolf who can easily defeat an army of sheep. But if Jack hires another knight, the balance of power in the city will be broken. This puts him at a disadvantage, and that is why George says he needs Vlad's help, who is surprised. The main character understands that he will soon receive his first official mission from George. We see that Harvin the clerk had his tendons cut but pushed himself to learn to read and write. Harvin's story inspires Vlad to train because it shows it is possible to move up in life with effort. While training alone, a mysterious voice in his head calls out and scolds him. The voice instructs him to keep his elbows closer to his body for a more effective strike. The boy gets annoyed and wonders why this voice always appears when he swings something. He remembers that a month ago he was struck by a dark lightning bolt, and since then he hears this voice. Tired of it, he thinks maybe he should buy holy water instead of a sword. But he decides to ignore the voice because he knows the more he answers, the more it will talk. He focuses and gets ready for the final strike, putting all his energy and strength into it. With determination in his eyes, he prepares to strike with everything he has. The voice reminds him again to tuck his elbows for a more precise and stronger attack. Following the instruction, he unleashes a powerful strike that creates a trail of blue light. Surprised by the result, he realizes that strike was different from all the others. He thinks that before he was just swinging the sword, but this time he created something new. From his strike emerges a sword arc, a manifestation of power he had never seen. Stunned by what he just did, the main character wonders what on earth is this thing in his head. The scene changes to a full moon night with snow-covered mountains in the background. A white-haired man cleans his battle-marked sword and complains that he is feeling his age. He keeps cleaning the blade and says that the cold winter wind now cuts right to his bones. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a cuckoo in the forest and stops what he is doing to pay attention. He smiles and praises the imitation but wonders if the person is a fool or does it on purpose. Then the white-haired knight starts walking through the snow toward the sound. With a firm voice, he tells whoever it is to stop because he has already reached the agreed location. After a moment of silence, he looks in the darkness and asks if the one there is Stanger. A figure emerges from the shadows and confirms his identity, saying the other must be Vlad. The knight observes the young man and comments that, despite coming from the slums, he looks like a noble. The main character then hands him a letter with a wax seal sent by his boss George. Upon reading the letter, Stanger understands that a rival family hired a former knight as a mercenary. Vlad says he will guide the way and that they should reach their destination in 2 nights of travel. The two begin the walk in silence through the dark and snow-covered forest. The mercenary sighs and complains that he does not know if following someone so foolish is a good idea. The young man replies that he is smart enough to guide him and notices the man's suspicion. Stanger questions him for imitating a summer bird in winter, and the boy is surprised. With a threatening look, he warns that if he suspects anything, he will take him down right then and there. The main character stays calm and is not shaken by the threat he just received. He just tells the man to follow him, because he also does not want to ruin his first mission. The knight is surprised, thinking he made his scariest face, and the boy did not even blink. With this, a slight smile appears on the mercenary's face, who finds the attitude amusing. He then understands why George likes the boy and sees him as a diamond in the rough. Night falls over the snowy forest while a light snowfall continues. In a cave, the two travelers sit around a campfire to warm up. The main character observes the mercenary in silence with a curious expression on his face. Stanger notices he is being watched and turns to the boy, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He then asks why the boy is staring at him and if he has never seen a retired knight. Vlad answers that he has never seen one up close, and Stanger says he does not know the world. The young man asks where the knight came from, and he answers that he is from a place called Dacia. With a smile, the boy says the place is in the middle of nowhere, and the man is surprised. The mercenary threatens him, saying he wishes the boy would get them lost so he could have an excuse. The boy offers a piece of meat and asks if knights cannot take a joke. Stanger looks at the fresh meat and says he assumes a little of that is for him. The main character says he did not bring anything for him and asks if the man does not have food. The knight then shows a piece of dry and hard meat looking very old. Without caring, Vlad starts roasting the fresh meat on the fire, making a delicious sound. With this, the older man's mouth waters, feeling the incredible smell of the food. To cover it up, he changes the subject and asks if the young man has any questions for him. The knight offers to answer one question, and Vlad continues eating in silence. The boy then offers a piece of meat, but the man says he has his pride. He states with his arms crossed that knights only accept trades for a fair price. The main character reminds him that he is retired and asks what the knight's name is. The knight answers that his name is Stanger, and the young man asks his age of 42 years. The main character then questions with a smile if the experienced knight knows how to use aura. With a smile, Stanger says the boy really does not know much about the world. He explains that not all knights can use auras, and that in combat it is another story. The boy insists on the question, wanting to know if the man in front of him can use aura or not. Vlad feels a change in the atmosphere and his eyes widen with surprise at what is about to happen. Then he offers the rest of the meat to the knight in exchange for a demonstration. With a serious and determined look, the white-haired mercenary stares at the young man. Vlad watches every movement of the man closely, eagerly waiting for the demonstration. Stanger grabs his sword and says knights sometimes need to be a little generous. He complains he was eating only dry meat for the last few days and gets ready for the show. The boy's heart beats faster with the expectation of finally seeing an aura up close. The knight stands up and grips his sword firmly, preparing for the demonstration. With focused eyes, he concentrates and unexpectedly closes his left eye. The main character is confused and asks why he closed his eye to use his aura. Stanger explains he needs to summon his own world, which is in the depths of his soul. He tells the boy to watch closely as his eye starts to glow with a blue light. A powerful energy begins to emanate from his sword, revealing the true essence of knighthood. The aura's glow intensifies and the knight's eye opens, revealing immense power. The light is so bright that the main character has to shield his eyes from the intense glow of the aura. Under the moonlight, the knight's sword shines brightly with the power of the blue aura. After some time, the two arrive at the city, and Stanger complains that he feels like a beggar. The knight feels humiliated for having to get dirty, but that is part of the disguise. The main character reminds him they cannot go in through the front door and promises a bath. Then they sneak through the dark and empty streets of the city's slums. Stanger comments that he does not like the silence of the place, and the boy says it is because of the time. Suddenly, the two stop when they realize that something is very wrong on the path ahead. The mercenary asks if this kind of thing is normal around there, and Vlad gets tense. With a frightened look, the young man answers no, and that something serious has happened. Before them, a scene of devastation is revealed with several fallen ones scattered on the ground. Stanger suggests splitting up and says he will show Vlad a secret back door. The boy decides to go through the front to distract the enemies and runs, waving goodbye to the knight. The front door is marked with damage and shows that a great battle took place there. Panning, the main character prepares to enter what seems to be a dangerous place. Upon entering, he finds the tavern completely destroyed and with more fallen forms spread across the floor. George and Marcella greet him and say Jack's group attacked them while he was away. Worried, the young man asks if they are okay and how the fight against the enemy went. George answers that it was difficult because they had to fight an experienced knight. Without wasting time, the boss asks if the boy managed to bring the mercenary with him. Vlad confirms and says he took him through the back door since the entrance was being watched. With fury in his eyes, George declares they will attack the cheapskate tomorrow to settle everything. Then he asks the boy what he thought of the mercenary and if he is still in one piece. Vlad confirms Stenger is fine and that he seems to be a decent and trustworthy man. He describes him as agile, but George notes that his friend seems to have lost weight and should take care of himself. The main character reveals that the knight uses an aura, and that is why he is confident in victory. Upon hearing this, the boss is shocked and his eye shines with surprise at the revelation. At that moment, the young man hears footsteps on the stairs and smiles, thinking it must be the mercenary arriving. The sound of creaking wood echoes through the hall as the figure comes down the stairs. George questions if he is sure about the aura, and Vlad confirms he saw it with his own eyes. Worried, the former knight grabs his sword and tells the boy to get behind him for safety. Then with a serious expression, he reveals that the real Stenger does not possess an aura. With sword in hand, the tavern boss prepares for the approaching danger. The main character is confused, and with his eyes shining, he sees a figure in the doorway. The fake Stenger enters the place covered in battle marks and with his sword drawn ready for combat. George faces the man and says he has come a long way since the last time they saw each other. With an evil smile, the imposter greets his old rival with a dark aura. In a flashback, we see the fake knight cleaning his sword in the snow and complaining about his age. Then he hears the sound of a cuckoo in the forest and stops what he is doing to listen. The scene reveals the true Stenger's fallen form in the snow with his broken sword by his side. The imposter looks at the fallen man and wonders if the signal was made by a fool or on purpose. The two warriors and the main character prepare to fight the imposter facing them. The white-haired man says George has changed, and the former knight questions his visit. Then the enemy reveals the shocking news that Count Gaither has recently passed away. While pouring a drink, he says the news has not been announced yet, but soon everyone will know. With a cold and calculating look, the fake Stenger watches the reaction of his old rival. The tavern boss stares back at him with an expression of pure fury and determination. With a dirty hand, the white-haired man raises the glass he just poured. Then with a mocking smile, he makes a toast to the poor Count Gaither. The provocation makes George completely blind with rage, and his eyes shine with hatred. Filled with fury, the former knight charges, shouting an insult at the man in front of him. The imposter calmly watches George's reflection in his glass before the attack hits him. With a quick movement, he dodges the strike, which ends up destroying the wooden floor. Vlad and the others watch the scene, shocked by the power demonstrated by the enemy. The man then reveals that the toast is to Sigmund, the new Count of Gaithar. Upon hearing Godin's name, George shouts with all his might and goes on the attack again. The two former knights clash in a sword fight that echoes throughout the hall. The blades scrape against each other in a test of strength between the two warriors. Godin reveals that Sigmund's first order was for the runaway knight George to return. Angrily, George shouts that Sigmund is not his master and that he will never obey him. He replies that the Count already knew he would not return on his own. Godin says that the new Count does not want George's return, but rather his end once and for all. The force of the clash between the two is so great that it starts destroying the scenery around them. The former knight tries his best to hold back his opponent's powerful attacks. With an agile movement, the imposter manages to dodge and counterattack with speed. The fight between the two warriors continues intensely with fast and precise strikes. The clash of swords and the force of the blows push both of them backward. Amidst the chaos, Vlad protects Marcella and takes her to a safe place away from the battle. The two run away from the confrontation while George continues to fight bravely. The boy manages to take the madam upstairs to protect her from the danger. Downstairs, Bure and the others hear the noise and wonder what is happening. Desperate, the main character shouts for Bure to gather everyone and quickly come up to help. In the blink of an eye, the young blonde boy throws himself and manages to save his boss from a fatal strike. With a confident smile, the boy shows he is ready to fight and protect his friends. Marcella watches the scene from afar with her heart in her hands, worried about what will happen. The tavern boss falls to the floor injured but determined to keep fighting until the end. Bure and his companions look at the scene, shocked and not understanding the gravity of the situation. The fake knight prepares to deliver the final strike with his sword shining brightly. He says George remains as foolish as ever and prepares to put an end to it all. With a powerful strike, he attacks and a massive explosion of energy destroys what was left. Upon arriving, Bure and the others find their boss fallen on the floor amidst the rubble. Lying on the floor, George caws with difficulty while trying to recover from the blow. Even injured, he stands up with the help of his men and faces the enemy with courage. The fake Stenger watches him with a cold look and no emotion on his face. Suddenly, the dagger George gave Vlad is thrown at high speed toward the imposter. The man manages to block the attack with his sword, creating a metallic sound of impact. The young main character quickly steps forward to grab his dagger back and get ready. The two exchange intense looks, one with his blue eyes and the other with his purple eyes. With an agile jump, the enemy lunges to attack George, who is still recovering. He turns in midair and prepares to deliver the final blow to his fallen old rival. Godden says George should have followed the order he received that day without hesitation. The former knight replies firmly that he is a human being and does not follow disgusting orders. The impostor corrects him, saying he is not a human but an honorable knight. With a look of pure determination, the tavern boss grinds his teeth in anger. George's men surround him to protect him with their swords drawn ready to fight. The enemy says the night was long and he is tired of all this mess. Then he closes his eyes and says he needs a rest before continuing the battle. Seeing an opportunity, the main character runs toward the man to attack him by surprise. The impostor then releases an intense blue energy aura that lights up the whole place. The young boy shouts in fear and surprise upon seeing the immense power emanating from the enemy. The fake knight's eye shines brightly with the energy of the aura he unleashed. The main character shouts desperately for the knight to stop his devastating attack. Everyone present is engulfed by a web of blue energy rays that paralyzes them. The aura's energy spreads throughout the place, trapping everyone in its power. George watches the scene with concern while being held by the rays of the powerful aura. The fake Stanger looks at the young man with a cold look, and his eyes shine with power. Then with a quick movement, he unleashes an attack that hits everyone at once. The light from the strike is so intense that the main character has to shield his eyes once again. The wave of energy spreads across the entire tavern with an overwhelming force. After the attack, the boy stands up amidst the smoke and rubble, feeling the pain. With blurred vision, he tries to understand what happened and why he was also attacked. When the dust settles, he sees a shocking scene with several people fallen on the ground. With a mix of anger and despair, the young man cannot believe what he is seeing. He looks at the enemy in silence, processing the devastation that just happened. The impostor stands amidst the chaos with marks of the battle on his cape and armor. The boy calls George's name, fearing that his boss and friend is severely injured. A dark puddle forms on the floor, indicating that someone was severely injured in the attack. With his eyes shining, the boy gets ready to face the knight who caused all that. He remembers how George found him on the streets and saw his potential before anyone else. On that silent moonlit night, the knight holds his fallen old rival. The young main character's world is brutally destroyed upon seeing his hero defeated. Consumed by anger, the main character picks up one of the swords dropped on the floor with determination. With eyes shining with fury, he lets out a battle cry and prepares to attack. The mysterious voice in his head shouts for him to stop, but the young man charges anyway. With a powerful movement, he unleashes a strike that releases a sword arc against the enemy. The impostor knight is surprised to see the advanced technique coming from a boy. With a look of hatred, the boy wonders how a kid from the slums learned that. The white-haired man admits the young man is impressive but is not intimidated. Vlad shouts for his opponent to fall and advances with all his strength for a new attack. The impostor easily dodges the strike and counterattacks with incredible speed. The main character cannot react in time and takes a direct hit from the knight's strike. With the impact, he is thrown backward and falls to the ground injured, but not defeated. The knight watches him from afar with battle marks on his clothes and face. He praises the boy's skill and says he has a natural talent for fighting. The voice in Vlad's head tells him to breathe so he does not pass out, and he trembles in pain on the floor. The impostor thinks the boy's talent is too valuable to be wasted there. He decides to spare the young man's life, even if it means facing him stronger in the future. With a thoughtful look, he remembers when he trained Godden and saw his potential grow. A subtle smile appears on the knight's face as he remembers his former apprentice. He approaches the fallen boy and reminds him that knights only accept fair rewards. The main character is confused, and with a dirty face, he coughs, not understanding what the man means. He throws the pieces of meat at the young man, saying he lied to get them and now returns them. Then the knight says he will take George with him as a prize for his victory. The man takes him as a fair reward and also as a symbol of his triumph. With hatred in his eyes, the main character swears he will put an end to the impostor knight. The white-haired man turns to leave, completely ignoring the boy's threat. He advises him not to trade his life for a second piece of dry and worthless meat. The boy grinds his teeth in fury and helplessness as he watches his enemy leave with his friend. Then he shouts Godden's name and swears he will finish him even if it is the last thing he does. The impostor continues his path and disappears into the darkness, leaving a trail of destruction. With tears in his eyes, the young man shouts that he will pay for everything he did that night. Later, Vlad walks limping through the streets with the help of his friend Gemina. The girl supports him while he struggles to walk, even though he is injured and exhausted. Suddenly, the boy feels a sharp pain in his chest and stops walking for a moment. He bends over in pain, and the red-haired girl watches him with concern on her face. Tired and injured, the main character falls to the ground panting, and without the strength to continue. In a dark and destroyed room, Rosella approaches the boy and tells him to stand up. With a cold look, she asks him if he prefers to just give up right there instead of keep fighting. The young man stares at her in silence with a lost look amidst the pain and despair. The madam looks at him with a serious and determined expression, showing no pity. Then she slaps him across the face to wake him up from his state of shock. With a serious look, she tells him to snap out of it and stand up to keep fighting. She questions him about the difference between them and the rich people across the street. Then with an intense look and sharp teeth, she reveals that the difference is opportunity. The madam explains that the rich can fail and try again, but they do not have that luxury. She points out the scene of destruction and says that is the result of a single failure. For them, one slip means the end, and that is the life they were destined to have. With this, she holds him and asks him not to waste the only opportunity he has. The boy stands up with difficulty, still feeling the pain of his injuries and the defeat. Jamita helps him lean and asks if he is okay, but he says for them to keep going. With determination in his eyes, the main character swears he will not let things end like this. Suddenly, a man spots them and shouts that he found the boy who worked for George. Realizing the danger, the two start running desperately to escape the enemies. With George's defeat, the group scattered, and now everyone is on their own. The time has come for even the youngest to learn to fly solo and fend for themselves. Vlad and Jamina run through the dark streets being chased by a group of armed men. The pursuers wonder where the two went and decide to look in an alley. The group's leader orders them to search everywhere and promises a good reward. The henchman the main character fought earlier swears he will get revenge for the humiliation. Then he orders his men to spread out and look for them because they could not have gone far. With this, the group of armed men starts running to find the fleeing pair. The two youngsters manage to lock a door and hide for a moment from their pursuers. Crouched and scared, they try to catch their breath and think of an escape plan. The main character knows they will never be able to escape like that and needs to act. He tells Jamita to stay and come back when the coast is clear, but she gets worried. The boy states he will find a way out and that it is dangerous for them to stay together. The girl refuses to leave him alone and says she promised Marcella she would stay with him. He reminds her the agreement was for her to run away alone and that she can make it to the convent. The young man suggests she look for Harvin, but the redhead refuses to abandon her friend. Frustrated, he calls her stubborn and asks if he looks in any condition to protect her. With her eyes full of tears, the young girl stays silent, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a noise scares them and they wonder who could be around there. The girl quickly grabs a knife she finds on the floor to defend against any threat. A figure with a lantern emerges in the darkness and slowly walks toward them. It is the old blacksmith, who stares at them surprised and confused by their presence there. He asks what they are doing and Jamina threatens him with the knife, telling him not to move. The man complains, saying that is his home and he does whatever he pleases in it. The young girl shouts at him and threatens him again with a trembling voice full of fear and despair. The blacksmith observes them with a serious and attentive look, trying to understand the situation. Vlad and Jamina stare back with fear but determined to defend themselves if necessary. The craftsman grasps the situation and asks the girl to lower the knife and calm down a bit. The girl's expression fills with anger and determination as she grinds her teeth. Next, the young girl shouts with all her might, demanding the sword and threatening him with the knife. The blacksmith looks visibly confused by her request and asks what she means. The young woman then explains she wants the sword at the front of the shop because the world outside is not safe. At this moment, Vlad intervenes and asks his friend to put the weapon away immediately, but she ignores him and keeps shouting for the old man to hand over the sword as fast as possible. The girl says that is how things work in the slums, and you take what you must to survive. The craftsman observes her with an understanding look and states that is how he survived. He then guesses it is now the lady's turn to do the same to manage to live there. With a sad face, the man looks at her and says her situation is pitiful. Hearing this, the young redhead is completely taken over by anger and her eyes shine. She grips the knife handle with all her strength, preparing for a possible attack. Seeing the scene, Vlad despairs and shouts his companion's name, trying to stop her. The blacksmith simply closes his eyes, waiting for the strike without showing any reaction. In a quick movement, the blade slices the air toward its defenseless target. The main character watches everything with wide eyes, unable to believe what he is seeing. But instead of attacking the old man, the girl uses the knife to cut her own hair. Faced with this unexpected action, the older man opens his eyes, completely surprised. In tears, she offers the cut hair and swears she will pay for everything in the future. The young girl then begs with all her might for him to give the sword to Vlad. Locks of the girl's hair fall to the floor, while the blacksmith watches the scene in silence. The older man stands thoughtful for a moment without saying a single word. He then turns to Vlad and asks if he is really leaving that place. With a firm look, the young man confirms his decision, sweating a bit from nervousness. At this, the craftsman reflects that throughout his whole life, he never dreamed of doing such a thing. And yet this boy is trying to leave there with wings that have not even matured. With a tired sigh, the blacksmith says those children are a real nuisance. Next, he turns around and tells the two youngsters to follow him somewhere in the city. The scene shifts and we see a wooden cart being pushed with difficulty through the snow. Someone complains about the bad smell, but the blacksmiths them to stop fussing and keep going. Suddenly, a voice calls out for the old man, and he turns around with a surprised expression. A group of guards appears and asks what they are doing there so late at night. The craftsman thinks they are persistent and wonders if they blocked the entrance. One of the men approaches and asks if that is trash and why they are throwing it out now. Angrily, the blacksmith shouts that his workshop is packed because of their mess. The guard asks the old man to calm down but suddenly notices something odd in the cart. He then questions who the hooded person is since the blacksmith works alone. The older man explains he hired someone for a loaf of bread because he was too tired to go alone. The guard says he will let them go but first wants to see the face of this so-called helper. Thus he points his sword at the hooded figure who shrinks back startled. With the sword on the hood, the guard tells the person not to move or they might lose a limb, but suddenly the blade cuts the fabric, revealing the identity of the mysterious figure. The man does not hesitate and strikes with his weapon, tearing the person's hood completely. At this, the blacksmith is shocked and scared by the aggressive and unexpected action. With a dirty face, Jamina appears and complains she just wanted a little food for herself. The guard is left speechless for a moment and, taking pity on the girl, tells them to leave. The craftsman asks what they are looking for and the man says it is the blonde boy who disappeared. Impatient, the old man asks if he can go, but the guard says he wants to check something. Hidden in the trash, Vlad hears everything and prepares for the worst in case he is discovered. The young girl and the blacksmith exchange a look of despair, fearing what might happen. Then the leader of the guards calls another man to search the trash cart. With a confident smile, he orders his subordinate to go take a look at the load. The craftsman despairs and wonders if he should not have chosen another path to escape. But he concludes it would not do any good because the other exits were also blocked. The other guard starts digging through the trash and complains about the large amount of waste. Suddenly, the man stops what he is doing and notices something strange in the cart. He turns and stares at Jamina, who watches him with a serious and worried look. The girl gets nervous and restless, not knowing how to react to the guard's stare. The man stares at her in silence for a few seconds, analyzing the tense situation. He then tightens his grip on his spear and says not to blame him because he's just doing his job. In a quick motion, the guard thrusts his spear into the middle of the trash to check the load. The young girl and the blacksmith are horrified by the scene, fearing that Vlad will be found out. The man continues to poke the trash with his weapon, looking for anything suspicious. He then says Harvin put a boat on the river, catching everyone's attention there. The guards went to investigate because they thought it was very suspicious for someone who can barely walk to do that. The man says he is just informing them of the situation so they do not get into trouble. With a satisfied smile, he turns around and finally clears the way for the two to go. The blacksmith and the young girl waste no time and keep pushing the cart away. The guard remembers his brother and thinks of a debt of 40 silver coins. Amidst the waste, the main character gives a small smile of relief for having escaped. Vlad then silently thanks the man named Uther for having helped them. Finally, they arrive at a tunnel that serves as a dump outside the walled city. With tears in her eyes, Jamina says goodbye and asks her friend to be very careful. Next, the cart is tipped and all its contents are dumped outside. The boy emerges from the waste with his sword and a look full of determination on his face. That weapon was the product of an old blacksmith's dream who believed in the young man. A scene shows Jamina with her hands together praying for her friend's safety. The sword was also bought with the tears of a young girl in complete despair. The camera then zooms out, showing a vast landscape of snow-covered mountains. Beside a campfire, the main character holds the sword and asks if it can hear him. A voice answers yes, and the boy asks who she is, but the weapon says she does not know. The main character gets annoyed because she told him to fight, but does not even know her own identity. However, the young man changes his mind and says that is fine, because they can help each other. He proposes to help the sword remember its past if it teaches him to truly fight. With a determined look, the blonde states he does not care if the sword is a demon. He then says only one thing scares him while a shadowy figure appears. With strong conviction, he shouts that his greatest fear is the fact of being a nobody. The entity in the sword accepts the deal and promises to teach everything it knows about fighting. The scene then cuts to a military camp at the base of a snowy mountain. Next, we see a banner with the crest of a sword piercing a castle. Inside, a 10-hand moves pieces on a large war strategy map. This is Joseph Bayezid, and he thinks the current situation is too easy to handle. With a serious expression, the noble repeats to himself that it is almost too easy. At that moment, a soldier enters the tent and announces his return to his master Joseph. The bearded man with an eye patch is Zaire, and he is waiting for new orders. He notices his master seems worried and asks what is happening. The noble then just repeats that everything is too easy, and it makes him suspicious. Zaire reports they are advancing well against the monsters and casualties are low. But he also mentions that some soldiers have vanished, and this worries the young leader. Joseph fears his father and other family members will doubt his leadership, and the main one among them is his older half-brother named Rugger, who is a major threat. Zaire remains silent, just listening carefully to his master's concerns. The noble fears that if things keep going like this, he will be ruined by his brother. After all, the Bayezid family is made of warriors, and his father crushed his own brothers for power. He laments not having highly skilled warriors under his command except for Zaire. At this point, the soldier says he has something to say about that, and Joseph tells him to go on. He reveals that one of the mercenaries raised his suspicions, and the noble already thinks of espionage. However, the soldier explains it is not quite that, and his master will understand when he sees it. The scene cuts to a goblin's form with very strange blade marks on its chest. Disgusted, the young noble covers his face with a handkerchief and calls the scene pathetic. He examines the bodies and says the blade marks look like the work of a beginner. Next, Zaire asks his master to look at the other fallen foes that are also exposed. While walking, the young noble continues to criticize, saying these are also terrible. He observes another form closely and complains that the swordsmanship is absolutely dreadful. But upon looking at two others, he notes that the cut marks are a little better. Suddenly, he realizes the trajectory of the cuts is the same but still different. Intrigued, the noble turns to Zaire and asks if all of that was the work of a single person. The camera pans out, showing a huge row of fallen forms hanging everywhere. Zaire confirms and points to one of the forms, saying that one arrived just yesterday, and the first ones he saw are from a month ago, leaving Joseph completely shocked. Joseph finds it impossible that some would evolve so much in just a single month of battle. With an intrigued look, the noble then wonders who this mysterious person is. The scene then takes us to a cold and snowy forest in a distant place. We see several goblins being defeated without mercy in a very intense battle. A group of mercenaries charges, shouting against an army of monsters in the snow. Their leader orders his men to surround the enemies and not let a single one escape. A battle-marked spear is shown in detail after the result of the brutal combat. One of the soldiers then steps on a fallen goblin and says the end of the fight is near. With a battle cry, he encourages everyone to crush the rest of the enemies. However, some younger mercenaries seem scared and hesitate to advance in the fight. Suddenly, a giant orc appears in front of them, and a soldier panics at the sight. The creature then swings its club with all its might to crush all the soldiers. The weapon's impact on the ground causes a massive explosion of light and energy in the area. The giant creature prepares to attack a fallen soldier, who trembles with fear on the ground. Seeing the monster's strength, the previously confident mercenaries now retreat. The creature lets out a terrifying roar that echoes throughout the frozen forest. It then charges toward the soldiers, who are completely shocked by the scene. The monster attacks the men with its fists and throws them far away with ease. Suddenly, the orc stops what it is doing and trembles with fear from something it feels. Vlad emerges with a blue aura and says this time he will cut the monster in half. The giant monster stands paralyzed with fear by the young man's imposing presence. Vlad then prepares to attack and calls upon the power of a technique named Lemon. One of the soldiers inspects the fallen forms but laments they are useless and a waste. With an excited face, one of the mercenaries praises his captain, saying he was incredible. The main character tells the boy to stop talking and collect the monsters he defeated. A man approaches and asks about the boy's future plans, suggesting a partnership, but the young man turns his back and ignores him, saying he hates even looking at con artists. The mercenary stays silent for a moment, thinking of a way to convince him. He then mentions the mercenary badge, and the main character stops walking in the snow. With a weak smile, the man says he will no longer be able to use that item. He offers to help and says he knows someone who can make an exact copy. The young man warns him that if this is blackmail, he will not hesitate to end his life. Hearing the threat, the man is completely terrified and starts shaking with fear. He tries to explain himself and says that with his skills, the boy deserves to earn more. The blonde interrupts him and tells him to finish packing his things, or he will meet a tragic end. Scared, the man agrees and quickly walks away so as not to anger the young man further. The main character thinks that one day, he will have to put that man in his proper place. He then turns around and continues on his way, walking away from the soldiers' camp. The young man walks alone through the snow while the others collect the fallen monsters. Two soldiers watch him and wonder if Leman is going to pray again since he is so devout. Away from everyone, the boy kneels in the snow with his sword in a gesture of devotion. The soldiers watch him from afar and comment that he must be the son of some noble family. But in reality, he is annoyed and wonders why he cannot take down monsters with one strike. The sword then calls him an idiot and says the secret to finishing strikes is surprise. It explains it is just doing a quick movement, but the young man does not understand the explanation at all. The weapon insists it is very simple, and the boy gets even more confused by its answer. He grumbles the sword's words, and the soldiers think he is praying fervently. Back at the camp, life goes on normally with the soldiers doing their daily tasks. During the meal, one of the mercenaries looks at his food and asks what kind of meat that is. His colleague answers that it does not matter since the meat is free, and eats it without complaining. They comment that at least the Vayazid family provides food even if it is a bit salty. The main character then gets up from the table and tells them to enjoy the meal by themselves. The soldiers see him leaving and wonder if the captain is going to see the priest again. The young man then walks toward a blue tent with a cross on top at the camp. Inside, a friendly priest greets him warmly and calls him by the name Limon. The boy bows and greets Father Andrea, wishing him a good night's sleep. The priest smiles and comments he heard about his prayers in the cold night before. He replies that the cold cannot touch him when he is in the Lord's warm embrace. Father Andrea laughs and says the young man sounds more like a priest than he does. Suddenly, a little boy appears and tells the priest that breakfast is ready. The priest invites the young man for breakfast, but he says he did not come to eat. Even so, the three sit at the table and join their hands to say a prayer. The main character gives thanks for their daily bread and asks for strength to do good deeds. During the prayer, the priest opens one of his eyes to peek at the boy's devotion. He thinks about how genuine the boy is and how he has not lost his sincerity even in misery. The priest feels he needs to guide that young man destined to wander through battlefields. Believing him be a gift from God, he ends the prayer with a sincere amen. With a gentle smile, the priest invites him to eat, and the blonde politely thanks him. On the table there is fresh wheat bread and soup, and he thinks that is real food. While eating, the priest says he wanted to talk about his skills with the sword. He reveals that Joseph Vayazid also heard about him because Zaire sought him out days ago. Surprised and with his mouth full, the boy asks what happened after that visit. With a smile, the priest says he recommended him to the noble with great pride. He said that a sincere young man like him definitely had a bright future. The priest explains the Vayazid family is famous and working for them would be great, and surely the boy was more than worthy of that great life opportunity. Back in the forest, the main character thinks the situation is not good for him at all. He stood out too much, but it was the only way to learn his sword technique. The weapon asks if he got too close to the priest, and the blonde says he needed to check. Vlad then questions the sword if it is finally convinced he is not an evil spirit. The main character mentions that Father Andrea has a great reputation and a lot of holy power. The sword believes Joseph would ignore a fake identity, but the boy thinks about running away. He fears that if the noble investigates, he will discover everything and accuse him of fraud and other crimes. At this, the weapon comments he really seems evil, and the young man reminds it that it was an accomplice. So Vlad decides to run away that very night and will take God to make a fake badge. But the sword suddenly warns him it is not so sure he will be able to escape. It feels the energy of an elite knight approaching quickly from behind him. With an agile movement, his eyes shining, the main character turns to the enemy. To his surprise, the figure was Zaire, the soldier with the eye patch, watching him curiously. The boy gets a bit nervous about the man's presence but stays in a defensive stance. The knight is impressed and thinks that young man is even sharper than he imagined. Zaire then summons him, saying Lord Joseph wishes to see him immediately in his tent. The blonde regrets not having fled and knows he cannot show weakness now. Keeping his calm, he says he feels honored and gives a slight smile. Zaire asks how he knew, and the young man lies, saying Father Andrea warned him. The soldier finds the whole situation quite amusing and admires the mercenary's courage. Next, the man turns around and orders the boy to follow him to the meeting with the noble. The main character thinks once again about running, but the sword immediately scolds him. It warns him a knight of that level would catch him before he even took 3 steps. With nothing left to do, the boy sheathes his sword and understands he has no other choice. In the noble's tent, he welcomes him and says it is a pleasure to finally meet him. The main character bows and says he is honored to be in the presence of Lord Joseph. Joseph then asks if everything is to his liking, and the young man thanks him for his kindness. The noble observes the blonde hair and blue eyes and assumes he comes from a ruined nobility. He then asks if his name is Liman, and the boy respectfully confirms the information. The noble closes the book and says he should have told him something in advance. Suddenly, Zaire lands a hard slap on the main character's face, taking him by surprise. The young man is completely shocked by the aggression and starts sweating cold, not understanding. Zaire's eye shines intensely as he stares at him with a serious and intimidating look. Then Joseph reveals he cannot stand lies and knows the whole truth about him. He then calls him by his real name, Vlad of Skora, and the boy is left in shock. The noble says he already knows about his mother, but has not yet been able to identify his father. With a provoking smile, he questions if by any chance he knows who his father is. Annoyed, Vlad answers that asking the son of a woman of the night who his father is a joke. In a swift movement, Zaire hits him with a strong knee to the stomach for his insolence. With the impact of the strike, the main character falls to the floor, feeling a lot of pain and unable to react. The soldier then approaches and tells him to show a little more respect to his master. The young blonde stares back at him with a look full of anger and hatred, but remains silent. But Joseph steps in and tells Zaire to stop because he actually found the answer amusing. The noble reveals he already knows everything about him and the reason for his escape from Skara. But the noble's real question was about where the young man learned his fighting skills. Vlad stares back with his blue eyes shining but remains in complete silence. Joseph approaches and says he can see many things hiding behind those eyes. Suddenly, Zaire draws his sword and points it at the main character's neck, threatening him. The boy then grinds his teeth in anger and frustration with the situation he is in. He answers that he learned from a master who appeared and vanished as fast as lightning. The noble is visibly surprised by the unexpected and somewhat fanciful answer. The young man continues and says the master did not reveal his name but told him a secret. It was a secret sword technique that could not be taught to anyone else. Joseph notices there is no hesitation in his eyes and apologizes for being so rude. The main character wonders if the noble really believed that improvised story. Then the lord reveals he is in a delicate situation and wants to make him an offer. He calls him by name and asks if he would not like to have a better life for himself. Joseph offers him power, freedom, survival, and even the title of knight. With a family banner in the background, he offers to sponsor the young warrior. The scene then shifts and we see Vlad and Zaire training together in a sword duel. Some mercenaries watch and comment that the boy is holding up well against Zaire. Others wonder if he has become the knight's squire and praise his strength. Everyone considers him a lucky guy because his life is about to change forever. During the training, Zaire lands a hit with his wooden sword on the main character's head. Zaire calls him arrogant and questions his nerve to show up with such poor skills. The knight then says it is time for the young man to learn what his true place is there. The main character realizes his opponent is on another level because his strikes are too heavy. With a quick movement, the soldier attacks him with his wooden sword without giving him a chance. Seeing he cannot defend himself, the boy decides to change his combat strategy. He then gets ready to parry the strike with his own wooden sword. The two practice weapons cross in a strong and energetic impact. The wooden swords lock together in a test of strength between the two. Vlad then takes advantage of the opening and counterattacks with an agile and precise movement. With his eyes shining with determination, he delivers an accurate strike on his opponent. The young man manages to parry Zair's strike, leaving everyone watching surprised. The mercenaries are impressed and comment on the boy's incredible skill. The knight then smiles and says now things are getting more interesting. Panning, the main character, thinks he actually did not pull off that strike on his own merit. He realizes Zair let him parry the attack on purpose to test his skills. The man then announces they will keep training like that twice a day without fail. Next, he ends the morning session and tells him not to stay out in the cold for too long. The knight then turns around and walks back to the camp, leaving the boy behind. Vlad is confused because Zair did not give him any advice or tips during the training, but the sword says he helped him eliminate useless movements and that getting beaten is the best way to learn. The main character then asks himself in frustration why no one is ever on his side. Back in the tent, the noble asks Zair what his impression of the young boy was. The knight praises him and says if he were from a noble family, the count would be interested. With a satisfied smile, Joseph says he knew from the start he was right about him, but Zair warns the boy's problem is his arrogance and lack of knowing his place. The noble says that is understandable since he grew up in the slums and they can teach him. He then suggests that Zair himself would be the perfect man for the job of teaching him. The knight argues that a warrior without loyalty is not trustworthy and should not be trained. He stands firm in his position and stares at his master with a serious and resolute look. But Joseph prefers the boy's honesty about his feelings and does not care about that. With a determined look, Vlad thinks there is something he must do at all costs. The noble believes both have something they want and they can help each other. Even reluctant, Zair agrees with his master's decision and lowers his head. Joseph compares the young man to a wolf due to his arrogant and untrustworthy behavior, but he is in no rush and knows it takes time to build a cage to trick a wolf. The scene then takes us to a cold, starry night in a forest full of snow. A soldier shivers from the cold and wonders the reason for that fog in the middle of winter. He regrets not convincing the captain to run away with him when they still had the chance, but he accepts it and thinks the boy got lucky not having to stay out in the cold. Suddenly, a figure emerges in the dark and asks if everything is in order around there. The soldier is startled and replies to Sir Roderick that there is nothing particular to report. The man then orders him to stay vigilant, and the soldier promptly agrees with the order. After his superior walks away, the boy watches him with a look of disdain and contempt. He finds him to be a very rigid man, but at least he will not be back in that area anytime soon. With this, the soldier leans against a tree and finally manages to relax a bit. He then ends up falling asleep and does this for a while holding his spear. Suddenly, a voice wakes him, and he is startled to see the man is still around there. Roderick questions what he is doing there, and the soldier does not understand anything. He then realizes his superior is talking to someone else and gets even more confused. The boy tries to listen to the conversation and wonders who he is talking to like that. Scared, the soldier gulps and starts sweating cold, not knowing how to react to the scene. He then decides to approach cautiously to try and understand the situation better. Suddenly, the guard stops what he is doing and is shocked by something he sees. He notices Roderick is walking away from the camp and heading into the forest. The soldier is completely confused and cannot understand what is going on. In the distance, he sees a strange dark smoke coming out of his superior's body. His eyes widen in fear and he freezes in place, unable to move. A dark purple energy completely engulfs Roderick's body in seconds. Somewhere else, Vlad wakes up feeling H's all over his body and complains about the heavy training. But the sword reminds him it is a unique opportunity and Zair is a renowned knight. The main character complains Zair just beat him up, but the sword says that is valuable. With a sad look, the young man says that does not cheer him up at all and is disappointed. Suddenly, a voice calls him and he turns to see who is approaching him. It is Got, the soldier he met before, and he calls him over for a private chat. The boy asks when he got back and the man looks around suspiciously. Got then reveals he is running away from the camp that very night and invites him. He says he came to warn him out of goodwill and asks not to be forgotten in the future. Vlad does not understand anything and the man asks him to listen carefully to what he has to say. With a scared look, he reveals that the forest they are clearing is cursed. The main character stays silent, completely shocked by the unexpected revelation. Got reminds him of the soldiers who deserted and says it is weird with the good pay. He then shouts they are not deserters, but rather they are missing in the forest. The young man is even more surprised and begins to understand the severity of the situation. The soldier says he saw with his own eyes a scary and very disturbing scene. With wide eyes, he reveals that phantoms are taking people into the forest. The main character remains silent, processing the absurd information he just heard. Tired of that story, the boy interrupts him and says he has heard enough nonsense. But God insists he is telling the truth and reveals a knight vanished the night before. The young man is surprised and asks if he is referring to Sir Roderick, and Got confirms. He says he asked everyone and found out the missing people are all the same. And all the soldiers who disappeared mysteriously had black hair like Roderick. Got is completely terrified by the revelation and starts freaking out with fear. He regrets going to talk to Vlad and thinks he should have run away alone. In the distance, Zair and the main character watch the soldier grumbling and complaining. The knight asks if he can be trusted and the young man says he does not lie about this. Zaire looks thoughtful for a moment, analyzing the situation and the boy's words. He then considers that Joseph will see this as an opportunity to discover a phenomenon. Even so, the knight does not feel good about the coincidence of the black hair. Vlad reminds him of the 3 knights in the camp, but he says they are not warriors. Zaire knows he needs to lead the troops because Roderick was stronger than him. Upon arriving at the camp, a soldier points out the location and notifies Sir Zaire. A young man named Ern introduces himself as the missing knight's squire. Zaire questions him if they found any trace of him, and the boy confirms they did not. He explains the best hunters searched for him, but did not even find a footprint. The knight then decides he will have to take a look for himself in the forest. He orders the men to split into groups of 3 and search the area. The scene then takes us to a beautiful sunset over the snow-covered mountains. Got complains that the situation is unfair, and they should not have done that to him. The main character tells him to stop whining and promises to reward him later. Zaire approaches and asks if they found anything, and the boy says no. The main character says he is from the city and asks how you find someone missing in the slums. He explains it is very simple because they just beat up a passerby until he talks. Zaire looks at him with disdain and says that method is absolutely useless and ineffective. The knight then comments the day is ending and night will soon arrive. Suddenly he stops what he is doing and notices something strange in the surrounding scenery. He approaches a frozen river and asks if they searched on the other side. God answers no because the expedition was not heading in that specific direction. Zaire concludes that if they are going to find Roderick, it will not be there in that part of the forest. He then orders to gather the mercenaries because they will cross the frozen river. The soldier uses a whistle to get the attention of the other men and gather the troops. The knight tests the ice with his feet and realizes it is not completely solid. Even so, he believes the ice is hard enough for them to cross together. Got gathers the mercenaries and wonders what Zaire could have found over there. The knight explains they will expand the search to the other side of the river in 3 groups. The soldiers then begin to cross the frozen river cautiously and in formation. Suddenly God stops walking and the main character asks what is wrong with him. With a worried look, the man says he has a bad feeling about that. The young man says he is just scared, but the soldier shouts that of course he is. He explains people like him need good survival instincts to live. And at that moment his instincts are telling him not to cross that river no matter what. The main character says he knows nothing about instincts, but he has one certainty in life. With a serious look he warns him that if he runs away now he will meet a very painful end. He reminds him that being the only witness fleeing the scene of a crime would make him the prime suspect. The young man then tells him to shut up and come with him, because it is his only chance to survive. Even scared, Got follows him on his tiptoes over the thin ice of the frozen river. He warns that the ice could break, but the boy threatens to throw him into the freezing water. Suddenly the soldier drops to the floor and says he cannot cross the river anymore. Annoyed, the main character grabs him by the hood and tells him to get up so they do not get left behind. The man shouts in terror at the young man's aggressive attitude and despairs completely. He struggles on the ground, but Vlad holds him tight and threatens him once more. Suddenly the main character stops and his eyes widen at something he sees in the ice. God also looks down and screams in terror, seeing several frozen forms in the river. The news spreads and all the soldiers are shocked by the macabre discovery. Beneath their feet an endless number of forms are trapped in the ice in a scary scene. Scared, the mercenaries start running desperately to the other side of the river. The ice starts cracking and everyone panics, trying to escape as fast as possible. Suddenly a hand breaks through the ice and grabs the foot of one of the soldiers there. One of the fallen rises with glowing eyes and a terrifying cursed appearance. Next, several other forms emerge from the ice and start attacking the men. The soldiers find themselves completely surrounded by the creatures and scream in terror, not knowing what to do. One of the soldiers screams for Zaire in despair and asks what they should do. The knight realizes that was a very well-prepared trap set for them. He then prepares to fight against the horde of creatures surrounding them on the river. With their eyes shining, the cursed beings advance toward the scared soldiers. Back at the camp, night falls and the snow continues to cover the entire landscape. In the priest's tent, he says a prayer of thanks for another safe day. Together with little Jean, he asks to always be guided toward the light. Suddenly the priest stops his prayer and stays silent for a moment. Jean calls him worried and the priest starts trembling for no apparent reason. The chalice with holy water on the altar starts bubbling and emitting a strange energy. Scared, the priest sees a dark smoke coming out of the chalice and spreading through the tent. Outside, the camp is quiet and silent under the moonlight. A strange fog begins to form and covers the entire place quickly. A mysterious voice calls for her son while a pair of feet float in the fog. Amidst a purple energy, a woman in white asks where her child is. One of the cursed beings lunges to attack God, who is paralyzed with fear, unable to react. He screams for his captain in despair, hoping he will save him from the creature. Suddenly, a blade cuts the cursed being in half, preventing it from attacking the soldier. With a quick and precise movement, the main character takes down the creature with his sword. After the strike, he pants from exhaustion, but his eyes shine with determination for the fight. The cursed beings advance in hordes and attack the soldiers with fury and no mercy. The main character gets ready to fight with his sword in hand and his eyes shining. With agile movements, he dances among the enemies and defeats them one by one with his blade. But one of the creatures manages to grab Got and attacks him with a direct bite. Desperate, the soldier screams he cannot fight and the boy tells him to grab his spear. The sword warns him not to panic and decide a path before moving. He realizes charging forward is not an option and wonders if Zayar is doing well in the fight. With his sword, the knight cuts down several enemies at once with a single strike. He continues to fight fiercely, but the number of enemies is overwhelming. The mercenaries shout in pain and despair as they are overrun by the horde of creatures. Zayar notices the attacks never end and prepares for a different strategy. He knows every trap has a purpose and that this one was made for someone. A green aura starts emanating from his body and his eye shines with powerful energy. Without hesitation, he unleashes all his power and charges against the enemies with his sword. The cursed beings surround him, but he faces them with courage and determination in battle. With an intense glow in his eye, he prepares to use one of his skills. The creatures keep attacking non-stop, and one of them manages to scratch his face. Even injured, the knight is not shaken and keeps fighting with all his strength. With a single strike, he creates a gale of energy that takes down several enemies at once. The mercenaries gather around him and cheer, believing the knight will protect them. The forms of the defeated creatures dissolve into a dark and gloomy smoke in the air. Zayar then shouts the main character's name and reminds him to keep his part of the deal. While fighting, the young blonde hears the knight's call and prepares to obey. He shouts back and asks what Sir Zayar would like him to do right now. The knight orders him to go back to the base and protect Lord Joseph until his return. The main character agrees with the order and prepares to leave the battlefield. He calls for Got and runs toward the camp as fast as he can. Zayar says a silent prayer and asks for the young man to reach Joseph safely. Suddenly he hears a noise behind him and gets ready for a new enemy. He turns around with his shining sword ready to attack any threat that appears. His eyes widen in surprise when he sees the figure approaching him in the dark. With a sigh, he realizes he arrived too late because the enemy is already there. Roderick, now transformed into a cursed being, stares at him with eyes shining with hatred. In the noble's tent, the knight passes quietly without any sign of danger nearby. He reads a book by the light of an oil lamp, completely unaware of what is happening outside. Suddenly, shouts of terror and despair echo through the camp and startle him. Joseph wonders if they are under attack and goes on alert for any threat. A soldier runs into his tent and shouts the Lord's name in despair. The noble calls him bored and asks the reason for all that noise and commotion. Annoyed, he questions him if he did not check the situation before coming to talk to him. The soldier explains he wanted to ensure his lord's safety first and foremost. Angrily, the noble shouts and questions why he did not bring his sword to the fight. Borden is left completely speechless by his master's fury and does not know what to say. Joseph says he envies his brother because he would have sent him to the gallows right away. Terrified, the soldier apologizes and bows in a gesture of total submission. Suddenly, Father Andrea and other men rush into the tent calling for Lord Joseph. The noble turns to the priest and asks what is happening outside. With trembling hands, the priest reveals that something wicked is approaching them. Joseph is surprised by the revelation and stares at him with a serious and worried look. The priest shows the Bible and says the words are shaking like leaves in the wind. The noble asks if there is any way to stop it, but the priest says he is not an exorcist. He promises to use his holy power to hold back the evil but does not guarantee success. With a thoughtful look, Joseph reflects on the remaining knights and their skills. He knows they are his only option right now, and he needs to trust his men. Without wasting time, he stands up and leads his knights out of the tent. Upon stepping outside, he faces a dense and strange fog that covers the entire camp. He wonders if it is just fog or something more sinister and dangerous. Suddenly, the soldiers start shouting in pain and despair, falling to the ground. The noble covers his face with a handkerchief to protect himself from the fog and tries to understand. He wonders if the fog causes some kind of delirium and knows it is not natural. With a serious look, the noble realizes they were caught completely by surprise. A mysterious voice calls for her son, and everyone in the camp starts trembling with fear. The figure of a ghost woman appears and asks where her sweet child is. The priest and the young Jean are completely terrified by the phantom's presence. The other soldiers are also scared and sweat cold, not knowing how to react to the scene. Joseph stares at the figure with a serious and attentive look, trying to understand the situation. The phantom walks slowly toward them and asks if they are around there. The noble remains silent, watching the creature get closer and closer. The apparition finally finds him and with a macabre smile says she found him. A golden light emanates from the priest as he tries to protect everyone with his power. The ghost woman shouts in pain and anger upon being hit by the priest's holy light. He focuses and continues his prayer to try to repel the wicked creature. Jean screams in fear, watching the scary scene unfold right in front of him. The golden light forms a protective barrier around them against the phantom's attack. Joseph realizes that only Zayar is strong enough to face that creature. He regrets that Kate and Maxim were not able to defeat the enemy even with the blessing. The phantom continues to scream for her son while trying to cross the barrier. With a serious look, the noble concludes that that is a powerful and dangerous curse. He then realizes the deadly curse was targeted specifically at him. With an expression of anger, Joseph wonders who in the world is behind all of that. Suddenly, the young Jean starts coughing and spitting out a dark substance from his mouth. The priest encourages him to stay strong and reminds him that the sun will always rise in the end. He then unleashes a blast of golden light to try and hold back the wicked creature. Jean cries in pain and fear, seeing the dark substance in his trembling hands. With a hopeful smile, he kneels and continues to sing the holy hymn. The golden light intensifies and hits the apparition directly, making her scream in pain. Joseph realizes that Father Andrea's acolyte has already reached his limit and will not hold on. He despairs and wonders if this will be his end since he sees no way to survive. Suddenly he notices a strange movement and his eyes widen in surprise. In the distance he sees the main character running at high speed toward the creature. The phantom turns to the young man and stares at him with empty eyes full of hatred. With his sword in hand, the boy prepares to face the apparition head-on. The sword warns him that spirit is fueled by a curse and cannot be cut. It then asks him if he knows how to use an aura, and the boy replies that is a joke. The weapon says there is one thing they can try, and the young man asks what it is. It proposes to borrow his body for a minute to fight the creature. The main character asks if that is possible, and the sword confirms it knows how to use an aura, but it warns him that even if it works, he will be momentarily paralyzed after using it. The young man says if he does not take down that thing, he will perish anyway, and accepts the risk. The sword then praises his courage and says this is the true path of the warrior. Without hesitating, the young man agrees and tells the sword to proceed with the risky plan. With a determined look, he says he made a promise to Joseph, and he will keep it. He knows there is something he needs to do and offers his trust instead of his loyalty. The sword respects his decision, and the young man charges at the apparition with everything he has. The creature lets out a terrifying roar and prepares to attack the main character. A dark energy starts taking over the boy's body, and he feels a lot of pain. The sword then tells him to close his right eye, and he obeys with a groan of pain. Blue lightning starts emanating from his body and spreading all over the place. He enters the world of the voice, and his body is wrapped in an aura of pure energy. His left eye shines brightly with an immense and overwhelming power. The sword is also enveloped by the aura and becomes a weapon of pure light and energy. The apparition stares at the young man with empty eyes and a macabre smile on her face. With the sword's power, the main character prepares to deliver the final strike to the creature. With a quick movement, he slices the phantom in half with his blade of light. Everyone watching the scene is left completely shocked and speechless by the power. Joseph observes him with a serious and attentive look, impressed by his skill. Lightning continues to emanate from the boy's body while he struggles to stay on his feet. After the strike, he falls to his knees on the ground, exhausted and feeling a lot of pain all over his body. A purple energy surrounds him and he shouts in pain, feeling his body breaking down. Desperate, the noble shouts the main character's name, fearing the worst for the young warrior. The main character trembles and groans in pain, feeling the side effects of the sword's power. Joseph realizes that was the mark of an aura, and the young man is paying the price. The apparition regenerates and continues to call for her child with a gloomy voice. She crawls toward the fallen boy, who cannot move due to so much pain. The noble shouts to keep singing the hymns and runs to help the main character. He holds him and tells him to lean on him so they can escape the wicked creature. The phantom gets closer and closer and reaches out to try and grab the noble. With a touch, she manages to grab his arm with a supernatural and scary strength. The creature's hand starts burning his skin, and he shouts in pain from the burning touch. Angrily, Joseph curses himself for his weak body and for not being able to escape the grip. Suddenly, Borden appears and grabs his master to try to save him from the apparition. He begs forgiveness for his insolence, but is determined to protect his lord. With a strong pull, he manages to throw Joseph and Vlad away from the creature. The apparition then turns to the soldier and attacks him with her sharp claws. The two fall to the ground, and the noble watches the scene, shocked by his man's sacrifice. Lying on the ground, he says he has never been happier to have him by his side and thanks Borden. The main character forces himself to get up and grabs his sword to fight again. He approaches Father Andrea and asks him to bless his sword for the battle. With determination, the young man says he needs to send that woman back to the underworld. The priest stares at him in silence for a moment and agrees to help him in the fight. The priest cuts his own hand and uses his red marks to bless the young man's sword. He is sure that that holy blessing will be enough to take down the creature. With gratitude, the main character takes the blessed sword and thanks the priest. With the weapon in hand, he turns around and walks toward the phantom with determination. He then faces the apparition fallen on the floor and gets ready for the final strike. The ghost woman begs him to help her find her lost child. The boy watches her with a serious and attentive look, trying to understand her story. For a brief moment, he has a scary and disturbing vision of her past. He sees women trapped in the dark depths of a cold and damp dungeon. One of them screams desperately for her child while reaching through the bars. The vision shows the feet of small children left on the cold floor to fade away. The woman begs for her son to be returned in a cry of pain and despair. That terrible memory repeats in his mind while she cries the loss of her son. The main character then kneels and drives the sword into the ground, releasing a blue energy. Tears stream down the apparition's eyes as she remembers her pain. With a sad sigh, she whispers the name of her sweet child lost forever. The creature then dissolves into a purple smoke and disappears into the air for good. In a dark place, a hooded figure performs a ritual with a dark smoke. With an evil smile on his face, he watches the smoke dissipate in his hands. The ritual seems to have failed, and the dark energy breaks down completely in the air. The dark smoke entirely dissipates in the hands of the mysterious hooded figure. He realizes his connection with the higher mind has been cut and is surprised. He wonders who could have attacked them, since he thought there was only one knight with an aura. Suddenly, Zayar appears and confronts him, saying he is the fool who controlled the puppets. Back at the camp, Joseph asks if that is the man behind everything. Zayar holds the enemy's head and confirms he was the one manipulating the fallen forms. He also reveals he found the source of the curse, and the child the woman was looking for. The wooden box where the child was placed became its resting place in that location. The noble then orders to hand the box over to the priest to be investigated in Varna. He laments the failure of the expedition but takes comfort that the journey back will be light. Joseph then asks Zayar if he sees any potential in the new recruit they have. With a smile, he says he might have found a warrior to fight in his name. He believes that boy will shine brighter than any other swordsman he has ever seen. 3 days later, the main character wakes up confused and finds out he was unconscious for days. The sword says they need to be more careful, and the boy regrets the intense rebound. He is happy that Joseph did not abandon the camp and waited for his recovery. The sword comments the noble really seems to care about his well-being. The young man gets out of bed and prepares to leave the tent and see what happened. Upon stepping out, he finds the silence and calm that took over the camp strange. He notices the place is completely empty and assumes everyone fled after the attack. One of the soldiers sees him awake and runs happily toward him, saying how worried he was. The main character asks why he is still there, and the man says he got a bonus to stay. He complains he had to carry the boy and then go back to get the knight, so he asks to tell that. With a sigh, the young man agrees and says he will tell them about his great help. At this, the guard warns that Zayar is waiting for him in Joseph's tent, and the boy thanks him for the info. As he walks away, the man shouts for him not to forget the promise, and Vlad loses his patience with this. He then heads to the Lord's large tent to finally meet Zayar. Inside, Joseph offers him a drink and asks if the boy knows how to appreciate a good wine. Vlad confirms and explains he used to work in a place like that but never drank anything so expensive. The noble then says with a smile that this is a delicacy only for the high class. He begins by thanking the young man because he could have simply run away to save himself. But Vlad points out they had a deal, and Joseph confirms it was an exchange of mutual trust. The Lord reflects that despite it being a verbal deal, the boy fulfilled it with loyalty. With a determined look, he thinks he cannot afford to lose a talent like that. Therefore, he will do everything in his power to keep the young warrior by his side. He then slides the glass over and says it is his turn to fulfill his part of the deal. With this, Joseph officially invites him to join the noble Vayazid family. The scene then changes, and we see the vast territory of Count Vayazid in the city of Varna. Zayar informs his master that he dismissed the mercenaries, and Joseph says they will stay there for a day. At that moment, Zayar casts a discreet glance towards the main character, who is observing the place. Zayar asks if it is Vlad's first time in Varna, and he answers yes, it is his first time outside his city. With a laugh, the man calls him a country boy, and the main character stares back with an annoyed expression. The Lord then says he can take the day off to explore the city, and the young man thanks him. Zayar warns him not to get lost and tells him to be at the town hall by dusk, and the boy agrees. Watching them walk away, Vlad grumbles to himself that he cannot stand that guy. The sword comments that Zayar seems to have taken a liking to him, but the boy says if he liked him more, he would take him down. He then decides to use the expedition money to eat something and wonders what is good around there. Suddenly, a hand grabs his arm, leaving the main character confused by the situation. He turns and sees it is Jean, the little acolyte, and then asks what he can do for the boy. With a smile, the boy says Father Andrea would like to see him if he is not busy. The main character is surprised by the invitation and repeats the priest's name out loud. The little Jean guides him through the city streets to a huge and very imposing church. Vlad is impressed by the size and comments that not even the church in his city was that big. The boy explains that although another city is the capital, Varna is the religious center of the territory. He asks the boy to wait inside and says he will go call Father Andrea quickly. The main character then enters the church and walks down the aisle with slow, curious steps. He is amazed by the beauty of the place and looks everywhere with his mouth open. The young man stops in front of a giant golden altar that shines with the sunlight. He reflects that everyone calls him devout, but the truth is he has never prayed seriously in his life. For some reason, a feeling of discomfort washes over him and he feels as if he had sinned. A familiar voice calls him, and Father Andrea appears, apologizing for keeping him waiting. The young man bows and gives thanks for being invited to that sacred place. With a gentle smile, the priest tells the boy not to worry about formalities. Then he reaches out and hands a small object to the main character, who asks what it is. The priest explains it is his identification badge, and Vlad stares with wide eyes. Andrea says the church issues the most effective ones because the Lord's grace extends across the continent. The boy is shocked to realize the true meaning of that unexpected gift. Reading the inscriptions, he sees that Father Andrea has become his official guarantor before the church. The priest comforts him and tells him to always seek him out if he has any kind of problem. With a calm look, he states that from that moment on he is his official guarantor. Moved, the main character whispers the priest's name, still unable to believe what happened. Being a kid from the slums, he did not even have an official birth record, but now he had a legitimate guarantor and his name was engraved in that vast world. At that moment, he stopped being Vlad from the slums to become Vlad of Skara. Sometime later, the entourage travels through the Count's territory, which has 3 cities and 12 villages. The narration shows us Skara, which is a large and busy commercial center of the territory. Then we see Varda, which is known by everyone as the main religious center of the region. Inside a carriage, the Lord talks with the main character, while they travel down the road. They then arrive at their destination, the grand capital city of Sutramata, an imposing place. The camera shows one of the grand and luxurious buildings that make up the territory's capital. Zayar warns that they are guests of the Lord, and any mistake will be an offense to his honor. With this, he tells them to wait and behave so they do not look like a bunch of country bumpkins. Next, the knight says the maids will bring snacks, but he pauses before continuing. The pair is then left confused by the knight's sudden pause as he stares back at them. But he changes his mind and forbids them from eating to avoid rumors that they eat like pigs. The main character questions the order and Zayar tells him to shut up and keep his hands off the snacks. As soon as the man leaves, a large door opens, revealing what appears to be a living room. They walk into a luxurious living room, and Vlad's companion is shocked by the wealth of the place. Got comments that the Vezid family does not skimp on luxury, and the main character agrees with his friend. At this point, a mysterious voice says he does not recognize them, and a figure emerges from behind a curtain. The man then reveals his silhouette and says he was just trying to spend some time in secret. With slow steps, the mysterious figure walks towards the two young men who stare at him. Coming closer, the man stares at the main character, who looks at him with a surprised expression. With a careful look, the main character notices a resemblance in that familiar face. Finally revealed, the man asks who they are with a rather intimidating look. Vlad trembles, noticing the resemblance, but realizes his energy is totally different. His presence is so strong that the boy thinks he could hurt someone just with his look. Stuttering with fear, God says his name and that he served in the expedition, and the man recognizes him. The man then focuses his attention on the main character and with a sharp look asks his name. Confidently, the young man replies that his name is Vladivskora, leaving the man intrigued. With a mocking tone, the man says he has never heard of him and observes him with curiosity. He notes there is life in the boy's eyes and that he does not seem intimidated in the least. With a smile, he thinks Joseph found a promising recruit and says he likes the boy. Suddenly, the mysterious man reaches out and offers some peanuts to the main character. The young man just stares at the peanuts in his hand without showing any reaction or emotion. With a serious tone, Vlad refuses, saying they were instructed not to eat anything in that place. He repeats the order and his companion panics at his friend's bold attitude. Got despairs and thinks, how can he refuse something from such an important figure of the house? The man looks awkward, and the narrator says that was the first thing Vlad did in the mansion. The Count's son then eats the peanuts alone and comments that they are very good. In another room, the Count writes on a parchment while Joseph reports on the expedition. The Lord comments that besides Zayar, his son had no notable warriors under his command. He then promises to reward him if he manages to turn that boy into a respectable knight. With a bow, Joseph thanks his father for the opportunity and the trust placed in him, but the Count reminds him that this is the Vezid house, and their strengths do not lie in sword fighting. With a serious expression, the young lord merely agrees with his father's words. Changing the subject, the Count looks at him and asks how he is feeling lately. With a short, direct answer, Joseph states he is fine without giving more details. Satisfied with the answer, the Count dismisses him and his son respectfully says goodbye. As he turns and walks away, we notice Joseph limps slightly on one leg. The Count decides to send medicine for his son, and his advisor says he and Oksana would be happy with that. With a thoughtful look, the noble comments that the boy's mother really loves him very much. He then asks his advisor Ragmus what he thought of Joseph's report on the expedition. The man replies that the matter must be taken seriously considering the latest events. Angrily, the Count says he needs to find the one responsible and will not allow such a thing on his lands. Ragmus then reveals that Varna discovered the spell is a mix of necromancy and curses. The Lord assumes it is the work of a very skilled dark mage or a group of them. If multiple mages are involved, an organization might be behind it all, and his man agrees. But he stands up from the chair and says that even if that is the case, it will change nothing. His family will stand firm and they will do everything to stop whoever opposes them. With a furious look, he orders them to find those responsible for that as fast as possible. He does not accept that they dare to threaten his son and bring chaos to his sacred lands. Night falls over the mansion and a full moon lights up the sky with its silver glow. Joseph and Zayar return and the Lord says the meeting took longer than expected. The young noble turns to God to confirm his name and the boy answers nervously. He then informs him his reward will be given tomorrow and tells him to go rest for now. The soldier agrees and leaves the place, leaving the main character alone with the two men. Joseph then sits comfortably and says it is now time for them to have a little chat. He reminds him he saved his life and that he agreed to serve him as a warrior from now on. Standing before the noble, the main character confirms that everything he said is correct. Joseph recalls Vlad said he needed freedom for something and the boy confirms his words. The noble says him wanting to serve and be free at the same time makes no sense and they need to discuss this. Then he asks what the boy needs freedom for so he can calculate how much autonomy he will grant him. The main character stays silent for a moment while his eye shines with an intense blue light. Under the light of the full moon, the Lord stares at the young warrior waiting for an answer. Then Vlad asks him if he knows the story of God and the legendary Knight of Gaither. He refers to the knight who resembles the blue moonlight and stares at him with glowing eyes. Surprised, the noble wonders how a boy with potential to be a swordsman would know such a thing. He then asks if the mysterious man who defeated the Smiling Rose was Godin of Gaither. The boy confirms and reveals he was the man who destroyed his world by eliminating his savior. Despite everything, he still wished to be like that man, and Joseph listens in silence. The Lord then says he cannot help him because they are beyond his sphere of influence. The young man already expected this, and even knowing he is just the count's son, appreciates the honesty. With this, the noble says he will adjust the terms of the deal to suit the current situation. With a serious look, he offers the young man a 7-year contract to serve him faithfully. Surprised by the unexpected proposal, the main character is speechless and stares back. The Lord reveals he set aside his noble pride and that this was a very important decision for him. Zayar does not understand what he means but realizes that it is an unprecedented event in the family. He promises a bright future and says he will train him for 7 years to become an elite knight. The main character is shocked by the word knight because he never imagined becoming one. In return, he asks the boy to swear loyalty and obey his orders without questioning anything. But he will give him permission to handle matters from the slums and might even help him. Upon hearing this, the main character has a vision of Jamina, the girl from the convent, and remembers her. Joseph asks what he would do alone, and Vlad says he has other weapons besides his sword. With a serious look, the Lord then presses the young man for an answer regarding the deal. After the conversation, Joseph looks out the window and comments the boy has an impressive goal. Zayar then asks why he is so eager to recruit him since there are other talents out there. The noble agrees all young people have potential, but developing it is another story. The knight stares at him and asks if he truly believes the boy will exceed expectations. With a smile, he says yes because he witnessed the young man's potential with his own eyes. Zayar warns that the boy is unpredictable and rebellious and it will not be easy to train him. But he says he has Zayar and 7 years is enough time to tame the young warrior. The man commits to doing his best, and Joseph says wild horses shine the brightest when tamed. He used to think Vlad was just a wild wolf that could be useful in some way, but now he realizes that Wolf is actually chasing the moon in the sky. The next day, the sun shines bright over the grand and luxurious Vayazid mansion. Zayar shows Vlad's room and he is shocked to learn he will have all that space just for himself. The young man celebrates having a bed and not having to sleep on the floor anymore and calls the place a palace. The knight then remembers the boy came from the slums and that is why he is so impressed. He says the young man will have no problems as long as he is careful and does not make any mistakes. The boy remembers his attitude and wonders if the warning is because he refused Roger's peanuts. But Zayar tells him to forget it because he already scolded him, and the young man never listens anyway. The knight then tells him to go to the training field after eating so they can spar twice a day. With a serious look, the man stares at him, so the main character understands the seriousness of the training. Suddenly, an elegant woman appears and calls Zayar her faithful and loyal knight. He explains it is Lady Oksana, Joseph's mother, and tells him to greet her like he taught. The two then bow in respect and wish a good morning to the noble lady of the house. The woman observes him carefully and with a soft voice asks if that is the boy. Zayar confirms and says it was Lord Joseph himself who selected him for service. With an analytical look, the Lord's mother stares at the young warrior for a brief moment. The main character lifts his head and meets the curious gaze of the noble Lady Vayazid. With a gentle smile, she looks at him with her golden eyes and a serene expression on her face. The boy is visibly surprised and embarrassed by the attention he receives from the woman. With a calm voice, she thanks him and says she was informed he saved her son's life. All embarrassed, the young man stutters and says he was just fulfilling his duty as a warrior. She insists he deserves a reward and his service was greater than he imagines. The woman then touches his hair and praises his looks, which go well with his blue eyes. She examines him and says she will have new clothes made because he needs to gain some weight. Hesitant and blushing, the main character stutters a thank you for the lady's kindness. Lady Oksana just watches him with a mysterious smile and an enigmatic gleam in her eye. After the conversation, Lady Oksana dismisses Zayar from his duties and he leaves with the main character. Zayar notices the boy's strange reaction and asks him the reason for so much fuss. The young man admits he does not know why but guesses it is because he never met a noble before. The knight says it was not that bad and confesses he also feels weird around her. With this, the man tells him to go eat something and the main character agrees and heads to the dining hall. He then arrives at the dining hall, a large place filled with other warriors and servants of the house. Suddenly, one of the men watching him starts drooling with a look of disgust and contempt. The man's saliva then falls right into the main character's soup bowl, who notices everything. He finds himself surrounded by 3 men who stare at him with looks of provocation and superiority. The guy then apologizes sarcastically, saying he thought this was a trash bin because of the bad smell. The other men burst into laughter at the bad joke and continue to mock the boy. But Vlad stares back with his glowing eyes and a calm expression, unfazed by the provocation. Calmly, he takes his spoon and scoops out the part of the soup contaminated by the saliva. With a quick flick, he throws away the dirty part and prepares to continue his meal. Then he brings the spoon to his mouth and thinks that happened sooner than he expected. The bullies are shocked by his calm and wonder why he did not react with anger. He remembers his actions reflect on Joseph and thinks about how to teach them a lesson without ruining his honor. The man calls him a jerk and threatens him, but Vlad turns and calmly asks what his name is. The bully gets confused by the sudden question and stares at the main character, not understanding anything. With a cold and intimidating look, the young man repeats the question, wanting to know the bully's name. Intimidated, the man wonders why the boy seems so threatening and dangerous at that moment. He stutters his name and the main character stands up repeating the man's name out loud. With a cold look, the young man promises he will remember that name and stares at the group of bullies. Later, the Count and his advisor walk through the halls of the Grand Vazid mansion. The sunlight hits the noble's face as he walks with a serious and thoughtful expression. He stops at a balcony and comments the squires are busy training in the courtyard. With this, the lord says he would like to observe the training for a moment, and his man agrees. The Count then focuses his gaze on the training field, looking for someone in specific. Upon seeing a young blonde boy, he asks if that is the kid, and his advisor confirms the identity. He comments the boy looks respectable, and his man warns him to look in another direction. The noble looks where his man pointed and is intrigued by what he sees in the distance. On the training field, the squires realize someone is secretly watching them. The Count spots Zaire and assumes he is anxious about his new recruit. With his arms crossed, he decides to watch closely to see what the young man is capable of. The main character walks through the training field with his sword in hand and a serious expression. With a quick and precise movement, he draws his sword and prepares for combat. In an instant, he charges and crosses his blade with his opponents in a fast duel. Vlad then faces multiple opponents at the same time and defends against their attacks with mastery. One of his opponents glares at him with anger and frustration at failing to land a hit on the boy. Even facing someone taller, he does not back down and attacks with ferocity and courage. The Count comments the young man is still clumsy, and his advisor stares at him in silence. But he admits the boy has potential and admires him for trying to use what he learned in practice. During the training, the main character remembers Zaire's lessons about sword fighting. He recalls that all swordsmanship begins with correct footwork for good balance, so he focuses on his foot positioning to have more stability and precision in his strikes. His master's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him to deceive his opponents with his eyes. With a battle cry, the enemy advances, but the young man already knows how to control his movements. With agility, he dodges and counterattacks, leaving the other warrior completely disoriented. The opponent stares at him with surprise and frustration for falling into the main character's trap. Vlad then quickly steps forward and attacks him with a precise and highly calculated strike. The attack takes the man by surprise, hitting him directly and knocking him to the ground hard. Fallen, the man thinks he was tricked because he thought the attack would come from the left side. The main character then grabs him tightly by the hair and stares at him with his glowing eyes. He accuses him of being Sovinen's lackey and says he saw him laughing at him in the dining hall yesterday. With a victorious smile, he asks who is laughing now and looks down at him with superiority. With a quick strike, he hits him hard in the face, leaving his nose bruised and painful. The others watch the scene, shocked by the violence and brutality of the young warrior. Vlad does not stop and continues to attack the fallen man with a series of merciless strikes. The Count's advisor gets scared and questions if they should attack each other so brutally in training, but the noble says to let them be because a knight must have a strong and resilient heart. Moreover, the Count notices that Zaire also seems very pleased with what he is seeing, and indeed the knight observes everything with a discreet and proud smile for his pupil. Desperate, Sovinen shouts for him to stop, but the main character continues beating the man. Angrily, he shouts again for the young man to stop that and leave him alone. With his foot on the fallen man, Vlad stares down him with a cold and victorious look. Then he apologizes coldly and says he was too focused to stop earlier. Sovinen trembles with fear and thinks that boy's look is truly terrifying. With slow steps, he walks away from the defeated man and walks over to the group of bullies. The main character faces Sovinen, who looks at him with an expression of pure hatred and fear. With sarcasm, he asks to apologize to the man because he gets a bit carried away in a fight. With clenched teeth, the bully curses him in his thoughts, unable to believe his audacity. The boy then says he would like to apologize to him as well, but in advance. With a threatening look, he warns that he will not go easy on him next time. With a smile, he tells him to call if the soup is bad because he can add some flavor. The bully is shocked and thinks that guy is a real madman and dangerous. He then reflects that Joseph brought a rabid hound from the slums to their mansion. Later, Gott comments that the servants are talking about him hitting the squires, but Vlad ignores the topic and asks if he is enjoying working in the stables. Gott gets excited but soon stops himself and says they are drifting off topic. He warns him fighting there is a crime, but the boy does not care at all and keeps eating. The main character points out he was already a criminal, and he actually went easy on them. He says he does not start public fights, and that it is always them who start the provocations. The boy states that way no one bothers him, but a new kid approaches shyly. With a nervous smile, the young boy introduces himself as Portly Cannon to the two. Out of patience, the main character asks what he wants, and God is startled by the rudeness. Portly is left speechless, and Vlad tells him to sit down or get lost so he does not bother him. With glowing eyes, the kid asks if he can really sit with him at the table. The boy says a happy thank you, while the main character thinks that was his cue to leave. He then vents that he always had to eat alone in places like bathrooms. Vlad tries to enjoy his sausage, but the boy strikes up a conversation asking if he likes them. Portly proudly says his family provides all the meat because they have raised cattle for generations. He noticed the young man asked for more sausages and offers to give him some. Suspicious, the main character stares at him and asks if he is trying to bribe him with food. The scene then shows a large variety of very appetizing meats and sausages. The kid explains his father sends too much food and he cannot eat it all by himself. The boy realizes everyone there is from rich families, and this might be a good opportunity. With a smile, he asks portly if they can eat together, and God is left in shock. The kid beams with happiness and asks if the invitation is really true. Vlad confirms and says the squires need to stick together and gives him a friendly side hug. Meanwhile, Zaire walks by thinking the new recruit is keeping him too busy lately. Suddenly, a voice calls him and Zaire turns around surprised to see a man approaching. The sturdy knight stares at him and asks where he is going in such a hurry. Zaire recognizes him as Sir Gregory and cannot hide his displeasure at seeing him. With a laugh, the man tells him to hide it better and Zaire says he is busy. Gregory understands and guesses he is handling everything for young Lord Joseph. He then praises the knight and says he has deserved to train a squire for a long time. Without patience, Zaire tells him to focus on his own squire and asks why he is interested. With a loud laugh, the man says he raised Portly too well and he needs to lose weight. He then changes the subject and comments that Vlad seems to be a very bright and promising young man. Gregory praises him for being manly, but Zaire cuts him off and asks him to get straight to the point. The man explains knights do not meddle in squire affairs, but he heard about the friendship. Zaire denies it and says Vlad does not make friends, but the man asks him to keep an eye on Portly. He reveals Portly as his nephew and he cannot allow him to be bullied there. With a suspicious look, the eye-patched man asks if he expects him to do that for free. The other knight then promises that if all goes well, he will owe him a favor in the future. Zaire says the boy does not listen to him and the man understands he has great potential. He insists it is serious, but Gregory ignores him and says the boy will go very far in life. Somewhere else, God says the captain's problem is he cannot even ride the horses. He explains the horses are well trained but run away scared when Vlad approaches. God concludes it is not a matter of skill and the other boys think the same. With a sigh, the main character admits things have always been that way for him. He reveals dogs, cats, and other animals always hated him and wonders if it is the same with horses. The young man looks thoughtful and tries to understand the reason for that strange and unexplainable aversion. God reminds him he rode Zaire's horse the night they fled from the cursed beings. He also mentions that horse is very expensive and must have cost a real fortune. The main character groans in frustration because he cannot say he can only ride expensive horses. Suddenly, a maid approaches and interrupts them with a calm and polite voice. The woman then informs the boy that Lady Oksana wishes to see him in her quarters. Surprised and confused, the main character points to himself and asks if she wants to talk to him. In the room, the noblewoman praises him and says no one would believe he grew up in the slums. Vlad feels uncomfortable in the new and elegant clothes she had made for him. She explains the clothes are not tight because he will still grow a lot at that age. With a smile, she promises to make summer clothes and says dressing well is good for your health. Embarrassed, the young man thanks her for her kindness and bows as a sign of respect. The woman says she is the one who should be thankful for him saving her son's life. She then apologizes for taking him away from training and dismisses him so he can go back to his tasks. The boy thanks her again and leaves the room, closing the door carefully behind him. Once outside, he sighs in relief and comments he could barely breathe in there. The main character admires the new clothes and wonders how much those pieces must have cost. He then reflects that the clothes he wore before were not really his either. He walks down the halls and thinks he cannot get used to it and does not belong there. The young man feels as if he is getting heavier and something is weighing on his soul. Suddenly, the main character hears sounds of a fight and gets confused by the noise outside. With this, he looks out the window and observes a commotion happening in the training courtyard. Down there, he sees Sovanin beating up Portly and calling him a pig for losing the fight. The attacker threatens him and asks if he thought he would get away with it just because he gave a truce. Fallen on the floor, Portly is provoked for having made a new friend in the noble's mansion. Sovanin keeps hitting him and says dirty people like them always find each other. The beating continues and the punches echo through the training courtyard without anyone stopping the fight. Watching everything, the main character reflects that people are the same everywhere. With his eyes shining, he thinks the world is full of fools who pick on the weak. Determined, the young warrior then grabs his old clothes and puts them back on. He tells himself he will need to wear that outfit one more time to settle things. Night falls on the mansion and an atmosphere of tension takes over the quiet place. Wearing his black glove, the main character knocks on the door of one of the mansion's rooms. A scared voice asks who is there and the boy answers it is him outside. Upon opening the door, Portly is surprised to see Vlad standing right there in front of him. The main character stares at the young boy with a serious and determined look without saying a word. All bruised, the kid asks what brings him there so late at night to his room. Vlad then answers he came to get something, leaving his new friend even more confused. With an authoritative tone, the main character holds out his hand and tells his friend to hand it over. Portly asks if he wants the whole ham and the boy just confirms with a yes. With a sad sigh, the kid laments because he hoped they could get along. He thinks the boy only sees him as a source of food just like everyone else. But despite the sadness and disappointment, he still prefers to have company when eating. Reluctantly, he hands over the ham and says that is still better than eating alone. Vlad then comforts him and says he is taking that as fair compensation for his actions. Surprised and confused, Portly stares at him, not understanding what he means by those words. With a serious look, the boy says a knight once taught him a valuable lesson. He remembers the words and reflects that a true knight only accepts fair trades. Outside, the young man faces the 14 men and accuses them of being cowards for attacking in a pack. Sovinen tells him to shut up and says he will find out how long his arrogance will last. With a provoking gesture, Vlad calls him to fight and says it is the least he can do. With clenched teeth, the bully stares at him with a look of pure hatred and disgust. He then shouts for his men to crush him, and they all charge at the main character. With a confident smile, the boy thinks changing clothes for the fight was a good idea. With his weapon in hand, he gets ready and says a little damage will happen tonight. In an instant, he charges and attacks the men with impressive speed and strength. The bullies are shocked and scared by the young warrior's skill and ferocity. One of them shouts not to retreat and to surround him, but Vlad keeps fighting hard. Sovinen is shocked and thinks the boy is different from the training earlier. Angrily, he shouts for his men not to back down and threatens to take down anyone who disobeys. The character moves swiftly and dodges the enemy's attacks with great agility. With a cold look, he stares at him and asks if he has ever ended someone's life before. The bully gets furious and attacks him with his wooden sword, using all his strength. With a quick movement, the boy dodges the strike and lets it swing past without hitting him. He then reflects that on the expedition he only thought about attacking with as much force as possible. With an accurate strike, he hits the enemy's chin, leaving him dazed and unable to react. The sword tells him his training is paying off and tells him to keep the opponent trapped in the space. The man curses at him in anger, but the main character keeps attacking with precise strikes. With a quick movement, he dodges and hits him again, leaving the man surprised. Vlad then realizes that is his space and his zone of control in the battle. With this new perception, he dominates the fight and attacks with his own rhythm and flow. With a final strike, he knocks him to the ground with a cry of pain and agony. Fallen, the man complains of pain in his leg and stares at the main character with fear and hatred. The young man then grabs the ham he brought with him and stares at him with a threatening look. The bully cries in fear and despair upon seeing the object in his opponent's hands. With a wicked smile, the main character gets ready to use the ham in a very unconventional way. With a strong blow, he hits him with the ham, causing a sound of something cracking. The other bullies watch the scene, shocked and terrified by the boy's brutality. The bully trembles with pain and fear, feeling the weight of the main character's body on top of him. With the wooden sword in hand, the young man stares down at him with a cold and threatening expression. With an icy look, he tells him to stay out of his sight and stop bothering the kid. The man agrees and realizes the boy was serious about his threats. He then realizes the young warrior was truly willing to go all the way. With a sigh of relief, the main character says that was the fair payment for the ham. He turns to the others and with a challenging look asks who will be next in line. The men step back in fear and stare at him with expressions of pure dread and surprise. With a confident smile, he warns them that if they do not come, he will go to them for the fight. The group of bullies trembles in fear and freezes, unable to react to the threat. The beating continues and the sounds of the strikes echo through the mansion courtyard during the night. From the window of his room, the count watches the whole scene with a calm and serene expression. With a smile, he says to himself that the young man's performance is truly impressive. Elsewhere, the knights gather in a large room for their monthly meeting. Those who support Rugger stand on one side of the room, showing their loyalty to the young man. On the other side stand the knights who support Joseph, and those who prefer to remain neutral. Knight Gregory stands out among the neutral ones with his imposing and serious posture. Commander Antalas reads the schedule and announces that the agenda was adjusted due to a mission. He then announces the next topic is the distribution of the church's sacred relics. The count senses the tension in the room and watches the knights with an attentive and calculating look. Upon hearing of his pupil's deeds, Zaire thinks to himself that the boy is a troublemaker. Sir Gregory thanks him and says he now owes him a favor and does not care if it is a challenge. With a nod, the knight says he will remember the promise and walks away with long strides. With a proud smile, he thinks it was he who taught the young man, and that is the least he could do. In another room, a suit of armor and new clothes are displayed on a wooden mannequin. Joseph reveals his father sent that as a gift, and Zaire is surprised by the gesture. One of the men comments it is a great honor for a mere squire to receive such a gift. The eye-patched knight then reveals the armor is made of gray orc leather. He explains these orcs only exist in the north, and the armor is a symbol of the warriors from there. With this, the young lord realizes his father really wants the boy by his side at any cost. Zaire agrees and says no other squire even comes close to being a rival for him. Joseph then picks up a letter and says it is time to act, because there's no time to lose. With a smile, he shows the letter and announces that is their next step. Reading the letter, Zaire notices that it is not an ordinary invitation and is intrigued by its contents. The lord then looks at him and asks if he accepts the proposal inside the mysterious letter. Without hesitating, the man agrees and says he was waiting for a chance like that. With a satisfied smile, the noble says everything is settled and prepares for the mission. He then announces they are going to Durmar, a place of great strategic importance. The entourage leaves in a carriage and travels down the roads on a sunny and calm day. Inside the carriage, Joseph comments that Durmar is famous for its lemons, and the northerners love the fruit. Additionally, the city is one of the gateways to the central region and is therefore very important. The main character understands, and the Lord says crises always bring unique opportunities. He reveals the Heinel house is in a dispute over the hair, and the invitation is a plea for help. The boy looks thoughtful and concludes the world of nobility is indeed very complicated. In the end, the dispute is over the control of Dermar, and they are fighting among themselves to get it. The noble comments that rivalry between families is as old as the nobility itself. The rightful heir is Alicia, but her uncle Endra claims she is the product of an illegitimate affair. He wanted the title of Baron, and being a woman, Alicia had no power to defend herself from the accusation. To prove her innocence, they decided on an honorable duel overseen by the church. Joseph explains Alicia as his distant cousin, and that justifies his help as a relative. That is the chance to earn a favor from the Heinel house, and his father agreed with the plan. The main character is impressed by the complexity and cunning of the local nobility. The family then invited Zaire to defend their honor in the upcoming duel. Outside, the knight feels the boy's gaze and tells him not to stare with such audacity. Zaire scolds him and says a squire should not be in the carriage while a knight rides a horse. Embarrassed, the young man apologizes and stares at the floor, not knowing what to say to his master. The man criticizes him for beating the other squires and still not knowing how to ride a horse. He says he does not know why he wastes time teaching a fool, and the boy thinks of an excuse. Zaire then shouts that any expensive horse should ride on his back, because it is worth more than him. Suddenly, the main character feels a strange vibration in his armor and is confused. With his hand on his chest, the main character wonders why his heart is beating so fast. He guesses Zaire's scolding might have been the cause of that strange feeling. The young man reflects on the dynamic of his new life and how intense things have been. He thinks Joseph always talks to him while Zaire constantly reprimands him. Suddenly, he feels a tremor and his bright eyes widen in surprise and confusion. The carriage shakes and he wonders if it is an earthquake and what is going on. Outside, Zaire also feels the ground shake and gets ready for what is to come. The earth continues to shake strongly and the entire entourage goes on high alert. With an authoritative shout, the eye-patched knight orders everyone to get off their horses. The knights obey promptly and dismount their animals to take cover from the tremor. Inside the carriage, a guard tries to protect the lord, but the main character is faster. With agility, he jumps and pushes Joseph out of the carriage to save him from danger. Surprised by the sudden action, the noble stares at him with wide eyes, not understanding. Vlad says he appreciates the concern, but there is no need for so much panic. One of the men sighs in relief and says the tremor seems to have passed completely. The lord comments it was his first time in an earthquake, but the boy says it was not that. He points to the horizon and shows the tracks left by the creature on the grass. Joseph looks in the indicated direction and wonders what could have caused that on the ground. Vlad then reveals it is a giant worm, a remnant of a dragon that fell a long time ago. With wide eyes, the main character repeats the words and stares at the creature in fear. With a confident smile, the boy admires the view and the landscape around him. With shining eyes, he says the place is magnificent and he is impressed by the beauty. They then arrive at Dermar, the only city of the Heinel house and a place of great importance. The entourage enters the city and heads to the grand and luxurious mansion of the noble family. At the entrance, Joseph dismisses him and says he is free to do whatever he wants in the city. The lord tells him to take Got and learn as much as he can about the place and its customs. The main character is surprised and wonders if he can really do what he wants without restrictions. The noble notices his hesitation and asks if there is any problem with his orders. With a serious look, the young lord reminds him to think about the reason he brought him along. He explains the duel will be a group battle and knights from all over will be there. The boy understands Joseph wants him to learn by watching the other knights in action. The noble wants to train him in the best way and therefore exposes him to various experiences. Zaire warns him not to get beaten up and reminds him they need to train at night to warm up. With a sigh, the young man says he is not foolish enough to get into trouble again, but the knight says he has already lost his trust because a squire who cannot ride is a disgrace. The noble then orders him to report his activities and warn about anything suspicious. The main character walks away thinking he has not had free time in a while and decides to explore the place. He notes the estate is smaller and older than the Vayazid families and wonders why. The boy remembers the city is famous for its lemons and guesses business is not going well. Suddenly, his sword begins to vibrate and emit a strange and unknown energy. The sword says it remembers that place, and the main character is surprised by the revelation. It then mentions the tree at the top of the hill, and the boy observes it carefully. With a smile, he says he will need to go somewhere to pray and prepares for what is to come. He remembers the deal and knows it is time to pay back everything he has received so far. In a dark room, a woman thanks Joseph for coming to her home to help her. The lord says any threat to a relative is a threat to him and that family is everything. The mysterious woman reveals herself as Lady Alicia, the heir to the house in the city of Dermar. Joseph informs her his father already gave permission and now only her decision is needed. With clenched hands, she says she has already made up her mind and will respect the count's wishes, but she warns him this will only happen if victory in the duel is hers in the end. Confidently, the young noble tells her not to worry about the outcome of the duel. He then guarantees the Vayazid sword has always been and always will be a guarantee of victory. The sun sets over the mansion. The sky is filled with warm, vibrant colors at dusk. Joseph's men comment on Alicia's calmness and that she has the qualities of a leader. Zaire agrees and says she never lost control of the situation at any moment. But the lord says this does not affect the original plan they set out in any way. Elsewhere, the main character reflects that memories are the only things left in the end. He understands humans leave traces, so the memories of that day come back upon seeing them. With a sad look, the boy regrets his mother did not have a headstone like that one. He then kneels before the grave and notices the place is not very well kept. With his hand on the stone, the boy starts clearing the dry leaves covering the grave. The sword asks him a question and he says he is just greeting the owners of the land. Embarrassed, the main character realizes the sword said nothing, and he was talking to himself. With the sword in hand, he gives thanks and says he will observe the place carefully. With one knee on the ground, he drives the sword into the earth and gets ready for the ritual. With his head bowed, he focuses and tries to connect with the memories of the place. An energy shadow appears and images start popping up in his mind like bubbles. He has a vision of the smaller tree and remembers being there with someone else. Suddenly, he feels a strange presence and realizes something is watching him. The sword says the creature is staring at him because it seems to recognize it from somewhere. It then asks to use his body for a minute, and the boy agrees with the request. With a sigh, he closes his eyes and says he is ready for whatever comes next. A blue energy begins to emanate from his body and spread all over the place. With glowing eyes, he stands up and a powerful aura surrounds him completely. With incredible speed, he runs through the cemetery toward the mysterious presence. The boy is startled to see a strange creature and wonders what that thing is in front of him. A large white serpent with bright blue eyes stares at him with curiosity. The sword reveals the creature is a nature spirit and is connected to that place. The spirit watches him and the sword explains it is because it is inside his body. The serpent then starts coming down the tree and the main character watches with fear and apprehension. The sword says it will not bite and the boy asks how it can be so sure. He then realizes he does not feel threatened by the giant creature in front of him. Actually, he feels a warmth inside and a spring-like energy all over the hill. Suddenly, a voice interrupts him and he is startled to see a woman approaching. The main character stays silent and watches the woman while his eye shines intensely. At the same time, the white serpent begins to disappear and fades into a soft light. The woman questions him about what he is doing in that sacred and private cemetery. With a serious look, she warns him that only members of the Hino family are allowed there. He apologizes and explains he found the place while looking for a spot to pray. With a suspicious expression, the woman stares at him and questions his true intentions. To prove his innocence, the boy shows his badge and says he is Zaire's squire. She examines the object and concludes he is not suspicious and she can trust his words. With a smile, the young man gives thanks and puts his identification badge away carefully. An awkward silence takes over the place, and the two stare at each other not knowing what to say. He worries because if she tells someone this could hurt Jose's reputation. Thinking of the consequences, he knows he needs to make sure she keeps her mouth shut. With a polite gesture, he offers to help her, and the woman is surprised by the offer. He assumes she is one of the maids and is there to take care of the family graves. The boy then reveals he already cleaned some of the graves that were covered in leaves. The woman is surprised by his action and stares at him with a look of curiosity and gratitude. The boy says it is just a way of greeting the owners of those sacred lands. With a smile, he grabs the bucket and offers to do the work in her place. In exchange, he asks her not to tell anyone about what she saw there in the cemetery. The main character explains Zaire would be furious if he found out about his visit to the place. With a discreet smile, the woman stares at him and seems to find the unusual situation amusing. She then says that depends on how well he cleans the family's graves. Annoyed, the young man grumbles that pretty women always complicate his life somehow. He then starts scrubbing the headstone hard while the woman watches him closely. With an amused smile, she stares at him and seems to find the scene quite funny and curious. The sun sets and the leaves fall from the tree, creating a beautiful and melancholic scene in the cemetery. Elsewhere, sounds of a fierce battle echo through the halls of the grand mansion. A man comments that most people would have their bones broken by an attack like that. Vlad agrees and says he understands why they call him the wild boar of the central region, but he admits he is more impressed by Sir Pablo's incredible shield technique. The boy watches the warm-up and wonders if that is what it means to be a knight. One of the men reminds him Borden is also a knight, and Vlad concludes they are not all equal. He reflects that now he begins to understand his place in the world and what he needs to evolve. With a sigh, the young man acknowledges he still has a long and difficult path ahead. Finally, the day of the duel arrives and an atmosphere of tension takes over the grand hall. Nervous, the main character tightens the straps of his armor and prepares for what is to come. The main character helps Zaire tighten his armor, and the knight tells him to tighten it more. With a discreet glance, he scans the room and the people gathered there for the duel. He then spots Heino, the man who wants to take control of his niece's family. Zaire tells him to pay close attention because it is not every day you see a knight's duel. With a serious tone, he warns him not to get carried away by what he saw the day before in the fight. The boy is surprised by his master's words and stares at him with a confused expression. The knight notices his surprise and says what he is thinking is written all over his face. The young man admits he was shocked by the skill of the knights he secretly watched fighting. Zaire reminds him he is a beginner and does not yet have the right to run before he can walk. He then advises him to aim high because the bigger the goal, the longer the journey will be. With a smile, the main character agrees with his master's words and thanks him for the advice. Suddenly, a voice announces the arrival of an important person and grabs everyone's attention. The grand doors of the hall open and an elegant and imposing figure enters the place. The boy assumes it is the head of the family and comments he has never seen her in person before. With light steps, the woman walks across the room toward the center with an air of nobility. The main character is surprised upon seeing the woman and stares at her with wide eyes. A voice then announces the arrival of Lady Alicia Heinel, the heir and head of the family. The sword jokes and says he will have to add insulting nobles to his list of offenses. Lady Alicia walks through the hall with one of her men and heads to her seat of honor. Passing by Vlad, she stares at him for a moment, and the boy gets startled by her look. With an icy glare, she stares at him for an instant, and the boy feels a chill down his spine. The main character starts sweating cold and realizes in a panic that she recognized him from the cemetery. Without hesitating, he bows as the noblewoman passes him with a discreet smile. With an imposing posture, Lady Alicia sits on her throne and watches the room in silence. A priest then announces the start of the duel and blesses the combat with a short prayer. The duel with everything at stake was about to begin, and the tension between the two was palpable. The knights face each other and prepare for an honorable match, but entirely without mercy. They say noble blood is blue and carries the weight of great responsibilities, but Alicia was not ready to let her blood cool down and throws a white handkerchief. With a desperate shout, she orders everyone to stop the combat immediately. At this, one of the knights with heavy breathing declares his surrender in the duel. Even defeated, he says that it's still not over and the fight has not ended. The priest tells Sir Duncan to admit defeat because his master threw in the towel. The fallen knight then asks Duncan if he is still his captain. The winner reflects he raised him to be the future of the Heinel house and not a traitor. With shame, a tear falls down the face of the warrior who just lost. The priest then announces Sir Chard Ender's knight as the grand victor. Ender's supporters celebrate, saying it was a great start for them. Right after, the next duelists are called to the combat arena. The rules are repeated and the use of aura is forbidden for all participants. Zayar gets ready to fight and stares at his squire with a serious and focused look. He tells Vlad to pay attention because he is trying to run without even knowing how to walk. The main character then faces his master with his eyes shining with determination. Zayar warns that today's lesson will happen right there in that great hall, and the study material will be the wild boar of the central region, his opponent. With a swift movement, he lunges forward and delivers a powerful strike with his sword. The attack hits the opponent directly, who shouts in pain from the impact of the strike. The experienced knight keeps his focus and continues to press his adversary. The opponent thinks the difference is only one step and he can win the fight, but he realizes Zayar's attack is a bit faster than his. Zayar leaps in the air with agility and dodges his adversary's counterattack. The man then realizes his enemy's strength is also a bit greater. With a calculating look, Alicia's knight never takes his eyes off his target. The exchange of strikes continues and the swords clash with incredible speed. Ender's men comment that his strength is amazing and he is cornering him, but one of the knights watches the fight in silence with a worried expression. He wonders if the others do not notice the fight is taking a strange turn. The opposing knight is frustrated and wonders why he cannot reach his target. With a smile, Zayar provokes him like a bullfighter and challenges him to continue the fight. Furious, the man insults his opponent and attacks with all his strength and anger. He unleashes a heavy downward strike, hoping to end the fight, but the experienced knight gets ready to block the attack with calm and precision. Vlad watches closely because he knows that fight is a lesson for him. With a precise movement, Zayar blocks the sword and creates an opening for an attack. The man is shocked to see his guard is completely open and vulnerable. Vlad's master keeps his focus and prepares his counterattack with a cold look. In panic, the opponent realizes he fell into a trap and the fight is lost. Zayar then seizes the chance and hits him with a fast and accurate strike. He explains to his squire that is an unavoidable opening created by the block. This is the so-called counterattack technique, a high-level skill. The main character understands it is a technique to attack by taking advantage of the enemy's opening. With the sword pointed at the adversary's neck, the fight comes to an end. On his knees, the man surrenders and acknowledges his opponent's superiority. Out of breath, he admits Zayar is on a completely different level. Indeed, Alicia's knight seems to be on an almost unreachable level. With his head down, the man declares he lost the duel fairly. The priest announces Sir Jager as the victor and Alicia breathes a sigh of relief. On the other side, Ender's supporters get furious at the outcome of the combat. The victorious knight then steps away from his opponent fallen on the arena floor. He approaches Vlad and asks if the young man watched his fight well. With a determined look, the boy gives thanks and says yes, he learned the lesson. At this point, the last duel of the day is announced, and the knights take their positions in the center. One of the combatants introduces himself formally as Pablo of Arnstein. His opponent finds the formality funny and says they already know each other well, but Pablo ignores the provocation and repeats his name with a serious and focused look. The other man then introduces himself as Jubert of Shazad with an air of superiority. Vlad analyzes the two and concludes Jubert is on a level above the rest. Jubert then turns around and faces Joseph and Alicia, who are sitting on their thrones. The young noble is confused by the unexpected action of her uncle's knight. Suddenly, he makes a deep bow and bows before everyone in the hall. Joseph is shocked by the gesture and does not understand what is happening there. He wonders why the knight is saying goodbye to him in that way. Jubert announces he is withdrawing from the duel and gives up the final fight. With wide eyes, Alicia cannot believe what she just heard. Everyone on her side is left in shock by the sudden turn of events. Joseph clenches his fists in anger and frustration at his knight's actions. Enro celebrates and says with the withdrawal the duel is officially over. The representative from the north then realizes his opponent had a few tricks up his sleeve. The traitorous noble demands everyone recognize him as the one and true Yahello, but Joseph refuses to accept it and says the dispute is not over yet. With a victorious smile, Enro says he understands his feelings but the duel has ended. The man then states the duel cannot end until he is convinced. He reveals the Bayezid house has no intention whatsoever of accepting the result. Enro challenges him and asks if he has anyone to replace the knight who dropped out. He is sure he does not because guests cannot bring many knights with them. To everyone's surprise, Joseph firmly says yes, he has a substitute. Enro is shocked to hear he will present a new warrior in Alicia's name. With a gesture he points to Vlad, who is ready for whatever comes. Joseph then announces Vlad of Asura as the new representative in the final duel. He argues that as the representative of the North, everyone must at least hear him out. The man warns a conflict between the North and the Center could break out from there. Enro gets tense and wonders what he should do facing that situation. Joseph knows he needs a victory to prevent the worst and plan the future. He then asks them to allow the duel to avoid tarnishing Alicia's reputation. The noble's uncle shouts that Vlad is not a knight and is not worthy of fighting. Joseph replies that in an honorable duel anyone with a sword can fight, but Enro insists sending a vassal is a disgrace to the Arnstein house. Angrily, Joseph shouts and asks if they are going to let that happen to the Bayezid house's honor. Enro's men are scared and the blue-haired one gets annoyed by such cheap tricks. With his hand on his chest, the noble says he guarantees the young man's reputation and takes responsibility. The rival knight agrees to the fight but wonders what a mere vassal can do. Nervous, the main character questions Zayar if he is really going to take part in a duel against a knight. With a drop of sweat rolling down, he asks fearfully if he will not end up falling right there. The man then reassures him and says if the worst happens he will step into the fight, but the still worried boy asks what happens if it is not the worst but still bad. Seeing his master's silence, the young man gets annoyed and asks why he is not answering. At that moment, Joseph calls his name and the boy turns to look at him attentively. To his surprise, the noble pulls him into a hug and leaves him completely speechless. Embarrassed, the main character says Lord Joseph did not need to do that for him. In his ear, the man asks him to hold on for just 10 minutes in the duel. He then reveals he already had a plan and Vorden has received all his orders. The young man asks if 10 minutes will be enough, and the noble answers the longer the better. With a determined look, Vlad grasps the situation and promises he will do his best to hold on. His patron then asks him be careful and the boy agrees before stepping away. With steady steps, the main character walks alone through the hall towards his destiny. Seated on her throne, the noblewoman watches him approach with a worried expression. He stops in front of the Harris and his opponent, getting ready for the inevitable combat. Confidently, the boy introduces himself formally as Vlad of Asura to his adversary. The knight on the other side stares at him with a serious and focused look, showing no emotion. With a quick movement, the man slams his shield on the floor with a massive impact. He then says the boy is not worthy of hearing his name because the duel has lost its honor. Repeating the word worthy, the main character reveals with a cold look that he hates that word. He remembers his past and wonders why people always monopolize the good things. Gripping his sword's handle, he then questions what makes him so inferior to the others. But he states he has no intention of ending up as a nobody and faces his opponent. The knight watches him in silence and comments that Bayezid's standards have really fallen. With his eyes glowing blue, the main character faces his adversary with pure determination. The knight tells the boy to ignore the rules and fight with everything he has. His opponent says he will cut the problem off at the root and finish it quickly. Vlad faces the challenge and decides that today he will prove his worth to everyone. He then leaps into the attack because today is the day the boy deserves to shine. In an instant, the swords clash and sparks fly with the force of the impact. The experienced knight analyzes him with a look of confidence and superiority, and for the first time in his life, he does not raise the sword for someone else but for himself. The sword warns him to aim to the left, where he usually protects himself. He follows the advice and attacks the left side because habits are scary things. The spectators are amazed by his speed and note he is no ordinary boy. The adversary blocks the attack and uses his strength to push the young man downward. The opponent realizes Vlad is a natural talent and possesses an incredible fierceness. The man compares him to a hungry wolf with a sharp instinct for survival. The knight admits the boy has a good spirit, but that is not enough. The main character feels the pressure and sweat runs down his face from the effort. At this, the man attacks once more with a heavy strike full of brute force. The experienced warrior keeps his serious posture and no longer underestimates the young man. Vlad blocks the strike, but the adversary says he is still not at his level. With difficulty, he feels the weight of the blows and compares it to being hit by stones. The man raises his sword and asks if the boy's little tricks are over. With this, he unleashes a devastating downward attack with all his might. The young man manages to block at the last second, but the impact almost breaks his arms. The sword shouts in his mind for him not to block it head-on and to try to parry. Following the advice, he manages to parry the attack and deflect the blade to the side. With a grunt of effort, he uses all his strength to push the enemy weapon. Suddenly, another knight appears and attacks him by surprise with a thin sword. With no time to react, the main character takes a direct hit and shouts in pain. The boy stumbles backward while the traitorous knight gets ready to attack. On his knees, the boy leans on his sword and stares at his original opponent approaching. The large knight stops in front of him and looks down at him with contempt. With a serious expression, the knight says the boy's performance was impressive, but he admits he is still a boy worthy of resisting his powerful strikes. He then regrets they had to meet in a duel in that great hall. With a respectful look, the warrior tells the young man to find him later for a chat. In the boy's mind, the sword says he worked hard and can rest in peace. At this, an intense glow takes over the hall, and the main character moves with speed. Joseph and Zayar watch the scene with surprise and do not understand what just happened. Ender's supporters are shocked by the twist and what they saw in the arena. Lady Alicia also widens her eyes at the sudden skill of the young squire. The opposing knight wonders in confusion what that technique he used was. He then questions if it was a counterattack technique like Zayar's. One of Ender's men cannot believe a mere squire managed to stop a knight. With a disdainful look, another man says it was just a coincidence, and to look at him, the boy is exhausted and can barely lift his sword after so much effort. But Pablo disagrees and says that is something hard to accept even for him. Panning, the main character stands up and faces his opponent directly. With a weak voice, he then asks why it is only the knight who is there. The man is confused and wonders if the young man ended up losing consciousness. Suddenly, Vlad's eye shines intensely and he begins to say something strange. The knight realizes something is wrong and feels a different energy in the air. He then wonders if the boy is dreaming or seeing something within his memories. In a vision, the boy with no rights walks down a dirty and hopeless street. He always desired shiny things and dreamed of having a sword like that. The young man wanted to have skills and opportunities to change his destiny forever. He also dreamed of possessing the rights that were denied to him since birth. His greatest wish was to go to a place that shines and leave the darkness behind. With a look of pure determination, he claims he wants to be there too with the others. The knight notices the change in the boy and feels a flower is about to bloom. A bright flower that no one had ever seen before emerges with a powerful aura. The two swords cross once again and the duel restarts with a new intensity. The blue-haired man is amazed and asks what on earth is happening there. In a memory, Zayar says he did not show him the techniques so he could do that. He then explains he only showed it for the young man to focus on his basic fundamentals. In the arena, the exchange of strikes continues and the fight becomes even more intense. Zayar is shocked because the boy is already using the technique that was barely taught. The knight notices the sword's sharpness is gone and is now filled with determination. With a smile, the adversary finds the situation interesting and stares at him with curiosity. He then wonders where all that resolve of the young man is aimed at. Even with injured hands, the boy grips the sword with all the strength he has left. The experienced warrior is surprised by the energy emanating from the main character. He then realizes the sword is howling and feels something big is about to happen. The opponent wonders if the flower of the boy's potential is about to bloom. Because of this, he decides he must fulfill his duties as an elite knight. He lunges forward and delivers a powerful strike to test the young man's limits. With a shout, the man challenges the boy to block his strongest and most decisive attack. He encourages him to bring out the world that is about to bloom inside him. Vlad braces for the impact and unleashes all his energy into a single strike. Ender's men are in shock at the aura and wonder what that is. The main character's sword is wrapped in a bright and powerful blue energy. Ender and his ally realize the premonition they had is becoming real. Zayar watches everything with a tense look because he knows what was about to happen. Desperate, Pablo shouts and asks someone to bring him a shield immediately. One of his men runs and hands a large shield for the knight to defend himself. With the shield in hand, he gets ready for the devastating attack coming from the young man. The boy's sword shines brightly, and he attacks with all his might. The knight shouts his name and formally introduces himself to honor the grand duel. He then shouts to the boy who has the rights and demands to know his name. With his eyes glowing blue, the main character gets ready to introduce himself. A vision from the past appears and shows the boy who was born in a place with no rights. He remembers his old home and the humble place he came from before it all. He also recalls the footprints he left behind on his life's journey. But even coming from the bottom, he walked toward the place that shines with hope. And upon arriving there, he finally proved his own right to exist to himself. The reflection of the grand golden castle shines brightly in the young warrior's eyes. With his eyes glowing blue, he gets ready to shout his name for everyone to hear. With a powerful shout, he announces himself as Vlad of Shora and releases all his energy. The light is so strong that Lady Alicia needs to cover her eyes so as not to go blind. At the same time, Joseph and Zayar shield themselves from the intense glow and are impressed. Ender's men are also forced to protect themselves from that explosion of power. Pablo accepts the challenge and shouts the boy's name back with respect and admiration. With a battle cry, the main character charges forward and releases his final attack. The two auras clash in an explosion of energy that shakes the entire grand hall. With a satisfied smile, the experienced knight admires the result of the confrontation. Lying on the ground, the young man is injured, and the opponent congratulates him for a good job. With a serene expression, the main character passes out after using all his energy. Suddenly, one of Ender's men shouts in shock that was the use of an aura. Annoyed, the blue-haired man demands the fool be disqualified on the spot. Pablo calls him pathetic for only thinking about the result and not the flower that bloomed. At that moment, Joseph and Zayar approach the knight with firm and serious steps. The noble then thanks Sir Pablo for fulfilling his duties as a true knight. The warrior replies he only did what he had to do, and it was a moment of honor. Joseph then turns to the priest and asks him if what they saw was indeed an aura. With a bit of fear, the man in the red hat confirms the information is correct. The patron then asks which concept is superior, the divine rules or the code of the Swordmaster. The priest is shocked by the question because he understands the gravity of the situation. Only one person in history has held the title of Swordmaster, and that comes with a code. Joseph explains the code is an honor and a duty and is tied to royal authority. He stares at Ender and says the matter must be taken to the royal palace for a decision. The blue-haired man gets furious at the twist in Joseph's audacity. The noble then declares the outcome of the duel will be postponed until an official answer. A voice says all the youth in the world have the right to let their flowers bloom, and therefore everyone must jealously protect these precious and unique moments. Everyone who raises the honorable sword must then swear in the name of the Swordmaster. They swear that all will fulfill their duties as loyal knights to the great king. That then is the first code of Frozen the Swordmaster and founding king. Elsewhere in a grand mansion, a new day begins with a bright sun. Lying in bed, the main character finally wakes up after the intense battle of the duel. With a weak voice, he calls for Gothi and desperately asks for some water. Someone then fills a glass with fresh water and prepares to hand it over. The boy groans in pain and says every bone in his body hurts a lot. Suddenly, a hand offers the glass, and the young man is surprised by the visit. His patron smiles and says he is happy to see he has regained his strength. Embarrassed, the main character apologizes, but the noble tells him to make himself comfortable. The man then asks if any place hurts in particular, and the boy shakes his head no. Joseph thanks him sincerely because he did not imagine he would do so much for them. Thanks to him, the duel was postponed, and the young man wonders what that really means. The noble explains the situation got complicated because the duel rules and the code mixed. The boy remembers the voice in his head already mentioned the Swordmaster's code. To become a knight, you must take an oath following that code. The main character is surprised to hear that one day he might also take that oath. The image of becoming a knight then pops into his mind with great hope. The noble says goodbye and says staying there too long might be a problem, but the boy says he is fine and can already get up to help with whatever is needed. Joseph stops him and says he cannot allow that to happen at all. He then reveals he is the kind of person who values things that deserve to be. The young man asks about the guests, and the man says they are leaving one by one. Elsewhere, Alicia watches Endra and feels frustrated at not being able to do anything. She then asks if her uncle also left, but his departure was delayed. The noblewoman cannot believe she needs to let the one who betrayed her leave in peace and feels her heart ache. Her advisor says it is important for her to establish total control over Dirmar. With a determined look, the young noblewoman understands she needs to do whatever it takes. She then changes the subject and asks her advisor how the lemon harvest is going. Production keeps falling and she suggests planting more barley to make up for the loss. But the man advises her to wait because changing the industrial structure is a big decision. The young lady agrees and admits it is a hard decision to make at that time. With a sigh, she feels that after one challenge, another bigger one always appears on her path. Suddenly, she has an idea and opens her eyes with a curious expression on her face. The noblewoman asks Sir Duncan if most knights know how to ride a horse. He confirms, saying it is a virtue as important as handling a sword for them. With a smile, the young lady concludes the gods do not give everything to one person after all. The advisor is confused by the statement and does not understand what she meant. Elsewhere, Vlad struggles to ride a horse while Zaire watches him with distress. With a sudden movement, the animal throws him to the ground without any pity for the boy. The master pulls him up by the collar and questions him about saying it worked with an expensive horse. Afraid, the young man suggests maybe the horse needs to be even more expensive to work. Annoyed, Zaire hits him and tells him to think a little before talking nonsense. Frustrated, the boy remembers he managed to do it last time, but Gothi was guiding the animal. The other man then confirms to the knight that the young man really did ride. The master realizes the situation is serious and teaching him on his own did not work. Gothi comments that even his horse is backing away from the kid with hesitation. The animal seems terrified of something in front of it and will not come close. Zaire then ends the training and tells them to skip the next day's practice as well. Disappointed, the main character asks when he will finally learn to ride a horse. The eye-patched man just replies they are postponing the training for now. The boy complains about hearing that word too many times, and the master asks if he has a problem. With a sigh, the knight realizes there is no quick fix for that problem. He then says he will think of something when they return to Sturma, because he has work to do. Gothi wonders why horses seem to hate the boy more and more over time. The young man suggests if expensive horses do not work, he could try riding a cow. The other man tells him to stop talking and think a bit, but the boy gets annoyed by the comment. With an ironic smile, the man tells him to keep riding in the carriage because Sir Jager will love it. He then says goodbye and takes the horse to the stable while Vlad wonders what the problem is. The sword says the problem might be he is moving too fast and animals are sensitive. The young man then asks what he should do, and the sword answers he needs to control his momentum. For that, he needs to use aura freely, but he cannot even summon it properly yet. The sword reminds him of Zaire's words and says he should not run before he can walk. Suddenly, the main character remembers they will return to Stroma after the farewell ceremony. Looking at the mansion, he then wonders if he should go back there one last time before leaving. Elsewhere, in a luxurious hallway, the sunlight enters through the grand windows of the palace. A pink-haired man walks and thinks he failed, but his lord will understand the situation. He then concludes that what happened with that boy was just an unfortunate accident. But he still finds it ridiculous that a mere vassal managed to do so much damage. Suddenly, he senses a strange presence and stops in the middle of the hallway in surprise. Zyar is there with his sword pointed at him and greets him very aggressively. The pink-haired man says he did not need to go that far with that attitude. But the eye-patched knight replies he feels he needs to go as far as necessary. The man asks how long he had been waiting, and Zyar says he has the day off today. The other thinks it is a waste of a day off to stand there waiting for him in the hallway. Zyar then replies he needs to use his day off to catch up on his work. The pink-haired man says he also had no choice, and the knight agrees. With his hand on his blade, he says the whole situation is quite disturbing for him. The other man wraps himself in a purple aura and says they should come to an understanding, but Zyar says if the master orders a dog to bark, someone like him just needs to obey. The two face off with swords in hand, and their auras of power clash in the place. The eye-patched knight's eye shines with an intense green energy in the hallway. With a smirk, the pink-haired man finds the tense situation amusing. He then lowers his sword and says that is already more than enough of a warning. He says they are both like dogs who only bite when their masters order them to. The man then says goodbye and warns him any spilled life force there will mean a war. Suddenly, he is interrupted by a hard punch that hits him squarely in the face. With a swift movement, Zyar lands a powerful punch on his opponent in the hallway. The pink-haired man is thrown against the wall and groans in pain from the impact. The eye-patched knight says a little bite is fine because his lord is a good man. With his hand on his face, the other man mockingly asks if that is already enough. Zyar replies that it is not even close and hits him with another punch that is even stronger. The man is left breathless by the strike and stares at him with eyes full of surprise and pain. Fallen on the ground, he begins to cough and realizes the seriousness of the situation he got himself into. The knight with the eye patch says that since they are in the same industry, he should understand. With his hand on his chest, the man agrees and says that should already be enough. Zyar hopes they meet again just to make him pay for mocking his lord. The pink-haired man stands up and says they will see each other sooner or later. He then reflects that the empire is falling and that people no longer unite out of desire. With a serious look, he turns around and prepares to leave the palace corridor. Zyar watches him leave and says goodbye, saying he will see him soon somewhere else. The knight knows that the time when the sword will be needed most is coming. The time of the Great War approaches, and warriors will be more important than ever. In the graveyard, the sword says that the snake recognized him and that he should speak with it. The young man decides to take a quick look before Miss Alicia finds him there. With a blue glow in his eyes, he concentrates and tries to connect with the place. The great white serpent then appears before him with its glowing blue eyes. The creature approaches and stares at him closely, leaving the young man quite startled. With a nervous smile, he asks if it is a friend and hopes the answer is yes. The nature spirit then begins to slowly coil around the protagonist. He assumes that is a welcoming greeting and tries to keep his calm. Suddenly, the snake stares at him with a different look and seems friendlier. It then wags its tail, and the young man wonders why it is acting that way. The sword warns him not to try to understand the spirits, as they are the world itself. The creature then coils around the tree, and a blue energy begins to emanate from it. The protagonist is startled by the light but feels a warm and pleasant sensation. A blue flame appears in his eye, and he feels his body being enveloped by the energy. The sword is surprised to see a forgotten enigma, and a bluish energy surrounds the young man. The voice in his mind reveals that it is the spirit's blessing, and power flows through him. The next day, at the great mansion of the Heino family, the sun shines brightly in the blue sky. Saying goodbye, Alicia says she feels embarrassed and regrets not being able to offer a banquet. Joseph smiles and says her intentions are enough and that she should focus on her family. With a grateful smile, the young nobleman thanks Lord Joseph for all the help. The nobleman then prepares to depart, and his group gathers to leave the place. Suddenly, Alicia's advisor interrupts them and asks for Vlad of Sora to step forward. The protagonist is surprised by the unexpected call and stares at the man with curiosity. Joseph encourages him to go, and the young man agrees, approaching the noblewoman and her advisor. Zyar comments that they prepared a ceremony, and Joseph says he asked for something simple. Following protocol, the young man kneels before Lady Alicia with respect and seriousness. The noblewoman thanks him and says that without his help, she would not be there at that moment. She states that he protected the family's honor, and that no amount of gratitude would ever be enough. With a gentle gesture, she then offers a beautiful purple handkerchief as a gift for him. She says she would like to entrust her name to a man more honorable than a knight. Joseph observes the scene and concludes in his mind that she is a very intelligent woman. He understands that she wants to take advantage of this situation to strengthen ties with his house. The young man realizes the value of the gift and wonders if he should simply accept it. Zyar warns him mentally to accept it and reminds him of the scolding he got for refusing peanuts. To avoid getting another scolding, he takes the handkerchief and thanks Miss Alicia for the gift. A gasp of astonishment echoes through the crowd, and everyone is shocked by the scene they just saw. Joseph explains to Zyar that the boy does not know the customs and does not realize what he just did. The advisor interrupts him and says that is not the correct way to do that. He explains that there are two ways for a lady to hand over a handkerchief that symbolizes her honor. The first way to receive the gift is by hanging the handkerchief on the tip of the sword. On the other hand, the second way, receiving it hand to hand, is a clear and direct declaration of love. With a blushing face, the young nobleman looks away, embarrassed by the whole situation. The protagonist is confused by everyone's reaction and does not understand what is happening. The crowd points and whispers in surprise at the Harris's unexpected confession of love. Joseph's group observes the scene with great confusion and does not understand anything that just happened. Vlad promises to make good use of the handkerchief and wonders why everyone is acting so strangely. In a carriage, Joseph admits he has not been this nervous about something in a very long time. He then humorously comments that the minstrels will not have to worry about making a living. With shame and regret, the protagonist apologizes for the mistake he made. Annoyed, Zayar warns him to always look at him before receiving anything from a noble. Joseph congratulates the young man and leaves him even more confused by the unexpected situation. The nobleman explains that he is now a man honored by the high-ranking noble Lady Alicia. Because of this, he has ascended to the rank of honorary knight, and the young man is left in shock. Unable to believe it, he asks if he is now an honorary knight and cannot process it. The man clarifies that he will be treated as a knight everywhere that recognizes her. The idea of being a knight leaves him speechless, and he reflects on the new title. But the nobleman warns that this is limited to Dermar, since she just became a baroness. The young man understands that is why his title is only honorary and not official. Looking at the handkerchief, he concludes that he would not become a knight so easily. Joseph warns him never to lose the handkerchief because it represents Alicia's honor. Curious, the protagonist asks what would happen if he lost the valuable gift. The nobleman replies that he would have to take responsibility since he accepted it with both hands. With a shiver, the young man realizes the responsibility is massive and promises not to lose it. Joseph then shows a document and says that thanks to him, he will no longer need that. He explains that it is a promissory note for a loan of 10,000 gold pieces made by Alicia. The young man is shocked by the absurd amount and does not understand the reason for the loan. That was a way to secure her soldiers in case she lost the duel against Under. The young man asks the reason behind everything, because losing the duel means losing the right. The man compares a cause to a spark in ashes that can reignite with the right wind. Vlad begins to understand how nobles live their lives looking for justifications. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over him, and he feels something different in the air. The nobleman asks what is wrong, and the young man says he heard something coming from the west. Outside, a large cloud of dust kicks up, and the sound of horses approaches. A cavalry troop approaches at high speed, kicking up dust wherever it passes. Surprised, the protagonist looks in the direction of the noise he heard from the forest. A large cavalry troop advances at high speed toward the group. Startled, he shouts and wonders if those men are bandits approaching. Without thinking twice, the young man grips the hilt of his sword and prepares to fight. But Joseph stops him with a gesture and asks him to put his weapon away for now. With a smile, the nobleman reveals that he already made preparations for this before the duel. The troop of knights then stops before them, and a man approaches the group. He kneels and says they are a bit late to collect what is called the fair price. Joseph stares at him and comments that he ended up asking for something a bit different than agreed upon. With a tone of approval, he says the job was well done and that he may stand up. The man with scars on his face then stares at the protagonist with a curious look. He asks if that is the vassal who received Alicia's honor with his own hands. His patron confirms it and says the rumor has already spread and he can admire him later. The white-haired knight approaches the young man and observes him with great attention. His eye glows with an intense red light as he analyzes the young man's aura. He senses a different scent of danger that reminds him of the back streets of the city. His instincts then alert him that this man is not someone to be underestimated. The nobleman invites him to return to Sturma, but says they need to quicken their pace. With a smile, he regrets the refusal and thanks his man for the services rendered. The man says he was merely being loyal to his duty as the hidden sword of Bayezid. Vlad gets confused by the title and wonders who on earth those strange people are. He then looks at the black bag and wonders what is inside that package. Joseph notices the boy's curiosity and stares at him with a serious and mysterious look. He asks if the young man is curious, and the youth confirms it with a nod of his head. With a smile, the nobleman says the bag contains a sample of what is called the world of nobles. A vision of a bloodstained sword appears, showing a cold and completely merciless world. In this brutal world full of dangers, only the strongest manage to survive. It is a place that does not forgive the weak, and where there is no room for mistakes. Elsewhere, a man informs that a group of pilgrims is passing through Sturma. They only wish to see the dragon's trail, and said they do not want to be disturbed. The Lord of Sturma reflects on the voices of the gods and the sincerity of the pilgrims. He decides to observe them without them knowing, and his advisor already expected this. With his hand on his chest, he states that he has the right to enjoy what he truly deserves. The advisor then prepares to make the arrangements, and the nobleman has another matter. He comments about his second son and Vlad and the great feat they accomplished. With a smile, the old man agrees and says the report made his heart race. With crossed arms, the Lord reflects on the nostalgic first code of the Swordmaster. He thinks about the elite education and how rare it was to invoke the first code back then. The advisor regrets that the nobleman was not there, because he would have loved the scene. But the Lord says that not only he, but other people would have liked it as well. At that moment, he remembers the legendary golden generation of the Bayezid house and its warriors. The advisor jokes that the old-timers will come running, and the Lord says Joseph would love it. He remembers Vlad crawling in the mud but bringing back something shiny in the end. With a serious look, the man admits to himself that he has a lot to think about. Because at the end of the day, he knows he will only be able to choose one of them for the future. Elsewhere, one of the recruits comments that Vlad returned after completing his mission. The others are surprised, and the rumors that he dueled a knight begin to spread. But one of them finds it ridiculous and does not believe a guy from the alley used aura. At that moment, the dining hall door opens and someone enters complaining about being hungry. Vlad then enters the hall in new clothes and asks if it has already been a month since he left. He notices that everyone is in silence and staring at him with looks of surprise and admiration. The protagonist then walks through the dining hall under the attentive gaze of everyone there. It no longer mattered if they came from rich or poor families, because status was already gone. The old childhood alley fight had finally reached its end at that moment. Everything changed with the appearance of a single person who walked in a different world. With his cheek full, the young man eats a piece of bread and seems a bit annoyed by everything. He then grumbles that all that attention is becoming a nuisance when it is time to eat. His friend warns him that it will be like this for a while, because everyone already knows what happened. With a sigh, the young man wipes his mouth and comments that rumors travel very fast. His other friend then asks what he will do during the break, leaving him surprised by the news. The youth explains that all followers receive time off during that vacation week. Vlad asks if he gets it too and says he has nowhere to go anyway. Excited, his friend invites him to his house and says his father wants to meet him. With a smile, he reveals that he has never brought a friend to his house before that day. He guarantees that the food is good and that they serve unlimited roasted meat to guests. Suddenly, the young man remembers that Vlad is looking for horses and gets an idea. He then says his family can arrange a horse from anywhere in the region. With a gleam in his eyes, the boy guarantees they have animals with a better pedigree than Zaire's. Vlad stares at him seriously and says he will make sure to get time off to visit him. On a training ground, the sounds of wooden swords clashing echo through the air. Zaire and the protagonist train intensely and the swords cross at high speed. Sweat pours down the young man's face as he struggles to keep up with his master. The man with the eye patch observes him in silence and notices that he is losing focus. With a shout, he tells him to concentrate and hits him with a strong and precise blow. The exchange of strikes continues, and the two move with agility across the training ground. With clenched teeth, the young man prepares to attack, but his master is faster. The knight stares at him with a serious look and notices the frustration on his face. With a swift movement, he delivers a powerful attack and shows his superiority. Vlad tries to block, but the force of the strike throws him off balance and makes him step back. With a cry of pain, he feels the impact of the wooden sword on his body. Zaire then reprimands him for trying to do something he still cannot master. He asks if the boy thinks he is the best just because he dueled a knight. With an annoyed tone, the master questions if his words have become a joke to him. Not knowing what to say, the protagonist stares at him with a look of fear and regret. The man with the eye patch maintains his serious gaze and waits for an answer from his squire. With a drop of sweat rolling down, the young man realizes he crossed the line in training. With his head lowered, he apologizes and admits that his master was right about everything. Zaire warns him not to come back if he is forcing himself and ends the day's training. With a sigh, the young man agrees and says goodbye to his master before turning around. While walking away, he reflects on Zaire's harsh but true words. The man with the eye patch admits he is proud of the boy but that he is not ready yet. He is still weak enough to be carried away by a wave at any moment. The knight knows that the young man's situation is dangerous and needs to be refined. The sword reprimands him and says he should have focused on his fundamentals. The protagonist says he just wanted to bring that power to the surface one more time. The voice in his mind explains that not all knights can use aura and that is normal. Aura only manifests potential and a great flower only blooms with a solid foundation. It then advises him to think about Zaire's words, and the young man agrees with a sigh. He reflects that he is used to contempt, but that was different. What he felt that time was a great and deep disappointment from his master. With a look of frustration, the young man admits that expression hurt more than the blows. Suddenly, he remembers the time off and realizes he did not even get to talk about it. But he gives up and thinks it is not the moment to talk about vacation with his master. With the sword in his hand, he decides to practice until he has no more bad thoughts. Outside the grand mansion, the full moon illuminates the dark and silent night. He trains alone, and his strikes cut through the air with impressive speed. With a firm hand on the hilt, he concentrates and tries to perfect his movements. His eyes shine with determination, and he attacks with all his strength and will. With a powerful strike, he creates a large gash in the ground and kicks up a lot of dust. Tired, he stops for a moment and sweat pours from his face from the massive effort. The sword then warns him to stop for today, as he has already reached his daily quota. With a sigh, the young man agrees and looks up at the starry sky of that night. Looking at the full moon, he reflects on his path and what he needs to do. He remembers that he just obtained something that shines and that he needs to push harder. From afar, Zaire observes him training alone and is impressed by his dedication. With a thoughtful look, he observes the young warrior under the night's moonlight. He compares him to a wolf chasing the moon in a distant and dangerous county. In Trinova, cries of despair echo through the burning city under the dark sky. In the great hall of the castle, chaos ensues, and fear takes over everyone. Bodies are scattered across the floor, and destruction spreads everywhere. A man with scars on his face observes the destruction and says he wondered where he was. A cloaked figure walks through the destroyed hall while the man comments on his final duty. With his sword dripping, he passes by a fallen knight amidst the chaos of the place. The wounded warrior stares at him and says he finally made it there for the confrontation. The mysterious figure then reveals himself as Godin and stares at him with a cold, calculating look. He says that the saying about the Lord's name does not mean following blind, thoughtless orders. The man on the ground replies that the old Count's knights were not like that. With glowing eyes, Godin coldly states that that is exactly why they all died. Wounded, the warrior warns Godin that his light will also fade one day. With a challenging look, he asks to take a message to Count Gadar. He then says he will be waiting for him on the other side for the final reckoning. Godin accepts the challenge seriously and replies that he will definitely find him. A dark stain flies through the window, and the sound of a final blow echoes through the great hall. Back in the present, Vlad is surprised by the news and asks if it is really a vacation. Joseph confirms it and mentions that he was invited by the Knorr family for a visit. The protagonist is shocked by the information and asks how he found out about it. The nobleman explains that rumors spread and Gregory's servant told everyone. Vlad understands that his friends already know everything and feels a bit awkward about the situation. The man says he was going to give him a vacation anyway, and the young man thanks him for the opportunity. With a discreet glance, he stares at Zaire, who is standing in silence in the corner of the room. The master with the eye patch seems a bit upset and avoids eye contact with his squire. Joseph notices the strange mood between the two and wonders what happened there. He assumes something happened but decides not to interfere so as not to make things worse. The nobleman then concludes that some relationships must be respected and remains silent. Vlad feels like it is getting hard to even breathe and thinks about just saying goodbye and leaving. Zaire then says that even on vacation, a knight must never let go of his sword. The young man is surprised by his master's words and agrees with a nod of his head. The man with the eye patch explains that if he skips a single day, everyone will know his mistake. But he knows that the boy will not stray from the path if he keeps him in line. With a serious look, the master says goodbye and says he will see him when he returns from the trip. With a confident smile, the protagonist says he understood his master's instructions. But Joseph warns him not to have high hopes for the Knorr family's horses. He then tells him to analyze the rejection of the horses and find out where the ones that do not reject him come from. The nobleman says goodbye, and the young man agrees, preparing to leave and start his vacation. Before he leaves, Zaire warns him not to worry about bringing back gifts when he returns. The young man understands that this means he actually wants gifts and remembers the Jamin from Patri. After the boy leaves, Zaire stands beside his master in silence. Joseph reflects on the Knorr family and what might happen during the visit. Zaire says that with luck, they might meet, and the nobleman agrees with the possibility. The knight with the eye patch then wonders what would happen if someone were watching them. Joseph replies that if that person wants something, they will come and ask for it directly. But he states with a smile that he does not plan on giving anything to anyone for free. Elsewhere, the protagonist feels strange and does not understand what is happening. He wonders why he is there and realizes he is being dressed by a few people. A woman says the color suits him and that the leather armor fits him well. Embarrassed, the young man thanks Lady Oksana and tries to make sense of the unusual situation. She explains that when you are invited to someone's house, you need to present yourself well. The young man listens in silence and understands that those are good manners so as not to embarrass his parents. The woman stands up and approaches him with a serious look and an elegant posture. With her hand on his shoulder, she tells him not to give her a bad name with his behavior. The protagonist is left speechless and stares at her with a mix of surprise and confusion. The lady smiles gently and stares at him with an expression of affection and expectation. Blushing, he agrees and looks away, a bit intimidated by the woman's presence. She then warns that she will arrange a tutor for him when the vacation ends to avoid mistakes. With an awkward smile, he apologizes once more, and she forgives him with a wave. The lady explains that the title of knight is equivalent to a semi-aristocrat, and he needs to learn. She then hands him a basket of fruit and tells him to take it with him on the trip. Oksana reveals that Joseph brought that, and that it is impolite to visit someone empty-handed. With a gesture of gratitude, the young man takes the basket and feels thankful for the consideration. The lady says goodbye with a smile and wishes him a relaxing and pleasant time. With a thoughtful look, the young man reflects in silence on his past and what happened. Looking at his reflection in the window, he sees himself in the new clothes and holding the fruit basket. He then thinks that it looks strange and that the clothes do not truly suit him. Just then, a memory of Jamina flashes in his mind, and he sees her through the window's reflection. The protagonist remembers they said she was living in a convent now. With a sigh of concern, the young man hopes she is doing well wherever she is. He then thinks that she must also be wearing clothes that do not match her usual style. Far from there, a large convent rises imposingly under the bright morning sunlight. In the kitchen, a few nuns gossip about the servant who became famous at the Bayezid house. They say that the young man not only used aura but is also incredibly handsome and attractive. One of them describes his blonde hair and blue eyes while the red-haired girl listens to everything. The others agree and think he might be of noble origin and become a great knight. The girl then murmurs to herself that in that case, it must not be who she is thinking of. She thinks her friend would not grow that fast and just hopes he is alive and well. Suddenly, one of the nuns calls her redhead and asks if she is playing around instead of working. Angrily, she pushes her to the ground and says she must pay for being there working hard. The other nuns look at her with contempt and comment that she has nowhere else to go anyway. They then walk away and tell the girl to finish all the work before lunch. But the young girl gives a slight smile and thinks it is good to find out about all of that somehow. In a memory, the Mother Superior tells a woman that the convent is not for everyone. The woman then shouts that all children are pure and were cared for by the local bishop. Despite the plea, the mother says she cannot simply accept everyone all of a sudden. Angrily, the woman reveals her fangs and asks why not after so many donations. The nun is left speechless and looks to the side, nervous about that entire situation. One of the girls asks about the woman, and she simply tells them to worry about themselves. With a gesture, she indicates for the young girls to enter the convent to shelter from the cold. But the Mother Superior stops her from entering and says she cannot go past the gate. The lady then says she did not expect to enter and asks them to take good care of the children there. Suddenly, screams echo through the forest, and armed men appear running toward them. Desperate, the woman shouts for the girls to get into the convent quickly to protect themselves. In the middle of the darkness, a hand reaches out and grabs something with force and violence. The man holds her from behind and shouts that he finally caught her in the middle of that night. Startled, the red-haired girl screams desperately for her friend Marcella's name. She watches in horror as the men drag her friend far away from there. From inside the gate, the children see the woman being taken away by the criminals. With a dull thud, the large wooden gate of the convent finally closes. Back in the present, the young girl squeezes the brush tightly and grinds her teeth in anger. Kneeling on the floor, she murmurs Vlad's name while cleaning the ground with sadness. Far from there, the protagonist reflects that his friend's family is quite influential in Sturma. Arriving at the mansion, he is impressed by the size and says that it is crazy. A butler receives them at the entrance and welcomes the young master of the house. Excited, the protagonist's friend runs toward the butler with a big smile. He hugs him tightly and says he missed him, and the man receives him affectionately. The boy asks about his father, and the servant explains that he is hosting some guests. The butler then suggests they visit the pasture, which is the family's great pride. With a nod, Vlad agrees with the idea and thanks the man for his consideration, but he says he wants to see the horses first, since he had high expectations. The servant explains that the master of the house will introduce them, but they can see the rest now. With a gesture, the butler guides them through the garden and leads them toward the large pasture. Suddenly, the horses in the enclosure get startled and look with fear in their direction. In an instant, all the horses begin to run desperately and flee far away. Even the cows and the bulls get spooked and run as far away as possible. Next, the sheep also panic and flee in the same direction as the others. The three of them stand there in silence while the animals disappear into the horizon. With a gloomy smile, Vlad thinks that not even cows accept him anymore at this point. The butler stares at him seriously, says the situation is grave, and asks if he has been to church. Vlad explains it is not a curse because his guarantor is Father Andrea, and the servant apologizes. Looking at the empty pasture, the young man wonders what the point of using aura is if he cannot ride. He then laments that while the others ride, he will have to run behind them, eating dust. His friend tries to cheer him up and says he will show him all the animals in hopes of finding one. With a suspicious look, the protagonist asks if there would even be a horse for him, and his friend confirms it. He guarantees there are beautiful horses with pedigrees that his father brought, and he will beg to show them. But the young man calms him down and says to leave it for tomorrow and enjoy dinner first. As night falls, the grand mansion lights up under the red and twilight sky. Inside the house, large pieces of meat roast on a grill over a strong fire. Vlad and his friend observe the massive barbecue area, and he is impressed by the scene. With a smile, he jokes with his friend, saying there is nothing moderate about his house. Already in more formal clothes, his friend spots someone and says they have finally arrived. A man introduces himself as Orson Kanor, the master of the house, and apologizes for not greeting them sooner. Vlad introduces himself as Zaire's squire, and the man says the rumors have already spread. With a wide smile, the nobleman greets him and welcomes him once again. He praises him as the boy who activated the Swordmaster's discipline and the pride of Sturma. With a proud look, the man says his son Patri made a truly great friend. He then invites them to come inside and talk while the meal is being prepared. The young man remembers the other guests and wonders if they will sit together at the table. The nobleman says everyone is from Bayezid, and Vlad gets curious to know who it could be. The large door opens, and they enter the dining hall to find the other guests. Suddenly, the protagonist is shocked and left speechless by what he sees in front of him. He stares at a man sitting near the fireplace and wonders why he is in that place. The mysterious man stares back at him and comments that it has been a while since they last saw each other. With a slight smile, he turns around and asks the young man how he has been doing lately. Vlad greets him as Sir Lugger and says he did not expect to find him there with his friend. Lugger says the food looked too good to pass up and invites him to join him. Annoyed, the young man curses himself and wonders why he resisted eating the peanuts that time. With a serious and determined look, he stares at the man in front of him without showing fear. Around the room, Lugger's men stare at him with hostile and contemptuous looks. All of the knight's followers seem annoyed by the presence of the young squire. He realizes that everyone hates him, but he knows he cannot be intimidated at that moment. But the protagonist thinks that everything will be fine, since he was also waiting for that. Lugger seems surprised by the young man's attitude and stares at him with a curious look. With a smirk, the knight begins to talk to the protagonist about a certain matter. Lugger mentions that he heard about the young man's vacation and asks if he has free time the next day. With a confident look, he then invites him to go somewhere together in the morning. The next day, in a vast and golden field, the sun shines intensely in the clear, open sky. Lugger and his knights ride in formation through the field on a hunting expedition. The protagonist, on the other hand, is in a wagon and looks quite annoyed with the situation. Suddenly, animal ears twitch, and someone notices the young man's glares in their direction. A beast girl named Dorothea stares at him and asks why he cannot stop looking at her. With a calm look, the young man replies that there is a first time for everything in life. She says it would be strange if he had already seen them and asks how he became a Bayezid. Vlad then questions if that is as fascinating as Lugger's mage being a beast man. The girl gets annoyed by the comment and stares at him with a look of pure anger and contempt. She does not understand how he can use aura but cannot even ride a horse properly. Dorothea points out that even his chubby friend knows how to ride, and the young man says things happen. The young girl finds that absurd, and the protagonist wonders if she ever gets tired of talking. He then reflects that his vacation was not going to work out and wonders why they are hunting with falcons. Annoyed, the girl asks if he is listening, and the young man simply ignores her in silence. He then asks if all beast people are talkative, and she accuses him of discrimination. Lugger approaches and asks Dorothea not to bother him, as it was difficult to bring him there. She complains that the boy makes an ugly face whenever he looks at her, and a friend reprimands her. With a pouting face, the beast girl turns forward and remains silent for a while. On a cliff, Lugger and another knight observe the landscape and find the place perfect. Patri comments that it looks like they are going to hunt around there, and Vlad keeps observing everything. But the protagonist notices that they do not really seem to be trying to hunt anything. He notes that they have not even taken the falcon out of the cage to start the day's hunt. Suddenly, one of Lugger's men points to the horizon and warns about something he saw. With a satisfied look, the knight says they are in luck on this sunny day. He did not expect to find a group of pilgrims walking through that isolated region. Lugger then orders to raise the flag to show their intentions and not scare them. With the flag raised, he smiles and asks if they should start looking for the prey now. In a distant pasture, a single horse observes a large herd grazing peacefully. A beautiful horse with a dark coat then stands out and seems to lead the entire group of animals. Suddenly, the animal's shadow is cast over a dark path full of thorns. At the same time, the group of pilgrims continues their journey, pulling a wagon. Lugger and his knights then follow them at a safe distance through the open field. With an annoyed look, the protagonist realizes that that was not a hunt but an escort. He understands that the knight never had the intention of hunting with falcons from the very start. The wagon sways, and the young man says he is carsick and that it would be better to continue on foot. His friend asks if he is okay, and the youth replies that he is not doing too badly. But he feels his heart pounding and a strange sensation takes over his body. Vlad then decides to get down and walk a bit to see if the sickness passes over time. Walking beside his friend, he comments that the view is beautiful, and the other happily agrees. Patri explains that the field extends all the way to Varna and that it is safe thanks to Sir Joseph. He mentions the subjugation from last winter, in which the protagonist also participated. With a smile, the young man concludes that he also has a small part in that beautiful landscape. Suddenly, he spots a dust cloud on the horizon and wonders what that is. A herd of wild horses runs at high speed in the direction of all of them. Surprised, the young man stares at the approaching animals and is left frozen by the scene. A black horse leaps into the air and runs with impressive speed and strength. Just then, a strange aura begins to emanate from the protagonist's body without him realizing it. With his hand on his chest, he feels a connection and wonders what is happening there. The large black horse runs directly in his direction with eyes glowing with power. One of Lugger's men warns that it is a herd of high-quality wild horses. With a serious look, the knight observes the scene, but something seems wrong to him. His men also get confused and wonder why they are moving to the south. Lugger agrees that it is strange, because they should be heading north where the sprouts grow. He notices that the animals' movements seem far too urgent and desperate. With an attentive look, the knight concludes that it looks like they are being chased. Vlad feels a strong connection to the horse, and his body trembles as it approaches. The animal with glowing eyes continues running toward him with a wild fury. With glowing eyes, the protagonist notices the animal's fear and understands the situation. He stares at the black horse and wonders what could have frightened the animals so much. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and one of Ludger's men shouts that it is an earthquake. But Vlad says it is not an earthquake, and that he remembers that vibration very well. Just then, the ground behind the herd explodes, and a giant creature emerges from the earth with fury. A massive deathworm appears and attacks the black horse, which tries to escape the monster. Ludger and his men are left in shock and stare at the creature with fear and surprise. The pilgrims also panic and scream in terror upon seeing the giant monster. With a drop of sweat on his face, the young man stares at the creature and seems to recognize it. He then remembers that that is a death worm, one of the remnants of the fallen dragon. The monster advances through the herd of horses and opens its giant mouth to attack the animals. With a powerful bite, the creature attacks one of the horses and causes massive destruction. Dorothea shouts that something is wrong, because deathworms are not carnivorous. With wide eyes, the beast girl stares at the scene without understanding what is happening. The monster devours its prey and a strange aura begins to emanate from its giant body. A dark energy then flows from a crystal on the creature's forehead, making it stronger. Even though it is injured, the worm ignores the other horses and continues its path of destruction. One of the men warns that the wild horses change direction and are running toward the pilgrims. The crystal on the monster's forehead glows with a malignant energy and controls it. With a roar, the creature turns and looks toward the horizon in a new direction. The worm then begins to move toward the group of pilgrims and knights. Desperate, the man corrects himself and shouts that the monster is following the pilgrims. Ludger then shouts and asks Dorothea what the deathworm reacts to in the field. She explains that it has no eyes or ears and only reacts to underground vibrations. The knight tells her to pull herself together and find a way to lure the creature away. He then orders Vlad to take Dorothea to higher ground and protect her from everything. With a determined look, the protagonist agrees and prepares to carry out the order. Ludger draws his sword and prepares to give orders to his men on the field. He shouts that it does not matter if it makes sense or not, because they need to act. With sword in hand, he says that what matters is being where they need to be and doing what must be done. He says, is their duty to fulfill the mission they received from the Count that day. Ludger then charges forward with his sword raised and orders everyone to protect the pilgrims. His men follow him and advance toward the monster for the grand confrontation. The knight finds the situation strange and realizes that this goes against all norms. With the malignant aura, he concludes that there is a human being behind this entire attack. A mysterious voice then echoes and says the knight is very brave to face him. With eyes burning like flames, the knight prepares to release all his power. Enveloped in an aura of fire, he challenges the enemy and charges into the attack with fury. On a nearby cliff, the protagonist and his friends observe the battle from afar. The beast girl throws several magic crystals onto the ground and begins to prepare a spell. She then searches for a specific crystal and murmurs about the color of the vibration. The young man asks about the engraving, and the sword explains it is a type of mystery. The voice in his mind reveals that together with divinity and aura, they form a trinity. The sword then concludes that the mystery is the power that completes and balances the others. Vlad observes her and thinks she is Ludger's mage for a good reason after all. With the spell complete, a fire phoenix rises and flies toward the grand battle. Surprised, the two young men look at the sky and wonder what that magic is. The death worm is hit dead on by a powerful explosion of flames in the field. Patrice shouts Sir Ludger's name as he delivers the blow with his flaming sword. Vlad is impressed and admits the knight is incredible and on another level. But the attack was superficial, because he could not prepare himself for a heavy strike. Annoyed, the knight grinds his teeth and prepares for the monster's next attack. He then faces the creature and challenges it to show why is the most resilient dragon. The death worm charges with its mouth wide open and tries to devour the knight all at once. With a swift movement, the man pushes off his foot and prepares to leap from the horse. He manages to dodge just barely, and the creature attacks his horse with brutal force. The monster then dives back into the earth and disappears into a large hole in the ground. His men get worried and ask if their master is okay after the attack. Ludger warns them not to lower their guard as the worm would not flee so easily. Vlad realizes the situation has gotten complicated since the opponent is underground. Ludger raises his sword and orders his men to find the monster as quickly as possible. He looks around and tries to locate the creature hiding beneath the earth. One of his men then points and shouts that the worm is moving in that direction. He warns that the creature is heading directly for the group of pilgrims in the field. Annoyed, the knight runs to intercept the monster and protect the innocent people. Vlad shouts for Dorothea and says they need to hurry to help in the battle. The beast girl then finishes her drawing and hands it to the protagonist with urgency. He stares at her with disdain and asks if this is the time to play around with drawings. Angrily, she shouts that she is not playing and that is a method of the beast people. The young girl explains that she was almost finished even with him bothering her the entire time. She then shouts for Patrice to hand the paper to Ludger and teaches him how to use the spell. Confused, the young man asks if she is talking to him and is left not knowing what to do. Dorothy explains that she is exhausted and that the blonde boy cannot ride a horse to help. The sword warns that even if he could, he would be too late because the worm is faster underground. The protagonist then realizes there is only one option left and steps forward with a determined look. With a swift movement, he takes the paper from his friend's hand and surprises him with the action. Vlad says that that is the last resort and runs toward the nearby cliff. The beast girl calls him Blonda and asks what he is doing at a time like that. She then shouts that he is a lunatic for running towards such a high cliff. The young man thinks that Lugger is already in conflict with Joseph for the leadership of the family. With elite knights by his side, he knows he does not need a vassal like him to act. But the thought of that animal bothers him, and he cannot help but worry. Vlad then feels a deep connection and remembers the sensation right down to his bones. He recalls having his home destroyed by a massive world without being able to do anything. With clenched teeth, the young man concentrates to use all his power and strength. He remembers to focus the strength in his toes and plants his foot firmly on the ground. Surprised, he notices that the ground beneath his feet is strangely soft and unstable. With a powerful leap, the protagonist jumps off the cliff toward the battlefield. He falls hard and rolls across the ground, feeling the impact of the landing in his body. With a cry of pain, the young man stands up and prepares for what is to come. The youth remembers how to roll to dissipate the impact and executes the movement perfectly. With a cry of pain, he lands and slides along the ground until coming to a complete stop. From afar, a green aura envelopes him and helps him recover from the fall off the cliff. With tears in his eyes, Petrie rejoices upon seeing that his friend is moving. Dorothea is shocked and wonders how he is fine after falling from so high. Vlad stands up and is surprised that he did not break any bones from the impact. Suddenly, a blue light envelopes his body and he feels a powerful energy flowing. On the other side of the field, the black horse observes him and seems to feel the same connection. The animal neighs and seems to communicate with the young man in some mysterious way. In a distant place, a blue light shines intensely around the kneeling youth. The sword then explains that that is the blessing and that he would have died without the snake's help. The protagonist finds that incredible, and the sword suggests they return there later. With determination, the young man runs toward the battle and says they need to go first. He clenches his fist and concentrates on the group of pilgrims who are in danger. Vlad spots them pulling the wagon and realizes they are in trouble with the monster. With a burst of speed, he runs even faster and prepares for the imminent confrontation. Suddenly, he recognizes Father Andreas and is shocked to see him leading the group. With eyes glowing with anger, he wonders why the priest is leading the pilgrims. He then looks around and searches for Lugger amidst the chaos of the battle in the field. But he realizes they are too far away and that the worm will reach the pilgrims first. Worried, he fears the priest is in danger and thinks of the marking spell. The sword warns him that coincidence sometimes becomes destiny and forces him into a choice. The ground shakes with the worm's approach, and time seems to be running out. Vlad throws the paper into the air and realizes he has no time to hesitate anymore. With his hand on his sword, he knows he needs to act at that exact moment of tension. He then draws his blade and a blue aura envelopes his body with power. With a determined look, he prepares for the attack and knows he cannot hesitate. A magic circle forms on the ground and an intense blue light begins to shine. The young man thrusts his sword into the circle and channels all his energy into the spell. The blade glows with magic runes and a powerful aura manifests for the attack. With his sword glowing, he shouts and challenges the creature to the grand combat. The blade driven into the ground releases a powerful wave of blue energy and draws attention. The protagonist stands at the center of the spell and becomes the focus of all that power. The energy expands, but the sword in his mind warns him that that is not enough. It then tells him to amplify the vibration to summon his world, and he concentrates. With a massive effort, the young man manifests his inner world with the sword's energy. His eyes glow with intensity, and he channels all his power into the spell. With the energy around him, he commands the creature to look at him and face him. He then calls the monster a remnant of the fallen dragon and challenges it to a fight. With a shout, a large wave of blue energy spreads across the battlefield. With clenched teeth, he uses all his strength to draw the monster's attention. The creature then emerges from the earth with fury and faces the young warrior before it. From afar, Ludger and his horse observe the scene, shocked by what is happening. Dorothea and Petrie are also left speechless and stare at the battle in surprise. The protagonist faces the monster with determination and prepares for a direct confrontation. With sword in hand, he tells the creature that he is right there for the great duel. The worm opens its giant mouth and charges to devour the young man all at once in a fury. With a powerful strike, the monster hits him and throws him far away with brutality. The sword warns him not to fight and to fall back, because his world is not strong enough. It then says that simply keeping the creature pinned is already an incredible feat for him. The youth agrees and looks at the pilgrims who are still far away and in danger. He then realizes they are still not ready to flee and that he needs more time. The death worm grows angered and attacks the protagonist once more with all its strength. With a serious look, the young man prepares for the impact and defends with his sword. The blade clashes with the monster, and a massive explosion of energy happens right there. The youth is dragged backward and struggles to hold his ground against the worm's attack. The creature then uses its serrated body to try to cut the young man in half. Annoyed, the protagonist sees the monster dive back into the earth and disappear. He then looks from side to side and tries to locate the creature that vanished suddenly. With sword in hand, he prepares for the next attack and remains on total alert. With watchful eyes, he wonders if the creature will come from the left or from the right. Worried, he fears the monster might have given up and is heading toward the pilgrims. With a drop of sweat, he concentrates and uses his perception to sense the danger. With sword in hand, the young man prepares for the creature's imminent attack. He then senses a vibration and realizes the worm is coming directly for him. The sword in his mind shouts for him to move and dodge the monster's attack. But the young man realizes it is too late, and the creature emerges from the earth with fury. From afar, Luger sees the piece of magic paper burn up and understands what happened. With a shout of anger, the knight charges forward to try to help in the difficult battle. The death worm prepares to attack, but something unexpected happens on the field. Suddenly, the black horse appears and places itself in front of the protagonist to protect him. Luger and his horse observe the scene and are shocked by the animal's appearance. The young man mounts the horse, and together they charge toward the death worm with courage. Surprised and happy, the protagonist shouts that he is riding a horse for the very first time. The sword warns him to look at the monster's forehead through his inner world. Vlad then uses his special vision and notices something strange about the creature in front of him. He discovers that the horse is a spirit and has unicorn blood flowing through its veins. With a smile from ear to ear, the young man laughs with happiness at his new discovery. He then rides through the field and feels free and powerful with his new companion. With a huge smile, he enjoys the sensation of riding a horse for the first time. The protagonist enjoys himself and says that that is the perspective of a real horse. He and the horse leap into the air, and the young man shouts that this is complete madness. Suddenly, Luger calls out to him and approaches to see what is happening with him. The knight asks if he is okay, and the youth confirms that everything is under control. Luger notices the engraved sword and that the young man threw himself against the creature without hesitating. He then reflects on the mentality of sacrificing oneself for others and is impressed. With a look of admiration, he sees the young follower act with the discipline of a master. Luger praises him for the brave decision and says he fulfilled his duty with the utmost honor. Awkwardly, the young man thanks him for the compliment and feels a bit embarrassed by the attention. The knight then asks if he can maneuver the horse according to his will. Luger says the pilgrims will only be safe when the worm is brought down and they need to take a gamble. Vlad gets worried and reminds him that that creature is a remnant of the fallen dragon. With determination, the young man says he can do it and faces his opponent with courage. Luger observes him in silence and seems surprised by his new ally's confidence. With a drop of sweat, the young man feels the pressure of the battle and the responsibility on his shoulders. The knight explains that with the engraving in the horse, he should be able to lure the monster. Vlad still wonders if he will be able to ride the animal and seems a bit insecure. Suddenly, he has an epiphany and understands his companion's true nature. The protagonist realizes that the horse is also there to save its herd from danger. With a renewed spirit, he says they will fight together and guarantees he can do it. Luger then gives him the order to go around the hill and return to the other side. The youth and his horse take off at high speed, and he holds onto the animal tightly. From above, Vlad lures the worm far away from the knights and the endangered pilgrims. He faces the creature chasing him and prepares for the next phase of the plan. The monster follows him closely, and the young man taunts it, saying it is following him well. With a shout, he and the horse accelerate, leaving a trail of dust behind in the field. Luger's men are shocked and wonder how they managed to get that acceleration. With a smirk, the knight observes the scene and is impressed by the two of them. He then thinks that both are incredible and continues to observe the chase from afar. Vlad leads the worm through the field and moves further and further away from the group of pilgrims. The sword tells him to lower the blade and let his existence flow through the vibration of the engraving. The weapon then glows with a powerful energy and connects with the girl's spell. With clenched teeth, the young man concentrates his energy, and a blue flame appears in his eye. He shouts and releases a massive wave of energy that spreads across the battlefield. The sword then tells him to look at the dragon chasing him with all its fury. It explains that the creature is following the glow emanating from the protagonist's body. Far from there, Luger orders his men to take the pilgrims to a safe place. Meanwhile, Vlad continues to lure the worm with his aura and takes it to the agreed location. The monster emerges from the earth once more and prepares to attack the young warrior. The knight observes carefully and says to himself that the creature has finally arrived. In the middle of a burning field, Luger prepares for the attack with his sword in hand. With a firm grip on the blade, he channels his energy and concentrates for the final blow. The ground around him turns into a sea of flames, and the temperature rises. Vlad and the black horse advance, and the death worm suddenly appears in front of them. With wide eyes, the young man stares at the scene and is shocked by what he sees. Luger releases his fire aura and prepares to attack the monster with all his power. The protagonist realizes that he expanded his world, a method used by experienced knights. He then admits that Luger is a much greater knight than he ever imagined him to be. With a drop of sweat, the young man stares at him and thinks that the knight is truly fierce. He concludes that the man is capable of burning his own world with all that power. Far away from there, a large castle is bathed in the light of the setting sun in the late afternoon. A man's hand holds a message written on a crumpled piece of paper. Zaire asks a nobleman if the information is correct and he confirms the message. The man with the eye patch crumbles the paper and wonders if it was dark magic once again. The older nobleman comments that it seems some of them have settled in the north. Zaire reflects that the empire is relaxed and the ancient cursed ones are resurfacing. But the nobleman says there is good news and that a certain young man's name keeps coming up. He lists Vlad's feats in hunting monsters in the duel and now with the pilgrims. The man thinks that without the boy, the Bayezid house could have faced disgrace. The count then praises him and says the young warrior is truly very admirable. He then orders them to call Joseph, and the priest asks if he is going to grant permission. With a smile, the nobleman says that worthy people should enjoy the rights they deserve. Back at the camp, the pilgrims and knights rest around campfires. Vlad is sitting near the fire and wipes his sword with care and attention to detail. He passes the cloth along the blade and reflects on the events of that intense day. With a tired look, the young man thinks that his sword has also gone through a lot. Suddenly, Ludger approaches and asks why he is lamenting all by himself there. The young man greets him and calls him Sir, with a look that is a bit surprised by the visit. Vlad asks where his friend is, and the knight says Dorothea took him for a task. He then questions about Father Andreas, and the man says he is praying with the pilgrims. With a sigh, the knight comments that everyone seems busy on this night. He then offers a drink to the young man, who refuses because he is polishing his sword. Ludger stares at him and says he is saying no again to an offer of his. He complains that the youth rejected all his offers and asks if it was Joseph's order. With a bit of fear, the young man denies it and ends up accepting the bottle of drink. He opens the bottle and realizes that the mysterious drink happens to be whiskey. With a smile, the man says that that is the liquor of nobles and stares at him with interest. Vlad drinks a sip, and the knight thinks they are like brothers with similar tastes. He then steps closer and observes the young man's sword being cleaned by him. Ludger comments that he will have to take a look at the sword when he returns home. The youth says the blacksmith needs to remove the hilt to be able to fix the blade. Confused, the man asks why he would remove a perfectly good hilt from the sword. The young man explains that the joint is reckless and needs to be completely removed from the hilt. With a sip, the knight jokes that just like its owner, the sword is also reckless. Vlad then reveals that that is why he said no, and does not want to lose the weapon. He remembers everything he went through, and the people who helped him forge that sword. The protagonist stares at the blade and says he does not want to lose everything it holds inside. The man is silent for a moment and seems to understand the young man's feelings. He then advises him to fix it and says it is already looking questionable. The knight asks where the person who forged it is, and the young man falls silent. With a determined look, he reveals that the person who made the sword is Asura. Ludger remembers that the young man always shouts his name and where he came from in battle. With a smile, he says that Vlad of Sora is a fitting nickname for the young man. He then concludes that it is because the youth shone brighter than everyone on that day. With glowing eyes, the protagonist stares at the knight and seems a bit surprised. The man then thinks that this was the reason for all the fuss from his younger brother. Vlad remains silent and stares at the fire of the campfire, reflecting on his words. Ludger stands up and asks if he will be able to fix it soon, and the young man confirms it. The knight encourages him and says that if he desires it enough, someone will recognize him. The youth stares at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant by those words. With his hand on the young man's shoulder, Ludger says he did a good job making it this far. He then tells him to sleep early, since they will depart straight for Sturma the next day. The knight walks away and the protagonist observes him in silence, reflecting on his words. With the sword in his hands, he believes that one day he will be able to fix it and restore its power. He then remembers that the sword and he have a place to return to, and he feels stronger. Sitting amidst the blue energy, the young man connects with his sword and his inner world. On the other side of the field, the black horse observes him under the light of the starry night sky. In a grand mansion, the lights are on, and the night seems calm and peaceful. Inside a room, two women talk while one of them embroiders a crest onto a fabric. The woman finishes the embroidery and wonders if it turned out good enough for the gift. She shows the crest to the other woman and asks if it looks like the Heinel families. With a smile, the lady prepares to embroider the next crest onto the white fabric. The other woman then shows her the family's golden crest in a large record book. But the countess says she does not need to see it, because the crest is vividly engraved in her mind. She comments that it is the first time she is doing that, since she only saw her mother doing it when she was young. The other woman smiles and says that makes the moment even more precious for the two of them. The countess agrees and says it is a tradition that is being forgotten by people. She then laments that today's knights are not worthy of raising that flag, a flag that belongs solely to them and to no one else in the entire kingdom. Back in the field, the knights and the pilgrims travel in a large caravan. Ludger and his man observe the scene and comment that it is a wonderful sight to see. He cannot believe that a herd of horses and humans are running together in harmony. The knight agrees that it is a rare sight and perhaps the first and last time they will see it. With a slight smile, he turns around and observes the protagonist, who leads the herd from afar. The young man is in a carriage and seems thoughtful about what happened in the field. With a serious look, he knows the time has come to say goodbye to his new friend. The black horse runs freely through the field and moves away from the group with speed. The young man understands that just like him, the horse also has a purpose to fulfill. He then tells the animal that it also has the duty to lead its herd well. The horse rears up and neighs, saying goodbye to the young man before departing with its herd. The black horse neighs and says goodbye to the protagonist, who observes it from his carriage. With a thoughtful look, the young man knows that that is the end of their brief journey together. He understands they could only stay together up to that point and that the farewell was inevitable. From the carriage window, he waves to the horse and says goodbye with a wave of his hand. Father Andres comforts him and tells him not to feel so sad about the farewell. With a slight smile, the young man hides his feelings and says he was just talking. The priest laughs and comments that it is difficult for humans to be true to their feelings. He then explains that life is a cycle of goodbyes and hellos with tears and happiness. With a smile, he says it was an incredible encounter and wonders when they will see each other. The black horse watches the group move away and seems to feel the same longing for the young man. With a confident smile, the youth says that one day they will meet again for sure. The horse then turns around and runs to join its herd, which waits for it in the field. In a distant castle, the rain falls heavily, and the sound of thunder echoes through the dark night. A man with a mask on his face is sitting in his room and seems worried. He covers his face with his hand and reflects on the fall of Count Ravnoma and its consequences. His advisor confirms the urgent news and leaves him even more apprehensive about everything. The Count laments the strange activity in the west and is surprised by the strength of the Gaidar house. The man explains that the western houses allied with Gaidar and Ravnoma lost due to numbers. The Count wonders why the royal family did nothing, and the advisor says he does not know. With a sigh, he realizes that the north has a strong and unique color among the regions. Free from royal influence, the north built a wall and isolated itself from the others. He cannot believe that a family of counts fell so easily like that. The Count then remembers they were a guardian family of the ancient pact of the kingdom. With a serious look, he concludes that the rules of the past have become meaningless now. The advisor agrees and says that even with the empire relaxed, they need limits. The man fears that the fall of the Ravnoma family is the sign of a new era of chaos. He then observes the rain through the window and reflects on the uncertain future of the kingdom. With a look of anger, he finally realizes that those people were not pilgrims. He understands that they were refugees from Ravnoma with the ancient pact in their hands. Elsewhere, the protagonist is in armor and wonders what he should do now. He then thinks that rescuing the pilgrims was good, but that he ended up helping Ludger. The young man fears his master will not be happy and that Sir Jager might even punish him. With a snap of his fingers, he knocks on the door and announces his presence to Sir Joseph. A voice from inside tells him to enter, and the protagonist opens the door and walks into the room. The nobleman comments that he returned a day early, and the young man confirms it, looking a bit awkward. Joseph says he heard what happened and asks if the young man was hurt in the battle. Vlad guarantees he is fine, and the man advises him to take care of himself anyway. The protagonist agrees and guarantees he will do so, but wonders if everything is truly alright. He thinks his master seems the same as always and observes him with a curious look. But he is mistaken and realizes that the man is furious and that he is in deep trouble with everything. Joseph then murmurs the name of Sora and seems thoughtful about the matter to come. The young man is surprised, and the nobleman says he does not know much about the alleys of that city. He then asks if it is true that conflicts between groups only end with deaths. Vlad wonders why he is asking that and confirms that that is how it works. The man then asks if he cannot even send letters, and the young man gets confused. Joseph reveals that he is referring to his beloved, who is in the convent, leaving him speechless. With a blushing face, the young man explains that she is just a friend and nothing more than that. The nobleman says it does not matter and that he did not know about the situation until that delicate moment. He then reveals that he also wanted to be considerate, but that solving the problem requires effort. Joseph comments that the man named One-Eyed Jack was certainly valuable on his journey. The youth agrees and thinks that the money must have created connections with powerful people. With a satisfied smile, the nobleman says the young man did a remarkable job proving his value. He then stands up and says he will repay the young man's effort as promised. Surprised, the protagonist stares at him and remains without understanding what he meant by that. Joseph shows him a flag and explains that it represents a knight's honor. He says it is an object he could never possess, and that is why he wanted a knight to carry it. The man then stares at him seriously and seems to have a great revelation to make. With a determined look, he says the young man grabbed the opportunity with both hands. Joseph hands him the flag and says he is worthy of carrying his own flag. With a smile, he guarantees the Bayezid family will give total support to the young man. Joseph names him a vassal and the man who received Lady Alicia's name with pride. He then tells him to carry the flag and go to his hometown to set himself free. The nobleman advises him to cut ties and find his true freedom before returning. With a confident smile, the man observes him and expects him to fulfill his new mission. Zaire listens to everything in silence and seems to agree with his master's words. With clenched teeth, the protagonist accepts the mission and prepares for the challenge. He remembers everything that formed him: the sword, the symbol of identity, and the flag. With a clenched fist, he knows that all of that would form the roots of his new self. All of those were the young man's achievements, and he kneels before his lord. With tears in his eyes, he accepts the order and prepares for the journey to come. In a large hall, the priest and the refugees present attest to the count on the throne. With a serious look, the nobleman stares at the object and realizes what it represents there. A dark aura emanates from the chained chest that holds the evidence of the ancient alliance. The priest confirms that the dragon fragments are inside the sacred chest of the pact. He then reveals that they are the remains of the perfect dragon defeated by the founding kings. The count listens to him attentively and seems thoughtful about what to do with that object. The priest reminds him that the Ravnoma family was the only one that could protect the pact. With a dark look, the man understands the gravity of the situation and the danger they face. He then decides to send his knights to safely move the evidence of the pact. The priest thanks him for the hospitality and waits until the preparations are ready. The refugees then cover the chest with a white cloth and prepare for departure. The priest steps away from the throne and leads the group out of the castle's great hall. The count observes him in silence and seems worried about the safety of everyone there. The man tells him not to mind because they would have no other option in that situation. He knows that the only qualified guardian family of the West is the ruler of the North, the Steel Lord Timur Baradov, the great leader and protector of the northern region. The count feels frustrated because he knows he can do nothing about the current situation. With a watchful look, he notices something through the window and is surprised by what he sees. He comments that it has been a very long time since he last saw that flag, and the priest gets curious. With a gasp of surprise, the old priest confirms what the count just said. He remembers seeing that flag for the last time a long time ago. The priest comments that the young man could have rested but departed while his body was warm. The count agrees and says he would have done the same if he were in the young warrior's place. He then reflects on the knight who became his own master with the flag. With a serious look, the nobleman tells him to go to his hometown and fulfill his duty. A carriage departs toward the city while snow begins to fall from the sky. In the dark and dirty alleys of Sora, a man walks amidst the city's chaos. A sign with the silhouette of a woman indicates the entrance to a local establishment. Inside the place, a crowd of men shouts and demands the presence of someone on stage. They call out for a woman, and one of them says that whoever has the most money owns her. In a room, a young woman gets ready in front of a mirror and is called to the stage. The woman named Marcella turns around and faces the mirror with a confident and sensual look. An older lady warns her to go out and says the place is a mess like pigs in heat. She then reminds her that the debt would be paid if just one more person entered the place. With a smirk, Marcella continues to apply her makeup and seems to ignore the words. The lady stares at her with anger and contempt for the young woman's defiant attitude. She then grabs her by the chin and stares at her with a threatening look full of hatred. With a wicked smile, the woman says she will see how long her boldness lasts. Marcella stares back at her and sarcastically wishes that she lives for a very long time. The lady grows angry at the stubbornness and realizes her spirit has not been broken. She then tells her to finish getting ready and get out to the stage as quickly as possible. The young woman takes her lipstick and places it on the table with a gesture of defiance and confidence. She reflects that she reached a high place by selling her body, but that it is still great. With a smile, she thinks that at least she chose her own destiny and stands up. She then walks toward the door and prepares to face the crowd outside. The men shout her name and wait for her anxiously for the big show of the night. With a dark look, the young woman remembers the path of destruction and what it represents. She faces the crowd of men and prepares for what is to come on stage. The lady announces the show and tells the man who will take the black rose's honey to show his gold. The men shout and offer gold for the chance to spend the night with the young woman. One of the men suggests pooling money together, and another shouts that together they will pay 3 gold pieces. The lady calls them fools and they begin to fight among themselves for the prize. With a wicked smile, she thinks she will keep the young woman just to strip everything from her. Suddenly, a man shouts and offers 4 gold coins for the chance with the girl. The woman finds it a decent price and asks if no one else will offer more than that. The other men complain and say that 5 gold pieces are enough to eat for months. She then prepares to close the auction, but a mysterious voice interrupts her. With eyes glowing, the voice offers 100 gold pieces and shocks everyone in the audience. The lady's jaw drops, and she cannot believe what she just heard from the crowd. All the men turn around and stare at the stranger who made the unbelievable offer. Speechless, the woman asks what he said and cannot believe the amount. The cloaked man confirms he will pay 100 gold pieces and walks toward the stage. Suddenly, the woman feels a shiver and a dark memory flashes in her mind. She remembers that sound and how it frightened her in the past in that very same place. The sound of firm and decisive footsteps echoes through the hall and leaves her scared and apprehensive. She then remembers the sound that brought destruction to her nest a long time ago. With wide eyes, the young woman stares at the cloaked figure with a mix of fear. The lady stammers and asks the customer if he really said 100 gold coins. The cloaked figure walks in silence and ignores the scared woman's question. He advances through the crowd, and everyone clears a path for him to pass through the hall. The men stare at him with suspicion and sense that the atmosphere is no joke. The mysterious man stops in front of the counter and stares at the 2 women in silence. The lady notices that everything he wears is luxurious and believes he can pay the amount. She then offers him the menu, but the man refuses and says he is fine without anything. With his face covered, he says he always missed those things even after leaving. He then orders grilled sausages and black pudding with potatoes and white wheat bread. Marcella covers her mouth in shock and realizes that that is the order George always used to make. She remembers the gold that was not dirty and how she used to wash it for the boy back in the day. With a smile, the young man pulls back his hood and reveals his identity to the shocked woman. It was a splendid shade of gold, and the young woman stares at him with tears in her eyes in surprise. With tears in her eyes, the young woman stares at the young man and cannot believe he returned. She covers her mouth with her hands and cries with emotion upon reuniting with her childhood friend. With a slight smile, the protagonist stares at her and seems happy to have found her. The young woman looks at him with a mix of joy and concern, and a tear rolls down. She then steps closer and whispers for him to get out of there as quickly as possible to save himself. With a frightened look, she reveals that one-eyed Jack's subordinates run the place. The lady observes them from afar and realizes the two seem to know each other very well. She notices the serious atmosphere between them and suspects something is wrong with the scene. With a gesture, she decides to put an end to it before something unexpected happens in the venue. The woman then signals to her men, who are sitting at a nearby table. One of them stands up with sword in hand and prepares to attack the mysterious young man. The other men also stand up and surround the protagonist for the confrontation. With his hair covering part of his face, he faces the men and shows no fear. Before paying what he promised, he says he needs to settle accounts in a trade. He then turns to the lady and continues to talk about his true plans. The woman asks what kind of trade he is talking about and gets confused by the situation. With a serious look, the young man reveals he is referring to the feared one-eyed Jack of the city. A blue aura emanates from his body, and he says there is something he needs to take from him. Jack's men get angered by the young man's audacity and prepare for the attack. One of them calls him a lunatic and draws his sword for the grand confrontation in the hall. Angrily, he says the young man should not utter the boss's name so lightly like that. With a swift movement, the protagonist attacks him and defeats him with a single blow. He then faces the other men with a cold look and prepares for the brawl. Another man is struck and spits a dark liquid before falling to the ground defeated. In an instant, the young man defeats all the thugs and leaves them lying on the bar floor. The lady and the other customers are left in shock and stare at the scene with fear and surprise. Marcella is also left speechless and observes everything with a mix of fear and admiration. Suddenly, the woman screams in terror and tries to flee, but is stopped by the young man. With his sword dripping, he tells her to stay quiet and wait right there where she is. With a blue aura, he says he is going to take something from them, because money will not be enough. The lady is terrified and trembles with fear as she faces the young warrior before her. The men draw their swords and ask who he is and who sent him to that place. With a cold look, the protagonist simply says the name of his old master, George. With a dagger in hand, he reveals himself as George's final dagger and prepares to fight. The men get confused and wonder what it means to be George's dagger in the city. Suddenly, one of them remembers a blonde boy with blue eyes and understands the situation. With a shout of anger, he reveals that the mysterious young man is the feared Vlad of Sora. The others doubt it and say the boy had already died, but he does not care about that. One of them says they hit the jackpot and that the boss will cover them in gold for his head. Stepping forward, the protagonist tells him to stop talking and come to the fight. He then challenges them to come try to take his life like they did on that day in the dark past. The men are frightened by the young man's aura and stare at him with fear and surprise. They wonder if that is truly the boy they once knew and doubt his identity. With eyes glowing with anger, they compare him to a bloodthirsty wolf in the dark. The young man then says that if they are going to just stand there, he will go to them to fight. With a swift movement, he advances and attacks one of the men with a sharp sword. He says it is fine, because he himself will go to them for the grand reckoning. The youth dodges an attack and prepares to counterattack with all his strength. He then strikes the man in the chest and defeats him with a single precise and heavy blow. In an instant, the protagonist moves with speed and defeats all his opponents. With a slash and a cry, the battle unfolds with intensity and shedding of blood. With every cry, a life fades away, and the young warrior shows no mercy to his enemies. He then vows that he will not let a single one of them leave that place alive tonight. With clenched teeth, the young man advances and continues his onslaught with fury and determination. He strikes another man and defeats him with a swift, precise blow to his neck. The next enemy is hit in the chest and falls to the ground lifeless with a look of pain. With eyes glowing with hatred, the youth faces his opponents and continues to fight. He then vows that they will pay the price for the tears Marcella cried with blood. The battle continues, and the young man moves like a ghost amidst the chaos of the hall. The site outside the bar now has a red rose, and the name has been changed. In a dark room, a man drinks a bottle of milk with a blank, sad look. He then slams the bottle onto the table and seems thoughtful about recent events. With a sigh, the man with the hook sits in his chair and reflects on the past. He remembers George and how the alleys of Sora became his after his absence. With a determined look, he says to himself that he will rise even higher and will not stop. He remembers not hesitating to steal and step on others to rise in life. But at the end of it all, he realized a bitter truth about power and life. Life in the alleys is only in the hands of those who are highest up in the hierarchy. With a cigar in his mouth, he admits that despite his defeat, he is still in power. He reflects that George was the winner, but in the end, it was he who died in the confrontation. The man fears that one day the same will happen to him, and that his destiny will be decided by others. Suddenly, one of his men comes running in and shouts that they are in trouble. Annoyed, the boss asks why he is making so much noise and stares at him with anger. The man shouts desperately and reveals they are completely surrounded by soldiers. The boss asks where and who the enemies are that surrounded them on this dark night. The thug explains that the entire alley is surrounded by soldiers from all sides. He says he is serious and that even the back door is full of soldiers. With a look of panic, he reveals it is the Sora garrison that has surrounded them there. The other men get confused and do not understand why the garrison would do that. One of them says maybe it is just a patrol, but the other points out the large numbers. With a wicked smile, the boss seems to understand what is happening and laughs at the situation. He then thinks that he expected that day, but did not imagine it would be so soon. With clenched teeth, he admits that that is the best thing that could have happened. He reflects that destruction is more relieving than the anxiety of not knowing when it will come. In the darkness, a figure with glowing eyes prepares for what is to come. Outside, a man in a yellow cloak leads the soldiers and meets with an informant. The man reports that the garrison's arrangement is complete, that they received the orders. The leader asks if the other alley is also completely blocked by the soldiers. The informant confirms nervously and guarantees they did the best they could on the mission. The man in the cloak reprimands him for letting the matter become so big and reach the count. The informant has no excuses and says one-eyed Jack is a man of great talent. The leader clears his throat and seems annoyed by his subordinate's flimsy excuse. The man wipes away sweat and gets nervous in the presence of the knight and his authority. The knight stares at him and wonders how a mere knight is so well informed. The informant is happy with the situation and says the cancerous group will be eliminated. But the leader corrects him, says the true cancer there is himself, and glares at him. He accuses him of being responsible for everything and covering up the scheme under the title of mayor. With a shrewd look, he says he can see from afar who has already accepted a bribe. The mayor then asks when the knights who will enter the alley will arrive there. The man points into the darkness and reveals that the knight sent is already at the location. He then points to a solitary figure walking toward the dark alley. Surprised, the mayor asks if it is just one person and cannot believe what he sees. He worries and says he gathered all the knights and that it would be better to leave it to them. But the leader interrupts him and says that cannot happen under any circumstances. He then explains that Sir Joseph put his heart and soul into preparing that moment. That would be the grand official debut fight of the young warrior Vlad of Sora. The mayor whispers and asks if the boy will be fine all by himself against so many enemies. He suggests taking the soldiers and worries the youth might get hurt and he will get in trouble. But Vlad stares at him and guarantees that even if he gets hurt, it will not affect him. The mayor insists and says he cannot allow that to happen to the young man. With a look of disdain, the youth ignores him and continues his way toward the alley. The two then stop in front of the entrance and prepare for what is to come. With glowing eyes, the protagonist faces the alley and prepares for the big fight. The mayor grumbles and asks if the young man promised not to get hurt, and he confirms it. With a sigh, the man hands him the flag and says Joseph asked to deliver it there. He then reveals that the order was to deliver it in front of everyone before the battle. The young man takes the flag and says he is ready to begin the great mission. He then strikes the flagpole on the ground, and an aura of power emanates from the object. With the flag in hand, he prepares to enter the alley and face his enemies. The soldiers are surprised and comment that they thought that was a forgotten tradition. The soldiers wonder who the boy is and how he received the flag at such a young age. They are marveled by the presence of the young knight sent by the Bayezid house. With a determined look, the protagonist prepares to exercise his authority. With the flag in hand, he declares that that land is his domain from now on. The young man then says that under the names that attest for him, he will exercise his authority there. With eyes glowing with power, he states that his authority extends over their lives. The mayor shouts, calls the men scoundrels, and announces the arrival of the knight. He accuses them of disobeying the laws and exploiting the city's people with malice. All the rights the young man exercises are guaranteed by him and the Church of Faith. The mayor then orders one-eyed Jack and his thugs to open the doors for the prosecutor. The soldiers outside shout the name of the Bayezid house and support the young knight. The family name echoes through the alleys and inspires the soldiers to fight for justice. Jack's thugs are terrified and stare at the soldiers with fear and apprehension. The crowd shouts that God protects the proxy and demands the end of one-eyed Jack. The mayor joins the main character, and the two get ready to enter the alley. He says the young man now has the justification and the people on his side for the fight. With a nod of gratitude, the youth unsheathes his sword and prepares to strike. The man wishes him luck, and the main character agrees before charging into battle. The sword warns him that the enemy will come from all directions and that the battle will be different. With a smile, he remembers that one of the fundamentals of combat is taking the initiative. The young man then raises his sword, and a blue aura surrounds his body with power. He wonders if George would still be around if he had not called God in that day. The main character reflects that he might not have needed to call God in if Jack had not made threats. He then realizes that there is only one single solution to end his torments. With his eyes shining, he decides he needs to take down one-eyed Jack once and for all. With a shout of fury, he charges with his sword raised and unleashes all his power. The blue energy spreads and hits all the men preparing for the attack. The henchmen cry out in pain and are struck squarely by the young man's wave of power. They fall to the ground defeated and suffer from the impacts caused by the strike. The main character then remembers that his world is consuming the worlds of the others there. With a firm grip on his sword, he knows he needs to put an end to all of that. He steps forward to cut the messy connection with the past and move on. The main character walks among the defeated fallen foes and prepares for the finale. With a serious look, he introduces himself as Vlad of Sora to the remaining men. Besides being the proxy, he declares himself a rightful avenger of that place. He then says he is there to put an end to the fight between them once and for all. The men stare at him in fear and see him floating in the air with a powerful aura. With a dark smile, he calls out one-eyed Jack's name for the final confrontation. He then announces to everyone in the room that he is finally back home. From his chair, the boss stares at the young warrior and seems surprised by his presence. He recognizes the voice and cannot believe the boy has returned after so much time. The man stands up and faces the main character with a mix of surprise and anger. With a mocking laugh, he looks at him and seems amused by the unusual situation. He then calls him proxy and asks if he is there for his head in the end. With a smile, he acknowledges him as the rising star of the entire northern region. Suddenly, one of the henchmen charges with his sword raised and yells to get him. The other men also attack and surround the main character for the big battle. With a cold look, he prepares for the attack and deflects the strikes with his sword. He then counterattacks with speed and defeats his opponents easily. The other henchmen are shocked and cannot believe the young man's power. With his eyes shining, he glares at the enemies and prepares for the next attack. The battle continues, and the boy moves like a ghost, taking down everyone in his path. One of the men tries to attack him from above, but he dodges and defeats him with a strike. With a quick movement, he slashes the enemy and red liquid splashes everywhere. The man falls to the ground, and the battle continues with more intensity and force. One of the remaining henchmen wonders if that is really the Vlad they used to know. He then yells for the others not to just stand there, and to surround the boy to attack him. Two men try to attack him from the sides, but he prepares for the counterattack. With his back stained red, he faces the enemies and shows no fear. One of them shouts and orders them to attack all at once when they are ready. One of the henchmen admits that the boy is skilled with the sword and that attacking is dangerous. They hesitate and no one has the courage to step forward and face the young warrior. With a cold look, he tells them they do not need to think too much about what to do. He then states that he is going to take them all down and charges into the attack with fury. With a quick movement, he ties the men up with ropes of light and immobilizes them. The henchmen are trapped and cannot move to defend themselves from the attack. A green aura emanates from the boy's hand, and he prepares for the final, decisive strike. He then unleashes a wave of energy that hits all the men at once. One of them cries out in pain and is struck squarely by the main character's powerful attack. The foes fall to the ground, and the battle ends with the young warrior's victory. One of the remaining men wonders how they can stop someone like him in combat. He then yells and orders the others to throw the iron fishing net over the boy. A large net is thrown and falls over the young man, who stares at it with a serious look. He dodges the net with agility and prepares for the enemy's next attack. The henchmen panic and start throwing everything they have at the main character. One of them complains about the boy's speed and orders the others to block him from the front. With a quick movement, he runs across the hall and dodges the attacks masterfully. He hides behind a pillar, and the men try to pull him out of his hiding spot. The leader then changes his mind and orders the others to block the stairs to stop him. The henchmen upstairs get ready and plan to throw their blades at him all at once. The young man finds that to be a headache and thinks going through them would be reckless. One of them challenges him and tells him to come up if he is so sure of his skills. The main character wonders what to do and knows he cannot keep using his aura. He then spots a thick rope and gets an idea to escape that situation. With a smile, he remembers that Jamina always complained about the heavy curtains in that place. The boy then gets ready to use the curtain as a distraction to get out of there. The men are confused and do not understand what he is planning to do with the curtain. He then cuts the rope, and the giant curtain drops onto the enemies in the hall. The henchmen shout in surprise and are caught off guard by the young man's plan. Using the distraction, he swings on the rope and climbs upstairs with agility. The henchmen stare at him in fear and cannot believe what they are seeing there. With a cold and determined look, the young man prepares for the next step of the battle. He then uses the rope and swings to the other side of the hall with agility. With a perfect landing, he touches down on the floor and prepares to face the enemies. The men are shocked and yell for the others to go up and get him on the upper floor. Vlad glares at them and is surprised by the number of men they had for the fight. With a shout of anger, he calls them scoundrels and charges into the attack with fury. The henchmen get scared and yell for the others to get him and stop him once and for all. With a quick movement, the main character dodges an attack and counterattacks with precision. He hits the man in the neck, and the strike proves to be his final one. The others cry out in pain and fall to the ground defeated by the young man's sharp blade. He then realizes that the sword's blade is sharp beyond limits and continues to fight. With his eyes shining, he notes that the enemy's attack directions are foolish. He dodges a strike and counterattacks with a quick and precise movement against the opponent. The main character then thinks that Sir Jaeger's wooden sword is much more dangerous. With a sigh, he composes himself and continues to fight with all his strength and will. Suddenly, an arrow hits him in the chest and makes him step back with a loud cry of pain. He turns around and sees archers at the back of the hall calling him a rat and continuing to shoot. The leader of the henchmen yells and orders the archers to keep shooting non-stop. The men prepare their bows and fire a volley of arrows in the boy's direction. Using his cape, he protects himself from the arrows and tries to find an opening to attack. With a determined look, he gets ready to charge and take down the archers once and for all. He steps on a table and uses the momentum to leap toward his enemies. The young man then jumps over the henchmen's heads and surprises them with his agility. He grabs onto a chain and prepares to drop down and attack the archers up close. With a quick movement, he drops down and strikes the men with his sword in the blink of an eye. With his eyes shining with fury, he prepares for the final strike. The battle ends with the archer's defeat and the boy stained in red. The remaining men stare at him in fear and cannot believe his strength. With a sigh, he admits that was an annoyance and prepares for the next step. With a cold look, he says that if they had waited, he would have come to them himself. The henchmen look at him suspiciously and do not understand the young man's attitude. With a gulp, the main character drinks what seems to be tea from a metal pitcher, but he spits the liquid back out in disgust, and the pitcher swings from the impact. With his sword dripping, he asks what he should do and if he should go to them. With a smile, he says he needs to keep going because he's going to collect rent for his stay. Jack's henchmen thought that was their territory and ruled it for a while, but that was a fatal mistake as the true owner of the place was back. The boy then declares that the place is the Rose's Smiles and charges into the brawl. With his eyes shining, he shows that it is now his new nest of power. The scene then shifts to the port of the city of Sora during the dark night. Harvin sighs and laments that one-eyed Jack has completely lost his mind and crossed the line. He says that not even the market thugs go that far and wonders what to do. Harvin reflects that the man became someone else after the loss of his boss George. And with that, the alley economy is collapsing in just a few months of chaos. He then despairs because he does not know how to report that someone stole his contraband. Suddenly, a man comes in and yells that the alleys are completely blocked off. Harvin asks who would do such a thing and what on earth is going on out there. The man reveals that it is people from Sturma and that they came to get one-eyed Jack. The friend explains that Sora's soldiers have surrounded them on all sides of the alley. With his hand on his head, Harvin thinks Jack crossed the line and that it will be a mess. The man reminds him of his friendship with Vlad, and Harvin is surprised by the mention. He then asks why the other guy is suddenly talking about the boy and gets confused. The friend explains he heard about a blonde boy in the group that came from Sturma. Harvin stares at him and asks if he is the only blonde in the world to be so specific. The man reveals that the boy introduced himself to everyone as Vlad of Sora. With his eyes wide, he asks if that is really true and cannot believe it. The friend confirms it and says he heard he planted his flag in front of Rose's Smiles. He then asks if Harvin is okay, but he says he has heard many rumors. And the rumors say that in the Duel of Honor in Dearmar, his aura finally manifested. And also about Bayezid's young vassal who accomplished a feat in the hunt for the Dread Worm, the great and powerful warrior known everyone as Vlad of Sora and his blue aura. With his hand on the handle of his cane, Harvin thinks that maybe all those rumors are true. With that, he decides he needs to check it all out for himself and goes out into the street. Back in the alley, the main character, stained in red, advances with his eyes shining. With a quick movement, he cuts through the air and attacks his enemies with speed. One of the men yells and lunges with a dagger in hand to try and hit the boy. With his eyes shining, the young man dodges and counterattacks with a precise, final strike. The blade cuts through the air and hits the man, who falls to the ground defeated in a single blow. The other henchmen cry out in pain and are thrown back by the force of the boy's attack. With his cape stained, he gets ready for the next move of the great battle. The fight continues and the young warrior moves like a ghost, taking down everyone in his path. With a cold and determined look, he faces his opponents and continues to fight with fury. An ethereal blue figure appears behind him and seems to watch the battle closely. The way he moves would leave people speechless with his great skill. Besides his talent and fierce effort, his strong will is deeply rooted in him. The voice then concludes that this boy is truly different from anyone else it has ever seen. With a final strike, he proves he is a natural fighter and defeats another one of his enemies. With his eyes shining, he looks at the fallen man and says he had time to put his teeth in. The man groans in pain, and we realize his teeth were knocked out in the big battle. With a cold look, the main character says it is not like he will need them anymore. With one strike, the young man finishes the job, and the man cries out from the final attack. He then walks past the fallen man and leaves him behind amidst the chaos of the battle. With a tired look, the boy says to himself that this should be enough. Looking at the fallen foes, he agrees but regrets not having replicated the scene from that day. With a serious and determined look, he prepares for the next step of his mission. He then says it is time for them to put an end to all of this once and for all. Suddenly, one-eyed Jack is startled by a noise and turns around to see what happened. A hooded figure with a sword in hand approaches him with slow steps. With his eyes glowing blue, the main character faces his enemy and announces his arrival. The man then calls for the boss while a shadow is cast on the hall floor. One-eyed Jack welcomes him and calls him a rising star with a mocking tone. With a glass in hand, he asks if the young man wants a drink to relax. With his silhouette in the doorway, the main character stares at his enemy in silence and with seriousness. With a smirk, the boss says the boy is no fun at all with his attitude. Looking at the reflection in the glass, he concludes that it really is Vlad of Sora. He then takes a sip and says he heard the rumors but did not believe they were true. With a sigh, he puts the glass on the table and seems to regret something he did. The man says he should have brought the boy in sooner and had the manager beat him up. Vlad then glares at him and asks if he shouldn't do that, and the boss understands. With his eyes shining, he says the manager must be gone by now, and the man laughs at the situation. With his hand on his sword, he says he is glad it was someone he knows who defeated him. He unsheathes his sword and prepares for the final confrontation with the young warrior. With a red aura, he says he is a man who likes to be sure of things. Vlad notices the messy connection and how his world is consuming his own world. He then says he no longer feels the endless reverence he felt for him in the past. Breathing heavily, the young man knows he is sure of one thing in that moment. He is sure that his enemy's world is no longer capable of containing him. The main character then prepares for the attack and focuses for the big battle. The silhouettes of the two warriors clash amidst the chaos of the ruined hall. With a serious look, the young man says he is going on the offensive and prepares to fight. With an evil smile, the boss accepts the challenge and says he is ready for combat. The two charge, and their swords clash in a fierce duel full of energy. The force of the impact creates a shockwave that spreads throughout the large hall. The aura of the two warriors clashes, and the battle continues with great intensity. With a determined look, the boy says he will fight with everything to honor him one last time. With a drop of sweat and a smirk, the boss faces the challenge with confidence. Their swords grind against each other in a test of strength and skill. With a firm grip on the handle, the man with the hook prepares for the next attack. With a quick movement, the sword and the hook clash, and sparks fly through the air. With a metallic sound, their feet slide across the floor in a fast and precise movement. That is their way in the alleys of showing respect for one another. Vlad presses with full force, trying to overpower his opponent with his sword. The man with the hook groans in pain, and his feet drag backward from the force. In a swift move, he digs the hook into the boss's shoulder, who feels the pain. With shining eyes, the main character shows that his fighting is brutal and limitless. But in a counterattack, the young man is also hit, and the red liquid flies. The opponent grits his teeth in pain but does not give up on the fierce combat. Shouting with all his might, the main character unleashes a powerful downward strike. However, the man manages to block the attack using his arm for protection. He thinks about how shocking it is that the young star has changed so much since the beginning. The boss realizes that Vlad needed to be this strong to dare return to that place. He says that the boy's progress is truly admirable and noteworthy. With a distant look, the man begins to speak about how he once had a dream too. In a memory, he remembers when he was just a child in a dark alley. His grand dream was to hold the shining stars in his hands at any cost. And to reach those stars, he knew he would need a lot of strength. He needed even more power, and with that, much was sacrificed along the way. The man did everything in his power because there were no boundaries between good and evil there. By doing all of that, he finally managed to reach the top of those alleys, but even so, he did not understand why he could not get closer to his dream. Even if the stars had lost their shine, they were still his goal. Suddenly, a bright light shines and a new realization dawns in his mind. He remembers his prime and all the strength he possessed back then. He then sees Vlad's silhouette, who is also reaching out for something bright. With a sigh, the man finally understands what the true path was. To grasp what shines, you cannot be consumed by the darkness. They clash again, and the main character's sword shines with a new light. He realizes he needed to become worthy of shining on his own. With that, Vlad delivers a decisive strike, taking his opponent's arm. The man with the hook groans in pain, feeling the deep cut on his body. With a sweaty and panting face, the young man faces his adversary without backing down. But suddenly, the boss begins to laugh sinisterly, and a red streak runs down his chin. He yells that it was excellent and wishes George could have seen the scene. With anger in his eyes, the main character grits his teeth and prepares for the strike. He then tells his enemy to shut up and raises his sword for the final attack. The two charge again in a clash of blades full of fury and power. The young man says he does not deserve forgiveness for having helped in George's demise, and also for being the scoundrel who sold Marcella to his enemies. Vlad then charges with fury, saying he deserves a miserable end. The man groans in pain but continues to fight with a smile on his face. He laughs, saying that this is a happy day, and continues the confrontation with the boy. The boss says they should open the rum barrels for a big party. With a smile, the man says the boy will climb higher than he did, but the youth shouts again, telling him to shut his darn mouth once and for all. With a quick movement, he kicks the opponent away and gets ready. The main character shows all his anger and determination in his gaze. Meanwhile, the boss continues with a defiant smile on his face. Vlad grips his sword firmly, ready to finish that fight. The man then takes the impact of the attack and feels the blade on his body. He says that perhaps this is better than the fate his friend had. He then thinks it is better than being crushed by a massive world like George was. For him, being trampled by a young man trying to rise is a much better ending. With a serious look, the main character asks if he has any last words. The boss then places his stained hook on the young boy's shoulder. With a smile, he tells Vlad he did a great job in that combat. He then tells the youth to rest a little before leaving that place. Vlad is surprised by the unexpected words of his former master. With a groan of pain, he pulls his sword from the opponent's body. The man then falls defeated to the floor while the main character watches the scene. With a battered body, the boss says that is enough for him. He admits he lived a wicked life, but that it was fierce and intense. Even if in the end he was overwhelmed by a brilliant world like Vlad's, with a stained smile he says to himself that he did a good job. With his final breath he raises his hook in a farewell gesture. Shouting George's name, he says he had a lot of fun up until that moment. The main character's feet move slowly away from his former master's body. The man is now motionless on the floor, his face covered in marks. Vlad looks down with an expression of heaviness and melancholy on his face. The boss's body falls back, joining the others who are defeated. With his back to the scene, the youth remains silent with his sword in hand. He thinks that revenge is sweet and that it is only natural for it to be exacted. However, upon looking at his stained sword, a strange feeling arises. He then wonders what that bitter taste is that he feels in his mouth. With a lost look, the boy reflects on his actions and the victory he achieved. He then walks away from that battlefield and approaches a table. With slow and heavy steps, the youth heads toward the glasses waiting for him. His hand, still dirty from the heat of battle, picks up one of the glasses with a drink. From behind, the main character seems to think for a moment about what to do. With a tired sigh, he finally seems to have made a decision. In his mind, his master's last words about him climbing higher echo. The boy then closes his eyes, processing all the feelings of that moment. He puts the glass back on the table and tells the boss to take the drink back. Vlad then turns his back on the table and slowly begins to walk away from the place. He says that a knight should only take what he was paid for. A stained glass and a coin are left behind as a symbol. That place was a bar where people stagnated in their lives with no future. But on that day, the main character was ready to leave it all behind. He walks among the fallen opponents toward a new journey. With a determined look, the youth prepares for the future that awaits him. A drop of stagnant water finally flowed out of that gloomy world. And that left a small ripple in the world of the boy who was leaving there. Outside the building, a group of soldiers waits with lit torches. Their leader comments on the eerie silence and wonders what happened. At that moment, the main character's silhouette appears in the doorway, surprising the man. With his sword and clothes stained red, the boy walks slowly. The man with the mustache seems to recognize him and is surprised to see him there. The youth's gaze is cold and emotionless as he approaches the group. All the soldiers and their leader are completely shocked by the sight. One of the guards asks fearfully if all of that on his clothes is from the fight. They wonder if he really defeated more than 50 people all by himself. One of the guards comments in fear that they cannot even get close to him. The leader is terrified and says that goes way beyond respect. He realizes that what he is feeling is actually overwhelming fear. With a tired but determined face, the boy stares at the group of soldiers. The man with the mustache gulps, still paralyzed by the fear he feels. The main character continues on his way without caring about their presence. He then walks past the leader and his men, who simply watch in silence. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouts the main character's name, and he stops walking. With a slight smile on his face, he turns to see who is calling him. It is a youth holding a tool who identifies himself as Harvin. Vlad stays silent for a moment and whispers his acquaintance's name. Harvin is being restrained by the guards but keeps trying to get to him. The main character's eyes widen upon seeing the scene unfold. The boy asks his friend's name in a tone of doubt and surprise. The leader realizes they know each other and orders the guards to make way. With the order, the guards let go of Harvin, who runs toward the main character. The white-haired youth watches his friend approach with a serious expression. With a sweaty and worried face, Harvin calls out his companion's name. He then asks if the boy is okay after everything that happened inside. With a small smile, the main character finally recognizes his friend and says it is him. He then drops his sword on the ground and curses, feeling the weight of the battle on his body. The youth collapses into Harvin's arms and says everything hurts a lot everywhere. Harvin becomes desperate and asks what that is and what had happened to him. Vlad hugs his friend and says he finally feels like he is back home. Some time passes and the scene shifts to a sunny city full of life. With his hair now blonde, the boy says he simply cannot get used to it. He then looks from the balcony and thinks maybe it is, because the view is not of the alleys. A man comes in and asks if the captain is already awake, saying he should sleep more. Vlad says it is harder to stay lying down and that his whole body hurts a lot. With a smile, the man says he brought water so he can wash up. The main character looks at him suspiciously and asks what is wrong with him. The man responds to what he means and says he has always been that way. But in his thoughts, he worries that the captain might leave him behind. The boy noticed the concern and thinks he can see right through his friend. He tells him not to be anxious and that he will take care of him if he does a good job. The main character then asks what he will do if he does not trust his words. The man quickly denies it and says of course he trusts him completely. Vlad sighs at his teammate's exaggerated reaction. The boy then remembers that Lord Vorden wanted to see him after he woke up. The youth says that is perfect and that he also had something to discuss with him. In a room, a table is filled with sweets and desserts of all kinds. Vlad looks at the food and says eating all of that will surely be the end of him. Vorden replies that he actually thinks he will waste away if he does not eat at all. He then shows a pile of documents and says he cannot see the end of them. He explains that the boss's shadows have spread even to the deepest alleys. The man then sighs and says it will take a long time to pull out the roots. He asks what Vlad plans to do now that his job is done. Vorden says that until Lord Joseph arrives, he is officially on standby. The boy asks if there is anything he can help with, since he knows nothing about paperwork. Vorden then ironically asks if he thinks he does not know that fact. The youth reads the document appointing him captain of the guard with representative authority. The man explains it is basically an arrest warrant with the right to use force. He says Lord Joseph wants to use the chance to clean up the alleys for good. Vorden says Vlad is the right person because he knows the place better than anyone. But he says the boy does not need to start right now and can take time off with his friends. With a serious face, the main character corrects him and says she is just a friend. The man with the mustache mentions he has already requested permission for a visit to the convent. Vlad thanks him and thinks about how Vorden is more thorough than he expected. Suddenly, the youth remembers something and says he has one more thing to ask. He then asks Vorden if the boss's remaining henchmen are in prison. The man confirms they are, and that they have all been locked up across the city. The boy then asks to go to the prison, and Vorden asks the reason for the visit. With a determined look, the youth says there is someone he needs to find there. He then thinks that if he does not find them in prison, he will search the entire alley. He is willing to turn every corner of that place upside down if he has to in order to find them. His determination is clear, and he is not going to give up on his search no matter what. A guard informs him that the henchmen are in the innermost prison, and Vlad thanks him. With his cape fluttering, he walks through the dark corridors of the prison. Two prisoners see him, and one asks if that is not the man who defeated them. The other prisoner recognizes him as George's dagger and becomes very scared. They then wonder why Bayezid's representative would be there in the prison. One of them panics at the presence of the young warrior in that place. He wonders if the boy came to get revenge on all the members who attacked them. One of the men in particular seems very afraid of the main character's presence. With his eyes glowing blue, the boy glares at them with an intimidating presence. All the prisoners in the cell are terrified by the warrior's cold stare. They back away from the cell bars in fear of what the youth might do. The main character remains silent, observing the reaction of each of them. Finally, he finds the one he was looking for and says to himself, "There you are." He says the man is already dark enough and crouching makes it hard to recognize him. With a drop of sweat, the prisoner gulps and tenses up from the conversation. Vlad then makes an offer and says he will get him out for 40 silver coins. The name of that man is Odar, and he remembers his difficult past in the alleys. With a sly smile, the boy says he also accepts credit as payment. Odar had dark skin that was shunned even in the dirtiest alleys, and the young main character was the first person to reach out to him. He was someone who had not lost his light even amidst piles of trash. The scene then shifts to a large, sunny convent on a beautiful day. Inside the place, 3 nuns look out the window with great curiosity. One of them then exclaims in surprise and tells the others he has finally arrived. Vlad walks toward the convent with his cape fluttering in the wind. The nuns comment on how handsome he is and that he is Bayezid's vassal. They wonder if the vassal has already become a knight because of the rumors. They find it strange that the Mother Superior is personally escorting him through the convent. Furthermore, local dignitaries are following him, and they think they donated a lot for that. One of them understands why the mother bought so much wine for the occasion. In another part of the convent, someone washes dishes with a tired expression. An older nun enters the room and surprises the young novices. She then yells, asking why they are still slacking off around there. The novices say yes and that they will finish the chore quickly. The older nun rushes them, saying the service is about to begin. The 3 then approach a young redhead who is washing the dishes. They complain that they got scolded because the redhead was taking too long. With her head down, the young woman apologizes for her delay with the chore. The others tell her to finish and go to the chapel, as they are going ahead. They then run off to get the best seats in the front row. In the chapel, the Mother Superior announces that they have a special guest that day. She introduces him as someone from the Bayezid family and that Father Andres vouches for him. The novices comment on how he has the support of the count and the local priest. One of the novices says he looks like a knight straight out of a fairy tale. With his blue eyes, he looks sideways in their direction and stares at them for a moment. One of them gets all excited and says she thinks their eyes met. But the main character searches through the crowd and thinks he cannot see her there. The Mother Superior then asks everyone to pray together at that moment. With his eyes closed, the young man seems to concentrate for the prayer that begins. He then kneels on the chapel floor to begin his silent prayer. Amidst the light coming through the windows, he prays with his hands clasped in front of his face. The novices are impressed and sigh at the sight of the knight praying. Suddenly, he feels a touch on his hand and opens his eyes to see who it is. With a slight smile on his face, he seems to recognize the touch he felt. Meanwhile, the young redhead runs panting to arrive on time at the chapel. She's relieved to realize the religious service had not yet ended. The girl then stays in the back observing the knight, who is kneeling and praying. The boy then raises his head and his gaze meets hers at the back of the church. With her face illuminated by the light, the young woman stands still, not knowing how to react. The main character's eyes widen upon finally finding who he was looking for. He clicks his tongue and stands up, turning to the Mother Superior beside him. The woman asks in alarm if something is wrong with him or with the place. He then says she is too skinny and asks if they feed her properly. The mother is shocked and left speechless by the knight's unexpected question. Irritated, he complains he cannot even do what he wants and starts to walk. The young man then walks down the chapel aisle toward the red-headed girl. The other nuns are confused and watch the scene without understanding anything. With a serious expression, he gets closer and closer to the young woman in the back. She looks at him in surprise and wonders if that handsome man is really Vlad. The young woman remembers the past and thinks it cannot be him at all. Muttering to herself, she is sure there is no way it could be Vlad. He then approaches and gives a dry to grab the confused girl's attention. They stand face to face and the boy asks what is it to the confused young woman. The main character stares at her with his bright, piercing blue eyes. The red-haired girl watches him from below with a confused expression. Noticing her state, the boy gets annoyed and lets out a low curse. Then he kneels in front of her, and the young woman asks if he is a fool. The other nuns drop their jaws at the scene, wondering if they know each other. He then questions if they did not feed her or even wash her clothes. The red-headed young woman's eyes widen at the knight's unexpected question. With a serious expression, the main character keeps staring at her, waiting for an answer. She then lowers her head, unable to answer the question asked by the boy. The girl's hand slowly approaches the blonde youth's head in front of her. With that, she gently touches his hair to confirm if it is really him. The main character then asks her to answer the question he previously asked. He stares at her intensely with a look that mixes concern and irritation. At that moment, tears begin to stream down the emotional young woman's face. Seeing her reaction, the boy tightens his lips, and his expression changes slightly. Vlad stands up and remains standing in front of the girl who continues to cry. Out of patience, he says to heck with the procedures, and that they are getting out of there. He grabs her hand and calls her by the name Zemina, telling her they are going home. The girl who had no home had never heard those words before in her life. The two were just vagabonds from the alleys with no home, no parents, and no food. The young woman clings to his arm, crying tears of happiness and relief to have him back. To them, one was the other's home and also the only family they had ever had. Already inside a carriage, the girl sits hugging a pillow. She looks up, seeming a bit uncomfortable with the current situation. Vlad observes her and asks why she is acting in such a strange way. He then questions what she wants and why she keeps staring at him. The girl looks away and begins to explain the reason for her behavior. The main character is confused, waiting for her to finish saying what she wants. With a red face, she says he has changed a lot since the last time they saw each other. Zemina then turns away embarrassed, leaving the knight surprised by her reaction. The knight then asks if she is feeling awkward after just 6 months apart. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere gets awkward and silent between the two youths. The girl keeps looking at her companion with a thoughtful expression. In her mind, she thinks that now the boy looks like a true noble. Embarrassed, Zemina hides behind the pillow she was hugging. She squeezes the pillow even tighter, trying to hide her embarrassment. Finally gathering up courage, the young woman calls out to get his attention. He then touches her lips with his finger, taking her completely by surprise. The main character says she is spacing out and tells her to eat that to wake up. The girl asks what it is, and he replies that it is caramel from a friend. Zemina asks how he got something expensive and if he stole it to get it. She stays silent for a moment, seemingly reflecting on what she said. Vlad notices the girl is starting to cry again and is surprised. He asks the reason for the tears, and she cries out that he took too long to come back. The young woman cries into the pillow while the boy watches her without saying a word. The main character then looks away toward the window with a tired expression. He merely comments that the weather is nice while the carriage continues on its way. The scene shifts to a village at night with a narration about the value of everyone. However, the narrator says that unleashing this value into the world is another story. We see the hot coals of a forge burning intensely in the dark. An elderly blacksmith watches the fire and thinks it looks a lot like him. He reflects that he is wasting away uselessly without having achieved anything in life. Because of that, the old man decides that is enough for the day, since no one else shows up there. Then he stands up and walks slowly toward the workshop door. The blacksmith stops and wonders if that boy from before is doing well. He remembers a young man who is admirable, and at the same time pitiful. The old artisan hopes the boy has not passed away from the cold out there. At that moment, someone stops at the door and asks if he is already closing. The blacksmith says yes, but the visitor says he cannot come back the next day. The old man grumbles, wondering what people from the alleys can be so busy with. The visitor says his sword needs repairs, and the old man is surprised. The boy then states that other blacksmiths could not fix the blade. The artisan is shocked and speechless upon hearing that from the young knight. Vlad then asks if he cannot do the job, and the old man remains standing still. Excited, the blacksmith yells that of course he can and that he can fix it. With that, the artisan invites the boy to come in and take a seat in his workshop. The main character then hands the sword to the old man, who takes it carefully. The blacksmith examines the blade and is happy to see it has been well utilized. He asks about a scar and Vlad says it was from hunting goblins in the winter. The old man asks about other marks and the young man explains about a duel and a bait. The artisan is impressed with the stories of hunts and duels of honor. He says he is proud because Vlad fulfilled his duties unlike himself. Very animated, the blacksmith says he is more excited than he was for his greatest work. The man then begins to work the bellows to revive the furnace fire. The old artisan's passion, which had been fading, reignites after a long time. The star that was losing its shine begins to glow brightly once more. The scene shifts to a man asking about a loan certificate. With a smile, the main character replies that it was a very fair trade. The friend asks if he is going to manage the place, but Vlad says he returned it to Marcella. He explains that the place needs fixing up, and the friend agrees with the idea. The boy then asks what the blonde knight's next plans are. Vlad says he will be on standby, and the friend is glad he is following orders. Sitting on a pier, the friend asks what the main character needs to investigate. The knight says he needs to search for the hidden assets of one armed Jack. The colleague then offers to help, and Vlad accepts the help right away. With a smile, the friend reminds him that the drink he gave him was not free. Vlad also mentions that Marcella is looking for the other sold girls. The boy then ponders that gold coins and the girls might have a connection. The main character complains that it is a hassle and that some left no traces. He then says one of them is named Anna, and we see the young woman's image right after. The main character says there are others besides her and agrees it is weird they vanished. The friend comments that one armed Jack did a lot of things, but this is different. He offers to investigate too, but warns that his organization has shrunk. At that moment, a man at the top of a staircase calls the knight's name. The newcomer informs him that he checked the place and found something very suspicious. Vlad praises the good work and says they should go check the place right now. He says goodbye to his friend, who promises to let him know if he finds any new clues. The boy sighs and laments that Vlad barely got back and already cannot catch a break. Vlad and his companion arrive at a wooden gate guarded by a man. The knight then shows a piece of paper with some names written on it. The guard looks at the list and asks what the main character wants with those people. The butcher then says he does not sell people there and asks what they want. With a serious expression, the blonde youth stares at him and questions if that is true. Irritated, the man complains about being bothered and tells the two to scram already. The butcher goes back to cutting meat on the counter, ignoring the presence of the two. Vlad questions if that place has always been a butcher shop, because it wasn't 6 months ago. The man then tells him to ask the Black Bear, as he was the one who gave permission. Apparently, this Black Bear is one of the 5 alley bosses and intimidates everyone. The main character finds it pathetic and says he will ask the boss personally. He finds the whole situation fascinating while the man continues to cut the meat. With a dark aura, Vlad asks how he knew there were names on the paper. He explains that in the alleys, people get irritated first when they see a note. After all, learning to read is not easy, and the butcher seems to realize his mistake. The knight accuses him of trading people instead of the meat he displays. Inside the dark butcher shop, the mood gets tense between the main character and the man. The butcher then quickly grabs his cleaver to attack the young knight. He lunges with the blade in a quick movement toward Vlad's neck. The main character dodges the attack with ease and without much effort. The man then asks angrily who they are and where they came from. Vlad says that is his question to ask and that if he cooperates, no one gets hurt. The butcher then refuses to cooperate and curses at the main character in anger. With a smirk, the knight says that this actually does feel like the alleys. Vlad then turns to Odar and asks him to close the establishment's door. Wielding his dagger, he declares that business is over for the day. Sometime later, Odar cleans the dagger and wonders how someone like Vlad ended up there. He complains about outsiders and how Jack did not take care of the place at all. Odar comments that Jack changed a lot after that day, and Vlad becomes thoughtful. The butcher reveals he is just a collector and that the merchants know the details. The main character reflects on the human trafficking and how deep the problem runs. He says they have already uncovered the truth and that the higher-ups will handle the rest. At that moment, a boy runs toward them, calling out Vlad's name. The boy arrives panting and says he found out what the knight had asked. Vlad congratulates him and hands him a meat skewer as a reward. The boy says a child saw Anna getting into a carriage a month ago. The knight then wonders if she was sold to some other place. The boy says there was something weird, and the main character asks what it was. He reveals that all the women who got into the carriage were expecting. Shocked by the revelation, Vlad asks if all of them were like that. The boy confirms and says their bellies were quite large and visible. Odar finds it strange and questions why someone would buy expecting women. He notices Vlad's worried expression and asks if something is wrong. The knight thinks this makes no sense, even by alley standards. A horrible image comes to his mind, and he thinks this should not be happening. Flashes of disturbing memories begin to run through the main character's head. His eyes widen with a terrible suspicion about what is going on. He remembers a warning and thinks a bad feeling is always confirmed. Gritting his teeth in anger, he hopes his suspicion is not true. But he decides there is nothing wrong with preparing for the worst-case scenario. The scene shifts to a man reporting unusual activity to Sir Vorden. Vorden, eating a cake, tells the man to relax and take a break for a while. The main character reminds him that he was the one who asked to investigate one armed Jack. Vorden complains he barely got a break, having just finished the paperwork. The knight asks if it is something serious, and he confirms that seems to be the case. His superior says it looks like a crisis is about to happen in the city. Vlad suggests visiting the mayor, but Vorden says the situation is not quite like that. The man complains about his time off and suddenly notices something out the place's window. He mutters that they are now pressuring him from all sides without stopping. A delegation of knights arrives in the city 2 days earlier than expected. They then gather in front of a large and imposing building in the city. A well-dressed man with a noble air appears to be the leader of that delegation. An older gentleman welcomes him with a smile and says it is an honor to have his visit. The noble asks if he has been well, and Vorden greets him formally. The man then asks if anything happened, and the noble assures him nothing did. The newcomer's eyes narrow, suspicious of the answer he received. The main character remains silent, observing the interaction between the two. The noble then notices the tension in the air and asks if something really happened. With that, he decides it is better for them to go inside to talk more calmly. They are taken to the door of the mayor's office for their meeting. One of the noble's guards then stops the group and says he will check the room first. The host is offended and asks if he thinks he would hide something there. The guard replies that this is a decision only he himself can make. Startled, the man says there is nothing suspicious and that he can check. The group then waits outside while the guard conducts his inspection. Vlad praises the guard's good work, who thanks him, a little surprised by it. The noble then asks the knight what he wanted to tell him earlier. The main character hesitates a bit, but his boss encourages him to say what he knows. Vlad then says it is better to ask the city mayor directly for help. The noble smiles and thinks it was worth teaching the young man how to assess things. He says the boy made a good decision by understanding the local situation. The guard then opens the door and announces that Mr. Joseph may enter the room. Upon entering the room, Mr. Joseph praises the mayor's splendid office. Looking out the window, he also comments that the view of Sora from there is great. The mayor agrees but says there is just one thing that bothers him there. The noble points to the chair, says it needs to be replaced because it is tacky. Shocked, the man wonders what the problem is with his mayoral chair. Stuttering, he asks Mr. Joseph what he means by that comment. The noble then approaches and sits in the chair in an imposing and serious manner. He tells the mayor to go on and say what he wants without worry. Vlad and the others go pale and are shocked by the newcomer's attitude. Joseph then addresses the new mayor of Sora, showing who is in charge. The scene shifts to Vlad and Odar in an alley, and the knight complains about the smell. They are in the oldest and most complicated part, a place that stinks of all sorts of things. Even with the hostile environment, the main character maintains a focused expression. The two then walk among the shadows of the residents of that dangerous place. We see the empty stares of the people who live side by side with danger. Vlad comments that it is no wonder not even Jack messed with this part of the alleys. They reach their destination, the Butcher's Alley, a place with bones at the entrance. The young knight then knocks on the wooden door to call the butcher. Vlad and his companion wait in front of the door in a very scary alley. A small window opens and a man asks who they are and what they want. The main character says he must already know, since everyone was watching them at the alley entrance. The window closes and a narration says the man is trying to annoy them. The youth thinks he cannot let this disrespect pass, even if it is normal. He remembers that now the honor of many people is tied to his name. With newfound determination, the boy looks up, decided to act differently. The knight closes his eyes and decides he can no longer leave things as they are. The sun sets over the city alleys, creating a very tense atmosphere. Vlad and Ar remain standing, waiting for the door to open for them. The door opens and a big, strong man tells the two to step inside the place. The main character stares at him with a calm but very determined expression. The man at the door asks what the problem is and why they do not enter the place. The main character and his companion stay silent, observing the reception. Out of patience, the brute grumbles and tells the two to get out of there. Vlad then warns him that if he closes that door, things will get complicated. The knight states with a serious look that he will not be able to handle the consequences. The man then stares at him with an expression of anger and surprise at his boldness. The main character's companion says he brought that situation upon himself. Vlad then introduces himself and says he will exercise his rights under honorable names. He tells the man to notify the Black Bear to face the representative of Bayezid. The henchman seems to recall some rumors he heard about the young knight. An image shows what happens when the boy plants his flag somewhere. He warns him not to take it as a joke, because this is his final act of courtesy. The scene then shifts to the former mayor, walking in front of the government building. The man looks back with an expression of sadness and worry on his face. He stands still, observing the large building where he worked until recently. From inside, the new mayor Joseph says he did not feel sympathy, but now he does. Oda replies that he is just paying for his crimes and will not escape. He only regrets that his actions brought forward the former mayor's punishment. Joseph then turns around and asks what the Black Bear said about the situation. We see the main character with his knights while Joseph says he will cooperate. Vlad, now in armor, comments that things seem to go smoothly and without issues. With a smile, the noble doubts that, since the Black Bear is a district boss. He says dealing with the situation was tough, but Vlad accomplished his mission very well. Joseph's intention to turn him into a refined knight is working. The new mayor then congratulates him and says he did an excellent job. The hand of one of the knights firmly grips his sword handle in readiness. In a large room, Joseph gets ready to give a speech to his men. He then introduces his team, which consists of 5 elite knights. The team also includes 1 mage and 10 experienced administrative staff members, in addition to 30 elite soldiers, very well trained and ready for battle. And finally, he concludes the presentation of his team with his single squire. The noble calls them his vassals who will share the same fate as him. If he becomes the head of the family, they will all rise, but if he fails, they will all fall. Joseph declares that Sora is the last stepping stone, and he will work to govern well. He says he will do his best but will be too busy with other matters. The new mayor is not ready for the darkness, but he knows it is impossible to prepare. He believes this might be his last chance and must stay one step ahead. Therefore, he entrusts the task to Sir Gregory and tells him to choose the team now. The bearded knight then thanks him for the trust and accepts the important task. Joseph chose him because he is neutral and does not get carried away by the brothers' conflict. Although he is not entirely his, he is the right person for this mission right now. Sir Gregory says the mission will require them to follow some people closely. Because of that, he would like to work with Sir Cade, who is excellent at tracking. He then turns to the main character, who is confused by the whole situation. Sir Gregory says he will count on the rising star for the success of the mission. The scene shifts to a rainy night in the barony of Uthman and Mashiam. Lightning illuminates the sky and reveals a large mansion amid the storm. Inside a dark room, someone is lying in a bed under the sheets. We see it as a boy who seems to be sick and breathing with difficulty. A man and a woman observe the boy with worried expressions. The man asks a woman at the window if that will truly save his son. With a smile, the blue-haired woman assures him it will definitely work. The father then looks at his sick son with a look of despair on his face. He clenches his fist and decides to trust the mysterious woman to save him. Crying, the noble says he is willing to pay any price for his son. The woman floats and tells him not to feel too much agony over the current situation. Her eyes glow purple, and she says God cannot take care of everything alone. A purple aura surrounds her, and she reveals herself with an evil and scary smile. She then says that is why people like her exist in the world, to help. The scene then shifts to a group of people traveling in the rain with a wagon. The group leader, Sir Gregory, complains that the weather is terrible for traveling. His companion agrees and laments that they were almost at their destination. The bearded knight then takes a canteen from his clothes to drink something. He comments that the weather is cool and offers a sip to the youth next to him. Vlad then says he will collect some branches to try to build a fire. Even with the rain, he insists they should still try to light the fire. Sir Gregory then comments that the main character truly is Sir Jadra's squire. Alone in the forest, the knight searches for branches they can use at the camp. He picks up a soaked branch and complains they will end up shivering from the cold. Suddenly, Sir Cade appears with some dry, hollow branches that should work. The main character thanks him for the help and offers to carry the twigs back. The blonde youth stands still, staring at his companion very confused. Sir Cade seems a bit embarrassed and hesitates to talk to his teammate. He says he did not find a chance to say anything on the way to that place. With that, he finally thanks Vlad for helping him in a past battle. The knight smiles and says he was just doing his job and not to worry. He replies that it is great and that at the time, he would have to lose a limb. Sir Gregory watches them and comments that he really chose the right people. He then says many knights would refuse to do this kind of work. The two youths remember Sir Vorden and get very dismayed expressions. The group leader then declares they are no longer knights, but mercenaries. He says that from there on, they are in the Baron's territory and have no proof. The place is outside Bayezid's territory, so Joseph's support ends there. Their mission now is to avoid detection and investigate the village carefully. The leader asks if they understand the mission, and the two confirm in unison. With everything clear, the trio decides to head back to save energy for the next day. The main character then stops for a moment with a serious and thoughtful expression. He remembers the sad wail he heard on that winter day in the past. The knight then hopes he will not have to hear that sound again. The scene shifts to a group of knights riding through a foggy village. Sir Gregory complains about the weather and says the place looks like an ambush waiting to happen. One of the knights agrees because he has a bad feeling since there is no one around. The main character then tries to calm them down, saying maybe it is just too early. At that moment, Sir Cade points ahead and says he sees an inn nearby. The group then decides to go to the inn to take shelter and get information. An innkeeper is surprised to see customers arriving at that time of the morning. The group leader explains the rain delayed them and asks for some hot soup. The owner of the place asks if they are mercenaries and says he cannot let just anyone in. Gregory says they want to stay for a few days and will also have their meals there. Vlad watches a little girl and thinks she looks like Zemina when she was young. The girl then gets shy from being noticed and hides behind the wall. Suddenly, a mysterious voice calls the knight's name inside his mind. Surprised by the call, the main character walks toward the little girl. His teammates wonder what got into him to act like that. The voice then confirms that this is finally the place they were looking for. It then says it will lend him its world, so he can see the little girl. The knight's eye glows with a blue light, and he activates one of his skills. His vision of the world then changes completely in a very dramatic way. He sees a purple aura coming from the cross necklace the little girl is wearing. His eye then reflects the dark energy he is seeing around the girl. The blonde youth realizes that is a curse, and the girl does not know it. He remembers that children are pure and always the first to suffer the consequences. Many adults steal from children, and for them only the worst possible fate remains. They end up perishing from hunger, cold, or exhaustion looking for their parents. In the midst of all that hell, the main character made a very important decision. He then swore he would never grow up to be like those horrible people. The young knight swore he would never live that way, no matter what. Those were the vows he made to himself when he was still a child. A vow must be kept, and knights are the ones who uphold them. Now in that place, the main character faces the situation with great determination. He needs to keep his vows, because there are children to protect there. The voice says the energy from the necklace stops at a tower, and that is the place. With a determined look, the main character decides they need to go in. Alone, the young knight walks down a dark corridor toward a light. He sees nothing suspicious and finds it odd the place looks so common and normal. The boy feels something is out of place but cannot figure out what it is. The voice then warns him that someone is approaching, and a silhouette appears in the background. The main character decides he needs to look as natural as possible to avoid raising suspicion. With that, he kneels on the floor and begins to pretend he is praying in the place. A man approaches and says he must be new around there, because he has never seen him before. The youth stands up and replies he arrived the morning of the previous day in the city. The priest says he heard about the mercenaries and guesses he is one of them. The knight apologizes for entering suddenly, and the priest steps closer to him. At that moment, the main character notices a strange symbol on the cover of his book. He finally understands why he had a weird feeling in that place. Since arriving in the village, he had not seen a single cross that was a normal cross. The priest says there is no need to apologize because God's arms are always open. The knight thinks he does not see God's arms there, at least not at that moment. The clergyman says the boy interrupted him, but feels better with permission. The main character then says he will leave as soon as he finishes his prayer. The priest agrees and says he can do as he wishes since it is God's house. The knight thinks the girl's necklace led him there, and that there is something unusual in the city. He also thinks he cannot let his guard down in front of the priest, even if he smiles. With a thank you, the youth says he must not let his guard down under any circumstances. The priest then begins to pray, asking for protection against an epidemic in the area. Surprised by the word, the knight wonders what epidemic he is talking about. With a sinister smile, the priest adjusts his glasses and continues his prayer. He also asks for protection for the children of that cursed village. A man asks where the knight heard about an epidemic and looks worried. The main character replies that the priest told him while he was praying in the church. With a smile, he says he needs to stay in the city and that the epidemic worries him. The man reassures him, saying he does not need to worry about that condition. The main character is shocked to learn the condition only affects the children of the region. The old resident then states that all of it is the fault of the wrath of an angry god. The knight thanks him for the information and walks away with a thoughtful expression. He then connects the missing women with the children who passed away there. Vlad is sure it is not an epidemic but has no evidence to confirm it. He thinks about going back to get a sacred object, but the voice says it is no use. The voice says it is a curse from a dark mage, and only a priest would know. The voice then asks how he knew, and the main character cannot answer. Frustrated, the youth laments being right but having no evidence to prove it. The voice then reminds him that the church distributed the necklaces to all the children. He then sees a hooded figure approaching a group of children. The mysterious man then distributes the same cursed cross necklaces to the little ones. We see in detail the inverted cross being given to the poor children. The hooded man continues distributing the cursed objects to the kids. The knight finds it all very suspicious and hopes to find some evidence there. The voice warns him to be careful because that man's key is far from ordinary. With a smile, he brags about his past as a pickpocket to help out. The scene shifts to a windmill on a hill near that village. The main character hides behind a tree and watches the mysterious figure. He then starts feeling like he is being drawn to a specific place. The youth wonders if he is being led to the outskirts of the town on purpose. The voice warns him that the man has already noticed his presence, and he agrees. He decides that following will not work and that he should return to report to Sir Gregory. The knight then turns around to head back, but something unexpected happens to him. The voice warns him they do not seem ready to let him go so easily. Suddenly, a hooded enemy attacks him by surprise with a sharp sword. The knight manages to react in time and blocks the strike with his own blade. The two then clash in a fast and intense combat in the middle of the forest. The main character is surprised by his opponent's strength and skill. The voice in his mind warns him not to stop, and that there is an enemy to his left. He then dodges the second enemy's attack and prepares to counterattack. The young knight spins and dodges the strikes with great agility and precision. He then jumps backward, putting distance between himself and the two enemies to catch his breath. Just from the crossing of swords, he realizes the enemy's true identity. For sure, the hooded man he is facing is a trained knight. The enemy's eyes glow with a yellow light, and he continues the attack. The two swords clash again with impressive force from both sides. The mysterious knight remains silent and focused on the combat against Vlad. The main character steps back again, keeping a guarding and defensive stance. He cannot discern the extent of his opponent's skills in the fight. In that case, the young man decides to use one of his special skills to win. The hooded enemy stares at him with a bright and intimidating aura around him. He then steps forward to deliver a final strike to his adversary quickly. The secret to an accurate strike is surprise and the unexpected element in combat. The enemy's sword glows with green and blue energy, and he attacks the boy. The voice reminds the main character that he only has one single opportunity to win. Right at that moment, he must seize the chance to turn the tables in his favor. A blue and green energy surrounds the blade of the mysterious knight's sword. The main character then prepares to block his opponent's powerful attack. The enemy then unleashes a golden aura, and his attack becomes even stronger. The young knight is shocked to see that his opponent can also use aura. The voice in his mind screams for him to stop the attack, but it is already too late. The main character realizes he will not be able to stop the strike in time and despairs. The enemy watches him with a cold and calculating look during their confrontation. A grand explosion of light occurs when the two auras clash with full force. The knight is thrown backward and falls to the ground, hurt by the force of the impact. With a sweaty and panting face, he struggles to get up and continue the fight. The enemy then appears in front of him with a golden and very imposing aura. The figure is revealed to be a woman with a golden aura and shining eyes. The main character is surprised upon realizing the true identity of his opponent. The knight's eyes shine with a golden light and she stares at him firmly. The voice in his mind then confirms that she is a true holy knight. The youth thinks about clearing up the misunderstanding, but feels it is too late. The voice says she has already reached her own conclusion and will not listen. The holy knight glares at him and says she will talk after subduing him. The voice then yells for the main character to counter the strike she is preparing. The two swords cross again in a clash of powerful auras. The boy complains her strike is very heavy and different from Pablo's attacks. The woman then raises her sword and a golden cross appears behind her. The voice explains she does not need to create a world because God's word is already in it. A pillar of golden light descends from the heavens and strikes her with overwhelming power. The main character complains it is unfair for her to gain so much power just with God's will. With a determined look, the youth prepares to face the holy knight. The woman lunges with a powerful attack, and he gets ready to defend himself from the strike. Even though the blessing is overwhelming, the knight is full of openings. She attacks with a sword strike that releases a golden, cutting energy. The voice then yells for him to take the opportunity and attack right then. The young knight then lunges with his sword shining with a blue and green aura. The two lock eyes with determined looks during the clash of their auras. The boy then spins his body and his sword for a surprise and precise attack. He manages to hit the knight, who is surprised by his skill. The woman then shifts her body to the right and prepares for the counterattack. The main character is surprised by his opponent's speed and agility. The voice in his mind warns him to regain his balance and focus on the combat. The holy knight then kicks him in the chest, and he loses his balance in the fight. The young man manages to defend against her sword strike with his steel gauntlet. The woman then hits him with a strong blow and throws him far away with the impact. The main character cries out in pain upon being hit and falling hard to the ground. Hurt on the ground, the main character grunts in pain after taking a very strong blow. But he quickly stands back up with sword in hand and a very determined look. His mysterious opponent watches him from above with an imposing and lethal posture. The youth wonders what that was and how she managed to dodge his attack. The voice explains it is armor magic, a unique technique of holy knights. He complains that with a blessing and armor magic, the fight becomes a cheat. The woman did not even break a sweat, and he realizes she left an opening on purpose to lure him in. With that, the main character understands the opponent was just playing with him. The knight approaches him and with a serious voice asks who he really is. The boy then raises his hands in surrender and says he came from Sora to investigate. The woman seems surprised to hear the city's name and continues staring at him. She introduces herself as Justians and says it is heaven's will for them to meet. Sir Gregory and the others arrive, and he agrees with the holy knight about fate. Already inside an inn, they invite her to talk, and she accepts the invitation. She then starts to explain that she was investigating the strange events in the village. At first, she thought it was a plague, but ended up discovering it was a curse. Justy says she found traces of something very ancient and unknown around there. Sir Gregory is shocked and questions how it can be a curse with a church nearby. The holy knight then reveals she believes the church is the source of the curse. Vlad and Kate are surprised, and the voice in the youth's mind says she is perceptive. The group leader is shocked because the situation is more serious than he thought. He then realizes the case is growing beyond his authority and capacity. The holy knight remains silent, observing everyone's reaction there. She then asks him to pass on her gratitude to the new mayor of Sora. Justy praises the mayor's approach in using information they did not have. Sir Gregory understands she is asking them not to investigate the case any further. She states that dark magic is the church's domain and they have no way to proceed. The main character stays silent, watching the conversation with a serious expression. The young knight understands a line has been drawn between them and the church. He reflects on the weight of authority and responsibility in the face of this situation. The group then heads back to the inn on a dark and foggy night. The main character reflects that they will not be able to find the missing Anna. The little girl from the inn approaches and asks if they are already leaving. The boy says yes, and the girl asks why they are leaving so soon. She then says there is no such thing as finished work in this world, leaving him surprised. With her eyes shining, the girl stares at him, and he thinks she hit the nail on the head. The knight asks why she has no friends, and she says her father forbade her. He agrees it makes sense since things around there are not normal at all. The girl asks them to stay a bit longer because the church will give out presents. The innkeeper says they will gather the children for a blessing ritual soon. The man says the ritual should happen in 3 or 4 days with the priest. The girl then insists that they stay until the day of the ritual in the village. The main character drinks from his mug and stays silent, thinking about her proposal. He calculates that the holy knights will take 4 days to arrive there. Upon hearing they might stay, the girl gets very happy and with a wide smile. She then says she will give him a present, and the young man asks what it is. With open hands, the little girl shows a flower ring she made for him. The knight is confused and asks how it is a flower ring if it does not have a flower. He realizes she made it with ivy from the wall, since there are no flowers in the village. The father calls the girl and says it is time for her to go to sleep and rest. With a sad expression, the girl says goodbye and goes up to her room. She then asks if he will really be there the next day, and he says yes. The girl blushes and is very happy to hear the young knight's answer. She then waves and says goodbye one more time before going to bed to sleep. The main character watches her with a worried look as she climbs the stairs. Suddenly, the little girl trips and starts falling backward down the stairs. She falls hard on the floor, and her father screams his daughter's name in despair. The knight turns around quickly with a shocked and worried expression for her. The father picks her up and sees she is having a convulsion and is unresponsive. With anger, Vlad runs, and the voice in his mind says it will help him understand the situation. With his eyes glowing blue, the main character activates his special skill. He then sees the curse taking over the little girl's body with a purple aura. The voice in his mind confirms that the girl's curse has finally been activated. Sir Gregory and the others approach and ask what is going on there. The girl's father holds her in his arms and screams for her to wake up and not give up. The group leader turns to Justy and asks what is happening to the child. The voice then says her breathing is fading and the curse drains her life. The main character sees white smoke coming out of her and heading toward the church. Justy says it seems they noticed her presence and that is why they acted this way. She regrets being careless and not expecting them to sense her power. The Holy Knight gets ready to act and go to the church to investigate the case. She asks that if she does not return, they explain the situation to her colleagues who will arrive. Sir Gregory is left speechless and does not know what to do in that complicated situation. The main character then questions him why he is just watching everything. He gets angry and asks if it is because of the limits of responsibility and authority. Suddenly, cries of despair begin to echo throughout the terrified village. Parents of other children also find them in the same state as the little girl. They try to revive their children, but the curse seems to be too strong. The night fills with cries of pain and the lamenting of parents who lost their children. The knight reflects that he wanted to escape the alleys not just to survive in life. He says that just watching will be the same as staying in the filthy alleys. With a determined expression, the youth declares he is going to move forward. Sir Gregory then grabs him by the shoulder to stop him from acting on impulse. He says he understands what the boy is feeling, but that he needs to listen. The group leader states that a knight's sword must be heavy and sharp. He says the young man will become a knight and needs to understand one thing. Their swords demand justification and responsibility in every single one of their actions. The main character questions him what use that is if they cannot protect what they must. Sir Gregory agrees he hit the nail on the head and asks him to repeat after him. Confused by the request, the young man wonders what he wants him to repeat. We see the image of a holy knight with his sword glowing intensely. The scene shifts to a church bell that starts ringing with a purple energy. A wave of dark energy spreads through the church and hits the holy knight. She says the dark energy does not matter because the place is on land created by God. With that, the knight states that nothing can stand in the way of the divine will. Suddenly, a strange symbol appears on the church wall with a dark color. Justy's eye widens upon realizing what that symbol means there. Her vision is flooded by images of a dark and very disturbing ritual. Angrily, the holy knight declares that this is a sign of pure blasphemy. The church priest then appears and comments she arrived earlier than expected. He then asks why she came alone to such a dangerous place. The clergyman says that with just the two of them, they cannot pray for the people there. The woman then wonders what people he is talking about right now. She feels a strange energy but does not see anyone else besides them in the church. Suddenly, images of skulls and bones flash rapidly in her mind. Justy is shocked and terrified by the vision she just had in that place. A sphere of purple energy begins to form in front of the church priest. He then prepares to release the energy and begin his profane ritual. With open arms, the clergyman shouts for their service to begin. Several lost, ghostly souls begin to rise from the church floor. They drag themselves and try to reach the large wooden door at the back of the hall. The door starts being forced by all the souls trying to escape from there. Justy turns around and points her sword at the door, ready to face whatever comes. Skeletal hands begin breaking the door down to get out and attack the knight. The woman is shocked and scared to see the amount of souls coming out of there. Voices of despair echo through the place begging for help and for their children. Angrily, she yells at the priest and asks how he could do something like that. The clergyman replies that he fears God, but that he has little to do with him. He then opens his book and begins reciting the words of his unholy ritual. With an evil smile, he says he no longer needs to return to God's embrace. With her sword in hand, the knight attacks the lost souls with a strike of light. She then drives her blade into the ground and begins reciting a powerful prayer. She calls upon the glorious commander of the heavenly army, Saint Racino, who is by God's side, and asks that in exchange for a high price, he come to save the miserable souls. With her eyes glowing golden, she says she will be the one to pay the price. With that, a golden aura surrounds her, and angel wings appear with immense power. A golden light then lights up the dark sky and spreads throughout the village. The light is so strong it strikes the church and illuminates it with sacred energy. With the force of the power, the interior of the church begins to shatter into pieces. The knight then floats in the air and releases her golden light to purify the souls. The souls are struck by the light and begin to burn with the sacred energy. From afar, the priest watches the scene and is shocked by what is happening. He then wonders if that would be the knight's legendary solemn exorcism, a light that can be seen without eyes and found even in the darkness. The priest says she is more impressive than he thought for summoning the light, but he clasps his hands and begins to summon a dark and powerful energy. The clergyman says that even a bright torch has its limits when it stands alone. With an evil smile, he says that spell has a strong side effect. He then reveals that this is a miracle that costs the very life of the one who uses it. With his feet on his book, he says she must know that at the end of the glorious light, only an even deeper and darker darkness will remain at the end of it all. A ray of golden light then rises from the church and dispels the darkness in the sky. With the light, the women's souls begin to burn and purify slowly. They then turn to ashes and disappear with the power of the sacred energy. A dark energy then tries to resist the light and purple smoke spreads. But the holy knight stays focused and her eyes shine with golden power. Suddenly, more lost souls appear, and the situation gets even more complicated. The knight wonders how many victims are still out there and gets ready to fight. With sword in hand, the priest prepares and says it is time to start the ritual. He then faces her and says the time has come for darkness to finally fall upon them. Panting, the holy knight tries to recover after using all her power. The priest then repeats the prayer, mocking the glorious commander of the heavenly army. With a smirk, he says her efforts were completely useless. But Justy continues her prayer and asks her church to strike down all enemies. A sacred entity then appears in an explosion of golden light and white feathers. Sir Gregory is shocked by the scene and cannot believe what he is seeing. With determination, he says he will defeat that maven if it costs his life. The church is then consumed by golden flames and a sacred energy spreads. The holy knight observes the scene with her eye glowing with golden power. Sir Gregory prepares for the attack and charges with an expression of pure fury. He yells for the enemy to get out of his way and lunges with all his strength. Sir Cade then steps in front of Justia to protect her from the imminent danger. With a cry of pain, he shields her from the impact of the blast with his own body. Sir Gregory yells and orders them to push the wagon to protect the children. The priest finds the whole situation ridiculous and prepares to counterattack with power. An explosion of purple and golden energy occurs and chaos takes over the place. The clergyman watches this scene with contempt while the church burns in flames. The main character leaps into the air and prepares to attack the priest with his sword. With an angry look, he says the clergyman crossed the line by messing with children. He then charges and strikes the priest with a sword slash full of fury and hatred. The two face off amidst the flames with their swords clashing forcefully. With his eyes glowing blue, the main character glares at his enemy with determination. The clergyman stares back at him, and his eyes glow with a dark purple energy. The priest's reflection appears in the boy's eye, and a great revelation happens there. A figure of blue energy manifests, and the clergyman seems to recognize that power. With a smirk, he says only now did he manage to recognize the young warrior. With an evil smile, he says they meet again in that place. Angrily, the main character tells him to stop talking and perish once and for all. The two attack each other with their auras of power, and the battle continues intensely. From afar, Sir Gregory and the others watch the fight between the two with concern. Sir Gregory worries and asks if Miss Justy is okay after the fight. With a sad look, the knight says they had no choice since the children are departing. Looking at the souls, he then asks what exactly is going on there. The holy knight reveals they need to go to the bell tower, because that is the source of the curse. The leader agrees and decides to split the group even though it is risky, because there is no time to lose. He remembers that Sir Cade cannot use aura, and so he will stay behind in the combat. With a serious and determined look, he gets ready for the next phase of their plan. Meanwhile, the main character faces the clergyman, and they need to get him out of there first. With a red aura, Sir Gregory unleashes his power and charges into battle with fury. With his eyes shining, he yells that he is there and prepares for the big clash. With a hard stomp, he creates a shockwave and propels himself into the attack. He then intercepts the clergyman's attack and stops him from hitting the young warrior. The two warriors clash in an aerial combat full of power and energy. The main character watches the scene with a serious and worried look for his companion. The clergyman yells and uses his strength to push the knight backward in the fight. The clash of swords creates a massive explosion of light and sparks in the middle of the church. Sir Gregory is thrown back by the force of the blast, and the youth watches him from afar. He yells for Vlad to go to the bell tower, since Justy said there is something there to destroy. With a determined look, the young man agrees and answers sighs to his leader. Wasting no time, he runs for the bell tower to fulfill his mission. The clergyman tries to stop him with purple energy and asks where he thinks he is going. Suddenly, a lost soul appears in front of the boy to block his path. With gritted teeth, the main character shouts in anger at the obstacle in his way. He keeps running while more souls try to grab him and prevent him from passing. One of the souls grabs him tightly, but he stays focused on his main goal. With multiple souls holding him, he realizes they are too many to face alone. Suddenly, a golden arrow pierces through one of the souls and purifies it with its light. The soul cries out in pain as it is purified by the arrow and turns to ash. With a look of surprise, the youth turns to see where the unexpected help came from. It was Sir Cade with his bow and Justy with her glowing sword to help him in the fight. Sir Cade yells for the main character to run while he provides cover with his bow and arrows. With a shout, Vlad agrees and keeps running toward the tower with everything he has. An arrow of golden light is fired and flies toward the malicious spirits. The arrows hit the souls and purify them with a powerful and sacred energy. With the path clear, the young warrior runs through the fallen bodies of the creatures. Upon reaching the tower, he sees that more lost souls are blocking the entrance. With an angry grunt, the boy gets ready to face the new enemies. With his eyes shining, he yells for them to get out of his way and charges with fury. He then attacks the souls with his sword and clears a path with his swift strikes. The creatures cry out in pain as they are defeated by the young warrior's blade. With a determined look, he continues his climb up the dark and dangerous tower. The main character climbs the tower stairs with speed and agility to the top. With clenched teeth, he keeps climbing with determination for the mission. He holds the ring in his hand and remembers that all worlds are precious. But he knows that not all of them can protect themselves alone and need help. And they are the people who swore to protect the innocent from all harm. Therefore, if they are in the place where they are needed to fight, or at the moment they need to act to protect the weakest and most innocent, with a determined look, he knows they cannot hesitate in their actions, and they must burn themselves to become the torch that lights up the world's darkness. Back at the church, the lost souls advance and attack Sir Gregory with fury. One of them attacks him with its claws, but he prepares for the counterattack. The creature's hand is burned by the knight's aura, which protects him from harm. With an angry look, Sir Gregory faces the soul and prepares for the attack. He then strikes the creature with a powerful punch and knocks it far away forcefully. With his sword in flames, the knight defeats several souls all at once. With his eyes shining with power, he glares at one of the souls approaching him. He then hits it with a powerful punch to the chest and defeats it with brutality. The soul cries out in pain and dissolves into purple smoke from the knight's blow. In the distance, he sees Sir Cade and seems relieved that his companion is safe. Tired and hurt, Sir Cade tries to recover after the intense battle in the church. Sir Gregory complains about the situation and says he wanted to be more popular in his life. With his eyes shining, he says he saw many bad things on that day of battle, and the priest's smiling face at the end was the worst of everything he saw. The clergyman then challenges him and says he is not someone who can meet his end. Angrily, the knight says he will see if he keeps talking after losing his head. The priest then begins to laugh in a sinister and mocking way at the threat he received. Sir Gregory charges with fury and yells for him to keep laughing until the end of his life. With a quick movement, he strikes the clergyman with his flaming sword forcefully. With his eyes shining with power, the knight prepares for the final, decisive strike. With an accurate blow, he manages to take down the clergyman once and for all. The priest's body falls to the ground and dissolves into a pool of darkness and energy. Suddenly, the lost souls stare at the knight with their empty, lifeless eyes. Sir Cade notices the women have stopped moving and is surprised by the scene. The holy knight explains that to defeat an army, one must take down the commander. She then concludes that Sir Gregory's judgment was correct from the start. With a sigh of relief, the knight says that day was truly very tough. He then grabs his canteen and says he needs to drink until he cannot see straight. But suddenly, he remembers there was no wine at Mass, and everyone goes on alert. With an evil smile, a voice asks for a sip of the drink the knight has. Sir Gregory turns around and is shocked to see the clergyman is still standing there. Sir Cade screams his leader's name in despair and does not understand what happened. The knight stares at the priest's headless body and is terrified by the scene. A blue flame appears on the clergyman's neck and a new form begins to emerge. Justy then reveals the enemy's true identity as the headless knight. A blue aura surrounds the clergyman's body and his true form is revealed. It was Dullahan the Headless Knight, a legendary and very powerful creature. Meanwhile, the main character keeps climbing the tower stairs rapidly. Reaching the top, he sees the church bells and a purple energy emanating from them. The sword warns him that it is the curse of a noble dark mage and to destroy it. With a determined look, the main character agrees with the plan and says he is ready. He then jumps into the middle of a large vortex of blue energy and gets ready. Down below, the Dullahan holds a skull of blue flames and waits to fight him. The sword in his mind yells for the youth to dodge the enemy's impending attack. With a heavy landing, the boy touches down on the floor and prepares for what is to come. Suddenly, the tower bell is hit by a purple energy attack, and it crashes. With a drop of sweat on his face, the main character looks up with great concern. From the impact, he is thrown back and cries out in pain from the force of that strike. He manages to steady himself on the ground with his sword and tries to regain his balance. The young warrior then looks at the bell tower, which is slowly crumbling. Angrily, the boy yells and gets ready for the next move of the big battle. He is then thrown into the air once again and flies toward the ground with speed. A massive dust explosion occurs, and the impact shakes the entire structure of the place. Tired, the main character kneels and wonders what on earth is going on there. With his eyes shining, he notices a purple mark on his ear and goes on alert. The young man then stands up and faces the ruined bell tower, covered in smoke. Suddenly, the Dullahan appears and praises him, saying he is quite impressive. With a cold look, the boy tells him to hand over the object, and the enemy challenges him to take it. The headless knight then holds the glowing object with a strong purple energy. In anger, the main character yells for him to hand it over and charges with his eyes shining. With his sword shining, he attacks the Dullahan, and an energy clash occurs there. The two face off in an aerial combat full of power and dark energy too. The enemy warns him not to go all out because his goodwill will not last long. Angrily, the youth yells and asks why the heck he would be his comrade. But the headless knight reveals he was not actually talking to the boy. Surprised and confused, the main character wonders what he meant by that. The enemy then hits him with a strong punch and throws him far away with the impact. Following that, the Dullahan holds his own flaming head with a swift gesture. With a bizarre movement, he places his head back where it belongs and gets ready. Vlad then blocks a powerful attack from the Dullahan, who now has his head back. The sword says he is getting faster and that he is too fast to counterattack. With his sword shining, he charges, and the voice says those are not human movements. The young man then prepares and attacks with his sword at an impressive speed. The headless knight provokes him and asks if he is not a bit too slow. The sword then yells Vlad's name and seems to be connecting with the youth. With a powerful attack, he uses a purple energy and strikes the Dullahan with everything he has. The enemy is shocked and wonders if that is leather armor magic. A blue aura surrounds the boy's body and protects him from the enemy's counterattack. The Dullahan is surprised and realizes that is the blessing of a nature spirit. With his sword shining, the young man prepares for the next move of the big battle. He then jumps into the air and attacks the headless knight with a powerful downward strike. With his teeth clenched, the main character focuses and unleashes all his energy. The Dullahan stares at him with a serious look and gets ready for what is to come. The two attack each other with their auras of power, and the battle continues with great intensity. With a cry of pain, the boy feels the impact of the strike and steps back a bit in the fight. He then realizes he has no chance of winning and needs to meditate like Sir Ludger. With his eyes shining, he enters his inner world and connects with the voice. In the vast world of the child, there was more to be achieved, and the voice's world too. On the horizon, the two meet, and the boy says they will become one. The voice then says it will allow it, and a great energy surrounds the young man's body. With his eyes glowing white, he absorbs the power and prepares to fight. The Dullahan notices the change and goes on alert with his opponent's new power. The main character then declares that this is his world and unleashes all his energy. With a furious shout, he orders the enemy to leave the children alone once and for all. He then attacks the Dullahan, and purple and white energy clash with great force. A massive explosion of white and purple lightning occurs and shakes the entire tower. The energy spreads throughout the bell tower and destroys everything in its path. The main character's sword shines with powerful white energy after the attack. On the other side, the Dullahan stares at him and seems impressed by his absurd power. The two warriors face each other amidst the wreckage of the destroyed bell tower. With his hand outstretched, the young man absorbs the dark energy and gets ready for the next move. Vlad then gets frustrated for having caused only that injury to his opponent. He says he is too weak to use the world's power and can only use it 2 or 3 more times. In silence, the Dullahan recovers from the previous attack and his energy begins to change. He says he was taking it easy because he considered the boy an ally, but that has changed. Right after, a powerful blue flame completely surrounds the knight's body. Seeing this, the main character wonders what that sudden transformation is. The headless knight appears imposing with his new form and overwhelming power. Thus, the enemy launches a dark attack toward the boy, who stays on high alert. A voice yells for him to dodge, and the boy manages to escape the strike by a hair, but the Dullahan does not stop and continues his offensive with a quick hand strike. Vlad then defends himself with his sword, and a massive collision of energies happens. With the force of the impact, the boy is thrown far away and flies through the dark skies. He crashes violently into the ground, and a large crater forms at the site. The opponent watches the dust settle as he waits for the result of his attack. He then reflects that the boy managed to defend himself and his potential cannot be ignored. However, the individual he sees seems to have a slight difference from what he imagined. Vlad is lying on the ground, apparently unconscious after the powerful attack he received. The knight then decides he must cut off all possibilities he cannot predict. In this way, he approaches to finish the young man and guarantee his victory in combat. The Dullahan then questions why he didn't just do the bare minimum he was asked to. He creates a blade of dark energy and points it at the fallen boy's neck. However, a hand grabs the blade, and a bluish energy begins to manifest. Great surprise overtakes the knight upon seeing that unexpected reaction. The main character's hand is now covered in white lightning and immense power. He stands up, holding the enemy's arm, and says he already warned him once. With his eyes shining brightly, he tells the knight not to touch the children. At that moment, an explosion of white lightning consumes everything around the two. The Dullahan cries out in pain as he is hit squarely by the powerful discharge of energy. Vlad says he does not know who he is, but he knows exactly what needs to be done there. He goes on to say that even without memories, what he must protect is in his soul. With his sword shining, he states that he is alive simply for that reason. Then, with a serious look, the boy says they are now going to fight like adults. The knight recovers from the shock and observes his adversary's new stance. The enemy then creates a dark energy sword and glares at the main character. Striking the ground, he releases a wave of power and gets ready to attack. The youth lunges with his speed, and the two warriors clash with great force. The Dullahan is surprised by the strength of the strike and wonders what happened. A grand battle of lightning and shadows unfolds between the two fighters. With the force of the impact, the enemy is dragged backward and grunts from the effort. At that instant, the boy appears in front of the opponent, who is shocked by his speed. He then places his hand on the knight's chest, and massive energy gathers. With a powerful thrust, he throws the dull hand far away with his overwhelming strength. The main character then asks if he really thought he could beat him. The desperate knight asks who he is as he is consumed by the lightning. Vlad replies that he has no reason to talk to pests who feed on the young. With a cold look, he tells his opponent to meet his end and releases a massive explosion. The boy's hand emits a white and purple light that hits the knight squarely. The Dullahan cries out in pain as he is swallowed by the destructive energy of the attack. Shocked by the power, the knight wonders if that makes any sense. For the first time, he admits to himself that he is feeling fear of the boy. On the other side, the youth is completely surrounded by lightning and ready for more. The Dullahan then realizes that entity could definitely defeat him. He describes the boy as a white monster approaching to devour him. Vlad charges rapidly toward his enemy with an aura of power. With an accurate strike, he hits the knight with all his electric force. The opponent is startled and says the boy disappeared before his eyes again. At high speed, the youth attacks the Dullahan from all sides without letting up. The enemy gets confused and looks around, trying to figure out where he is. Vlad then appears behind him and questions him for bragging while being so slow. With a shout of surprise, the Dullahan is hit squarely by the boy's swift strike. He then tries to fight back with a massive explosion of dark, purple energy, but the main character faces the attack head-on without showing any fear. The energy then hits the knight, who cries out in pain as he is consumed by the power. With his body battered, the enemy is thrown far away and crashes into the ground. Indignant, the being inside Vlad wonders how a pest like him dares. With a furious look, he glares at the knight and questions his audacity. The Dullahan's blue energy flares up as the boy slowly approaches. The voice then says he has no right to ridicule his disciple. The knight does not understand since his body is free from passing away and pain, so he wonders. He cries out in pain and wonders what that feeling is that cuts through his soul. With sword in hand, the boy gets ready to deliver a final strike. He then leaps and attacks the opponent with all his might in a devastating blow. The Dullahan is crushed into the ground and incapacitated by the power of the attack. Fallen, he complains of pain and wonders how such a being exists in this world. A white light then begins to emerge from the headless knight's head. Vlad then strikes his opponent's chest with a furious shout. With a serious look, the young man orders him to hand over what he stole immediately. The glowing blade pierces the armor and intense energy is released. The boy then reaches into the enemy's chest and orders him to return it now. A bright white and blue light emanates from the knight's chest while he screams. The main character starts pulling hard to rip something out of the enemy. With all his energy, he keeps pulling the mysterious object out. He then uses both hands to grab the energy and give the final tug. The Dullahan screams desperately as he feels his power being taken away. With a smirk, the boy observes the result of his action. He says here it is. Upon finding the energy core he was looking for, the main character's hand glows with the recovered energy, and he prepares to act. He commands the power to return, but the knight screams in despair saying no. Ignoring the protest, the youth releases the energy and a huge flash occurs. With an open hand, the young man releases all the purple and white energy he recovered. Then a massive explosion of light happens and spreads throughout the place. The main character is enveloped in a white aura as he holds his glowing sword. The energy then spreads throughout the tower and reaches the surrounding area. With that, the stolen life force begins to return to people's bodies. Slowly, the energy returns to the children who were lifeless on the ground. The boy then feels the strain of the technique and lets out a tired groan. He thinks he definitely knew how to do that, but cannot remember now. With a determined look, he remembers he knew the method to take down enemies like that. The Dullahan realizes he was not on his side and thought he was like him. He then realizes that even without memory, there are other ways to defeat him. Vlad then raises his sword and gets ready to continue the attack without hesitating. With a cry of pain, the knight is hit squarely by the energy of the lightning. The young man then threatens to tear off all his limbs and says that would be the same as perishing. With a furious yell, he begins attacking the fallen enemy with his sword. The opponent's blue flame flickers with pain as he is brutally attacked. The main character then leaps and continues to deliver non-stop blows on the knight. With his eyes shining, he says there is only one limb left to rip off. The Dullahan then desperately shouts Lamashtu's name, begging for help. The boy stops for a moment and seems surprised to hear that name. At that instant, a dark energy surrounds the knight in a large vortex. The purple energy then begins to solidify around the Dullahan's body. A voice from within the flame says it is there and answers its servant's call. Large tendrils of dark energy rise from the ground and surround the main character. Vlad watches the scene and seems to recognize the new threat that has appeared before him. The face in the blue flame then asks if that is Lamashtu with a different voice. The shadowy tendrils continue to grow and become increasingly menacing. They then move quickly toward the knight fallen on the ground. The purple energy envelops the Dullahan and begins to merge with his body. The boy then realizes Lamashtu is taking back its immortality. The knight then screams in despair for Lamashtu upon seeing his core being taken. Reaching out, he tries to grasp the energy but is consumed by the darkness. The main character watches the dark energy dissipate and the enemy disappear. He then faces Lamashtu's figure and says he has a slight feeling about it. The voice in his head wonders what kind of existence that new opponent is. Right after, it realizes it overdid it by using the youth's body in the battle. But it says the boy's growth was brilliant and it is proud of him. The voice then thinks it will have to apologize to Vlad when he finally wakes up. With that, the main character's body can no longer handle it, and he passes out on the floor. The sun then rises on the horizon and lights up the remains of the bell tower. The scene then shifts to the barony of Uthman in the city of Moshiam. There, a mysterious woman sits on a grand throne in a dark hall. She reflects that the soul she found was bright but with ruthless traits. She then realized he was using a very ancient and powerful type of magic. With that, she understands the things of the past are moving, and it is time to act. Her eyes shine as she thinks this is an era when cracks appear. She says that is the chaotic era she has waited for all this time. She then orders her knights to take Baron Uthman's knights. Elsewhere, someone tells a man he has already paid the required price. He then reveals that the Baron's only son returned from his demise into his arms. The Baron is terrified and realizes the city of Moshim houses darkness. Lamashtu then declares they will stay in those lands for now. Her knights in shining armor get ready to follow her orders. A vast legion of knights with purple flames appears behind their leader. All of them then bow before the throne and swear to follow her will. Lamashtu smiles confidently and prepares to begin her wicked plans. The scene then returns to a peaceful, sunny village somewhere else. Vlad wakes up confused and asks if he slept for 3 entire days again. A man confirms it and tells him to rejoice because the fight is finally over. He then complains that the boy does not know how much work it took to bring him back. The boy then asks about the knights and the man says the captain is worse off. With that, the man says goodbye and says he will let them know the youth is awake. Alone in the room, the main character reflects on the recent events. He then sighs with relief and is glad everyone is okay in the end. The voice in his head says Justy's barrier was strong enough. He agrees and says she really is very strong to have held up. The main character then comments it is weird talking without holding his sword. The voice explains this happens because their worlds connected for a moment. In this way, he can now converse with it through his mind. The boy is happy and says he no longer needs to pretend he is praying. In silence, the voice then says it never told him an important thing. It then reveals that it was he who saved everyone and not just it alone. With a gentle smile, it thanks him for everything he did for them. Vlad is left speechless and a little embarrassed by the sincere gratitude. He then smiles and scratches his head, not quite knowing how to respond. With a serious look, he says she also worked very hard in the battle. The voice goes silent and seems surprised by the boy's words. Elsewhere, one of the knights is being prepared for his final farewell. Outside, a man in a cape stops and tells the other not to approach. He introduces himself as being from Sora and says Miss Justia knows him. The guard eyes him suspiciously but seems to ponder his words. The newcomer stares back at him with a serious look and waits for an answer. After a moment, the guard then asks him to wait a bit. With a slight nod, the man from Sora agrees to wait. The guard then reflects that he is glad the holy knights arrived. He then allows the man to enter and thanks him for his patience. The man from Sora then enters the place and walks down a stone corridor. Upon entering, he is faced with a shocking scene and his eyes widen. A large room is filled with bodies covered by white sheets. He then realizes the sheer number of victims and is shocked by the scene. An armored woman then closes a red book with a strange symbol on the cover. She turns to the main character and asks what Vlad is doing there. He calls her Miss Justia and asks to investigate the area with the bodies. With a serious look, the youth says he is looking for someone personally. The woman stares at him in silence and seems to consider his request for a moment. She then allows it and warns him to be careful with the remnants of the curse. With that, the boy begins to search among the covered bodies in the room. Suddenly, he stops and his eyes widen as he recognizes one of the bodies. Underneath the white sheets, he sees the hair of a woman he knew well. With a sorrowful sigh, he confirms his suspicions and mourns the loss. He kneels down and says he hoped he would not find her in that terrible place. In a memory, the woman says the black eye is nothing and not to worry. Someone then thanks her and hands her an egg to help with the injury. It was a young Vlad telling her to use the egg to treat her bruised eye. With a smile, she then says that was a bribe for him to help her. She then says she will count on his help next time as well. Back in the present, the boy reflects that life is a sick thing. He then hopes she does not do dangerous things in her next life. With a heavy heart, he sits beside her and mourns her tragic departure. He then apologizes for not being there to protect her when she needed it. The scene then cuts to a tent with a church flag outside. Inside, someone is stirring a cup of tea preparing for a conversation. Vlad then reports that the enemy was sucked into a black hole that appeared. A white-haired woman then asks him to provide more details. The boy says that is all he knows because he was too busy fighting. He then says it was hard enough just dealing with the powerful enemy's attacks. In his thoughts, the youth brags about being good at making up stories. The woman thinks the traces showed that resistance was futile. Vlad then remembers a detail and says the enemy shouted a name at the end. But he then pretends not to remember and says he was almost unconscious. The woman stops slicing the apple and asks if he would remember something if he ate. Pensive, he says he thinks the name was something like llama. She then stops peeling the fruit and asks if the name he heard was Lamashtu. Silently, the woman repeats the name in her mind and seems surprised by the information. The boy then snaps his fingers and confirms that was exactly the name he heard. The woman finishes slicing the apple and thanks him for his cooperation in the interrogation. Vlad is then surprised by her reaction and looks at her with an intrigued expression. She stands up and says Saint Rosino will never forget how he fought. She then tells him to go back and rest a bit, and the boy nods in agreement. The voice says it is a relief she is not suspicious and asks if he saw her expression. The sword says she looked like a completely different person all of a sudden. The scene then shifts to a grand luxurious palace on a sunny day. Inside, someone is elegantly pouring a hot cup of tea. A dark-haired youth asks someone when he arrived in Sora. A white-haired old man named Lamond is revealed in the room. The youth says it has been a while and that he would have gone to welcome him if he knew. Lamond says he is now just the last place and did not want to bother. Setting the tea aside, he says there is something more important to discuss. He then leans forward and asks where the little boy is. The other replies that he is on a mission in the Uthman barony and they should hear back soon. The old man reveals that he actually met with the patriarch before coming there. The young man named Ducati says he only has one ducat left to fix things. With that, he realizes the old man is not just there to see the main character. Laman then complains that Sturma's servants are all dull and useless. He turns to the patriarch and asks if the servant he trained is the same. The man replies he is definitely better but likes to do whatever he wants. The old man is interested and says he must be useful for the patriarch to praise him. The patriarch looks embarrassed and Lamund tells him not to be surprised. Lamund then says he hopes he likes that boy when he meets him. A man says if he is like Sovanin, he will teach him a lesson without a second thought. The patriarch then reveals that his servant has no parents, which surprises everyone. He explains that the youth grew up on the streets and earned everything on his own. With an astute look, he says there is a reason he told them about his past. He believes it will remind him of the hard times he went through as well. With that, he asks Lamund to teach the boy a few things without giving the ducat. The old man says since it was a request from him, he will consider the matter. With his eyes shining, he says he will take a good look at the boy. Elsewhere, Justy and her knights say goodbye to the villagers. She then says they will never forget the brave actions they took. A man then asks her to speak well of them in her official report. She replies she cannot lie but will do her best to consider their position. Suddenly, the knight stops and looks closely at the wagon next to her. Vlad is there and unrolls a large parchment with a family crest. She then notices the boy has a flag and is intrigued by the situation. A man comments that Bazid finally found someone to keep an eye on. He reflects that the battle's scars and the boy's fighting spirit are remarkable. With that, Justy says goodbye and prays for Saint Rosino's blessing upon everyone. The delegation then departs and the village returns to its normal, peaceful routine. Vlad smiles and waves to the people, waving goodbye to the knights. He then comments that the place looks much better now that the fog is gone. The man beside him agrees and says everything that happened was because of him. The youth says it is a relief and that Anna would prefer to be laid to rest there. He then wishes for her to find warmth and peace in that sunny place. Night then falls and darkness takes over the mountainous landscape. The main character and his companions are camped around a campfire. He then reflects that it was a complete defeat, and he would have perished without the voice. He thinks he would have been suppressed by the massive world and unable to fight. One of his companions then snaps him out of his thoughts and asks what he is thinking about. With a distant look, the boy replies he was just thinking about various things. The man looks at him suspiciously and says it seems to be something more serious than that. Vlad then says there are many incredible people in the world and falls silent. He then wonders if he will be able to survive among all of them. The man says everyone has thoughts like that at least once in their life. He then says there are no definite answers, but he has reached his own conclusion. Curious, the main character asks what conclusion he reached. With a determined look, he says he needs to keep burning non-stop. He then compares life to a bonfire that can always burn again. With that, he says one must hold on tight and burn endlessly. Vlad understands and says there are no shortcuts to suddenly becoming strong. He then decides he needs to focus only on the present and keep going. With the image of the voice in his mind, he says he needs to be a massive flame. One of his companions then spots a wolf howling on a cliff. The solitary creature howls at the moon amidst the darkness of the night. The scene then shifts to a grand palace on a sunny and bustling day. The patriarch congratulates the group for their excellent work on the mission. He praises them for their diligence and ability to get to the root of the problem. However, he says the fact they drew their swords is serious. The group leader apologizes and accepts any punishment for the incident. Someone then says times have changed and they cannot act recklessly. The old man appears and says the worst part is they knew what would happen. With a severe look, he says that was an even worse course of action. Vlad wonders who that man is and notices his extraordinary aura. The patriarch agrees and says they touched upon a sensitive issue. He explains the empire is starting to crumble and problems are arising. Because of this, territorial wars are happening in all regions. He then says there is no guarantee this will not happen in the north as well. The main character then humbly apologizes for his recklessness. The patriarch says the Iron Duke is also paying attention to the case. He acknowledges the group's good intentions but says the fire they caused is massive. Vlad listens in silence and seems to understand the gravity of the situation. With a click of the tongue, the voice says he should have left earlier. The old man says the normal procedure would be to hand the case over to the Holy Knight. Vlad then confronts him and says he has no right to say anything. With a scornful smile, the old man says youth today do not think about the consequences. The boy then says if they had not gotten involved, things would be worse. The patriarch steps in and grabs the main character's hand to calm him down. The other group members watch the scene, tense from the argument. The old man stares at the youth with a serious look and challenges him with his presence. With a glowing aura, Vlad says if it were not for them, the children would have perished. Lemon is surprised and wonders where Joseph found someone like him. With a smile, he says he thought the boy was just a spoiled brat, but now he realizes the young man is actually a wild, untamed beast. The main character then defends his leader and says he did his best. With his eyes shining, he says Saint Rosino praised their actions and did not reprimand them. The patriarch slams his hand on the table and orders the boy to stop talking immediately. With a furious look, he tells Vlad not to test his patience any further. The youth is surprised by his master's reaction and falls silent right away. The other two group members are shocked by the tension in the room. The patriarch glares at the main character with a look of disapproval and anger. The group then bows before him and waits for the final decision. The boy then humbly apologizes and accepts his reprimand in silence. The patriarch sighs and closes his eyes for a moment before continuing. The old man watches the scene silently and seems satisfied with the outcome. The patriarch then closes his eyes and seems to reflect on the situation. He says the second rule of a swordmaster is very sensitive. Because of that, he says they need to act first and show their sincerity. He then declares that Knight Gregory will be suspended indefinitely. Vlad is shocked by the severe punishment and widens his eyes in surprise. The patriarch then announces that Knight Cade will receive the same punishment. The two accept the decision and replies, Master Joseph. The patriarch then turns to the main character and calls him Servant Vlad. The boy stares back at him with his bright blue eyes in defiance. With a look of disdain, the master says he treated him well but could not tame him. The two lock eyes in a clash of wills, and the tension rises in the room. The patriarch then says he deeply regrets that he spoke up. In his thoughts, he wonders if he is angry out of embarrassment and denies it. With a disappointed look, he says he is simply disappointed in the boy. His eye then glows with a subtle light, and he makes a decision. He then announces that the main character is also suspended indefinitely. With a serious tone, he says it is a waste and he should have been stricter. He then forbids him from approaching unless summoned by him. Vlad then leaves the room and walks alone down a large corridor. The voice in his head says it has mixed feelings about the situation. He remembers Joseph's look and his own reflection in his eyes. Outside the room, the old man approaches him and comments he managed to irritate the master. He asks if his name really is Vlad in a disdainful tone. The main character stares at him in silence and does not respond to the provocation. The old man reprimands him for not answering an adult speaking to him. He questions if he never learned about good manners and etiquette. Vlad then answers with a smile and says he has already learned enough. He remembers the woman who looked at him with a mother's eyes. With his hand on his chest, he says that is enough for him to move forward. He introduces himself as Vlad and faces the old man with confidence. With his eyes shining, he asks what the old man's name is. Laman is surprised by the boy's audacity and observes him with interest. He realizes the youth seems to be asking for a name before a duel. With a smile, he says his old blood is starting to boil again. He asks if the boy really wants to know his name. The old man says that unfortunately he does not have a name he can tell him. With that, he strikes his staff on the ground, and energy spreads through the place. The boy faces the old man with a serious look full of determination. Laman introduces himself as someone who walks the lowest path. He reveals he has not yet completed his duty, and his mission continues. The narration explains there are knights who grow old without ever passing away, because they could not retire with honor on the battlefield. They then walk the lowest places to find their lost honor. With their swords in hand, they seek redemption amidst the chaos. Just as the founding king did, who is a sword master in his final moments. The scene shifts to a large palace on a clear, sunny day. In a war room, someone explains that Count Gaydar has prepared in advance. He reveals that to head north, the count will have to go through them. The blue-haired woman asks if he would really come to them. An older man says they must be prepared for that possibility. She laments that the center is blocked and the west is approaching fast. The man decides to write a letter to Count Bayezid asking for help. He explains their next target would be the county of Bayezid. With a smile, the woman says she is glad she gave him her handkerchief. The old man comments he hears rumors about him and that he is becoming a good man. She says he made contacts in San Rosino and getting closer to the church is good. The woman teases the old man and says he looks very proud of him. Embarrassed, the man coughs, and the woman says she invested in him after all. She congratulates him because their spy network has grown a lot. She jokes that soon they will say Dearmer's product is spies and not Lehman's. With that, she suggests expanding their surveillance radius to buy time. Alone, she looks out the large window with a thoughtful expression. With a worried look, she hopes they just pass through without any issues. The old man reflects that the world is changing fast, but not all change is bad. He compares the change to the flowers that bloomed after the youth left. A large white snake appears, and he believes it might bring hope. The scene cuts to a small house on a dark street during the night. The boy complains about the old man and says he wanted to hit him right there. The voice in his head asks if he really would do that to him. Elsewhere, a blacksmith asks what the main character used his sword on. Vlad is confused by the question and does not know how to explain the situation. He says the more he sees the world, the more strange beings he faces. The blacksmith interrupts him and asks if it is not time for him to change his sword. The youth is surprised by the question and stares at the blacksmith with a curious look. The man explains the sword is only slightly better than the mercenaries. Vlad does not understand what he is talking about and falls silent for a moment. With a serious look, the blacksmith says that if he uses something inferior to him, that thing will eventually break and leave him stranded in the middle of a battle. In a memory, a man asks the blacksmith to make a sword that cuts ghosts. The blacksmith stays silent and stares at the man suspiciously. He asks what the sword is supposed to cut and is confused by the request. The blacksmith reveals the mercenary mentioned Vlad's name and his feat. The main character says he knows him and that he insisted on knowing about his sword. The blacksmith understands the mercenary asked about the sword because of that. He confesses he was relieved to hear it because it meant he was alive. The man says it is surprising he achieved so many feats with it. With a serious look, he faces the youth and seems to have something important to say. He says the boy will continue to grow, but the sword will remain the same. With the image of his sword breaking, the blacksmith warns about the consequences. He says he hoped his sword would not weigh him down and that it wouldn't want to either. The blacksmith says he is not asking him to change it now, but to think about it. Vlad asks if he takes custom orders for a new weapon. The man says that sword is his final work and tells him to find someone else. The youth stays silent and seems disappointed by the blacksmith's refusal. In his thoughts, the blacksmith says he acts like a child in moments like these. He reflects that fearing a departure is a privilege of the young. With a sigh, he asks if the boy is taking the sword back today. The boy says he does not need to and that he might have to use it soon. With a sigh, the blacksmith agrees and says he will sharpen the blade for him. He begins to work on the sword with his whetstone. Vlad watches in silence and seems grateful for the old blacksmith's help. Upon finishing, the youth is impressed and says the blade looks brand new. He thanks him and the blacksmith grumbles not to come back often. The main character promises to bring high-quality meat next time. With a smile, he says he will also bring excellent liquor for them. The blacksmith says goodbye and tells the boy to be careful on his journey. The young man waves and heads off into the darkness of the night alone. The blacksmith watches him leave and seems worried about the boy's future. Suddenly, he starts coughing and feels a sharp pain in his chest. Struggling to breathe, he leans against the door and keeps coughing. He says he needs to rest and that he gave it his all back then. With a smile, he gives a thumbs up and seems satisfied. Elsewhere, Vlad walks alone through the dark streets of the city. The blacksmith thinks the way he walks conveys certainty and confidence. He believes the youth is now capable of easily getting out of that rut. With a sigh, he says yes, and that is to be expected of him. Vlad walks down a dark alley and seems to be heading somewhere. With a serious look, he continues his path through the darkness. He stops and faces a mysterious figure watching him from afar. A man in a cape stares at him and seems to be waiting for him. Vlad turns and walks toward a dark alley wall. A shadow follows closely and watches him with glowing eyes in the dark. The mysterious being hides behind a wall and spies on the main character. Laman is there, watching the boy with an astute and interested look. Suddenly, he notices something and is surprised by the youth's perception. With a smile, he praises the boy's good instincts and seems impressed. A cape flutters in the air, and a new figure appears on the scene. Laman thinks there's a good reason he received the family armor. Vlad stops and asks why the old man is following him through the streets. The man plays dumb and says he was going in the same direction. The main character says he knows he has been following him since the city hall. With his eyes shining, he says he feels the old man is trying to provoke him. Lemon praises his sharp energy and self-control in the face of anger. He realizes the boy will be capable of even greater things than he imagined. With a confused look, the old man wonders why he did that then. The two stare at each other in silence, and a great tension builds between them. Lemon is surprised by the youth's attitude and observes him closely. He realizes the boy rebelled on purpose in front of everyone. The main character says he shouldn't have done anything stupid in the first place. With a serious look, he tells the old man to say what he wants without beating around the bush. With a smile, Lamun says it has been a while since he felt such a raw spirit. He draws his sword and says swords are better than words. Vlad thinks he is a former Bayezid knight with various fighting patterns. With his hand on his sword, he says he will start the confrontation first. The voice in his head says that if it is for a good reason, he should accept. The old man stares back at him and seems to accept the youth's challenge. Vlad charges and attacks Lamun with a fast and precise sword strike. The two clash and a massive exchange of blows begins between them. Lemon praises the boy's skills and pressures him with his strength. The main character grits his teeth and struggles to keep up with the pace. The two continue to fight, and sparks fly from their swords with every strike. Vlad jumps and spins in the air to dodge and counterattack with agility. Their blades cross in a clash of steel and the battle intensifies. The boy defends himself with difficulty and tries to find an opening. With a grunt of effort, he prepares for a more powerful attack. He notices the old man is using the tip of the sword to cut his attacks. In his thoughts, he realizes the old man has already fought countless swords. With a disdainful smile, the old man asks if he is done warming up. Vlad stays silent for a moment and answers that of course he is not. Laman is surprised by the answer and stares at him with a curious look. With his sword shining, the boy says he is only just starting to fight. The old man thinks few could use such a vivid aura at that age. With his eyes shining, he says that is insane and gets ready to fight. Vlad jumps and attacks the opponent with an aerial strike full of energy. The two clash again and their auras collide with great force. They exchange blows at high speed and the battle becomes increasingly intense. The main character prepares for a more powerful attack with his sword. He delivers a sweeping strike with a massive wave of blue and green energy. Laman smiles and praises the youth's fighting spirit and challenges him. The boy jumps back to dodge a strike and repositions himself. With a leap, he charges again to attack the old man from above with his sword. In his thoughts, he says he will not let him escape and focuses on the combat. He attacks with all his strength and hopes to overpower the opponent. Their swords clash and a massive amount of energy is released by the impact. The two lock eyes and test their strength in a stalemate of swords and auras. The old man begins to sink into the ground from the pressure of the youth's strike. He laments that time is a cruel thing and seems to feel the weight of his age. Vlad smiles and tells him to see how long he can keep up that smile. Laman praises the boy's strategy but warns him about his choice. He releases a large blue aura and says he picked the wrong opponent. The old man's sword shines with powerful energy as he prepares to attack. He says that his physical reinforcement and advances against the boy. The main character feels the force of the strike and is surprised by the sudden power. With his hand shining, the old man says it is too early to be surprised by his techniques. He grabs the boy's sword with his bare hand, shocking him with his audacity. With the sword trapped, Laman glares at him with a look of superiority and confidence. Vlad grips his sword tighter and tries to break free from his grasp. At that, the elderly man widens his eyes upon suddenly realizing something. The main character quickly moves his left hand toward his waist and pulls out a hidden dagger. With an agile move, he draws the smaller blade while the old man still holds the main sword. Laman smiles mentally, praising the boy's cleverness for abandoning his own weapon to attack. The experienced knight recognizes that such boldness could only come from someone with the heart of a beast. The youth advances with the short blade, but the adversary's glowing hand tries to deflect the fatal strike. With a sharp and focused look, Vlad shows no hesitation and puts all his strength into the attack. This annoys the older man, who prepares a punch covered in pure blue energy, calling his opponent a brat. Without a second thought, the gray-haired fighter throws a massive punch straight at his adversary's face. The impact is so absurd that it creates a trail of destruction on the ground and throws the platinum-haired boy far away. The main character's body flies wildly through the air after taking the veteran's overwhelming force. He then collides violently into the rubble of the area, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Upon landing, Laman holds his sword and is suddenly startled as he realizes what he just did. The elderly man breaks a cold sweat and curses, noticing he ended up fighting seriously by accident and lost control of his strength. Desperate, he runs toward the wreckage, asking if the injured boy is still okay. Seeing the boy fallen on the ground, the older man wonders if he passed out from lacking a good defense. The old man then remembers Gregory's words, who had asked him not to hurt the young talent. Worried about the scolding he will get, he wonders how he is going to explain this whole mess. But suddenly the platinum-haired boy's eyes shine intensely, proving the flame of battle has not gone out. Showing great resilience, the stubborn warrior stands up with a furious expression, ready for a fight. This sudden attitude leaves the gray-haired master completely shocked by the kid's determination. In a quick and brutal move, the main character lunges and firmly grabs the collar of the elderly man's cape. And without giving him time to react, he delivers an incredibly strong headbutt straight to the adversary's face. The sound of the impact echoes through the ruins as the unexpected strike catches the veteran totally off guard. Panting and at the limit of his strength, the youth stares at him while the older fighter grumbles something. The old man then says that using a tactic like that in the middle of a fight is pure cheating and dirty play. Completely exhausted after the final effort, the boy's body gives out and he collapses onto the master's knees. At this, Laman sighs in relief as he clears the damage of the surprise attack on his forehead with his energy. He admits out loud that the situation could have gotten very ugly for him if he had not been careful. However, with a satisfied smile, the experienced warrior acknowledges that Vlad is gigantic talent. Fallen and completely exhausted, the boy hears Laman say that he has finally passed the test. The scene then cuts to a majestic castle bathed in the radiant morning sunlight. At that, an advisor reports to Gregory that the old knight is very interested in the platinum-haired youth. With a thoughtful look and reading some papers, the noble merely agrees, saying he understands the situation. The older man sighs in relief and comments that this takes a huge weight off his shoulders. The Lord explains that dealing with that veteran is something very complicated, even for him. He remembers that the master left completely disappointed when he evaluated the servants they had there. With this, the aristocrat wonders if this boy will be enough to recover their pride. The wise man beside him tries to comfort him, saying times have simply changed. Being living proof of a dark era, the veteran warrior cares nothing for youths raised in luxury. But Gregory counters, stating that some things never change, no matter how much time passes. The noble knows that the master's sigh of disappointment in the past carried much more weight than it seemed. Leaving that aside, he comments that the main character made a gigantic impression on the elders. They were so impressed that the noble family even sent armor to him personally. The Lord smiles upon seeing the equipment and decides to send the new armor straight to the apprentice. He celebrates that his family's old traditions are still going strong and very much alive. And the funniest part is that all of this was only possible thanks to the great efforts of a simple servant. Far away, we see Vlad waking up in his room and complaining of a terrible headache. The boy is still shocked and cannot believe the old man used aura on his own body during the fight. He acknowledges that the gray-haired fighter is incredibly strong and very good at what he does. Suddenly, the bedroom door is kicked open forcefully, startling the platinum-haired boy quite a bit. The red-headed girl walks in holding clothes and jokes that she thought she heard him sleep talking. The guest asks her to knock before entering, but the young woman counters, asking if it looks like she has extra hands. Confused, the youth asks why she is doing his laundry service so early. With a gentle smile, the attendant explains that this is part of the special service the place offers. The boy is hesitant and warns he does not have that much money to pay for so many perks. But the young woman reassures the warrior, saying it is all free since his presence helps the place. She says his name commands respect to keep idiots away since he has great lords backing him. Furthermore, the girl mentions he is already considered a knight, but the boy tries to deny all the fame. Being very smart, she pulls out a small object and says that from what she has witnessed, he acts like a true hero. The young woman shows a purple embroidered handkerchief, revealing he is Lady Alicia's official knight. Surprised and breaking a cold sweat, the blonde tries to explain himself, saying something really did happen in the past. With a dark look, the redhead murmurs, feeling great satisfaction for having helped him wield a sword. Extremely nervous and with a forced smile, the warrior merely thanks her for all the support he received. But suddenly the bedroom door is thrown open violently, scaring the platinum-haired boy once again. Sitting on the sunlit bed, he tries to stay calm while processing yet another morning invasion. Changing the scene, the narration states that valuable individuals always shine, regardless of where they are. At that, we see a beautiful and sturdy black horse galloping at high speed through the darkness of the night. Dust and wind rise along the dark path, showing the great intensity of that wild chase. Several mounted knights charge desperately, trying to capture the rebellious creature at all costs. The mystical animal with shining eyes runs freely while the text says people always covet talents. It reports that after passing his leadership role forward, the veteran went after the youth, remembering that day. During the night chase, a glowing magical rope is thrown, flying swiftly through the air. The narration continues, saying the advance was halted by those who desired brilliant individuals. With great elegance and agility, the black beast manages to dodge the trap, continuing its relentless escape. The muscular hunters grumble in frustration, complaining that this target is giving them too much trouble. Swinging their lassos, they yell for the group to go after the creature, demanding that no one dare lose their prey. But the bright boy who rode the mystical animal that magical day was no longer present in that place. Being a solitary trial, the creature understands it will have to face this entire great challenge alone. At the top of a cliff, a mysterious figure watches the whole night hunt happening right below. With a threatening smile and a glowing eye in the darkness, the sinister man watches the scene with great interest. Mounted on his own horse, the leader of the pack raises his sword and orders that they must capture the beast. The scene then cuts back to the large inn where our main character is staying for the night. Cutting a tasty sausage on the grill, the youth tries to apologize once more for something he did earlier. Being friendly, the old master raises a finger and promises to give the boy something good, asking him not to be angry. With his fork in hand, the blonde seriously comments that there are things in the world that not even all the money can buy. They talk about the special armor given to promising servants, and the elderly man remembers how he embraced his own. Somewhat annoyed, the younger warrior stares at the veteran, asking why he ruined the moment, knowing that. The old man ignores the anger and invites the boy to go out, saying they need to prove his usefulness to the young lord. Chewing his food, the platinum-haired fighter thinks that is a very good point, since Joseph treated the old man with excellent hospitality. Confused, the blonde asks how he is going to prove his worth, and the master says they will do something together to report later. The platinum-haired youth gets very curious, wanting to know exactly what is so important that they will be doing. With a very mysterious smile on his face, the elderly man looks at the boy and asks if he likes horses. The scene then shifts to a large caravan of carriages traveling across a vast sunny plain. In the back of a wagon, Lemon talks about a rumor of a black horse that vanished like a ghost. The guard driving the wagon agrees, saying he heard the same story and they call the creature a spirit steed. Vlad is surprised by the name, and the driver confesses he has a bad feeling about all of this. The man fears the beast is connected to the terrible headless knight who controls frightening ghosts. Pensive, the platinum-haired boy deduces that if the rumors are real, there's a big chance they actually are connected. Bothered by boredom, the youth asks the elderly man if it is okay for them to just lie there. The veteran tells him to just rest and guarantees the mystical horse will come looking for them soon. The boy is amazed by the statement and tries to understand how the old man knows the animal will act that way. With his arms crossed, the gray-haired man explains the creature is not only fast but also has very strange habits. He details that the beast usually observes people in carriages from afar, leaving the warrior intrigued. The master continues, saying that animal knows exactly what it is doing and is definitely not an ordinary horse. With that, the fighter starts getting restless, thinking the guards would have already acted if the beast were controlled by villains. Noticing the kid's tension, the old man says overthinking will not change anything and he should not worry so much. Lying comfortably in the straw, the veteran claims that things will simply happen at the right time. He then reveals that the horse was never the priority and he just wanted an excuse to observe the boy closely. The gray-haired man thinks he might teach the youth something and quickly asks how long he has been able to use his powerful aura. The platinum-haired boy calculates it has been about 4 months, and the master thinks this progress is way too fast for a beginner. The hero wants to know the reason for the amazement, and the elderly man says he evolved absurdly well since he started training. But the master finds it curious that the kid's not yet found his own color, and this intrigues the boy. Lemon explains that aura reflects the user's heart, and the lack of color means his world is not defined. Excited, the boy gets very close to the old man's face, wanting to know how to find his color. With his eyes shining with expectation, the youth shows a massive desire to learn new things. The old man pushes the brat away, asking who taught him about aura, and Vlad says he only learned the essential basics. At that, the veteran realizes the boy's master has a unique teaching method and decides not to interfere too much. Smiling, the wise warrior simply advises the platinum-haired boy to show himself more to the world and stop hiding. With a confused face, the blonde does not understand a thing about that cryptic advice and tries to grasp its true meaning. The gray-haired man tells him to create something that brings his inner world out and reveals that knights call this a key. The boy asks what this key would be, and the veteran questions if he has seen other warriors using just pure energy. Confused, the blonde puts his hand on his chin as he tries to remember if people use this ability in a different way. The old man asks him to think calmly about some specific action, but the youth only remembers being in dangerous situations. At that, the warrior closes his eyes and focuses his mind, recalling defining moments when he saw great defenses being executed. Quickly, he opens his eyes in surprise, realizing the master was right and everyone did a very characteristic move. The platinum-haired boy remembers that Pablo placed his sword in front of his shield, while Gregory always moved his weapon along with his feet. He also recalls Rudiger's stylish way, who used to tap his finger on the sword's blade before initiating combat. The memory focuses on the youth himself, holding his glowing blade with both hands and getting ready to face dangers. With a very serious face, the boy finally understands the pattern and comprehends what the elderly man was trying to teach there. Realizing the student understood, the old man smiles and confirms that the ritual to open the inner world is the highly sought-after key. The hero claims he only uses his strikes following his battle instincts, and the master says that is why he still does not have a color. The wise man comments that Jaeger will teach him that when the time is right, but that it wouldn't hurt for the boy to start thinking about it. However, right in the middle of that calm conversation, the experienced fighter's look changes suddenly upon noticing a very suspicious sound. Acting on pure reflex, the gray-haired man jumps on top of the youth and pushes him hard against the hay, telling him to get down fast. At that moment, a massive arrow flies past and violently buries itself into the wagon's wood, right where they had been. The guard driving the horses gets desperate, asking what is going on upon seeing that flying object passing by. Looking at the swaying arrow, the old warrior sighs and comments that this trip would not be as calm as they had planned. Far away, one of the mercenaries yells at the top of his lungs, warning that it is an ambush and telling everyone to stay alert. The other travelers get completely confused and start looking around, trying to find where the hidden threat was coming from. Before they can even finish speaking, one of the guards is hit brutally, falling from a direct impact to his head. The man's body drops from his horse while the others panic completely, trying to figure out the source of the surprise attack. Desperate, one of the guards points tremblingly in a specific direction, warning the boss about the approaching danger. On top of the sunlit hill, a massive horde of armed horsemen appears on the horizon, ready to attack. The master orders the driver to speed up the horses to the maximum, and the man obeys promptly while trying to process the situation. Staring at that crowd on the green field, the blonde youth wonders how a group of bandits showed up in that place. With a very tense face, the old man answers that they are not ordinary thieves and will be hellishly difficult to defeat. One of the brutes mounted on his animal raises a shining curved sword, his arms covered in threatening tattoos. The gray-haired man reveals that those invaders are savage barbarians, while the massive tribe advances fiercely, kicking up dust. Wasting no time, the cruel enemies fire a literal rain of arrows that covers the sky, heading toward the defenseless caravan. The caravan guards try to defend against the brutal attack, using their shields against the enemy spears. The defense line tries to hold steady while a rain of arrows falls upon them. At that, the barbarian archers unleash their lethal attacks while mounted on their horses. A large magical explosion hits the wagons, causing chaos and destruction everywhere. Observing the attack, the master notices that the invaders targeted the mercenaries at the front to buy time. The platinum-haired boy finds the presence of northern barbarians there strange, and the old man agrees that the situation is highly suspicious. Frustrated for not having a peaceful trip, Lemon finally decides to draw his sword. The gray-haired warrior orders the driver to put a saddle on the pack horse, startling the man. He explains that this is better than fleeing on foot, and that they need mounts to deal with the threat. Legend says these warriors are born on horseback, being exceptional riders from an early age, but the blonde analyzes that the vast majority of them could not hold their own against a true trained knight. The veteran then tells the boy to memorize that the best tactic against barbarians is to destroy their mobility. Suddenly, one of the raiders yells, asking for everyone's attention, and interrupts the conversation between the two. The bandit leader states he does not want to end anyone's life and promises to let them go if they pay the toll. With that, the guards begin to murmur in confusion, thinking it is too good to be true to be let go just with a fee. The mercenary captain accepts the proposal right away and asks what amount they need to pay to get out alive. The barbarian responds in a threatening tone that the price is absolutely everything they own. This absurd demand leaves the commander totally shocked and in a cold sweat. The enemy warns that anyone who tries to hide something will pay the fee with their own life in the afterlife. The guard leader realizes he has no chance of victory and regrets running into mounted raiders. He concludes that the top priority right now is ensuring the survival of all his men. However, the man has doubts about whether the promises of those savage warriors are truly reliable. As tension rises, the raiders firmly grip the reins of their mounts. One of the barbarians turns his face, watching the victim's movements with a sharp gaze. Thus, the gang slowly begins riding toward the cornered travelers. Noticing the advance, the youth concludes that the enemies are already getting ready to steal everything. Getting on the makeshift horse, the veteran grumbles that he never managed to like this kind of people. The master warns that the invaders are arriving and tells the apprentice to prepare for the worst. He says the blonde will only get one chance since he does not know how to ride, and the boy sighs, gripping his sword. Then the horses start running toward the imminent combat. The horses continue galloping at top speed across the plain to escape the ambush. But suddenly the main character's intense blue aura begins to leak uncontrollably. And this ends up scaring the animals, who rear up and neigh in pure terror amidst the escape. The blonde realizes something is wrong and notices his own energy is bothering the animals. Without a second thought, the gray-haired master yells for the youth to jump from the wagon right that instant. Cursing the situation, the boy obeys and leaps forcefully out of the moving vehicle. Then the two warriors land on the ground very jolly and ready for direct combat. Lumen grumbles that this was not the ideal distance to fight, but it would be their only chance. Seeing the scene, the mercenary leader is confused, noticing an old man and a brat acting like that. At that moment, the barbarians charge with great fury, ordering them to cut the two warriors into pieces. The veteran gets annoyed, calling the enemies trash while his eyes shine with intense energy. The invader leader realizes the danger too late and is startled by the elderly man's presence. With a single swing of his sword, the old man unleashes a massive attack that eliminates the enemy lines. The caravan guard goes into shock upon seeing the use of aura and recognizes the strength of a knight. Terrified, he orders his men to pull back the horses and keep their distance from the danger zone. The captain's face breaks into a cold sweat as he witnesses the true power of that seemingly fragile older gentleman. With that, the main character also jumps into the action and rapidly charges toward one of the raiders. With a highly threatening look, Vlad states that those jerks are not running away anywhere. The barbarian goes into shock, unable to process the absurd speed of that young swordsman. In the blink of an eye, the boy cleanly defeats the enemy, demonstrating his full strength. The invader's body tumbles to the ground while his horse keeps running aimlessly across the plain. With sparking blue eyes, the platinum-haired boy glares at the remaining adversaries with intense coldness. The rest of the gang freezes in fear as they see the terrifying aura emanating from that apprentice. Terrified by the monstrous strength of the duo, the raiders turn their mounts and attempt to flee. The old warrior watches the cowardly retreat, surrounded by the bandits who tried to attack them earlier. Laman then calls out to Vlad, warning him that the enemy's ambush was a total failure. He says they need to take out as many of them as possible before they return with reinforcements and starts running. But at that moment, the boy falls into despair and yells for the master to look up immediately. A gigantic barbarian emerges from the skies, falling with his mount and a heavy weapon right on top of the old man. The veteran's eye moves quickly as he notices the lethal attack coming from that surprised blind spot. At that, the veteran's eye moves quickly upon noticing the brutal attack coming from that blind spot. The barbarian falls from the heavens, unleashing a devastating strike with his giant sword against the elderly man. But the wise warrior manages to block the heavy weapon and is amazed by the enemy's absurd strength. The savage attacker wears a furious expression, showing he is not there to play around. With this, the master's blade begins to shine intensely as he releases his powerful blue aura. The invader leader notices the glowing energy and realizes right away he is facing a knight. The gray-haired man breaks a cold sweat, noticing the aura did not intimidate his adversary and that he will not defeat him easily. Out of options, the master screams desperately for the platinum-haired youth to flee from there as quickly as possible. He warns that the mercenaries will run at their first chance and orders the boy to go protect the people in the caravan. The apprentice hesitates for a brief moment, clearly worried about leaving his teacher behind, but the old man scolds him, saying the kid would be useless there without a horse, and orders him to run right now. And without questioning him again, the blonde obeys the order and runs toward the desperate merchants. The main character crosses the massive green hill as fast as he can to try and help with the rescue. However, one of the mounted barbarians pursues him relentlessly as he prepares his curved blade to attack. The wild steed charges at full speed toward the youth, promising to trample anything in its path. In a quick reflex, the warrior uses his sword to block the brutal strike but ends up being pushed back. The boy slides hard across the dirt, letting out a groan of pain from the crushing impact. He realizes the blow's impact was much heavier because the horse's speed was added to the weapon. Trying to keep his focus, the boy tells himself to calm down and keep a firm stance on the ground. At that, he grits his teeth in frustration, thinking the situation would be different if he could ride a horse. Suddenly, the platinum-haired boy's eye shines brightly as he hears a very familiar sound echoing. A very loud neigh cuts through the air, leaving the savage enemies completely confused and paralyzed. They begin wondering where the noise is coming from, figuring that some warrior from the gang had returned. But the invaders soon realize from the sound of hooves that there is only one single horse running around. With a look of surprise, the hero recognizes the sound immediately, knowing exactly what was approaching. The bandits shout in fear, pointing at the beast, and realizing the runaway animal has finally returned. The imposing black horse with shining eyes majestically reappears, known as the Son of the Prairies. Wasting no time, the barbarian horsemen begin to gather, excited by the appearance of the mystical creature. The group speeds up their mounts, yelling that they must capture the beast no matter what this time. And with that, the hunters swing their lassos in the air, trying to catch the magnificent animal at high speed. The imposing black horse ends up being lassoed by the ropes of the savage hunters. Several warriors pull the bindings with all their might, trying to bring the creature down to the ground. But the gang leader grumbles in frustration as he watches the animal snap everything and break free with ease. Free from the traps, the beast takes off galloping, leaving the mercenaries eating its dust. At that, one of the invaders points to the top of the cliff, warning his companions about a presence. With his eyes shining brightly, Vlad yells from the top of the hill, grabbing the black animal's attention. The magnificent steed hears the call and turns its head, displaying a sparkling look of energy as well. Without hesitating, the boy jumps from the cliff while the mystical mount runs toward him. The horse gallops at top speed, showing an incredible connection with the young platinum-haired swordsman. Cutting through the air, the hero prepares for the landing, focusing completely on his target down below. And with a perfect move, the apprentice lands right on the beast's back, ready for battle. One of the barbarians approaches furiously and raises his curved blade, attempting to strike the newcomer. But the blonde fighter uses the momentum and leaps from the saddle, agilely dodging the enemy attack. In the air, the warrior swings his sword, unleashing a devastating blast of energy against the rival. The unlikely duo continues fighting in perfect sync near the edge of the massive canyon. With a serious face, the swordsman focuses his mind and readies his next annihilating move. The animal leaps over the adversaries, passing like a dark blur through the middle of the battlefield. Taking advantage of the opening, the platinum-haired boy descends from the heavens, falling like a meteor upon the enemy troops. His weapon glows with an intense blue aura as he hits the ground, causing a massive impact. The barbarian commander widens his eyes, unable to believe that is the true son of the prairies. The man is indignant to see the legendary beast accepting to be ridden by a mere boy from the Empire. Fueled by adrenaline, the main character breaks into a wild smile, feeling a familiar energy flow through him. He raises his glowing hand and realizes that finally, he no longer needs to hold back his true power. Mounted on the dark steed, the hero feels free to fight at his absolute maximum capacity now. Furious, the savage boss orders his men to attack the boy and reclaim the divine mount. But Vlad charges with everything, running over the raiders with the crushing force of the mystical horse. The warrior's gaze takes on a terrifying blue glow, demonstrating his uncontrollable fury. And the animal also responds with the same lethal energy, proving the two have become one. The bandits break a cold sweat as they realize their end is approaching in the form of that relentless duo. In a single devastating attack, the blonde unleashes a horizontal slice of light that rips through the entire army. The savage warriors widen their eyes and are left completely shocked by the devastating attack that just occurred. The young warrior continues his relentless advance, swinging his blade and easily cutting down the enemy ranks in his path. Infuriated, the barbarian leader grits his teeth and realizes that Brad is also an extremely powerful knight. Without wasting time, the commander orders his men to retreat and attack from a distance to avoid a direct confrontation with him. But the protagonist gives no break and continues riding fast while his weapon glows with an intense blue energy. The enemies panic completely when they notice that the platinum-haired man is right on their tails, and they grow desperate with the lethal chase. With this, the wild boss changes his strategy and tells the group to split up to try to surround the opponent on all sides. At that moment, the magnificent black steed lets out a furious neigh, proving he won't let himself be intimidated by that tactic. On the other hand, the mercenaries' ordinary mounts start to get terrified by the overwhelming presence of the divine beast. The raiders completely lose control of their reins and realize that the animals are trembling with dread from that beast. Seeing the confusion, the enemy captain is incredulous, trying to understand what could scare his war beasts so much. The imposing mystical creature focuses its piercing gaze, spreading an aura of pure terror across the entire battlefield. And right behind the beast, the blonde warrior radiates a gigantic magical power, creating an almost unbearable spiritual pressure. With a confident smile, the young man warns the raiders that from that moment on, they are the ones being hunted. Refusing defeat, the leader of the pack raises his large curved sword and charges with everything to attempt a desperate attack. However, the gray-haired master suddenly appears and blocks the brute's violent blow, protecting the young man from that strike. The clash between the two experienced warriors kicks up dust and sparks, creating a huge shockwave around them. Riding the pack horse, the old man maintains a firm posture and focuses all his strength not to back down a single inch. In his thoughts, the veteran analyzes the situation and realizes that his ordinary mount won't handle the pressure of that clash. The enemy captain flashes an arrogant smile, believing he finally found an opening to finish off the old opponent. The blades continue to cross in very fast and deadly blows while the horses struggle to keep their balance on the ground. The brute strength of the exchange of attacks is so absurd that the earth begins to crack under the hooves of the animal the barbarian was riding. Because of this, the master's fragile mount slides backward, unable to bear the weight of that terrible battle. The pack animal groans from exhaustion and terror, feeling its legs give way under the enemy's intense killer aura. Even at a disadvantage, the wise gray-haired man is not intimidated and just gives a smirk, finding the whole situation quite curious. The veteran releases his magical power and comments excitedly that it has been a long time since he found someone capable of making his blood boil. Irritated by his opponent's stubbornness, the barbarian asserts that that useless resistance was about to come to an end once and for all. With that, a deep and very loud sound suddenly echoes through the valley, interrupting the deadly duel between the two fighters. The old man quickly looks away and deduces that that familiar noise was the blast of the enemy's war trumpets. The scene zooms out, revealing one of the raiders blowing the large horn to send an urgent signal to his nearby allies. Surprised by the situation, the gray-haired master murmurs Vlad's name while watching something approach rapidly. Riding a majestic black horse, the young warrior charges at an impressive speed, holding his sword. At that, the leader of the raiders narrows his eyes and clenches his teeth, feeling anger consume his entire body. Completely infuriated, the brute turns his mount around and yells, asking how the boy dares to do that. The blonde rides right past the old man, making the enemy even angrier while ordering the kid to stop right there. Unable to accept it, the barbarian chief wonders how that outsider managed to ride the horse that rejected him. With a cold look, the protagonist stands firm, ignoring the rival's screams ordering him to get off that beast. The old man just watches the scene in confusion, wondering what his pupil was doing in that dangerous place. Without wasting time, the tattooed giant charges through the open field, focused only on destroying the arrogant person in front of him. Watching the conflict unfold, the veteran sighs in relief, noticing that the young man was still in one piece and alive. Yelling at the top of his lungs, the barbarian demands that the rider dismount immediately, warning that he was not worthy of the beast. But with a lot of boldness, Vlad fires back, telling the guy to stop talking nonsense, and questions who he thinks he is. This provocation completely enrages the enemy leader, who explodes in a reddish aura, telling the boy to shut up. Faced with that display of power, our hero's eye glows in shock upon recognizing the absurd energy. He realizes that his magic and remembers that some natives of those lands could manifest their own world. Analyzing the threat, the protagonist deduces that the opponent's strength level was equal to that of a knight with an aura. With fury in his eyes, the big guy swears to take the boy's life, but the blonde flashes a smile and says he would love to see him try. Then, the two charge fiercely at each other while the auras of their weapons leave a glowing trail in the air. The impact of the attack generates a giant flash the moment the swords collide with full force. The brutality of the blow makes the horse's hooves slide on the ground, kicking up a dense cloud of dust and rocks. The blades continue to press close, showing green and red sparks flying everywhere. The energy of the clash pushes away the air around them, creating an overwhelming pressure as they fight for the advantage. From up close, the barbarian glares at his adversary with his scarlet eyes, trying to use his size to win. Realizing his opponent's resistance, the enemy leader focuses his vision and decides to put an end to that dispute. With this, the brute's muscular arms begin to glow intensely, releasing even more accumulated magic. This explosion of power pushes Vlad back, forcing the animal to retreat under the enemy's devastating weight. The young man gnashes his teeth in frustration, realizing he was caught by surprise and that the villain reached him from behind. Celebrating his early victory, the barbarian raises his blade covered in flames, warning that now it was too late. At that moment, the steed neighs in dread and our hero widens his eyes as he sees danger heading his way. And then, a red and relentless attack comes down with everything, cutting through the air toward the defenseless protagonist. The scarlet blade comes down violently, trying to split the outsider in half once and for all. Luckily, the young man dodges that deadly blow and sighs in relief, thanking his mount for the help. Seeing this, the enemy praises the beast of divine blood and recognizes how incredible that animal truly was. With glowing eyes, the brute deduces that the boy and the steed were already moving as if they were one. In the middle of all the dust, the hero resurfaces riding the majestic black horse without a single scratch. In his thoughts, he admits that he has already faced very strong people along his journey up to that point. Observing the tattooed giant, the warrior asserts that he could still handle those slashing attacks. But breaking into a cold sweat, the blonde realizes that his big problem at the moment was a much more complicated detail. The young man notes that he could barely stay mounted without a saddle while his legs trembled from so much exhaustion. Knowing that time was his enemy, the outsider decides he needed to find a way to turn that game around. At that, he remembers the wise gray-haired man saying that the best way to defeat a barbarian was by taking away his mobility. Making a bold decision, the protagonist plants his feet firmly on the animal's back and gets a powerful push. With a confident smile, the warrior jumps off the beast, announcing that now it was time to get his hands dirty on the ground. Taking advantage of the opening, the young man throws himself through the air, going with everything in the direction of the raiders' leader. Facing that suicidal attitude, the enemy chief clenches his teeth, swearing not to let that brat get through alive. Completely furious, the giant releases all his reddish magic and yells that he would finish this quickly. Preparing a brutal attack, the barbarian asks his adversary to show all his strength at once. But laughing in the villain's face, the blonde uses his agility to get out of the crosshairs of that devastating blow. With that, the black steed accelerates quickly, passing right by the giant and kicking up a cloud of dirt. One of the sidekicks of the pack closes his eyes, protecting his face from all that dust, completely clueless about what is happening. Pointing forward, the raiders start to yell, accusing the outsider of running away from the fight. The scene zooms out, revealing the majestic beast running far away and disappearing on the horizon. Irritated by the alleged cowardice, the boss grinds his teeth, calling the boy a bastard with no honor. Consumed by fury, the big guy bellows, asking how he dared to flee after riding the divine steed. However, the dust settles and reveals that our hero remained standing right there while his mount fled. With a grim smile on his face, the warrior glares at the enemy, showing he had no fear of that monster. The young man comments that the natives of that region usually are born on top of their saddles, riding strong horses. Confused by the idle chatter, the giant asks what kind of nonsense that crazy kid was talking about. Caring nothing for the insult, the outsider warns that since he helped the beast so much, now it was her turn to help. Full of style, Vlad throws his black cape away and prepares to display his true abilities. A huge cloud of dust rises behind the barbarian chief, catching his attention. Taking advantage of the distraction, the blonde charges, and the enemy asserts that those cheap tricks would not work. However, the big guy notices something grazing right past his face and is totally surprised. The protagonist appears flying through the air with his sword in hand, ready to strike the adversary. With a perfect leap, our hero flies toward the target who is mounted on his wild beast. And in a surprise attack, he grabs the brute's neck with full force, leaving him with no reaction. Glaring at his rival with intensity, the boy gives a smile and warns that now they are going to fight in the mud. Understanding absolutely nothing, the leader of the raiders grows desperate, asking what was happening. With the weight of the impact, the two fighters plummet from the mounts and collide violently against the dirt ground. The force of the fall makes them both roll across the ground, creating a giant trail of dust all over the battlefield. The speed of the impact drags them dangerously to the edge of a huge, frightening abyss. At that moment, the young man stays calm while the villain widens his eyes, overtaken by total despair. But using his agility, the blonde digs his blade into the rock, stopping the fall before it was too late. Watching the scene from afar, the pack's sidekicks panic, screaming for their captain in great fear. Worried about his pupil, the gray-haired wise man runs to the edge, cursing over the dangerous situation. Observing the cliff, the old man murmurs that no matter how strong someone is, falling from there would be the end. But as he looks down, he notices an intense glow appearing in the middle of all that dense dust. And then a smile of relief forms on the master's face, who calls the boy a cocky kid. At the bottom of the crater, Vlad appears unharmed on top of the enemy, using a magical energy he just learned. With the sword at his neck, the barbarian swallows hard and reveals his name, saying he is part of the local tribe. But with a cold and merciless look, our hero just replies with sarcasm, wanting to know why that matters. After that, the scene changes to a huge cathedral where people discuss raising that young minion. A mysterious man sitting in the hall warns that they needed to be very careful with the outsider. An older nun appears in the memory, ordering the two to immediately stop what they were doing. She could not believe that the blonde dared to take a servant from the temple away without going through any procedure. The woman asserted that not even the young man's family gave him the right to act in such an arrogant way. And with a sarcastic smile, the protagonist counters, warning that his family's name was her salvation. With eyes emanating power, the warrior whispers that it is because of this title that the nun still has a tomorrow. Back in the main hall, the religious woman complains about the outsider's cruel and impatient attitude toward everyone. Having a cup of tea, she finishes by saying she was sure that that boy would still cause many problems. The dark-haired nobleman listens to everything in silence while analyzing the intentions behind those accusations. Worried, the nun calls him mayor and warns that the boy's behavior could stain the leader's honor. Questioning this, the ruler comments that he already knew about the lack of respect the young man showed inside the convent. But sharp as always, he finds it strange that she waited so long to complain about the protagonist. The nobleman remembers that a respected old priest had recognized the value of that servant born on the streets. With a sharp gaze, the ruler quickly deduces that all that gossip was entirely intentional. Reflecting on the situation, he concludes there was only one person capable of manipulating the leader of the convent. That person being the great Bishop Pierre, who carries enormous authority and wears a very flashy red robe. The dark-haired young man thinks about the balance of power in the city, which is divided between him and the great bishop. However, the recent successes of his faithful minion were tipping the scale and giving him more and more influence. Realizing the trap, the mayor sighs as he notices the church's true intentions behind that conversation. With this, he realizes that the bishop and his followers were trying to target his leadership from the very beginning. Although Vlad has given reasons, the leader knows he does not need to take extreme measures against his own servant. Intrigued by the political maneuver, the nobleman crosses his hands, trying to figure out if there was any other hidden intention. At that, two knocks echo on the door and a soldier interrupts the meeting, apologizing for the intrusion. The guard enters the room accompanied by an exhausted messenger who had gone out on a mission with another knight. Just observing the newcomer's posture, the ruler concludes that the news would not be pleasant at all. Desperate, the minion raises his voice and reports that a pack of wild barbarians had appeared on the road. The nun gets a big fright from the news while the mayor stays calm, listening to the urgent report. Breaking into a cold sweat, the messenger explains that the enemies were attacking the group on the routes connecting the cities. With a serious and piercing look, the ruler questions if the young man had fled alone to save his own skin. Denying it quickly, the man explains that the protagonist captured the enemy leader to buy time in the confrontation. He also confesses that the mercenaries retreated out of fear and that the two warriors stayed behind to avoid a massacre. Hearing about his vassal's bravery, the mayor rolls his eyes and focuses his attention on the rest of the story. In shock, the religious woman murmurs that only the two swordsmen were fighting to protect all those people. Hiding his satisfaction, the dark-haired nobleman gives a small smirk, feeling proud of his minion. Regaining his posture, the ruler stands up and orders his commanders to lead the mounted troops immediately. He tells the men to move very fast, and the soldiers accept the orders, ready to march into combat. Having turned the game around, the mayor looks at the confused nun and asks ironically if the boy wasn't incredible. The nobleman defends the blonde, asserting that despite his humble origin he was the only one protecting God's sheep. The nun breaks into a cold sweat and agrees with the ruler's words. With his hands crossed, the nobleman asks the religious woman to deliver a message to the great bishop. At that, he warns that he is very grateful for all the concern the religious leader has for him. Hearing the threatening tone, the woman swallows hard, feeling a shiver run down her entire body. The mayor then states with a dark look that soon he will pay a visit to the temple in person. Showing all his determination, the lord swears that he will go head-to-head with his opponents. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the sun begins to set, illuminating the entire large caravan. Vlad and the gray-haired master observe the horizon with very serious and worried expressions. The blonde boy notices that more and more enemy warriors are gathering far away from there. The wise man agrees, warning that if they were ordinary bandits, they would have already fled after the leader was caught. Sitting on the wagon, the veteran keeps his eyes fixed on the barbarian chief, who is completely tied up. Fearing the worst, the old man murmurs that the situation is going to get very ugly before they reach the city. He wonders why the messenger is taking so much time to bring some reinforcements. At that moment, the beast of divine blood raises its ears, alerting the protagonist to something. The master notices the movement and flashes a slight smile, announcing that the cavalry has finally arrived. Kicking up a lot of dust, a large army approaches rapidly, making the ground shake. Led by the one-eyed knight, the mounted troops charge with everything to rescue the merchants. Seeing the flags there, the civilians begin to cry tears of joy, celebrating the great rescue. The tattooed giant clicks his tongue in frustration upon seeing that the reinforcements arrived very fast. Glaring at the old man, the prisoner praises his intelligent decision to retreat at the right moment. The gray-haired man laughs, saying that this is the advantage of age, and warns that now the interrogation would begin. Assuming a serious posture, the master wants to know what on earth they came to do in that territory. Downcast, the chief of the raiders confesses that they just wanted to get the wild horse back. The veteran questions the looting, and the big guy explains that they needed money to survive. Hopeless, the prisoner murmurs that now there is no longer any reason for them to keep fighting. The barbarian leader admits he would never expect to see the steed choosing an outsider as its new owner. Sighing, the wise man agrees that time is indeed cruel while listening to someone approach them. The one-eyed captain arrives, and the master jokes about the army's delay in solving that whole problem. Ignoring the joke, the soldier feels a great relief to see everyone well and warns that he will escort them. The knight asks about the enemies grouped in the distance, and the gray-haired man advises avoiding conflicts. The one-eyed captain takes charge of the situation, warning with a lot of confidence that he will persuade the enemies to retreat. At that instant, a greenish glow appears rapidly, cutting through the air like a large magical strike. Faced with that, the barbarian chief is totally in shock, feeling a chill run down his spine. With his sword glowing green, the knight asserts that he would solve everything like a truly civilized man. Upon seeing the enemy's power, the other raiders begin to break into a cold sweat, totally terrified by the scene. The imprisoned leader widens his eye, realizing that the adversary lived in a world with a different depth. In his imagination, the giant notices that if the warrior truly wanted to, he could massacre all of them right there. Fearing for the worst, the brute screams desperately, ordering all his companions to retreat immediately. The men of the pack grow very confused by the sudden order and try to question their captain's decision. But completely furious, the big guy curses them all as idiots, telling them to stop talking and just flee from there. Some bandits hesitate, thinking it dangerous to leave the boss there, and don't know if more reinforcements would come. Another raider comments that besides the old man and the boy, they would have to deal with one more strong knight. Reaching a consensus, they decide to retreat, because the rival army would not harm the prisoner to avoid war. Hearing his men's conversation, the brute lowers his head and accepts their plan, sighing in relief. Turning their backs, the pack flees on horseback, asking their captain to survive because they would meet again. Sheathing his blade, the soldier jokes that the talk of being a civilized man was nonsense because what matters is the result. Observing the enemies running far away in the dust, the group realizes that the barbarians truly were fleeing. With the situation resolved, the civilians surround our hero, celebrating a lot and thanking him for all his protection. However, the giant black beast brings its face close, glaring at the people with a somewhat threatening and wild look. The residents' excitement was huge, wanting to touch the young man and the incredible mount that saved them. At that, the steed gets startled and rears up aggressively, almost throwing the blonde off, while the civilians find it all dangerous. Noticing the animal's ferocity, the group decides to take a step back, deducing that he was still very wild. Trying to calm the situation, the protagonist pets the animal, wondering about the reason for that sudden behavior out of nowhere. Curious, the captain approaches, asking whose horse that was, and the young man smiles, saying that the beast was his. Excited, the outsider explains that he found the animal while facing a monster and that the beast followed him there. The one-eyed warrior understands the story, deducing that that was the wild creature the young man spoke so much about. Admiring the animal's size, the knight clears his throat and warns that he will have to order a custom saddle made for him. With this, the experienced soldier flashes a small smirk, relieved to see that the recruit did so well. Continuing the journey, the two ride side by side, with the leader commenting that the young man would finally prove his value. At nightfall, the caravan arrives safely at the city gates, and the captain questions why the boy hasn't entered yet. Standing at the gate, the boy realizes that the black mount froze again and doesn't want to take another step. The one-eyed captain observes the scene in silence, trying to understand what is happening with the rebellious beast. The soldier comments that the steed already seemed quite irritated when the merchants tried to approach earlier. Tired of the situation, the blonde sighs, revealing that his new traveling partner is hated by the other horses. And to make matters worse, the majestic beast also hates the presence of any other human being nearby. Putting his hand to his forehead, the cavalry leader murmurs that he will never understand how to deal with the outsider. With a smirk, the knight jokes, saying that the young man finally found someone just like him. Later, camping outside the walls, the protagonist rests while the prisoner grumbles in pain. The next morning, the scene changes, showing the city's large buildings bathed in the bright sunlight. Inside a tavern, the gray-haired master drinks something peacefully while trying to regain his energy. The hero approaches, shaking his head, and complains that the wild animal is too stubborn to obey. The wise man asks if their plan worked, and the young man confirms it, showing a large bouquet of red roses. Analyzing the flowers, the young man deduces that the tattooed giant truly wasn't talking nonsense about the beast. In a memory, the captured chief explains that steed likes red colors a lot and likes to eat roses. He shared that the plants bloom with warm energy, being the animal's only food in the frozen lands. Back in the present, the old man gives a clever smile, asserting that now would be quite easy to tame the animal. Putting his hand to his chin, the warrior thinks for a moment and concludes that the more red he has, the better it will be. The veteran agrees with the idea and adds that larger things would surely catch even more attention. With a focused look, Vlad murmurs that it would be even more perfect if the red thing kept moving in front. At that exact moment, the red-haired servant passes by on the upper floor, carrying a bunch of clothes, and the old man notices everything. Focusing on the girl with flaming hair, the blonde deduces that she would be the perfect distraction to attract the beast. Worried, the master remembers that the two don't get along very well, but the pupil ignores it, saying she has always been annoying. Flashing a confident smile, the young man warns that their relationship goes far beyond just liking or hating each other. However, upon reaching the young woman's room, our hero is greeted with a furious glare and she tells him to get lost. Caught off guard by the aggressive reception, the outsider grumbles, warning that he hadn't even said anything yet. Making the bed, the servant tells him not to disrupt her work, but the boy asks for just 1 minute of attention. Out of patience, the red-haired girl keeps her back turned and yells that she is very busy, telling him to look for someone else. Ignoring her bad mood, the protagonist gathers his courage and states clearly that he needs the girl's help. Completely stressed out, the woman turns around, screaming that she already warned him she has no time for his craziness. But at that instant, her face turns red with shock upon coming face to face with that huge bouquet of red roses. Confused by the outsider's attitude, the girl questions what that was while he asks her to hold the flowers. The red-haired girl goes back to yelling at the young man, reminding him that she had already told him to take his requests for help to Lady Alicia. New keeping his gaze fixed and with a seductive voice, the protagonist just declines the young servant's request. Flashing a charming smile, the warrior states gallantly that that was something only Mrs. Amina could do. This unexpected line catches the woman totally off guard, making her face turn completely red with embarrassment. Stammering, the red-haired girl tries to hide it while the blonde approaches, teasing and asking if she was feeling hot. The scene then cuts to the next day, showing the grand gates of the city of Sora illuminated by the morning sun. Going down into the depths of the prison, the nobleman and the one-eyed knight walk hurriedly through the dark corridors. Stopping in front of one of the cells, the ruler formally introduces himself as Joseph, the great mayor of that region. Glaring at the visitor, the barbarian leader identifies himself as Aja and says he had a very important question to ask. Trapped in heavy steel chains, the giant asserts that it was a great honor to receive a visit from the Lord in person. With a cold and merciless countenance, the nobleman replies, hoping that his trip there wouldn't be a waste of time. The prisoner comments that he has already seen countless people, pretending to be cold-blooded and possessing a lot of dignity in life. But analyzing the ruler's aura, the brute admits that that man in front of him was truly genuine. Changing the subject, the mayor deduces that capturing the wild horse was not a ritual, since that was actually forbidden. Flashing a small smirk, the lord asserts that that entire situation with the divine beast was truly very interesting. The nobleman recalls a saying stating that worlds must be left in peace to shine free on the green plains. Joseph comments that the enemy tribes seem to value those old principles highly, and the tattooed leader listens in silence. Intrigued, the ruler questions the true reason they broke the rules and risked their lives invading that place. The prisoner lowers his head thoughtfully, making the heavy chains rattle across the dungeon's cold floor. Reflecting on his situation, the barbarian grumbles that he thought a lot about all of that while being locked up in the cells. Aja reveals he is the future leader of his tribe and warns that there was only one reason for him to break their great taboo. Listening intently, Joseph watches while the brute explains that they needed the fastest being they knew. Suddenly, the prisoner loses his patience and raises his head, screaming furiously against the men of that city. Full of hatred, the giant steps forward and punches the iron bars, demanding to know what on earth the humans had done. However, before he could do another crazy thing, the one-eyed captain's sharp sword is pointed right at the center of the savage's face. The soldier stands firm, protecting his lord, while the barbarian backs off a bit, snarling with anger at the interruption. Completely confused by the prisoner's explosive reaction, the mayor narrows his eyes, asking what he was talking about. Exploding in a red aura, the tribe's leader accuses the citizens of causing a maddening fury in the dragon. The nobleman widens his eyes in pure shock upon hearing about the legendary monster that had remained quiet during all that time. The image shows the silhouette of a giant dragon completely out of control. At that, the barbarian leader yells, demanding to know what the lord did with the creature's fragments. Breaking into a cold sweat, the ruler remembers a large red box sealed with several chains. Trying to understand the connection between things, the nobleman asks the reason the prisoner wanted to see the blonde. The giant explains that only the divine beast running through the snows can reach the monster. With this, he deduces that the mount chose the boy for a good reason, and the lord says he will think about it. But with a serious look, the barbarian warns that the ruler needs to act as fast as possible. He explains that the remains of the fallen monster inherited the blood of the most perfect creature in the world. The prisoner says that something changed, and now the pieces of the beast have finally awakened their power. And when the creature gains consciousness, the destruction will go far beyond the lands of that territory. Glaring at the lord with glowing eyes, the giant asks again what they did with the fragments. The scene cuts, revealing a huge castle built in the middle of the snow-covered mountains. A large blue flag with the symbol of a fist sways violently against the freezing wind. At the top of the wall, an imposing old man wearing a fur cloak observes the frozen landscape. This is the Iron Duke, and with his red eyes, he murmurs that the winged beast is crying. At that moment, a soldier comes running into the area, calling desperately for the region's leader. An older wizard also emerges, very frightened, warning that something bad happened to the pieces. The mysterious sealed box appears guarded by soldiers, and the wise man says that the problem started again. The Duke wants to know about the wizards, and the subordinate replies that the spells alone are not solving it. The gray-haired ruler orders them to quickly call the priests capable of engraving protective prayers. While running, the soldier informs that a captain is about to arrive at the location to provide help. Standing before an immense metal door, the Duke prepares to face the terrible threat. He takes a deep breath and comments that that evil energy is totally different from anything he has ever seen. Then, the leader brings his hand close and pushes the large door to see what is on the other side. The entrance opens, illuminating the dark room where the box rests, emitting a sinister glow. The ruler's face grows tense as he glares at the container with a sharp look. To his surprise, there are two boxes in the room, and they vibrate as if they were connected. Changing scenes, we go back to the tavern where an attendant calls the hero's name in a timid way. Several people are in the hall clapping happily while a man raises a chest as a gift. But the receptionist explains that the outsider is not there because he had to leave for a secret mission. Seeing the crowd, the merchant comments that they arrived late and therefore they should have hurried more. Lady Alicia smiles and confesses she ended up getting carried away by the lively mood of that moment. But the noblewoman sees this as a great chance since the rumors of the young man's heroic deeds were spreading. With a lot of pride, she asserts that she wishes to spread the name of the Bayezid family's young talent even further. Hearing this, the merchants agree happily, saying that the hero is destined for gigantic things. Since nobody knows when the warrior will return, the noblewoman gently asks everyone to leave their names. While writing down the information, the red-haired servant sighs, appearing a bit tired of all that commotion. The young woman thinks she should be very happy, but feels that her friend is becoming more and more distant. In her thoughts, she imagines the warrior walking toward the light and moving away from her own world. Totally discouraged by the situation, the little redhead rests her face on the clothes and stays quiet in her corner. Suddenly, Lady Alicia calls her name, making the girl jump a little due to distraction. With a sympathetic look, the elegant woman smiles softly at the maid, who seemed a bit lost. Confused by the sudden call, the girl with fire-colored hair replies politely without understanding anything. The maid widens her eyes upon hearing that she should take care of all the visitors who looked for Vlad. Confirming the order, the leader explains that the guests could only speak to the blonde through the red head. Declining the task, the young woman argues nervously that any mistake of hers would put her friend in big trouble. Faced with this huge insecurity, the woman with brown hair just observes the girl in total silence. Soon the noblewoman asserts that nobody in that entire facility would be more qualified for this than her. Surprising the young woman, the lady reveals that the protagonist they all know wouldn't exist without her help. Looking the servant in the eyes, the owner of the place advises that she needs to be much more confident in herself. Still hesitant, the redhead questions if she would really handle it, but the leader guarantees that she is capable of anything. With a sweet smile, the noblewoman comforts the girl, saying that our hero would love to take the risks for her. Holding the servant's hands, the elegant woman recalls that the young man just asked for her help with the beast. Changing the subject quickly, the lady pulls her gently, calling the young woman to go to her room. Walking together, the leader asserts wisely that women also possess their own battlefields. Hearing those motivational words, the little redhead widens her eyes, finally understanding the great lesson. In a bright scene, the noblewoman promises that she will also help the little maid wield her own weapon. The scene changes to an elegant table while a mysterious voice explains that stability is crucial to expand. Having some tea, the gray-haired wise man tells the mayor that the count won't be able to send his troops to the north. The veteran warns that the remaining enemies are being very well supported by the dwarves' brutal front. Having some tea with the mayor, the gray-haired master agrees that they need to solve the root of that big problem. However, with a very serious look, the veteran admits he was quite worried about that entire situation. Intrigued, the dark-haired nobleman asks what would be bothering the wise warrior. The old man shows a golden coin and explains that he has his reasons for using his last mission with a servant of that house. Joseph warns that he might take offense, but he needed to give sincere advice to the Bayezid family. With a heavy expression, the master asserts that the Knights of the West had already surpassed the warriors of the North. The Lord listens to the harsh words in complete silence, just analyzing the old fighter's warning. The gray-haired man sighs, feeling he was too complacent and that maybe he hasn't done everything he should do. In a memory, the veteran tells that in the past, the North was the strongest and most honorable region of all. He recalls the brutal fights against giant monsters and the barbarians who attacked without any rest. The old man grumbles that the only thing colder than the wind there was the capital's terrible discrimination. Because of this, the northern soldiers were warriors forged in pure hardship, fighting against everything. But over time, stability softened their brute strength while the West kept advancing a lot. At that, the wise man advises the mayor not to ignore Baron Heinel's requests and to prepare before it is too late. Agreeing with the old man, the ruler admits that today's North is quite different from what it used to be. Even so, the Lord flashes a confident smile, asserting that the frozen lands keep producing very strong fruits. Recognizing the hint, the old master flashes a slight smile, satisfied with the city leader's vision. The veteran smirks, proud of the recent achievements of his newest and most hardworking pupil. With a lot of wisdom, he concludes that a new generation will always emerge to take the place of the older ones. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, our hero breaks into a cold sweat and gets totally confused by an unusual scene. Vlad holds the reins of the black beast, wondering about the reason for having a gigantic crowd gathered there. One of the men laughs and explains that everyone left their houses just to see that fun and interesting show. The civilians mock him, listing the times the blonde tried to cover the horse's eyes or even bribe the creature with food. To them, it was very funny to see the city's great hero totally powerless and defeated by a simple animal. At that moment, someone yells, catching everyone's attention, and the beast neighs, startled by the sudden noise. The crowd parts ways, revealing a mysterious woman wearing a huge red dress and using a veil on her face. Completely confused, the warrior asks why the girl was wearing such a flashy dress. Out of patience, the young red-haired girl pulls the fabric covering her head, huffing from being so hot inside that outfit. Wearing beautiful scarlet earrings, Zamita reveals herself dressed from head to toe in the wild mount's favorite color. In the face of such beauty, the protagonist widens his eyes and becomes totally speechless, staring at his friend. Raising the veil delicately, the redhead reveals her gorgeous face, wearing that wonderful red dress. The surrounding crowd is completely impressed, and everyone screams, praising the beautiful girl's hidden beauty. With all this commotion, the huge black horse's ears move, reacting to the flashy color it just saw. However, the beast's gaze remains so intense that the crowd steps back a bit, afraid of that intimidating creature. Breaking into a cold sweat, the servant admits in her thoughts that it is a lot of pressure to have so many eyes locked on her at that instant. But gathering courage, she extends the flowers, asserting that she cannot hesitate because of such an insignificant fear. Flashing a confident smile, the young woman murmurs that she doesn't deserve to stand by Vlad's side if she gives up, and calls the animal. To everyone's surprise, the tactic actually works, and the giant beast begins to walk slowly in her direction. The villagers cheer with emotion, seeing the creature enter the city while asking the girl to keep attracting it. Staring at the target fixedly, the giant beast walks hypnotized, proving it truly knows very well what it likes. Then, the huge steed stops in front of the beautiful woman and begins to chew calmly on the bouquet's lovely flowers. From very close, the horse's large eye glares at the lady deeply, seeming to analyze her soul. Trembling with nervousness, the little redhead swallows hard, not knowing exactly how to react before that frightening monster. However, summoning immense courage, she raises her trembling hand very slowly toward the dark creature. And to our hero's shock, the girl manages to pet the animal's muzzle without it trying to bite or attack. Celebrating the great success, everyone on the street starts screaming Zemina's name crazily, giving her a standing ovation. Very excited, one of the residents bellows with full force, calling the young woman the Scarlet Lady and the Rose of Sora. Admiring the scene with a small smile on his face, the protagonist softly whispers his old friend's name. The people keep celebrating a lot, and the entire city fills with shouts calling for the beautiful lady's name. The children run around smiling, throwing flower petals through the air while exalting the great Scarlet Lady. A true party takes over the streets, and everyone celebrates the mission's success, guiding the beast with ease. Watching everything from the top of the wall, the other maids are amazed by the scene of the rose and the children on the street. With a proud smile, Lady Alicia asks them to pay attention, because not even all the money in the world could buy that. With a very deep look, the noblewoman questions if they have ever seen someone from the alleys receive such attention before. The woman remembers that people from this lower class almost never win sincere praise and applause outside of poverty. Smiling in a very genuine way, the leader asserts that at least on today's day, this great miracle is happening. While the crowd throws flowers, the elegant lady concludes that the entire city is keeping an eye on those two. The scene then cuts, revealing large frozen mountains with two mysterious figures standing on a cliff. Right at their feet, the red stained ground reveals slaughtered remains of what seem to be monstrous beasts. Glaring at the trail of destruction, the mysterious man stays silent, seeming to evaluate everything that happened there. The mysterious man observes the brutal scene and notices that group suffered a complete annihilation in the freezing snow. A warrior woman with wolf ears comments that more than 50 enemies were eliminated in a single instant. The dark-haired knight agrees with the young woman, keeping a sharp look over the frozen landscape. The monsters fallen in the snow seem to have had no time to react before that fatal and very fast attack. The girl asserts that Joseph's report was correct and that the beasts now noticed the real threat. Then, a memory reveals that the most perfect being in the world was defeated by a swordsman and scattered across the lands. The nobleman murmurs that was how the fragments of the great fallen dragon appeared all over the world. The legend tells that the beasts lost wings, scales, and eyes while dividing and forgetting their origins. But now, one of the monsters ended up awakening and noticing its true dragon nature. The figures stare at the frozen mountains, observing a huge creature that possessed the strongest leg of all. The scene changes to a moonlit coast, revealing a group of warriors close to the rough sea. The blonde knight thinks that life is full of hard choices that nobody can make in your place. He holds his sword firm, knowing that important decisions must be made alone sometimes. Faced with an army with red capes, the man realizes that it is in those moments that the essence reveals itself. A soldier with a serious face questions if his companion truly planned to ignore his superior's orders. And then we discover that this rebellious knight is none other than George, wielding his weapon. Glaring at his rival, he warns with a lot of conviction that the platinum-haired man was not his absolute lord. The warrior named Sigmund holds a scroll ordering the elimination of all allies from the dwarves' front. But George tells his partner to look well at the coast and notice the kind of people they were about to attack. Pointing to the group of defenseless civilians, he warns that all those people were just refugees. Indignant, the veteran asserts it is impossible for the Count to approve such an unjust action against those people. Sigmund gets angry and accuses his companion of disloyalty for doubting the direct orders given by their leader. Clenching his teeth, the hero replies that before being a soldier, he is human and refuses the absurd command. Hearing the firm decision, the platinum-haired man closes his eyes and ends up accepting his old battle partner's choice. With this, the commander turns to the other knights, wanting to know if everyone there would follow the rebellion. However, the men lower their heads and look away, breaking into a cold sweat, lacking the courage to support their sword colleague. Glaring at George with a cold look, the platoon leader just apologizes for what was about to happen. The soldiers in red begin to retreat, murmuring that a warrior must never disobey the Lord's orders. Alone in the immensity of the frozen beach, the brave hero stays behind, willing to protect the innocent civilians. While moving away with the troops, the commander casts one last, quite severe look at his old friend. In another place, we see a pair of purple and mysterious eyes observing something in the shadows, while a warrior by his side glares at him, waiting patiently for some answer. The man with white hair and a red cape soon announces that the situation was peaceful. With a scar on his face, the mysterious fellow maintains his serious and focused countenance. At that, the bearded partner asks for his companion to continue giving his report. Looking at the moon, the powerful leader reflects on a world where one can shine brighter. In the meeting, they discuss the suspicious movements of the Iron Duke's knights. With this, a soldier delivers a list containing all the names of Bayezid's allies. Analyzing the document, the Lord notes that the data was the same as years ago. An advisor then deduces that the rival family failed to raise a strong new generation. However, with a threatening look, the master warns them not to jump to hasty conclusions. The reprimand makes the officers swallow hard and look visibly tense. He explains that such a large noble house surely hides some secret weapon. Immediately, the three men break into a cold sweat and apologize for underestimating the enemies. At that moment, one of the noblemen remembers a quite peculiar rumor coming from his hometown. Intrigued, the commander demands to know what it was, while the soldier hesitates to tell everything. Resting his chin on his hand, the platinum-haired man gives full permission for the young man to speak what he knows. The subordinate then reveals that a simple servant was proving to be very promising. As soon as he hears the name Vlad coming from Sora, the mysterious villain is quite surprised. The informant details that the young man had allegedly used an aura in a recent combat. Hearing this absurdity, the other advisors begin to laugh, mocking the story. Laughing, they conclude that the rival family was spreading lies to appear strong. But in silence, the chief tries to recall old memories about this certain servant from Sora. And suddenly, he remembers the face of that brave boy screaming with all his fury. Flashing a smirk, the white-haired man tries to convince himself that it would be impossible. Sitting back down, the Lord concludes that it was just a slight coincidence of names. However, a shred of doubt still lingers over that dangerous and clever leader's mind, remembering that kid had immense potential, almost being taken away in the past. Far from there, Vlad appears totally exhausted, asserting that he was on the verge of dying. But someone tells him to stop whining, while the young man remains slumped over the counter. In the morning, the protagonist had intense combat training with wooden swords guided by Mr. Jaeger. Then during the afternoon, the young man practiced aura techniques and body strengthening under the old master's strict gaze. When night arrives, the boy sits on the bed exhausted, remembering that he would still have a discussion about his training progress. With a defeated look, the blonde deduces he would end up dying that way, while someone warns how lucky he is. Being told to be grateful for the chance to learn, the protagonist agrees and says he is holding on firm for that reason. At that, a smiling man carrying a huge backpack waves friendly, wanting to know if the captain was doing well. Finding the baggage strange, the blonde questions the reason, and the young man explains that Mr. Joseph told him to live in that place. This sudden news catches the young man by surprise, making him question the reason for such a quick and unexpected change. Laughing, the newcomer says he heard about the stable in the backyard and warns that the caretaker must always be with the horse. Worried, the blonde inquires if his companion would handle the job, and the fellow boasts about being the house's official groom. Hearing the confident answer, the boy just wishes good luck, leaving the man loaded with suitcases totally confused. With no energy at all, Vlad asks his partner to leave if he already finished talking, but his friend warns that there was still more. With a very serious expression, the newcomer finally reveals that Lord Joseph was calling the young man back. Totally incredulous at the message, the protagonist inquires about the purpose of the call while the messenger smiles ironically. Soon, the groom supposes that the leader probably wanted to lift the punishment imposed on the dedicated swordsman apprentice. The next morning, we see the Bayezid family's immense and luxurious property shining under the strong daylight. Walking tensely, the boy curses an acquaintance named Goeth, feeling very foolish for believing that liar. Around the main hall, several soldiers and advisors form a line, maintaining quite severe and focused postures. Among those present, a veteran with a large white mustache casts a sharp look in the direction of the newcomer. Glaring at the boy in an intimidating way, Lord Joseph keeps his hands crossed, awaiting the start of the long conversation. Observing the heavy atmosphere of that environment, the hero deduces that his punishment definitely wouldn't be cancelled anytime soon. Breaking the silence, the nobleman accuses the young apprentice of having disobeyed his direct orders to save some children. Being pressed to confirm the story, the blonde lowers his head and, breaking into a cold sweat, admits to doing exactly that. The dark-haired man throws a critical question, wanting to know what the warrior would do if the situation repeated itself. Keeping his gaze fixed on the subordinate, the lord presses him, inquiring if he would still have the audacity to break his rules. At that instant, the overwhelming pressure in the hall increases, making it clear that any false step would result in the blonde's end. Cornered by his master's killer aura, the young protagonist freezes completely, swallowing hard, not knowing how to reply. But an old memory invades his mind, recalling the oath where he promised to always speak the truth instead of blind loyalty. Gathering all his courage, the boy clenches his fists tightly and makes the hard decision not to lie to his leader. And with his head held high, Vlad asserts with a lot of firmness that he would disobey the orders again, assuming full responsibility. Far from getting mad, the lord just observes in silence the kneeling young man displaying firmness in his words. Flashing a slight smile, the master reveals that it was exactly because of this fearless attitude that he chose him. The nobleman then explains that honor helps others to shine, but conscience is the light for one's own path. With slow and decided steps, the man approaches a reserved area inside that immense and luxurious hall. Stopping before a window, he asserts that conscience becomes a compass when we lose the right direction. Looking from the corner of his eye, the lord concludes that the apprentice finally found his true trail to be followed. At that instant, he reveals a shiny silver armor, hoping that it helps to protect the young man's mind. Amazed by the equipment, the protagonist is left speechless before such an unexpected and valuable gift. The master tells that the glittering suit was forged by a famous organization possessing the best defense techniques. But the blonde soon lowers his head, a bit embarrassed, thinking he wasn't worthy of wearing something so grand like that. Being very understanding, the leader says he knows about the boy's attachment to the old clothing full of battle scars. However, the dark-haired man reinforces that the new silver protection is the definitive proof of the heroic path the young man chose. Calling the student closer, the commander asks him to look with a lot of attention at the details of the metal. The hero widens his blue eyes, totally surprised upon noticing something engraved on the armor's shiny breastplate. Upon touching the piece, the young man reads the inscription that called him Vlad, the knight who protected the children's breath. Hearing that, the veterans around flash proud smiles, showing a lot of respect for the boy's attitude. Even the old warrior with the white mustache flashes a look of satisfaction upon seeing the novice's recognition. The master then confirms that that was the new destiny that the promising swordsman would begin to tread from now on. Glaring at his own reflection in the glass, the novice knight fills himself with determination to face the future. Far from there, a strong snowstorm plagues the dark mountains, leaving the weather completely freezing. At the top of a hill, an immense army gathers while an implacable leader observes the horizon with coldness. We discover then that that warrior in a furry cloak was Volkov, the dangerous successor of the Iron Duke. Looking at an orange explosion in the distance, the powerful commander notices that his enemies have finally arrived. In the middle of the blizzard, several enemy knights flee mounted on their horses, holding lit torches in the darkness. The desperate escape happens because of something terrifying that was chasing them through the dense ice forests. Suddenly, a snow explosion happens, throwing tree pieces everywhere with a brutal force. And from the middle of the white smoke emerges a gigantic dragon with blue horns, charging furiously against the men. Seeing the colossal creature destroying the forest, the soldiers scream in terror, fearing being eaten alive. Desperate, one of the riders begs for his horse to run faster, knowing that any mistake there would be fatal. But the fierce white dragon opens its frightening, massive mouth, showing its sharp teeth, about to swallow its prey. Preparing his bow, the lord points to the sky, loading an arrow with a powerful purple energy. Focusing totally on the target, the warrior's eye glows red before he fires the attack. With this, a huge purple flash hits the mountain peak while the knights charge through the snow. At that moment, the leader raises his shiny lance, concentrating even more destructive power in his hands. We see then the white beast running furiously through the ice field, without fear of the imminent danger. At that, a blinding beam of light shoots from the sky, completely illuminating the darkness of the cold night. The pillar of purple energy comes down like a gigantic lightning bolt, heading straight in the direction of the scaled creature. Flashing a confident smile, the commander deduces he hit the target dead on and captured the beast. But in an impressive way, the creature roars and dodges the deadly attack at the last possible second. Breaking into a cold sweat, the warrior is shocked to see how the animal managed to be so agile even from so close. And so we discover that this is Lindblom, known by everyone as the fastest dragon in the world. Irritated by the failure, the lord yells from the top of the hill, ordering his troops not to lose the creature. Following the orders, the knights surround the horned monster, try to cut off all its routes. Cornered, the white creature turns its face, glaring at the aggressors with a quite threatening look. Without hesitating, the beast opens its mouth and shoots a powerful blast of ice to push back the soldiers. Right after, the giant rises and begins to concentrate a strong blue energy in its neck. Perceiving the imminent danger, the men panic and tell the others to split up quickly. However, the dark-haired commander gets furious, yelling that he wouldn't let the creature attack. With a quick movement, the warrior unleashes a gigantic slash of purple energy falling from the sky. Being hit dead on, the scaled animal clenches its teeth, trying to withstand the strong impact. The force of the blow is so big that it ends up knocking the white giant down violently against the ground. Even injured, the beast quickly gets up and goes back to running, trying to escape that ambush. With a determined look and glowing blue, the creature focuses only on surviving the hunters. Observing the scene, the army's leader releases purple sparks through his eyes, displaying a lot of anger. At that instant, the large animal makes a sharp U-turn, kicking up snow with its heavy tail. Noticing the escape, the knights yell, telling the entire platoon to go after the target as fast as possible. But the white creature makes an absurdly fast leap, creating a shockwave that pushes the snow away. Flying over the ice field, the monster shows why it has the title of the swiftest of all. Observing the distance increase, one of the soldiers holds his torch and warns that it would be impossible to catch it. Finally, we see the majestic animal running freely through the blizzard, leaving the hunters behind. Frustrated, the solitary archer at the top of the cliff observes the target escape through the white immensity. Glaring at the horizon, the duke's successor curses in irritation upon realizing he lost the prey. Far from that blizzard, we see a luxurious and well-lit office where someone speaks calmly. Drinking a cup of tea, the man praises the drink's flavor and the great taste their mother has. Sitting in silence, the leader Joseph just stares at the unexpected visitor with a quite severe look. Questioning the reason for his presence, the dark-haired man doubts that the young man was there just to drink tea. Laughing, the man asserts that he didn't need excuses to visit his own brother and act with familiarity. But seeing the host's scary expression, the visitor asks him to stop staring at him that way. Putting the cup back on the table, the young man changes his tone of voice and comments on a very serious subject. Glaring at the lord, the nobleman confirms that the words spoken by the barbarian were totally correct. Hearing the confirmation, Joseph furrows his brow, realizing that meant a big disaster. At that moment, the brother describes a colossal and mystical creature wrapped in an intense blue glow. Totally serious, the visitor reveals that a powerful dragon was on its way to their lands. Explaining the situation, he recalls that, while the West dealt with the fearsome deathworms, the extreme North possessed its own deadly threat known as the legendary Lindblom. Because it lives in the coldest areas of the region, the nobleman warns that was the swiftest dragon that existed. Intrigued, the lord argues that it wasn't the right season yet for the beast to start its migration. Agreeing, the brother supposes that some anomaly was occurring, just like the incident with the giant worm. Therefore, they needed to eliminate the white monster as soon as possible to avoid a carnage. At that, the host inquires about the animal's route, but the young man confesses it is impossible to track something so fast. Narrowing his eyes, the chief asserts that they couldn't stay cross-armed waiting for the destruction. Flashing a slight smile, the visitor warns that was exactly why he received the mission to take it down. Willing to support the cause, the house's master offers all the help and resources that Shura could give. Straight to the point, the brother demands a reconnaissance team, besides the appointment of some elite knights. Finding the request quite fair, Joseph accepts promptly and asks how many warriors he would need. Raising just one finger, the hunter of relaxed features replies that just one soldier would be enough. Shocked by the boldness, the lord questions if it wouldn't be better to take several swordsmen against a dragon. But the brother justifies that unlike the land worms, a single master with the blade would suffice. With a sharp look, he points out that this tactic would only work if the warrior managed to catch the target. Understanding the risky plan, the property owner just asks who the chosen hero would be. Flashing a confident smile, the mysterious visitor prepares to reveal the chosen hero's name. However, knocks on the large door interrupt the conversation, with someone announcing they have arrived at the location. Confused by the situation, the dark-haired lord glares at his companion, understanding absolutely nothing. Breaking into a cold sweat, the brother apologizes, confessing to have summoned Vlad due to the mission's urgency. Receiving the boy, the nobleman with a cynical smile comments that it had already been a good while since their last meeting. Totally lost, the blonde just listens to the man calling him the greatest dragon shepherd of the north. Changing scenarios, we see a peaceful environment illuminated only by the warm light of an old lamp. Sitting comfortably, the protagonist cleans his sword while a red-haired girl sews on the bed. Observing the blade, the young swordsman murmurs that the trip would take more than an entire month. Without taking her eyes off the fabric, the young woman comments that it was good to be busy, praising her warrior friend. Flashing a melancholy smile, the seamstress lowers her gaze, appearing sunk in her own thoughts. With a soft voice, she says that the lady would like to see him that way, making the young man stop what he was doing. Intrigued by the comment, the blonde inquires about the reason for the subject, and she says she thought about it out of nowhere. Going back to rubbing the blade, the hero closes his eyes, remembering that more than 10 years have already passed. The friend then confesses to having no memories of her own mother, but she remembered Vlad's relative very well. An old memory shows the woman protecting the boy, and the redhead praises that brave attitude. Staying in total silence, the young man just listens to his companion squeezing the fabric with a lot of nostalgia. Breaking the sad mood, the boy admits in a gentle way that he also barely remembered his own mother. With this, the two continue their chores peacefully inside that small, lit room. Finishing the last details of the embroidery, the girl cuts the thread, asserting she finished the job. The image then reveals a golden symbol in the shape of a cross shining in a splendid way. Stretching the fabric, the girl shows the Sun crest, asking if the art caught a lot of attention. With a dead expression, the swordsman replies ironically that the design was totally discreet. Changing the subject, the companion tries to confirm if those dragons were truly so dangerous like that. Glaring at her friend's feet, she deduces that the return from the long trip would happen right in the middle of winter. Putting the sword back in the scabbard, the monster hunter sighs, noting that autumn passes fast. Hesitating a lot, the little redhead stammers embarrassedly, holding the white cloth with all her strength. Gathering courage, she extends her hand, delivering the embroidered object to the light-haired boy. Being caught totally by surprise, the hero glares at the gift in confusion, without understanding what that was. Totally blushing, the girl asks him to look right, revealing it to be just a simple handkerchief. Glaring at the cloth, the hero stays in total silence, trying to process the meaning of that. Flashing a smirk, the swordsman questions if his friend was thinking about the whole time. Totally embarrassed, the redhead throws a cloth in his face, saying she felt pity to see him use a useless fabric. With a red face, she screams that this new one was made of pure cotton, being able to be used anywhere. Wishing a good trip, the girl runs away in embarrassment while the blonde tries to compose himself. Wiping his face with the handkerchief, the hunter smiles, realizing how cute his friend could be sometimes. Admiring the embroidery, the young man thanks her mentally for finally having something useful to carry. However, he notices the name Gemina engraved in the corner and questions the reason she signed her own work. Changing scenarios, we see a small caravan of knights traveling through an enormous ice mountain. Thoughtful, the hero remembers having asked for just one companion but ended up receiving 3 warriors. By his side, the dark-haired nobleman wonders what his brother's true intention would be. The blonde suggests that maybe it was out of consideration for the older one, but the young man doubts it, knowing the lord well. Glaring at the group, the mission's leader deduces that the master of the house surely had some problem with him, because there was no other explanation for joining two warriors who hated each other so much on the same team. Analyzing the barbarian and the old knight, the nobleman admits that both would be very useful if they stopped fighting. With this, he throws the responsibility of leading the duo onto Vlad, leaving the young man totally shocked. The chief justifies that the veteran possessed a special affection for the boy, making him easier to control. Complaining of a headache, the nobleman asks for the young man to give his best in leading those old men. Looking back, the swordsman feels lost, without having any idea of how to unite that chaotic group. Behind them, the barbarian and the veteran continue trading insults and death threats every second of the trip. Laughing, the older one promises to bury his rival right there while the savage challenges him to try his luck. Tired of that confusion, the young protagonist lets out a long sigh, wanting only to go back to his bed. At that moment, the hero's instincts are activated upon feeling something strange lingering through the cold air. Quickly, the blonde turns his face in a state of alert, catching the nobleman's attention by his side. With a tense expression, the boy warns to have felt a strong smell of blood coming from that direction. Impressed, the leader compares the young man to a wolf for managing to sniff out something in a snowstorm. Keeping his look focused, the young man doesn't reply, confirming that the danger was closer and closer. Perceiving the gravity of the situation, the commander trusts his ally's instincts and tells him to guide the group. Heading forward, the entire caravan stops suddenly upon coming across a totally unexpected scene. Glaring at the red-stained scenario, the nobleman freezes, confirming that the boy's intuition was right. Faced with a terrible scenario, the group comes across a true massacre, staining all the snow red. The leader asks if the dead were from his companion's tribe, but the warrior denies it, saying they are from a neighboring village. With a serious face, the savage deduces that his own tribe must have also moved to the south seeking shelter. Evaluating the situation, the old master finds all of that very strange and out of the ordinary. Pointing to the bodies, the veteran reveals that the wounds were clearly made by swords. The old man guarantees that no northerner would do this, and the commander agrees, seeing no reason for such cruelty. The nobleman recalls that it had already been a long time since the region stopped spilling blood in that brutal way. With a sharp look, the mission's chief concludes that unwanted guests had invaded those frozen lands. Continuing the journey, the small squad keeps riding through the snowy valleys in the middle of the freezing weather. The leader comments on the relief of having arrived before a big blizzard, spotting the northern battalion in the background. And right ahead, the grand fortress of Barenheim emerges imposing, resisting the extreme cold of the mountains. Observing the top of the walls, the blonde hero gets confused upon noticing a peculiar detail. The boy warns that there were two different flags hosted, making the nobleman find the information strange. Looking up, everyone notices that besides the blue banner, there was a red cloth swaying with the wind. The huge scarlet flag carried a large crest, showing the imposing design of a black dragon. Furrowing his brow, the dark-haired commander wonders what that group was doing over there. The old master inquires whose symbol that would be, and the leader reveals it belongs to the Central Forces. Curious about the term, the swordsman questions about this certain central army, trying to understand the gravity. The veteran confirms the information, while reflecting on the true danger that those soldiers represented. Therefore, we discover that they are the feared knights directly under the command of the Dragon Blood Duke. The commander details that that red crest belongs to the merciless dragon slayer warriors. Arriving at the fortress gates, the group dismounts from their horses while analyzing the local movement. The Lord reports that the special troop arrived 2 days ago, and he still wondered about the real reason for that visit. He tells that the official excuse was to take down the large beast, but finds it strange to have received the news so fast. At that moment, a subordinate calls for his superior, addressing one of the camp's warriors. The man with a sharp look replies promptly, displaying a lot of discipline and rigidity in his posture. Noticing the movement, the young hero stays attentive to the minimum details of the unknown environment. The soldier just makes a bow, guaranteeing that he would do his job immediately without asking questions. With this, the trio advances toward the fortress interior of stone, ready to discover what was happening. Insecure with all of that, Vlad asks quietly to the master who those beast hunters truly were. The old warrior explains that, as the name itself already says, their mission is just to take down large dragons. He tells that the group is recognized by the emperor and led by the powerful dragon, Blood Duke. Because of this, the empire's law forces the involvement of this guild in any matter about those beasts. Hearing the explanation, the blonde hero gets impressed with the strength level of the warriors who came to help. However, right after the protagonist notices something suspicious and turns his face, feeling a somewhat tense mood. Glaring at the fortress's large walls, the young man notes that the place seems to have suffered from a strong fire. At that, the veteran reveals that that place is also known as the Great Bonfire of the County of Bayezid. He explains that the burned walls show the constant battles against monsters to protect all the people. The old man then laments the fact of the visitors having hoisted the red flag on their symbol of pride. Looking at the commander, the blonde understands perfectly the reason for so much irritation on the leader's part. Suddenly, the castle's enormous gates open, revealing an imposing figure coming in the group's direction. The dark-haired nobleman glares at the scene with much seriousness, warning that the novices have finally arrived. Faced with an entire battalion of white knights, the special troops leader asserts that he was already waiting. The smiling captain introduces himself as Mercia, being the eldest son and heir of the Blood Duke. Clenching his teeth, the local commander ironizes that a very important figure appeared without any prior notice. Maintaining a firm posture, he introduced himself as Rudiger, being the temporary captain of that enormous fortress. The visiting warrior just maintains a presumptuous smile on his face, not seeming to care much about the rules. And this leaves the host even angrier, while his eyes even glow red from so much rage. Perceiving the strong tension in the air, Vlad feels the mood weigh completely between the two squad chiefs. Exhibiting his shiny golden crest on his chest, the visitor shows to possess a lot of authority in that place. At that moment, the hero feels a terrible chill run through his entire body before the presence of that fellow. The boy breaks into a cold sweat, remembering that this same bizarre sensation happened when he saw the dangerous giant worm. Confused, the protagonist tries to understand the reason for a simple human to emanate such a frightening energy like that. The young man's heart begins to beat very hard, displaying the size of the danger that was standing right ahead. Meanwhile, the guild captain just displays a wicked smile, hiding his true and dark plans. Without losing time, Rudiger questions directly if they were the ones responsible for the attack on the Snow Warriors. With calmness, Mercy replies that was necessary, exalting the several centuries of knowledge of his clan. He explains that the current beast is the swiftest of all, and by not managing to catch it, they needed to create a bait. Hearing the cruelty of the plan, Rudiger concludes that the dead villager's body served as a trap for the monster. Immediately, the barbarian of the group loses control and begins to yell, cursing all those Empire warriors. Indignant with the cruelty, the wild warrior shouts furiously, calling all of them despicable. Perceiving the loss of control, the old knight steps forward quickly to prevent a tragedy. With a nimble movement, the old man immobilizes the out-of-control colleague, throwing the young man violently against the snow. Even on the ground, the snow warrior continues raving, telling the veteran to get off of him. But with a killer look, the master warns that he would break the ally's neck if he said one more word. Feeling the partner's immense pressure, the savage backs off, breaking into a cold sweat and perceiving the situation's gravity. Whispering, the old man confesses to understand the young man's fury, reinforcing that anger only makes sense when one has strength. At that, he advises the young man to calm down, because acting just with bravado would result in a meaningless death. Watching the scene, the Central Knight's leader mocks, saying that the Lord of Bayezid raised a dog with no manners. Noticing the beast girl's presence, the platinum-haired man jeers even more, noticing that they also brought a cat. Laughing, he questions if the animals were well tamed, asserting that inferior beings usually forget their own place. Glaring at the visitor with coldness, the temporary captain defends his allies, saying that they knew their position. With this, the dark-haired warrior warns that now it was the platinum-haired man's turn to go to the place where he should be. Feeling the tension increase, the Empire soldiers back off a bit and prepare their swords for possible combat. Showing his indignation, the fortress's commander emanates an overwhelming aura with his eye glowing in a fiery tone. The pressure in the air creates the illusion of an imposing warrior walking through a sea of frightening flames. Faced with such power, the invading knights begin to tremble with fear, breaking into a cold sweat and backing off even more. Walking with quiet calmness, the lord passes by his allies, going in the direction of the dragon slayer's leader. The nobleman of blue cape climbs the stairs slowly, maintaining intense eye contact with the platinum-haired outsider. With every step of the commander, the pressure in the environment increases, crushing the Empire soldier's confidence. Standing face to face with his rival, the dark-haired man imposes his authority, creating an extremely hostile atmosphere. Glaring at the intruder from close, he questions who had given permission to hoist that red flag. Maintaining the cynical smile, the blonde explains to have made the request, but his subordinates acted when nobody moved. Out of patience for excuses, the local captain inquires if the visitor asked for permission to be stepping there. Changing his expression, the outsider closes his eyes, thinking that the host's requirement wasn't reasonable at all. Justifying his presence, the merciless leader recalls an important rule imposed by the laws of the Empire itself. He asserts that the beast hunters possess the absolute right to use any facility across the entire territory. Agreeing with the law, the dark-haired nobleman nods calmly, accepting the facts exposed by his rival. The commander of Bayezid recognizes the Central Knight's rights, maintaining his firm posture on the stairs. However, he finishes by asserting that this rule would only be valid if the fortress's master had given permission. The platinum-haired man with blue eyes inquires if his rival's attitude meant that he wasn't going to cooperate with the mission. Being very direct, the dark-haired commander denies it and warns that he had every intention to help. But he reinforces that things should be done the right way, glaring at the visitor from bottom to top. Pointing his finger to the top, the host warns that the outsiders needed to go through the correct procedures. Showing the window, the captain of Bayezid makes it clear that the fortress had its own rules to be followed. Caught by surprise, the dragon slayers glare at the pointed direction without understanding what was happening. And then we see the Central Army's immense red flag swaying violently in the middle of the snowstorm. With the wind howling, the scarlet fabric displays all the pride of the Beast Hunters Guild. Observing that, the blonde nobleman maintains his arrogant posture, seeming not to care about the insubordination. Being a direct affront, the black dragon crest continued hoisted without the local master's permission. Suddenly, the Central Knights get furious, questioning how someone dared to threaten their flag. Irritated by the arrogance, the old warrior clicks his tongue, grumbling about that people's attitude. With this, the northern soldiers raise their lances, blocking the path and showing they have no fear of the Empire. Releasing a strong blue aura, the veteran tells nobody to move, proving to be ready for a clash. Forming a human barrier, the local army makes it clear that the fortress's master still hadn't given orders. Maintaining a cold look, Captain Mercy just listens to his rival calling his name in a warning tone. Glaring at the outsider, the commander demands that they make a formal request to hoist the red fabric. He points out that everyone there was in the lands of Bayezid and needed to ask for help to hunt the beast. With an implacable expression, the dark-haired warrior warns that this would be the first step of the alliance. And supported by the entire battalion, the captain shows that the arrogant guild would have to restart from scratch. Seeing the situation, the blonde nobleman changes expression and warns in a threatening tone that the rival would regret it. But the dark-haired lord is not intimidated, wanting to know if the fancy pants knew what regret was. Flashing a sinister smile, the visiting leader replies that life is made of regrets regardless of the choice. Having an aura of flames in the background, the warrior accepts the conditions, saying that he would do what was necessary first. Changing scenes, we see a crystal ball where a mysterious servant reports Vlad's information at 17 years old. The subordinate tells that the boy was born in the slums of Sora inside the Bayezid County's enormous territory. Relaxing in a luxurious chair, Mercer listens to everything attentively, finding that place of origin quite familiar. With eyes glowing, the nobleman remembers the blonde hair and the strong heartbeat he felt in the protagonist. Full of certainty, the platinum-haired man concludes that the events around the kid always went out of the expected control. Glaring at the magical sphere, the Lord murmurs that the hero had been born very far away and in too low of a class. The platinum-haired man with blue eyes doubts it a bit, remembering that they say that good seeds can bloom anywhere. But the nobleman is not sure of this and orders his subordinates to seek more information about that young man. At that, the voice in the crystal ball warns that they didn't manage to discover anything about the boy's actions in Sora. Explaining the failure, the hooded spy confesses that all the Empire's eyes inside that city were eliminated. To what it seems, the region's new mayor managed to obtain total control of that territory in an implacable way. Tasting a good wine, the invading leader comments that the said mayor shouldn't be in the position for a long time. The subordinate confirms it, saying that the ruler used the recent cases of missing people as an excuse. Glaring at the emptiness, the light-haired man reflects that swords are very similar to true authority, needing to always be very strong and sharp, but maintaining flexibility at the same time. With this, he praises Joseph Bayezid, admitting that even without using a sword, he understands those qualities perfectly. Observing the union in the north, the platinum-haired man concludes that the enemy family possesses truly very competent sons. Swirling the glass, he gives a dark smile, remembering there is only one place to which they can climb. Taking a sip of the drink, the dragon slayer decides that that was something he could try to shake. Returning to the fortress, we see the local warriors gathered while trying to come up with some plan against the threat. The old master sighs in relief for finally discovering who had attacked the small, innocent village. Gathered around the map, they conclude that the enemy's tactic differs in nothing from the Central Knights. Worried, the dark-haired leader understands that they also needed traps to catch the swift beast. The beast girl agrees, asserting that failing in the hunt would give the perfect excuse for the outsiders to stay there. Giving full reason to her, the commander points out that the Empire would use this to plan its intentions in the north. Evaluating the options, he asks the time necessary to create the trap since there were no animals nearby. Clenching his fists with a lot of force, the captain calculates that it would take them at least half a month to get ready. Hearing this, one of the soldiers suggests capturing barbarians or stealing the prisoners that the central hunters took. Immediately, the old warrior reprimands the absurd idea, telling the man not to be so crazy. The veteran recalls that the captives belong to a dangerous tribe, being foolishness to provoke a leader full of rage. The old man points out that the northerners and the savages have lived in peace for a long time, and using them as bait would destroy that. Terrified with the possibility, they note the entire north would plunge into war just because of a dragon. Fearing this disastrous future, the soldiers apologize, feeling shame for such a limited vision they had. With a heavy countenance, the commander agrees with the old man, knowing that any choice would bring grave consequences. And reflecting on everything, the dark-haired warrior begins to suspect that it was exactly this that the Empire wanted. After all, the nobles of the center would love to see the entire territory of the north destroying itself through a civil war. Maintaining the focus on the main plan, the leader glares at the map, thinking about using the mysterious fast horse that belonged to Vlad. Trembling with dread, the old man tells the captain to give up on this idea, warning that indomitable monster obeys nobody. Confused with his ally's fear, the dark-haired man inquires if the creature was so stubborn like that, but the veteran warns it was much worse. Sighing in frustration, the Lord goes back to looking at the map, laments not being able to use the fast mount to try to take down the target. Glaring at nothing, the captain admits reluctantly that the rival group truly deserved the great title of Beast Hunters. Clenching his teeth in rage, he refuses to follow the Empire's game, wishing only to discover the enemy's location. Suddenly, the corridor's tense mood is broken by the desperate sound of steps running in the direction of the enormous door. Occupied with the map, the Lord interrupts the meeting as soon as a scared guard enters the hall totally breathless. Breaking into a cold sweat under the armor, the messenger reports that an unknown group was on the outside demanding to enter the base. Without a shred of patience for more problems, the captain furrows his brow, asking who the visit would be this time. Stammering from a lot of dread, the soldier points outside and reveals that their banner possessed a dark steel glove. The image then displays an enormous blue flag fluttering in the snow with the famous symbol of the fearsome Iron Fist. At that, the sentinels of the walls identify the brutal warriors of the Baranov house arriving to cause more confusion. Far from there, a strong blast of freezing wind cuts through the snowy valleys of the extreme north, announcing even more dangers. Mixed with the freezing ice, a bloody hand rests on the ground, showing the terrible result of an attack. In the middle of the white curtain, the terrible clear, scaled dragon chews brutally on the several bodies thrown on the ground. Staining its muzzle with fresh blood, the implacable beast keeps savoring its meal in a totally disturbing way. Satisfied with the slaughter, the colossal monster raises its head, letting out a scary snarl that echoes through the mountains. The creature's eye glows in a crimson tone, displaying all the fury and predatory instinct of that nature legend. Opening its immense mouth wide, the powerful Lindblum lets out a deafening roar, releasing a beam of scarlet energy. Returning to the fortress, a large cavalry platoon organizes itself in the main courtyard, preparing to depart on a mission. Covering his ear because of the noise, the blonde hero declines an item offered, saying his face didn't need that. Worried, the beast girl insists, holding a magical stone that would give an important resistance to the local extreme cold. Sitting on a box, the boy inquires about the reason for being the only one to receive the mark, and the companion warns that he would fight more. Laughing at the situation, the other warriors praise the young man's bravery, asking him to be totally insane against the enemy. Being very helpful, the young woman with furry ears brings the shiny stone close, preparing the warming magic on the alley. And in a blink of an eye, a large red symbol appears on the swordsman's face, guaranteeing the necessary protection. With a serious tone, the friend alerts the hero to avoid the dragon's freezing breath, since magic wasn't invincible. Offering even more help, the warrior woman proposes to mark the stubborn horse, and the blonde asks her to take a lot of care. Displaying a confident smile, the girl ironizes the concern, finding it impossible for a horse to bite someone like a dog. At that, the partner tries to put the saddle on the mount but ends up taking a nice bite from the animal, which was very stubborn. The old warrior approaches, asking if the boy had already finished all the preparations for the big mission. He then warns that the scouts came back reporting that the monster finally bit the bait left by the Empire group. Hearing the news, the hero agrees and perceives that entire situation had become much more complicated to deal with. The veteran explains that the savage would witness in favor of them, but the tension between the peoples would last a good time. Glaring at the young man with firmness, the old man inquires if he remembered well all the important details about the action plan. Calm, the swordsman replies that it wasn't hard at all, needing only to guide the giant beast to the combined location. Confirming the tactic, the master warns that the other leaders would be hidden in the gorge awaiting the exact moment. Sighing, the older one inquires if there was any doubt, wishing that the young man asked something for being the mission's center. Totally confused, the protagonist tries to understand the scolding while the advisor warns that wasn't a simple hunt. With a very heavy countenance, the ancient reveals that the entire region's future depended on the mission's absolute success. At that, the blonde warrior finally understands that the silent war between the north and the center had started for real. The man with a mustache details the two main noble families serving as the great support pillars of all the people. He points out that those clans' new generation would participate actively in the entire process of taking down the legendary beast. And to make things worse, the central commander's hair would also be marking presence in the middle of the big battle. The dark-haired leader agrees, asserting that the simple presence of that group already represented a tremendous threat. Listening to everything with attention, the hero notes it to be an extraordinary event to see the three great powers gathered in the same place. But if the Northerners failed and the guild took down the dragon, the Empire would use all this as an excuse to dominate the region. Glaring at the young man with great urgency, the veteran demands that the monster be killed only by the local warrior's blade. Nodding, the young man accepts the task, knowing that only that way they would manage to save the tribe kept in captivity by the rivals. After the end of all the preparation, the fortress's immense gates open, giving the green light for the dangerous mission to start. Suddenly, a magical flare cuts through the dark sky, catching the attention of all the warriors present there in the courtyard. Seeing the light, the great dark-haired leader gives a side smile, knowing that his plan had started to work. Glaring at the freezing horizon with determination, the commander warns that the giant creature was finally approaching. Taking the leadership, he turns to the frontline troop, wanting to confirm if everyone was ready for the battle. Immediately, all the mounted knights reply in unison, showing that they would give their life for their master's cause. Satisfied with the team's courage, the Lord dictates the last order, guaranteeing that everyone would meet there in the big gorge. Preparing himself for the worst scenario, the man wears his metal helm protecting his face from the cutting cold and the danger of war. Meanwhile, the construction's heavy iron grates rise slowly, releasing the path for the army to be able to march. With this, the enormous vanguard troop advances through the snow, giving the big initial step for the most dangerous hunt of their lives. Observing the troop depart, the dark-haired lord stays thoughtful in silence. At that, we see the young blonde riding calmly along with the vanguard. Approaching, a warrior asks if that boy would handle the job for being too young. But the lord soon tranquilizes the subordinate, guaranteeing that he was his best choice. He explains that the boy was capable of attracting the feared deathworm out of the earth. And surprisingly, the protagonist did all of that when he didn't even know how to ride a horse yet. Listening to this story, the veteran gets shocked, finding the situation completely absurd. Smiling, the leader asserts that Vlad is exactly like that and always does very unexpected things. With this, he points out that age says nothing because experience is what guarantees success. The commander confesses that he thought he was the only one of his generation worthy of receiving some attention. However, observing the young man riding, the nobleman perceived that there existed one more incredible person there. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the scouts point out that the large dragon would be right ahead. Advancing with the troop, a warrior warns that the beast was furious, destroying everything in the path. At that, a colleague notes that the creature seemed to have a very well-defined objective in mind. Surprised with the theory, the other soldier inquires if the monster would have gained some intelligence. The man explains that generally those large monsters act just by pure wild instinct. But recalling the past, he suspects that the creature truly thinks it is a real dragon. Suddenly, the team stops upon noticing gigantic footprints marked in the valley's deep snow. Looking at the dark trail, the tracker warns that they had finally found the right place. He comments that they had luck with the blizzard, because it left only the target's steps visible. Knowing that the monster passed through there recently, the group decides to follow the path in silence. With this, the brave knights descend the slope, entering a narrow and scary area. The sun illuminated the frozen valley while the vanguard advanced slowly, paying a lot of attention. At this exact moment, Vlad looks back, feeling that there was something very wrong around there. The young man reflects that the monster would go to the south, but the footprints led them straight to the forest. Putting the pieces together, the protagonist widens his eyes, perceiving the reality of that situation. Breaking into a cold sweat, the warrior curses quietly upon noticing that they committed a gigantic mistake. For right above, the gigantic monster crawled through the mountain, revealing a large trap. The terrible creature glared at the distracted hunters as if they were just an easy snack. Without thinking twice, the hero lets out a desperate yell, telling everyone to scatter on the spot. The other two warriors look up, totally shocked with the scene. And suddenly, the gigantic white beast advances with its mouth open in the group's direction. Without losing a single second, the young man squeezes his horse's reins with a lot of force. With this, Vlad manages to dodge by very little from the creature's devastating impact. He then turns his face, glaring at the snow dust rise from the destruction caused. But the large monster raises its head, fixing its freezing look on the small prey. Seeing the desperate situation, the tracker shouts, telling everyone to light the torches. Immediately, one of the soldiers pulls a magical seal tied on the wooden handle, making an orange fire glow intensely at the top of the large stick. At that, the cavalry advances with everything, surrounding the beast to try to create a distraction. The nimble team begins to ride around the creature, forming an immense circle, trying to trap the dragon in the center of that fast and well-rehearsed movement. The target gets visibly bothered with the commotion of those small ants, while the torch's magical fire left a strong shiny trail across the entire path. However, the monster's blue eyes glow, indicating that he was sick of that game. The battalion continued turning without stopping, trusting fully in their team tactic. At that moment, the creature opens its mouth, pulling an enormous amount of freezing air. Desperate, one of the knights warns of the danger and tells everyone to move away fast. A gigantic sphere of freezing energy begins to form in the monster's throat. With this, the enemy fires a destructive beam, sweeping everything through the path. The strong ice explosion hits the snow and pursues the soldiers who tried to flee from there. Unfortunately, the swift blast reaches one of the brave combatants of the front line. And in a blink of an eye, the man's body transforms into an immense ice statue. Seeing the partner fall, another warrior advances furious, holding his giant axe. He leaps, landing a powerful crossed blow right in the middle of the beast's neck. However, the White Lord's skin was too resistant, seeming not to feel the impact. Shocked, the man perceives that his strongest attack didn't make even a simple scratch. In the background, his colleague screams, begging for him to retreat immediately from that area. But it was already too late, and the creature's gigantic arm comes down to crush the two. Incurled, the soldier widens his eyes, accepting his terrible and dark destiny. With this, the giant claw hits the ground, crushing the two warriors in a brutal and implacable way. At that, the commander observes the dust settle, getting totally shocked upon seeing the tragic scene right in front of him. But the Lord curses in irritation while he notes the creature's eye glow intensely in a strong bluish tone. At that moment, the leader raises his flaming torch, trying to call the monster's attention to save the group. The large white beast opens its gigantic mouth, advancing with a lot of fury in the direction of the brave warrior. Being very courageous, he faces the imminent danger from the front, using just the magical light to protect himself. Then the man warns that he is going to assume the vanguard, telling the rest of the troop to maintain distance while they ride. With this, he pulls the reins and rides fast, leaving a trail of fire in the air to attract the beast. The gigantic creature begins to run right behind the knight, destroying the snowy mountain through the path. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad keeps running, accompanying the dangerous chase through the mountain. We see the soldiers scattering little by little to surround the creature, while the great leader guides the monster. The feared target advances in an implacable way, showing its sharp claws very close to the soldiers. Using its heavy tail, the beast hits the ground, raising a strong snow curtain to hinder the team. Without losing the rhythm, the creature leaps in the Lord's direction, trying to hit him in a very aggressive movement. Breaking into a cold sweat, the veteran looks back, feeling the tension while he activates his true ocular power. But the monster stops in a very abrupt way and tilts its head, opening its mouth to load one more blast. With this, the beast fires a powerful ice breath, hitting the ground and scattering the energy across the entire area. An immense wave of magical and frozen power forms, expanding rapidly and devastating the environment around. Desperate, the tracker shouts with all his forces, telling the team to split up to survive. The energy freezes all the snow and reaches quickly the horse's legs that tried to run through the mountain. At that, the young protagonist stays quite impressed, seeing the dangerous ice waves emerge through the path. He pulls the reins, guiding the horse fast, trying to escape this lethal attack that came through the ground. Frustrated, the blonde young man curses quietly upon noticing the scary intelligence that target possessed. The veteran paralyzes, perceiving that he never imagined that the creature was going to attack the mounts on purpose. With this, he announces that the strategy failed and orders that all the soldiers dismount from their horses now. Sacring his heavy sword, he warns that the entire group needed to focus on cutting one of the creature's legs. The colossal white creature glares at the hunters approaching in a threatening way through the strong blizzard. Sweating a lot, the Lord confesses to himself not to have certainty if that task was really possible. At this exact moment, the gigantic white beast advances at a totally absurd speed toward the warriors. The strong impact collides against the squad's defenses while the leader uses the sword to try to save himself. The strong attack ends up causing an immense dark splash, covering the entire area around. But surprisingly, the gigantic beast paralyzes its attack, retreating at the same time. Seeing the scene, the frontline warriors stay completely confused and with no reaction. At that, we see one of the young hero's hands covered by the recently spilled red liquid. The blonde young man raises his wounded hand, warning that there was the much sought-after blood. With this, the immense ice monster turns its face, glaring at the boy over there at the top of the rock. The terrible creature focuses its freezing look directly on that small, courageous prey. While the reddish liquid continued dripping without stopping from the great warrior's hand. The giant beast observed every drop falling with an almost totally hypnotized attention, until the dark trail hits the snow, scattering all the smell through that environment. At this exact moment, the powerful White Lord lets out an absurdly scary roar. Vlad gives a side smile with the situation, knowing that his strategy had worked. Losing totally the reason, the monster advances with a brutal fury toward the blonde young man. The strong impact of its jump raises a colossal cloud of pure snow to the air. Immediately, the boy pulls the mount's reins, fleeing from that so dangerous place. Seeing the size of the risk, the great commander despairs, calling by the hero's name. But the fearless knight maintains himself focused just on his fast survival route. Having notion of the threat, the experienced leader orients that the young man run for his own life. Nodding with the head, our protagonist agrees and keeps riding without stopping, while the fierce beast pursued him right behind, destroying absolutely everything in the path. At this instant, Vlad's eyes glow in a very intense and threatening bluish tone, being accompanied by the strong magical look of the feared snow dragon, furious with the bait. Pulling the reins, the young man asks for his horse Nora to run the fastest that it managed. Right ahead, a super narrow passage emerges in the middle of the frozen mountains. With this, we see some strongly armed shooters awaiting their target over there at the top. Suddenly, an enormous magical red flare is fired into the sky to warn the group. The cliff scouts notice the strong flash, calculating the creature's arrival time. Observing through the telescope, the Lord thinks that they would appear in just 5 minutes. But he quickly gets scared, noticing that the target covered large distances in a blink. Breaking into a cold sweat, the veteran warns that in just 2 minutes, the immense creature already would be there. The scout gets scared upon seeing the duo running from the enormous beast right in front of him. With this, the hunter curses in irritation and tells them to fire the flare at the same time. At that, an archer fires a magical arrow, ripping the mountain's dark sky. Seeing the flash, the blonde warns the mount that they already would arrive in the gorge. Meanwhile, the ambush troop awaited them patiently with weapons in hands. The protagonist focuses his look, preparing himself for the moment of the final clash. But suddenly, the young warrior feels an absurd pain and begins to break into a cold sweat. At that, the horse stops out of nowhere, leaving the young man confused with that situation. Even the gigantic creature backs off, finding strange the sudden stop of its prey. The hero holds his chest, feeling as if his heart was being crushed. Perceiving the trap, he notes that that was a dangerous immobilization spell. Contorting himself from pain, the warrior asks himself who would have launched a magic like that. Far from there, the cavalry watched everything without understanding the reason for the bait to have stopped. At that moment, the hero has a brief vision of the dark wizard responsible for the betrayal. The blonde sorcerer of shiny eyes displayed a totally cold and calculus look. Infuriated, the boy curses against the scoundrel who tried to take his life. Observing by the telescope, the veteran inquires what would be happening with the vanguard. He finds strange the fact of the boy having stopped a mount with a large target so close. While the young man fought against the pain, the white dragon approached slowly. But in a surprising way, the immense beast hesitates and takes a small step back. Seeing the retreat, the central commander shouts, telling the squad to advance with everything. The old leader also raises his sword, ordering the attack of his entire troop. With this, the heavy cavalry marches with the objective to push the beast into the precipice. Another group of soldiers advances fast, promising not to leave any opening. Dozens of warriors leap from the mountain's top, surrounding the large frozen threat. The immense monster stays on alert, turning themselves to face the new targets arriving. In the middle of the advance, a knight calls the attention of his skilled team colleague. Being very courageous, the swordsman leaps, asking for them to leave the monster with him. A powerful frontal blow hits the creature, raising a lot of snow in the combat area. And then strong cuts of purple energy begin to punish the beast's thick hide. At that, a gigantic explosion of purple energy takes control of the place, raising a lot of smoke and snow. Observing the impact, the soldiers stay in the expectation, wanting to know if they manage to take down the target. But from inside the smoke, two enormous red eyes glow intensely, indicating great danger. The immense frozen beast emerges roaring furiously, while it prepares a powerful attack through the mouth. Seeing that, the experienced commander orders immediately that all his men disperse. And then the dragon fires a devastating blast of blue energy, destroying everything through its path. The powerful blow hits the ground, creating an immense shockwave and pushing away the warriors. With this, the old leader observes the scene with a lot of seriousness, knowing of that creature's danger. Meanwhile, the wave of destruction advances mercilessly in the direction of a solitary knight. At that moment, the protagonist seems totally disoriented, hearing someone ask for him to wake up. Without hesitating, the veteran leaps from his mount, deciding to take the front of that difficult situation. Unsheathing his sword, the courageous gentleman advances against the blizzard, displaying great bravery. Being wrapped by a blue aura, he reflects about how the cold weather affects his old body. Glaring at the paralyzed young man, the older warrior maintains the focus on protecting his ally. From afar, the other squad members observe their master's heroic attitude with admiration. At that, the experienced swordsman creates an immense energy barrier, assuming the responsibility. And in the middle of the strong blizzard, the hero continues motionless, listening to distant voices call his name. Totally frozen, the young man feels the cold dominate his body, hindering any type of reaction. Recalling his past on the streets, the boy laments having arrived so far to end up failing. Frustrated for not managing to escape from that white field, Vlad ends up falling on his knees to the ground. While he remains lowered in the snow, the shouts of his companions try to bring him back. But in a surprising way, he feels a comforting heat when a hand touches his body. It was the veteran emitting a powerful light and shouting at the top of his lungs for the young man to react soon. That grandiose energy reflected the master's entire journey of life being passed to the apprentice. At this exact moment, the young man awakens from the trance, hearing the final order to break the bonds. With his renewed strength, the warrior holds firm his weapon's handle, breaking all the ice around. Letting out a roar of determination, he pulls his blade, preparing a devastating counter-attack. His eyes glow with an intense energy, showing that he finally returned to the battle. Using all his accumulated power, the hero delivers a formidable cut, roaring against the enemy. The blow rips the air, creating an immense luminous green rift and changing the combat's direction. The powerful collision creates a shiny and gigantic explosion of energy, illuminating the entire battlefield. From afar, the sadistic blonde wizard widens his eye, showing a lot of surprise with the young man's power. At that, an immense shockwave completely shatters all the ice that trapped the hero on the ground. The enemy sorcerer ends up bleeding from the face but gives a slight smile, liking that situation. He even praises the adversary's skill while we see the young man mounted firm on his horse. With this, the young warrior approaches quickly the old master, calling by his name. But the veteran barely manages to move and with closed eyes asks for the student to head forward. The gentleman asserts that he already fulfilled his duty and warns that now it is the swordsman's turn to act. Hearing these wise words, the young man swallows hard, fixing a very focused look on his target. Meanwhile, the gigantic ice beast keeps roaring and spitting its destructive energy. The intense attack pushes away the other soldiers who struggle to protect themselves from the freezing storm. One of the experienced combatants grinds his teeth, suffering a lot with that blizzard's strength. Determined, the hero advances with everything, calling his horse Noir to the middle of the battlefield. At that moment, the monster's enormous tail moves, trying to hit the audacious running knight. The immense white dragon opens its mouth, firing one more vacillator blast of shiny energy. This wave of extreme cold hits the vanguard, making the ice begin to cover the men's armor. The leader observes the sad scene, perceiving that his warriors are being immobilized by the weather. He thinks that the magical marks protect from the deadly cold, but even so it is almost impossible to move. Frustrated, the veteran reflects about the defeat, asking himself if they really are going to fail now. However, ripping the frozen storm, the young knight's silhouette emerges, advancing very fast. Maintaining an extremely concentrated features, the protagonist focuses totally on his giant target. Mounted on Noir, the swordsman channels his power, making his weapon glow with a strong light. Letting out a powerful war shout, he tells his body to use all the strength that still rests there. Perceiving the danger, the immense beast also roars infuriated, advancing fiercely against the small human. The two collide violently, generating a colossal wave of blue shock across the entire battlefield. Holding the impact, the young man grinds his teeth, feeling that the monster scale is too hard to cut. But the squad leader warns that the blow worked because it left a wound on the beast's thick skin. Motivated by this hit, the hero and his mount accelerate the step to continue the strong offensive. The experienced soldier tells the young man not to stop attacking, telling him to press the enemy with everything. With Nora's incredible speed, the young man begins to surround the target, delivering cuts from all sides. At that, the immense beast and the mounted boy collide violently, generating a strong wave of shiny energy across the field. Displaying all his fury, the hero lets out a deafening roar while he advances with a lot of determination in the battle. Being hit, the gigantic dragon also roars furiously, trying to intimidate the small warrior in front of him. But without backing off, the swordsman uses all his speed to deliver a formidable cut, glowing in a green tone. With this, the powerful blow penetrates the beast's hide, making a dark and dense liquid gush through the scales. Seeing that the attack worked, the protagonist gives a confident smile, believing that he finally will manage to take down the target. However, in a sudden way, he widens his eyes, perceiving that something was completely wrong with his weapon. The boy stays paralyzed from shock upon noticing that his blade was starting to crack in the middle of the intense combat. At that, the immense creature's dark blood keeps dripping and staining the battlefield's white snow. And at that moment, the large beast turns its threatening look directly to the young knight, revealing its wrath. Using its gigantic tail, the frozen monster delivers a devastating blow, throwing the knight far away. Even being hurled, the valiant young man tries to recover himself, shouting with all his forces to strike back. But the sword that he held reaches its limit, breaking into several pieces and interrupting his attack. Taking advantage of the opening, the colossal creature advances fiercely, pushing everything that was through its enormous path. Fortunately, the swift mount manages to dodge from the powerful explosion, taking its master out of the destruction radius. Frustrated, the hero listens to his companions' voices reprimanding his hesitation during that crucial moment. Meanwhile, the dragon's immense claws crush the ground, raising even more snow and dust across the entire area. Totally powerless, the boy faces the immense monster roaring above him, seeming ready to devour him. Suddenly, a beam of extremely shiny light is fired from afar, cutting the blizzard at high speed. The mysterious projectile hits the beast's neck dead on, causing a large damage and saving the young man's life. Being the responsible for the shot, the old gentleman shouts at the top of his lungs, promising to give all the necessary coverage. The experienced warrior uses his last forces, launching several blades of blue energy against the frozen beast. The rain of attacks hits the monster's back dead on, forcing it to retreat due to the intense bombardment. Receiving so many blows, the enormous creature changes completely its focus, deciding to flee from that battlefield. Giving a last look, the monster reveals its shiny red eyes before starting to run far away. Someone notices the withdrawal and warns everyone that the colossal threat was returning in direction of the immense plains. Seeing the escape, the leader orders that the young man ride fast, being he the only one capable to pursue the large target. However, the boy hesitates, looking to his shattered blade, knowing that he could not fight without his weapon. At that, the young man reflects about things limits, thinking that a broken sword cannot head forward anymore. But soon the valiant warrior's face reflects on the broken blade, showing an immense determination to win. Frustrated with the situation, the young man curses, knowing that he could not give up like that. Then he commands his swift mount, advancing fiercely with the weapon glowing green. At that, the warrior launches a powerful energy cut against the beast that tried to escape. The immense ice monster continues its desperate escape, running through the vast plain. But the swordsman gives no break, delivering one more formidable blow with the broken blade. The strong blast of light hits the creature's back dead on, causing a good damage. Holding firm the handle, the hero concentrates all the remaining magic on what was left of the weapon. With this, he executes a massive attack, falling like a lightning bolt over the gigantic creature. Feeling the brutal impact, the dragon lets out a deafening roar of pure agony and pain. Determined, the young man presses even more his attack, illuminating everything with a green aura. The energy storm punishes the target's back, leaving a shiny trail in the snow. Totally furious, the protagonist shouts at the top of his lungs, telling the monster to stop. The powerful magic's impact explodes against the thick scale, scattering a lot of energy. At that, an enormous greenish pillar rips the skies, showing the knight's great power. Without hesitating, the young man curses the beast, promising not to let that scoundrel come out alive from there. The collision's overwhelming force creates a blinding glow, cracking the frozen beast's protection. Due to the brutal damage, the creature's claws slip on the ice, losing the balance. The solitary knight continues the chase, wielding his incandescent sword. With the body injured, the immense beast ends up sliding and falling in a heavy way across the ground. At that moment, a sudden flash cuts the blizzard, coming flying from a large distance. Surprisingly, the swift flying attack pierces the target's back dead on. By what it looks, it was a large black lance that ended up pinning the injured monster to the ground. The vision changes to the old master's trembling and bloody hand after the final throw. Totally exhausted, the gentleman warns that now he is counting with the bravery of young Vlad. Receiving this crucial help, the young man rides with everything, preparing his ultimate advance. With a tear dripping, the warrior faces the target, saying that that would be the last. A memory emerges showing the young man's beautiful sword intact, confirming his farewell. Memories of the past reinforce the bond with the weapon, making the hero's eyes glow a lot. Being wrapped by pure magic, he thanks his companion for bringing him up to this moment. And like two shadows in the blizzard, the hero and the beast prepare themselves for the big final clash. The colossal frozen beast opens its mouth, firing a last energy beam against the courageous warrior. But the young swordsman grinds his teeth, ignoring the danger, and advances mercilessly against the immense storm. Being reflected in the monster's scared eye, Vlad concentrates all his final power on his old broken sword. And then a formidable luminous cut completely rips the beast's destructive magic, creating an immense wave. Advancing with his mount, the hero penetrates the lethal blast and delivers the decisive blow in the creature's body. The incredibly fast and deadly attack crosses the air, marking the end of the big fight against that giant target. After the collision, the young man stays with an exhausted look, seeming finally to relax after so much effort in the fight. From afar, the experienced commander and the other soldiers observe all that scene, feeling an immense relief. Breathing deep, the knight maintains his firm posture, feeling the combat's adrenaline begin to lower. At that moment, his faithful weapon begins to glow intensely while he says goodbye to it for the last time. At that, the blade's pieces shatter through the air, glowing like beautiful stars in a beautiful night and cold sky. Even broken, the sword continued to twinkle, reflecting the young man's own desire to glow more and more. That simple blade from the dark alleys proved its true value, deserving totally to turn into a legend. Being finally recognized by everyone as the powerful sword that had the grandiose strength to take down the dragon. A time later, we see the squad tying the frozen beast's carcass and dragging it across the field covered of snow. While the men worked, the hero was seated isolated at the top of a snowy hill, resting the body. Perceiving the young man's exhaustion, the experienced leader approaches at slow steps and praises his incredible work. Coming out of his thoughts, Vlad looks to the superior, asking worried about his old master's health. Hearing that, the man seems a bit surprised, inquiring if the old knight still hadn't told his name. The boy confirms the situation, explaining that the gentleman had said that he only would speak after fulfilling all his duty. With a calm smile, the leader sits in the snow by the young man's side, asserting that soon he would discover this answer. Changing the conversation's subject, the commander observes what was left of the hero's weapon and comments that it was destroyed. Holding the broken handle with a lot of affection, the swordsman replies with a melancholy voice that she gave her best. Supporting the companion, the older warrior agrees with the head, asserting that she really did a great work. Trying to comfort the boy in some way, the leader gently promises that he is going to get a new sword for him. However, the warrior continues to face the debris, asking himself if someday he would manage to find another weapon like that. At that, the superior reflects about how blades usually break easily during the intense clashes for survival. He concludes that finding a so special and perfectly tuned equipment with the owner would be a really difficult task. Trying to cheer him up, the man asks for him not to stay sad, because losing the physical blade doesn't erase all the journey's memories. The leader guarantees that the sword will live forever in the grandiose title that she left, and this leaves the young man quite confused. Smiling, the leader asserts that the young man can pride himself a lot of that so grandiose deed. He explains that the broken weapon itself ended up turning into the big witness of that noble title. At that, the boy observes the empty handle, being now named as the Great Dragon Slayer of Shora. Sometime later, the scene changes, showing the immense castle of a quite peaceful city. In a luxurious room, someone delivers an important sealed letter sent directly by a baron. The nobleman asks about the west, and the one-eyed guard warns that the enemy troops still haven't advanced. Listening to all the report, the lord stays quite thoughtful, analyzing that strange situation. With this, he questions when Vlad is going to return, because they only knew of the young man's success in the hunt. The elegant man deduces that the swordsman must take at least one more month to arrive there. The one-eyed man asks if they need the boy, and the lord agrees, saying that the time is very short. Deepening the conversation, the nobleman deduces that the squad must have returned to the main base. Making a bold decision, the strategist smiles, asserting that he is going to travel personally to the fortress. Understanding the new order, the guard bows with a lot of respect, promising to prepare everything quickly. While the subordinate comes out of the place, the man goes back to observing the view by the window, totally focused. The clever lord analyzes the adversary's intentions, perceiving a hidden threat in his movements. Giving a confident smile, he thanks the incredible coincidence that brought him a strong hope. A beautiful memory emerges, showing the hero kneeling before the young lord, swearing his loyalty. The scene changes again, revealing an enormous fortress protected, being punished by a blizzard. In the big hall, we see the old master kneeling before two mystical coffins sealed by chains. A leader approves the mission's success, praising the fact of the young warrior having taken down the frozen beast. Quite curious, one of the superiors there present asks where would be the hero of all that combat. The officer replies that the traitor wizard departed under strong escort, guaranteeing the entire region's security. Listening to everything quiet, the experienced master evaluates the end of the giant white dragon's terrible threat. The superiors agree that there exists no more reasons for the beasts to cause chaos through the territory. However, they know that keeping two dangerous fragments always is going to attract worse and worse monsters. With this, the old swordsman perceives that he needs to separate the artifacts to avoid new tragedies. At that, he recalls the past and thinks about who could assume a so noble and risky mission. Facing the artifact's power, the Guardian seeks a new worthy warrior to carry this burden. The landscape alters, revealing an enormous construction in the mountains, indicating the end of an era. Displaying an extremely tired face, the wise master murmurs, calling by his promising student. The young warrior observes the old master lying on a stretcher while the gentleman inquires if he thinks he is carrying a corpse. At that, the boy comments about the cold wind and says that they still are very far from the fortress of Sturma. Being tough, the veteran strikes back, asserting that a true man of the north has no fear of a frozen weather. But with a calm look, the hero recalls the gentleman of that he had said that his bones aged to advanced age. Totally indignant with the insolence, the old man grumbles, calling the student a brat and not believing that he remembered that. Trying to maintain the pose, the old man tells the boy to stop tying him that way, alleging that the blood flow would be cut. At that moment, the vanguard leader approaches, warning that the preparation's finished and asks if the young man won't accompany them. The strategist comments that they are important guests from very far away and has certainty that his father would love to meet them. However, the blonde and traitor wizard intervenes in the conversation, saying it to be a rare opportunity but doubts that he would have peace over there. Glaring at the villain with a lot of seriousness, the officer just accepts the refusal, asserting that he wouldn't make more questions about the subject. Soon the commander speaks that it would be lack of education to let them go with empty hands and cites the lance pinned in the monster's leg. With this, he inquires in a provocative way if the visiting knights would like to at least carry the beast's tail as a trophy. Maintaining his cynical smile, the sorcerer declines the offer, saying that he just would accept the good wishes of that noble host. He alleges that he still has a long way of return and that giant piece would be just a totally unnecessary baggage. The blonde warns that he will deal with the barbarians made prisoners and suggests that the North people take care just of their own matters. Having a mysterious look, the villain closes the question and asks, just a last chance to say goodbye to the new dragon slayer. The dark-haired officer hesitates a bit but ends up allowing the approach as long as it was for a very short time. But in a very threatening tone, the commander leaves clear that he won't forgive the outsider case he tries to do some funny business again. Walking to the hero, the sorcerer lets out a piercing look and questions him in an enigmatic way about what he was thinking. Being very intimidating, the manipulator murmurs, asking if the young man really believed that he wouldn't discover the truth. At that, he has a vision of the exact moment in which the knight concentrated his great power to finalize the gigantic beast. The blonde recalls of having gotten scared with that intense magic, not understanding the reason for the attack to have been interrupted out of nowhere. He remembers of having ordered that the young man stopped immediately while a gigantic energy explosion took control of the area. The powerful flash blinded all the warriors present in the hall, showing how devastating was that combat's impact. Having this frustrating remembrance, the villain displays a dark eye of rage and curses the hero, telling him to maintain something in his mind. With a killer aura, the sorcerer guarantees that he won't give any second notice case the swordsman tries to hinder his plans. Without letting himself shake, the blonde young man maintains the firmness on the face and replies coldly that he will carry the alert very seriously. Listening to this, the mysterious wizard moves away, walking with a slight smile on the face while he leaves the grandiose castle behind. Smiling, he reflects with himself, assuming that he acted in an impulsive way and totally different from his habitual coldness. Even so, the sadist doesn't regret it, asserting not to have reasons for sadness since he saw the world of that so powerful swordsman. The villain reflects about having seen something very important while he observes the young knight from afar. Meanwhile, the boy checks the baggage arranged, commenting that he and his master brought few things. At that, a mysterious voice emerges, praising our hero's skills. Walking in the young man's direction, the blonde sorcerer approaches in a very suspicious way. With a cynical look, the wizard congratulates the boy's impressive performance in the battle. But the warrior strikes back coldly, saying that he would have gone much better if a certain someone hadn't hindered. Passing by the boy, the enemy asserts to be happy with that meeting, but the young man retruca that the sentiment wasn't reciprocal. With a lot of rage, the swordsman leaves clear that he has countless reasons for not wanting to see that traitor's face in his front. The blonde laments the situation, alleging that his good intentions to move away the hero from the danger were misunderstood. Observing the young man's sharp and calm aura, the villain asks himself mentally if he matured in so little time. Smiling, the wizard asserts that the boy must always maintain the head high wherever he is. The sadistic manipulator asserts that this is the type of person that the knight was born to be. Then the sorcerer warns that he will make just some questions and then will disappear from that place. Focusing his piercing look, the enemy initiates his strange questioning. The villain asks if the warrior's heart doesn't accelerate every time he sees a grandiose dragon. Being caught by surprise, the boy hesitates without knowing exactly how to reply to that. At that moment, the image of the terrible ice beast emerges in the memory, recalling the tense combat. The sadist continues his psychological game, mentioning the clear blood of the immense taken-down creature. The image of the monster bleeding in the snow reinforces the strange connection created during the battle. At that, the blonde inquires if the young man didn't feel an uncontrollable thirst upon seeing the beast's blood spilled. Approaching even more, the sorcerer encircles the hero with his quite intimidating presence. Whispering in the young man's ear, the wizard asks directly if he had will to drink the dragon's blood. Some time passes and the scene changes to the main city of the county of Bayezid during the night. Inside a dark room, the exhausted swordsman rests on the edge of his bed, feeling a lot of tiredness. Massaging his own head, the hero tries to process all the strange things that just happened. The wizard's bizarre words about drinking the dragon's blood keep echoing without stopping in the young man's mind. Trying to move away the thought, the knight grumbles alone, calling that idea pure nonsense. But he soon admits that his heart really shot up and reached to resonate while he faced the ice monster. Quite disturbed, the young man asks himself how the strange enemy knew of things so intimate that not even he himself understood right. And in the middle of this deep reflection, unexpected knocks sound on his room's door. Seated in his room, the young warrior sighs irritated, asking for them to leave him in peace. But soon the door opens, revealing the officer hurt for being treated that way right after they fought together. Being caught by surprise, the boy rises quickly from the bed, asking apologies to the commander. Exhibiting a smile with no grace, the hero explains that people were irritating him with questions about the hunt. Listening to the justification, the nobleman breathes relieved, confessing that he thought that the young man kept some rancor. At that, the visitor asks permission to enter and walks through the room, carrying a long black briefcase. Observing the surroundings, the commander comments to be his first time visiting a servant's lodgings. Quite confused with all that situation, the swordsman questions what would have brought the superior up to there. Placing the briefcase over the table, the man asserts that he finally had come to deliver the promised weapon. He then opens the box, revealing a beautiful sword forged by the best blacksmith of entire region. The nobleman explains that the blade is very well balanced, guaranteeing that it will be excellent for the intense combat. Observing the present, the boy hesitates a bit, feeling that was too big of a luxury for him. However, the officer disagrees, saying that the equipment is the ideal reward for a great dragon slayer. Facing the reflection on the blade, the superior comments that he would give a better weapon, but this would generate misunderstandings. Smiling, the man asks for the boy to accept without concerns, knowing how much his brother liked him. Accepting the present, the young man asks if his great friend Joseph also would be walking through the castle. The commander confirms his presence but jokes, saying that he seemed to work much more than a servant. Listening to that, the hero stays totally lost, without managing to understand what the superior wanted to say. Finding strange the boy's confusion, the officer inquires surprised if he still wasn't knowing of the news. With a serious look, the man reveals that the noble house emitted an urgent convocation to all the knights. The scene then changes, showing the old master walking through a large bridge by the castle leader's side. Breathing deep, the old man breaks the silence, revealing that he thought in finally closing his peregrination. Listening to his friend's words, the dark-haired lord asks if the veteran had taken a decision. The knight agrees, saying that the long path was very difficult, and the ruler comprehends the sentiment. Having the confirmation, the nobleman displays a slight smile, asserting that the wise master would deliver his title. Giving a sincere smile, the experienced swordsman shakes the head, agreeing totally with the superior. The leader comments that passing this enormous honor would bring a lot of weight to the shoulders of whoever was the heir. And precisely for that, the old man confesses that he decided to pass all this big burden to his young student. Showing a lot of respect, the lord bows, thanking the old friend for all his immense and long devotion. The veteran also bows his head, asking sincere apologies for any problem that he has caused there. Giving continuity, the nobleman questions if the master would return to his native land. Being sincere, the old warrior agrees, saying that it makes time that he doesn't see his house. Hearing this, the commander asks for the gentleman to stay some more days, leaving the old man confused. The experienced knight finds strange since the leader doesn't usually stall in the farewells. At that, the strategist explains that someone's retirement attracts the emergence of a novice. Comprehending the message, the veteran perceives the true reason of the soldier's convocation. The dark-haired officer declares that just the most qualified deserve this honor. He predicts that the young man will break all the records, turning into the youngest in this position. Laughing a lot, the wise master asserts that the ancient traditions were born to be surpassed. Being supported, the lord says that this strong approval leaves him with even more certainty. With a serene smile, the old knight declares to be receiving a beautiful present. Admiring the light, the wise man awaits anxious for the moment in which a new legend is going to be born. 3 days pass, showing the big movement around the enormous luxurious castle. Walking through the immense corridors, the duo approaches a large illuminated hall. Two strongly armed guards protect the hall's enormous doors. Obeying orders, the watchmen push the heavy locks, releasing the passage. Admiring the hero, the superior comments that the seamstress did a magical work on the visual. Wearing a majestic cloak, the swordsman exhibits his posture worthy of a great lord. Despite the beautiful appearance, the young man confesses to feel a bit out of place in that environment. Perceiving the tension, the officer faces the boy and asks if he would be nervous with everything. Having the cheeks reddish, the young man admits to be very agitated with the sudden event. Giving a slight laugh, the commander says that he will let pass case the hero tremble a little bit. Maintaining the seriousness, the nobleman asserts that the hero is the big reason of those doors opening. In an imposing way, the guard announces Vlad's name as the new warrior of that noble house. Without losing time, the sentinel asks the superior's authorization for the candidate to enter. Listening to the leader's approval, the hall's immense doors finally begin to open. Being swallowed by the strong light, the boy prepares himself to give his big step in the history. The vision reveals a long hall replete of warriors raising the swords in homage to him. With firm steps, the new knight walks over the red carpet, assuming his position. Faced with so much reverence, the young man widens his eyes, impressed with the incredible honor. Faced with all that impressive scene, the boy freezes in the place completely with no reaction. Perceiving the tension, the dark-haired officer confesses that he never could wield a weapon. Due to that, he reports that it would be impossible to maintain himself on foot in front of that grandiose door. The strategist reveals that he always considered this limit as a line that he never would cross. But in a surprising way, the young hero ended up turning into the blade that came into his hands. Being very encouraging, the superior tells the young man to head forward toward his big destiny. With eyes glowing of emotion, the protagonist observes attentively every detail of that hall. Admiring the pupil, the commander exhibits a proud smile and congratulates the warrior for the deed. Walking with a lot of firmness, the swordsman thinks about his faithful weapon that broke in the battle. At that, a reddish path representing the most pure honor forms underneath his feet. Leaving the filthy alleys in the past, the boy advances focused in direction of his big dream. Being applauded by all the knights there present, the hero marches toward his shooting star. Arriving at the end of the large red hall, the new warrior finally kneels with respect. Before his experienced master, the young man perceives that he reached his most unreachable objective. Observing everything from afar, the leader recognizes all the immense effort that the young man made to arrive there. Extending both hands, the experienced gentleman delivers an ancient scroll containing the big code. Holding the valuable item, the boy listens attentively to the advice to engrave that in the heart. Unsheathing a beautiful blade, the old man declares that the first rule is always to embrace the chances. Recalling the past, the wise man tells about old enemies who decided to protect the boy's future. Surprising everyone, the grandiose veteran also lowers himself, displaying a tremendous respect. Maintaining his attentive posture, the nobleman listens to teaching about always hearing one's own conscience. Closing his eyes, the white-haired gentleman decrees that this is the second rule of gold. He recalls the brave soldiers of the mist, teaching that a knight must never hesitate in the mission. Being very wise, the master reinforces that the only pattern to take a decision is the pure heart. Presenting the beautiful sword, the guardian reveals that following the path of honor is the final rule. To be really honored, the veteran advises the student to always head forward without any shame. With an extremely sharp look, the lord accompanies the sacred oath being made before the blade. Remembrance of the red-haired girl emerge, showing how the hero always sought the true essence of things. Even growing in the most filthy alleys of that city, the young man never abandoned his natural kindness. Proving all his value, the young fighter always risked himself to protect those who need it. The veteran asserts that the guardian of the rose's smile will witness in favor of the young man's conscience. At that, the boy always looked to the stars and tried to reach them, following a code that he didn't even perceive. And even without knowing, the lord did his best to maintain this honor intact during all this time. Fighting by his companion's side, that simple sword also will serve as a strong witness. Then with a very determined look, the protagonist swears solemnly before all those present. Holding the ancient scroll, he promises to maintain the swordsman master's rules with all his strength. Being the Bayezid family's great leader, the experienced gentleman accepts that beautiful and noble oath. Faced with this, the warrior kneeled as a mere squire and now will rise as a knight. Besides that, he also will turn into the faithful protector of the adorable Miss Alyssa from that day on. Being also the hero who protected the life of the children blessed by that region's loved saint. He also carries the immense weight of being the great dragon slayer feared by those cruel beasts. At that moment, all the main hall's sharp swords begin to be raised to the top. Forming a beautiful corridor of blades, the warrior finally is recognized as the noble Vlad of Shura. With a slight smile on the face, the young man with no origin finally created his own roots with effort. Observing everything from close, the other warriors stay extremely proud of this big conquest. Even the most serious companions cannot hide the happiness upon seeing the friend winning. Closing the eyes, the one-eyed veteran recognizes that the young man deserves everything of good that he is living. With this, those new roots would be supported by all the shiny stars that were in the hall. A strong and shiny light begins to descend over him while the master congratulates for the good work. being totally illuminated by the big blessing, our protagonist now is officially a lord. Far from there, in the great county of Gadar, we see an enormous and dark castle during the end of afternoon. Someone warns that it is time to advance without hesitating, but laments that the dwarves in the rear are an annoyance. Breaking nuts with one hand, the man decrees that this time he is going to act with much more care and caution. This big guy is the feared Sigmund Gadar, and he notes that Miss Heinel still doesn't have a husband. His right arm agrees with the affirmation, and the villain questions how she expects to survive alone. Giving a very perverse smile, the leader asks for his ally to place a bit of effort in the mission. Maintaining a very respectful posture, the man in a red cape bows and asks to hear the orders. The big guy orders that he travel accompanied of his heir to guarantee a fair cause over there. Listening attentively, the minion understands that the plan is to create a valid reason and avoid more violence. Glaring at the servant in an intimidating way, the Dark Master trusts that he won't be disappointed again. With a lot of confidence, the servant in a red cape swears solemnly that he will do his best in this mission. Far from there, the great leader Bayezid warns that he managed to elevate the young man's status as was asked. Seated right ahead, the dark-haired young ally thanks immensely for this big favor. The lord then reveals that in brief all the North nobles will gather in the grandiose General Assembly. With a very serious look, the veteran confirms that this giant event really is going to happen. The advisor gets shocked because this meeting doesn't happen for 10 years and was convoked suddenly. He asks himself if the security was very strict or if everything was made with a lot of haste and secret. At that, the leader crosses his fingers, explaining that he wishes to give a seat for Miss Alicia in the place. Hearing this, the young lord stays a bit surprised with this so bold decision of his leader. Serving a drink, the bearded man explains that the Hainel family took advantage of being on a border. Placing a bit of the drink in the cup, he decrees that now a big decision needs to be taken. Dermar can turn to an important gate of the north, or will turn into just an abandoned land in the middle. Holding the cup, the lord alerts that any delay will make of the place an easy prey for the enemies. After all, the peace era ended, and for Dermar, which always was neutral, this will be a very cruel choice. With a somewhat darker countenance, the young ally questions if she really is going to choose the north. The lord ends up giving a small smirk upon hearing his intelligent servant's questioning. Being understanding, the veteran recognizes all the young man's great effort to create this choice in her. Upon hearing this so sincere praise, the advisor stays perplexed because he didn't expect for this big support. At that, the master delivers the drink and promises that he is going to support the young man in everything that is within his reach. He reinforces that at least in the matters involving the lands of Dermar, he will have total freedom. The young man now represents Bayezid's own will and carries an enormous responsibility in the hands. After the long conversation, the wise ally stays just observing the beautiful landscape by the castle window. The advisor decides to leave, walking alone through the dense snow, being observed by his leader. The nobleman knows that the young man needed to fight in a desperate way for not having been born with sharp fangs. But the veteran sighs, admitting that all this current situation is quite worrying for the kingdom. Closing the fist with force, the master knows that his county is going to spill a lot of blood if he hesitates. Being extremely decided, the lord swears that he needs to end all this in his own generation. The grandiose master wants to prevent that the terrible and accursed cycle of internal conflicts continue. Meanwhile, our protagonist observes a beautiful sunset illuminating all the snowy lands. By his companion's side, Vlad admires the beautiful landscape that the friend so much wanted to present to him. Observing the horizon, the gentleman comments that the castle walls seem more red now. Being very ancient, those walls resisted the time, feeding themselves of the enemy's blood. Glaring at the boy, he teaches that blood always will be necessary to protect something important. The true knights swear to offer their lives with joy when this moment arrives. With a sharp look, the master decrees that the young man also will have to spill his own blood. Maintaining his attentive posture, the protagonist agrees, knowing very well of his responsibility. Surprising the young man, the old warrior finally introduces himself formally as Lamond. Giving a slight smile, he asks to be called Knight Lamond from that instant on. Extending his hand, the wise man delivers a small item, while the blonde questions what would be that. Showing the small coin, the experienced warrior asserts that this is the payment for the armor. Holding the rusted copper, the lord questions if that would cover his old leather protection. Being well mysterious, the gentleman guarantees that the coin is worth much more, and soon he will understand the reason. At that, he remembers that the warrior received his big mission and will depart soon in the next morning. Giving a friendly smile, the veteran invites the hero to visit his mansion when everything ends. Accepting the proposal, he jokes that he is going to charge the rest of the payment when he goes to make the visit. Extending the hand, the old lord asserts that the boy's visit always will be very well received over there. Calling the young man by his new title, the noble master displays an immense respect for him. Hearing this, our loved hero stays quite surprised with this so sudden farewell. Displaying a lot of affection, the experienced lord asserts that it was very fun to train the boy. Squeezing the old friend's hand, the warrior thanks underneath the beautiful light of the sunset. Giving a sincere smile, Vlad agrees that all those moments were really very good. With this firm handshake, the noble warrior thanks for all the precious teachings. Far from there, in a large and rich property, someone complains about the visitor's enormous delay. Leaning on the table, the blue-haired girl laments not having answers even after a month. Trying to calm the situation, her butler advises that she have just a bit more of patience. Being well rational, he explains that they always must prepare themselves for the worst possible situation. Reflecting about this, the young woman stays with an even more tired look before all this stress. Then she cogitates simply to accept Count Gadar's letter and marry his son. Sighing of exhaustion, the beautiful lady asks if she really should join that family. Breaking into a cold sweat, the poor butler perceives that he ended up choosing the worst words to advise. The girl squeezes her hands with a lot of rage by the marriage invitation, because that seemed just a disrespectful notice. Alicia laments that everything was masked without giving any guarantee about her family's future, seeing just their pure greed. With a tired look, the noblewoman concludes that absolutely everyone around her doesn't pass of thieves wanting to take advantage. Being very faithful, the butler asks for her not to worry, guaranteeing that the opportunity to rise will arrive with the time. Breathing deep, the young woman agrees and decides to continue trying everything until that big moment finally arrives. But she complains about the total lack of reaction of the Bayezid house, wanting to understand the reason of them not sending any servant. Being more analytical, the experienced advisor believes that they already calculated everything, knowing well the advantages of that terrain. With a very serious features, the old man asserts that his only concern at the moment is with another much more dangerous thing. At that, the sound of someone knocking desperately on the door ends up interrupting the conversation of the two in a very sudden way. Entering the room, a breathless man warns that Count Gadar's people just arrived in the Baroness's domains. Hearing that, the blue-haired young woman stays completely paralyzed, asking herself how they arrived so early. Maintaining the posture, the ally promises to try to reschedule the meeting for the next day, winning the maximum of possible time for her. Glaring at his master, the advisor asks for the girl to prepare herself mentally for what was about to happen. After all, the eagle's large flag already could be seen from afar, reminding everyone that a hungry bird doesn't display pity. Mounted on his horse, the great Ishvan Gaidar criticizes that place, finding everything extremely backward. Accompanying the leader, the lord in a red cape explains that Dirmar's lands always were that quiet way. He tells that the region's people prefer much more diplomacy than war, focusing totally on agriculture. Giving a laugh of anger, the big guy mocks the situation, concluding that they are just a pack of annoying people. Walking with his cavalry, the brute questions if he needs to do something, and the servant says for him to just introduce himself. With a lazy look, the young master complains that he isn't with what to do this because he hates any type of work. Being more rigid, the advisor reprimands the young man, reminding that he needs to fulfill the duties of his important lineage. Irritated, the son questions the reason of the father complicates so much things this time, since he always took everything by force. The companion explains that the North never failed in protecting its lands and for that they cannot act in an imprudent way. While the West grew stealing, the Northerners arrived far, protecting themselves from all the large enemy attacks. Being the new leader of the West Alliance, the Lord warns that it is natural the Count be cautious in this first big step. Clicking his tongue, the brute accepts the mission, perceiving that the allies' presence proves his old father's real seriousness. Stopping suddenly, the light-haired lord comments that he received information about the beautiful Baroness's great beauty. Observing the young woman's painting, he reveals that the lady is considered without equal even among the local nobility's women. With eyes glowing in a red tone, the big guy gives a perverse smile, seeming well interested in this novelty. Facing the city from afar, Ishvan advances with his enormous army, asserting to be finally motivated for the mission. Far from there, in the empire's capital called Brigantis, we see a beautiful castle underneath the beautiful light of the sunset. Inside the fortress, the blonde warrior kneels before the master, warning that he just returned from his long trip. Being very respectful, the young man calls it Darkman Father, being he the powerful dragon Blood Duke. Glaring at his hair with a very intimidating look, the white-haired lord asks to hear the report. With this, the young man asks pardon upon revealing that the terrible white dragon ended up being killed by the North Knights. Listening to that, the master gets quite irritated with the North and murmurs that those warriors don't know their due place. But the son soon gives a small smile, asserting that the trip was worth it because he found a peculiar boy over there. Being mysterious, the young man explains that this youth still is a small dragon that didn't even open his eyes to the big world. At that moment, the hare questions if his old father already was in those cold lands at some moment of the distant past. With a deep look, the veteran tells that he already traveled everywhere, scattering his seeds across all that vast continent. He explains that a seed carries possibilities, and for that it was worth a lot to dedicate all his life to this big work. Curious, the Duke wants to know if the son's heart resonated upon seeing the boy, and asks which were the colors that he so much displayed. The knight tells that the boy possessed blonde hair and blue eyes, being those the colors of his great family's lineage. Listening to this big revelation, the experienced gentleman closes his eyes and murmurs that he finally comprehended all that situation. The old lord agrees that the boy still didn't open his eyes, because he didn't even manage to invoke the dragon's rare fragments. Holding the throne's arm with force, the master confesses that the work of scattering seeds and awaiting is always very difficult. Even knowing of the sacrifice, he points out that the fragile humans continue doing the same thing in a repeated way several times. Showing his shiny blue eyes, the clan's absolute leader decrees that it was precisely of this same way that he lived. With an extremely deep look and full of interest, the powerful lord confesses that he wishes a lot to meet that young guy. Returning to the North City, we see the big guy smiling a lot upon noticing that the lady was much more beautiful than in the rumors. Observing the wonderful Baroness seated on the throne, he exclaims that words are not sufficient to describe so much beauty. Making a reverence full of arrogance, the warrior finally introduces himself as Istvan, pretending to be happy to meet her. Maintaining her very elegant and cold posture, the young lady just gives the welcomes to the unwanted visitor of the Gaidar family. However, the advisor gets revolted with his arrogance, calling the lady just lady even she being an official baroness. Taking a tremendous scolding from the old servant, the big guy stays quite surprised with that so hostile reception in the big hall. The noble agrees that he had a tiring trip, lamenting that it would be much better if they had noticed before arriving. At that moment, the blue-haired girl calls the brute warrior's attention with much firmness and decides to continue her sermon. She questions if they shouldn't have conversed before about the marriage and asserts that his clan's attitude was very disappointing. Listening to the Baroness's harsh words, the warrior smiles mocked, noticing that her tongue was as cold as pure ice. Interrupting the tense discussion, the advisor in a red cape pronounces himself, saying that meetings form precious bonds. The beautiful lady questions which noble family hurries a betrothal like that, while the servant thinks that the count values her a lot. The old lord understands that he needs to withstand this because they can be just trying to arrange some justification. Making a brief reverence, the strong warrior apologizes for any break of etiquette during his visit. But the advisor asserts that the presence of the Gaidar heir already is enough to skip those formalities. Listening to this tremendous arrogance, the young baroness stays in silence, maintaining a very cold and sharp look. Giving a laugh, the big guy asks for her not to stay upset, guaranteeing that they are bringing good news. He suggests to discuss the details later, wanting to have a very meaningful conversation alone with the adorable lady. At that moment, the girl widens her beautiful blue eyes, staying perplexed with this so sudden boldness. Walking until her, the lord explains that the correct would be to salute the parents first, but the circumstances don't help. Squeezing the dress, the noble knows that patience has limits, principally when the other side crosses the line. With much firmness, the blue-haired lady asserts that this is degrading and questions the young man's so big boldness. Giving a perverse smile, the brute warrior thinks on how it was extremely easy to provoke the young woman's rage. Looking from angle to the alley, the big guy murmurs that with this their justification finally is ready. Suddenly, someone announces in high voice that Bayezid's brave knights just arrived in the big hall. Upon hearing this name, the baroness widens her eyes again, but this time with an enormous sensation of relief. Being caught by surprise, the intruders stay in shock while the old lord stammers, telling them to enter soon. Then the immense castle's gigantic doors begin to be opened, revealing a strong light on the outside. Several imponent silhouettes begin to emerge in the hall, leaving everyone extremely curious with the group's arrival. Leading the comedy, the protagonist enters walking with much elegance, using his new silver armor. Placing the hand on the chest, the blonde warrior salutes the baroness, saying that it makes much time since the last time. Displaying a tremendous respect, all the Bayezid knights bow before the great lady of Dermar. With a beautiful smile of relief on the face, the young woman gives the welcomes to the illustrious visitors of the Northlands. Passing straight by the intruder, young Vlad asks apologies for the delay in replying the noble's call. The warrior soon warns that all the brave soldiers of his group are there in response to her loved call. Giving a beautiful smile, the young woman decrees that now the hero is the only one who has the right to call her lady. At that, the young man soon kneels, holding the beautiful purple handkerchief, asserting that he is the only person that she allowed. Facing his loved one, Vlad warns that he came to return the handkerchief and wishes to pay the fairest price for this precious item. Observing everything from close, the brute gets furious, wanting to understand what damn history of handkerchief was that. With a very focused look, the experienced Vlad decrees that he is going to deliver something very valuable in exchange of the small item. Glowing with a golden aura, he swears by his name guaranteed by Bayezid and by his immense honor as a knight. Recalling his difficult path, the young man tells that he dragged himself through the mud and fought desperately. With this, he swears that his shadow finally managed to reach the Baroness's grandiose presence. Exhibiting his shiny blue eyes, he is called the Great Knight of the Blue Moonlight. At that, our warrior asserts that he finally conquered the right to stay before her in the hall. Far from there, in a large and beautiful mansion, the day dawns quite peaceful in the Northlands. Seated on the armchair, the big guy complains that the Bayezid house made a very unexpected movement. The warrior asks himself who damn would be this certain Lord of Shuara that he never heard talk. Recalling the brief meeting, he feels that he already crossed with this mysterious knight before. The advisor analyzes the situation, noticing that the boy's eyes look directly to him. Giving a sadistic smile, the brute finds all this very refreshing for never having been insulted like that. Curious, he then asks if the old Ali knows personally that so arrogant young man. The wise recalls the past connection and confesses that he jammed imagined to find him there again. On that fateful day of the past, the veteran lord didn't spare the boy's life just by pity. That immense potential made him want to support the young man, even knowing of the enormous risk of turning into a threat. Giving a slight smile, he finds everything impressive and admits that he didn't expect to encounter the young man there. The big guy questions how they are going to create the big justification that his father so much asked. With a very serious countenance, the old servant guarantees that there exists just one possible path to follow. He decrees that the implicable law where the winner carries everything applies itself perfectly in any place. Back in the Baroness's mansion, the one-eyed knight talks about proving the strength of this new alliance. The noble young woman asserts that the simple presence of the warriors already is an enormous proof of loyalty. Then the experienced warrior delivers a very important letter for the beautiful lady to read. Reading the message, she understands that just the return of the handkerchief wouldn't avoid the new arranged marriage. With a well-surprised look, the girl discovers that there existed another quite ingenious method to use. Being loyal, the knight guarantees that his house will do absolutely everything to protect those lands. She remembers that her loved grandmother shared the same noble blood of the respected Lady Oksana. Listening to this conversation, the girl's old servant stays completely shocked with that big revelation. Being well-directed, the warrior confirms that it was precisely by this lineage that they fought in the past. Thus, if the countess turned into her godmother, any absurd proposal will need her approval first. But the beautiful girl feels an immense fear of placing a too heavy burden on the experienced lord's life. Ending with the doubts, the knight guarantees that she always will be very well welcome in their main house. Observing the situation, the old lord thinks that this proposal gives an enormous justification for Bayezid to interfere in Hainal. Sweating cold, he perceives that the intentions of the leader of Bayezid were not of pure kindness or charity. But the young ruler understands that at the moment there exists no other better alternative for them. Thinking about this, the wise Ali arrives to the terrible conclusion of that the great Joseph Bayezid is scary. In his mind, this situation was like a large chess piece knocking down all the rest of the board. By what it looks, all the land of Dermar already was completely trapped in the big plan traced by that leader. Returning to converse, the blue-haired girl asks herself if she needs to take a serious decision in that same instant. Being very understanding, the one-eyed knight denies it and asserts to understand the enormous weight that that subject has for her. Lowering the head, the noble baroness displays much gratitude for all this patience and consideration of the warriors. The advisor finds everything complicated, having Gaidar forcing the marriage and Bayezid using the protection just as bait. With a tired look, the gentleman thinks if really there doesn't exist anyone in whom the adorable girl can trust for real. But at that moment, the beautiful girl widens a bit her eyes upon remembering a certain important person. With a more gentle look, she says that it makes enough time since the last time that she saw her old blonde friend. Giving a beautiful smile, the young woman comments about the hero not feeling too pressed by his new role. With eyes glowing, the young man promises to do his best for her, because this is his desire besides being an order. Listening to the young man's sincere words, the old advisor stays a bit surprised with that so touching scene. The blonde warrior displayed an extremely focused look, proving that he wasn't lying in no moment. With this, the old man gives a slight smile, perceiving that he finally found the person in whom she can trust blindly. For him, just that knight would stay by his lady's side without requiring any condition or schematized plans. Lowering the head and squeezing the dress, the girl confesses to be immensely grateful for all her hero's support. Then the young man asks to see the handkerchief, deducing that the item needs of care since she carries this through all corner. Seeking his remembrance, the young warrior begins to rummage the pockets inside his own silver armor. Giving a provocative smile, the lady feels proud, imagining that he kept the remembrance close to the heart. Taking the item out of the pocket, he extends the small folded piece while murmurs that he finally found it. However, the girl widens her eyes upon noticing a small and irritating detail on that soft fabric. In reality, that handkerchief was from another woman and possessed a beautiful flower embroidered well in the corner. Sweating cold, the poor guy perceives his big mistake, while freezes of pure despair before the situation. All the room's mood stays totally in silence while the young man trembles, holding the fabric of the other girl. Completely furious and dark, the baroness rises quickly and tears the item out of the poor knight's hands. Extremely shocked, the two warriors confess that they didn't even manage to see the woman's hand moving. Glaring at the small cloth, the young woman notes that that handkerchief didn't look with what she had delivered to the hero. Giving a smile with no grace, the blonde knight explains that that was just a common handkerchief given by a friend. With a dark aura, the baroness questions about this certain friend, and the young man replies that they grew together. Forcing a large friendly smile, the blue-haired lady just listens to the explanation, trying to maintain the calmness. Being very innocent, the hero continues praising the item, saying that the pure cotton fabric was very good. Observing the disaster, the one-eyed warrior calls the friend crazy, begging for that he shut his mouth soon. Staying totally confused, our protagonist doesn't understand the reason of his companions staying so mad. Maintaining that scary smile, the young noble frightens all the North warriors who sweated very cold. Perceiving the chess-sized blunder that he had made, the blonde warrior notes that this time he committed a giant mistake. Extremely irritated with the situation, his one-eyed companion murmurs that he simply hates idiot people. Releasing an immense killer aura, the ally points out that the young hero is the most foolish person that he already saw. He laments that all the leader's immense effort was completely destroyed because of a single handkerchief. Totally embarrassed, the protagonist lowers the head, apologizing for not knowing that this would happen. Squeezing the ally's shoulder with a lot of force, the veteran warrior tries to maintain the calmness to not worsen everything. Sighing of exhaustion, he remembers that the young man soon will be an adult and needs to be treated as a noble knight. Then the big guy just orders that the boy came out of the room immediately, leaving the guy well confused. Staying there standing, the young warrior of silver armor hesitates for a brief moment without knowing what to do. Losing the patience, the furious man asks if the idiot was awaiting to take a bad beating equal of the last time. Sweating of pure nervous, the blonde confesses that taking a beating would be much better and begs to receive the punches soon. Closing his fist, the ally tells the kid to stop talking nonsenses before he really lose control. Dying of fear, the young man just makes a quick parting reverence and runs far away from that place. Placing the hand on the face, the experienced knight laments deeply without knowing what to do with that boy. At that, our dear hero stays totally standing in front of the large door, seeming well disappointed. But in this exact moment, the young man perceives something very strange and looks from angle with a quite surprised features. Upon turning the face, he finds a group of unknown men seated around a table, glaring at him. Staying a bit bothered with those several looks, the knight asks what they were glaring at there. Giving beautiful smiles, the men tear praises, saying that the young man possessed an enormous and incredible hero aura. Being very friendly, they display a great respect, asserting that the young man carries a shiny potential. With a lower look and feeling much shame of his own actions, the blonde asks to stay a bit alone. Giving several animated laughs, the group agrees in giving space, praising the actions of that new exemplary recruit. Staying totally embarrassed, the young man just waves with the hand, saying that he is leaving from there. At that, the men laugh high while the blonde thinks that he needs to alert the castle maids. Walking through the corridors, the young man laments for everything staying so complicated like that. This was his first official mission as a knight, and he really wanted to do the best. But to worsen the situation, his own companions just laughed instead of helping. However, he perceives that this wasn't by malice and yes, because they finally accepted him. With a serene look, the warrior knows very well that he already passed by a similar situation. He notes that both the alley's bandits and the knights act in the same exact way. Sighing of exhaustion, the hero accepts that he cannot do nothing about what happened. Observing a beautiful tree by the window, the young man murmurs that he doesn't have where to go now. In this moment of peace, he decides that he should pray a bit to alleviate his mind. Back to the hall, the young baroness joins the hands, thinking that all this is very ridiculous. She gets irritated, wanting to understand how that blonde dared to keep another handkerchief together with hers. Trying to calm the situation, the wise argues that at least the hero maintained the fabric clean. The noble argues that this is the minimum, but the ally points out that it is not common for the age. With a quite sharp look, the blue-haired woman soon asks the reason of this line. The gentleman explains that the warrior comes dealing with many extremely violent missions. Facing immense beasts, he still took care of the item, proven to have had a special care. Being well understanding, the lord concludes that it was just a mistake born of pure innocence. He asserts that at least the knight acted without second intentions, focusing on protecting her. Listening to this, the beautiful lady agrees, leaving the old servant quite shocked with the reaction. In this exact instant, the advisor points to the large window, asking for her to observe. The young man was kneeling before the tree, proving why his house values him so much. Observing the scene, the baroness notes that her dear hero didn't change nothing since the past. But suddenly, the girl's beautiful blue eyes widen upon seeing an unexpected thing. She asks who is the person approaching through the green field in the young hero's direction. Sweating cold, the experienced advisor stays in complete despair upon seeing who was there. Totally scared, the lord shouts, asking if there was someone out there to alert them. Walking in an intimidating way, the big guy displays a sadistic smile, ready to attack. While that, the blonde hero enjoyed the sun, petting the large and beautiful white snake. Recalling his past, the young warrior confesses to not have certainty about his own forgotten memories. He remembers to recover some memories upon seeing the large white snake, noticing a strong connection with the spirits. In this moment of reflection, the hero perceives someone's approach and quickly turns his face to check. Walking through the large cemetery, the brute red-haired lord observes that place with enough curiosity. Facing the blonde from backs, the big guy asks in tone of mockery if some acquaintance of him was buried there. Approaching each time more, the arrogant invader stops well behind the protagonist who observes him with much attention. Maintaining the calmness, the noble knight warns that he just could be in that place with the permission of the land's owner. Retorting the line, the man questions the reason of not being able to stay there, asserting that he also possesses the due permission. Giving a perverse and full of malice smile, the brute warrior celebrates for finally being noticed by the boy. He recalls that in the last meeting, the young man looked just to the advisor, making him feel very invisible. Listening to this tremendous provocation, our hero of silver armor maintains a cold and very calculus look. The big guy then warns that his old companion told to deliver something very important to the protagonist. Being well direct, he warns that the return of the Baroness's handkerchief would serve as a payment for the second dry meat. Hearing this absurd proposal, the young warrior lowers his head while the invader glares at him with enormous arrogance. Noticing the boy's silence, the brute questions what he was murmuring, shrugging the shoulders without understanding anything. Giving a mock smile, the gaydar hare confesses to not have the minimum interest in the relationship of those two. Extending his enormous hand, the warrior of red cape demands that the boy deliver soon the small piece of cloth. Without displaying any fear, the courageous North Knight challenges the opponent, telling him to try to carry the item by force. Being caught by surprise by this enormous boldness, the big guy stays in silence for a moment, glaring at the boy. Showing his shiny blue eyes, the protagonist completes the sentence, saying for him to carry just if he be capable. The big guy smiles animated, asserting that the West never hides the desires because just the greedy survive. Striking back his ideology, our hero decrees that the North never backs off to not lose that what it needs to protect. Facing the blonde from afar, the giant invader comments that he already had been warned about that young lord's stubbornness. Unsheathing his gigantic and heavy sword, the feared warrior warns that he doesn't have choice but to fight right there. Without losing any second, the skilled Shora knight unsheathes his sharp blade to defend himself from the attack. Raising his colossal weapon, the invader attacks with all the force, guaranteeing that he wouldn't return with empty hands to house. With eyes glowing in a red blood tone, the crazy warrior offends the young man, calling him North Brat. Facing his prey with much fury, he declares an official duel, betting the beautiful lady's precious handkerchief. Observing his opponent's fury, our protagonist just focuses his shiny blue look, ready for the battle. Holding firmly the handle of his sword, the talented hero prepares himself to show his clan's true strength. Maintaining a cold features, the warrior of silver armor tells the arrogant invader to repeat what he just spoke. Being caught totally by surprise by this attitude, the big guy of red cape stays without understanding the situation. Releasing a gigantic dragon aura, the blonde warns that if he wants a duel, he must call him by the right name. Facing his prey with much fury, the North hero calls him your West Bandit without the minor respect. At that same instant inside the castle, the wise advisor recalls that the boy crushed organizations alone. Seated comfortably, he records that the recruit hunted sorcerers and killed gigantic beasts with his own hands. Touching the letter, he deduces that the main house must be desperate, exaggerating a lot in the inventions about the boy. With this, the old man concludes that this supposed talent was forged because the knight would grow very well without those lies. The ally points out that just having potential doesn't approach him even a bit of the true level of a dragon slayer. But giving a slight smile, the veteran admits that the awakening of the battle aura was something really very impressive. Sighing a bit frustrated, he laments imagining if he should have given away to bring the young lord to there. Resting the face in the hands, the experienced knight points out that things already came out totally out of their control. Suddenly, Dermar's majestic lady returns to the room and is questioned about the delivery of her adored handkerchief. Returning to the bloody conflict of the outside, the brute attacks violently the opponent using his colossal sword. Holding the powerful blow with mastery, the blonde hero agrees that the enemy really refuses to hear the reason. The ally of red cape murmurs that he tried to carry the small object by force, but unfortunately the weather ended up ruined. Explaining the situation, he says that the old warrior and the one-eyed soldier felt the danger smell and appeared fast. Being enough direct, the lord tells that he challenged the young man and warns the companions about the moment of the big battle. Giving a perverse smile, the leader informs that the fight will be in 2 days because they are going to bring a priest for the ceremony. The experienced ally agrees, asserting that having a priest is going to help a lot to guarantee the total silence of the enemies. Showing his shiny red eyes, the big guy adds that there exists one more enormous advantage in this combat. Closing his enormous fist, the invader confesses that seeing that brat's face contorted of fear will be a beautiful bonus. While that through the beautiful and immense white corridors of the castle, the duo of experienced servants walked in silence. Facing his experienced one-eyed partner, the lord questions if they really have some chance to win the dispute. Recalling the enemy's fame, he points out that the opponent grew training the best techniques as the West hare. Sighing tired, he points out that even his wise master admired the West, leaving the young man's chances very low. Stopping in the middle of the path, the old advisor laments that if the defeat really happened, the precious fabric will be carried. Giving a brief smile, the strong one-eyed soldier asks for the friend to not worry, because the recruit already defeated a knight. Maintaining an immense confidence in the recently arrived, the strong warrior prepares himself to reveal a fact even more important. The one-eyed soldier reveals that the master of Bayezid already predicted all this, telling the two there with a perfect plan in mind. Questioning the situation, the old master asks if the companion possesses some type of strategy in mind. Maintaining the calmness, the one-eyed soldier replies that the duel is just a formality for the plan. Surprised with that, the advisor confesses to not expect so much preparation and soon promises total support. In this moment, the warrior of eye patch confesses that in reality he has a small request to make. Being well direct, he warns that he wants to suggest the big combat's location directly to Lady Alicia. Cutting to the battlefield, the big guy called Godin faces everything with a very serious face. Seated on the grass, the Brukidu grumbles, asking if those disputes shouldn't happen in a hall. Hearing this, the experienced Ali explains that the said Baron made a quite special requirement. As everything there involves a marriage, the noble wanted that his deceased parents watch to everything. With the suspicious features, the brute admits to understand this side but still finds everything very strange. Looking around, he perceives that the terrain is bizarre because it is too clean and without any pebble. At that, he soon questions if it rained today early, receiving a no from the friend even with the grass all wet. The warrior of Cape just says that the confrontation will be in an unknown place and they need to swallow this. He still points out that preparing the environment before fighting is a commander's most basic tactic. Observing the enemy from afar, the crafty one-eyed cannot hide a smile of pure satisfaction. While that, the adversary team continues facing the terrain with an expression of total irritation. Maintaining his arrogant smile, the veteran knows that the plan is running better than the expected. He warns the blonde that the rival's aura is fierce and promises to hold him a bit for the boy to breathe. Breathing deep, our hero tries to focus his mind to release all his immense hidden power. The one-eyed companion praises the young man's posture, saying that he held himself very well in front of the target. With a blue light glowing, the soldier says that all this patience will serve to honor the old promise. Opening his twinkling eyes, the skilled swordsman warns that he finally is ready to act. Finding that impressive, the bearded friend gives a smile, confirming that the hour finally arrived. He incentivizes the protagonist, asking to show to the usurpers what is a real sword. Already with the beautiful bride seated on the throne, the judge of gray hair announces that the use of aura is released. However, as it is not a fight until the death, he warns that anyone can intervene in case there be real danger. Without hesitating nor by a second, the two great fighters agree with all the rules imposed. Raising the hand to the top, the priest shouts that underneath today's sun, all the gods will be witnesses. Lowering the arm with much firmness, the judge finally declares that the so-awaited clash can begin. In this instant, the adversary already releases an absurd red energy, holding his gigantic blade. Facing the target, the brute of red eyes questions if he still possesses the handkerchief. Holding his weapon, the young warrior ignores the question and wants to know what he is going to win. Maintaining the calmness, he questions what the enemy is going to give him in case he come out victorious from the fight. In this moment, the blonde suggests that maybe he should carry that giant sword as prize. Hearing the provocation, the big guy grinds his teeth, feeling an immense fury take control. The hero recalls that carrying what once is the West's big fame as if it was a pride. But soon he points out that where he grew, stealing is just survival and losing is death. Walking slowly, the boy compares the target's futile will with his pain of fighting. At that, he unsheathes the sharp blade and challenges the opponent to see which of the two is the most greedy. Observing attentively, the adversary asks himself from where came that bizarre posture. Giving a confident smile, the young man just hopes for that the opponent like the show. Totally surprised, the giant widens his eyes, perceiving something strange in the air. The protagonist then reveals that he prepared this special technique just for this clash. Seeing everything from afar, the advisor notes that the boy is using greatsword movements. With a smile on the face, he questions himself if they already predicted this duel since the principal. Cowling the enemy to top, the swordsman warns that arrived the hour of the truth. Emanating much power, our hero wants to test the feared hero's true strength. Without thinking twice, the Brukutu leaps with everything, coming down his colossal weapon. With a perfect reflex, the young man manages to dodge from the destroying blow in the last second. Sliding through the grass, the warrior takes advantage of the opening to move away quickly. Furious with the escape, the warrior turns his own body, preparing a horizontal attack. However, the blonde blocks the absurd impact, generating a mountain of shiny sparks. Redirectioning the rival's force, the young man uses his own blade to move away the danger. But the red villain doesn't give up and packs another attack, using the body's weight. In a brutal movement, the giant sword passes, ripping the air while the target retreats. Soon the two enter in an intense trade of blows in an absurdly fast rhythm. Watching proud, the one-eyed incentivizes the partner, asking to maintain the good rhythm. He perceives that the novice is avoiding heavy blows and deflecting the most distant ones. Besides that, the slippery grass hinders a lot the firm base that the big guy needs. Before this advantage, the ally asks himself who planned a so perfect battlefield. The enormous blade hits the ground with an absurd force, raising a lot of dirt and grass. Using all his agility, the blonde boy slides through the field, escaping the danger. Focused to the extreme, the young swordsman analyzes each movement of his furious opponent. Feeling the blood boil, the villain grinds his teeth while tries to accompany the dispute. Turning his weapon again, the brute attacks, calling the rival a coward rat. Firming the foot on the ground, our hero prepares himself to hold that monstrous impact. In a perfect block, the protagonist sparks his blade upon rebating the heavy attack. The two collide the weapons, creating a shockwave through the encharcated battlefield. Totally shocked, the enemy refuses to believe that the young man trains for just 1 year. Sliding through the lawn, the boy advances with speed while the target tries to react. The big guy tries desperately to understand how his attacks are being defended. In this moment, the warrior moves away the giant sword with a simple rotating movement. Consumed by the pure fury, the giant raises his weapon, letting out a scary roar. The vertical blow destroys the solo, creating an immense crater and raising high dust. Observing from afar, the blonde already had retreated in time, escaping the total destruction. The adversary soon charges a more direct fight, complaining of the rival's constant escape. Giving a beautiful ironic smile, the young man just mocks the big warrior's irritation. Looking to the solo, the villain laments that place seemed a true mud well. He still grumbles about the enormous shame of being passing through all this right there. The brute insults the hero's fight style, asserting that the blows are filthy. Continually irritated, the red warrior calls his opponent a pathetic being. Maintaining the calmness, the protagonist strikes back, saying that even his mother would feel shame. With another provocative smile, the swordsman confesses that this offense level is ridiculous. He explains that whoever survives in the most cruel alleys never would speak such a big nonsense. The giant stays disappointed because he expected much more refined insults from the nobles there. Discharging like a lightning bolt, the blonde advances, catching the big rival totally by surprise. The boy then warns that soft conversation was just a simple street greeting. Winding his eyes, the brute sees the sharp blade approach with much quickness. Without giving reaction time, the hero fits a beautiful direct blow in the opponent's defense. To close the movement, the winner guarantees that the count would stay. Marveled with this. Bleeding a bit, the big guy complains of having to fight against a mere street rat pretending to be a noble. Grinding his teeth, the adversary cannot contain anymore the enormous hatred inside his own chest. Completely furious, he lets out a scary shout, calling our hero a scoundrel. At that, the brute advances without mercy, firing several attacks covered by destructive flames. Sliding fast through the grass, the blonde boy manages to escape from the gigantic explosion in the field. The villain resurges in the middle of the boiling smoke while the young man observes everything with enough caution. The enemy's look burns in pure fury, showing that he's going to destroy everything that he sees by the front. Holding his sword, the protagonist perceives that the blade is trembling due to the strong impact. Shaking his fire weapon, the giant warns that the adversary won't have a peaceful death at all. Observing the fight, the enemy advisor asserts that the boy endured well but believes that this is the end. From the other side, the one-eyed mentor praises the rival heir's immense power and torses for the partner to resist. He notes that using aura on the heavy weapon spends a lot of energy, so just dodging can cause a draw. In this moment, the hero remembers the Lord saying that losing that duel wouldn't be a big problem. The young man also records with affection the noble knights and his dear one-eyed master. He still thinks in the beautiful blue-haired girl who trusted her own honor directly in his hands. Closing his eyes, the swordsman recognizes that nobody there believes in his big victory. Before the enormous pressure, he knows that everyone doubts that a mere slum dweller defeat an elite lord. Squeezing the handle, the boy decides that he doesn't want just to win time and desires to free himself from all this. He knows that staying just fleeing and awaiting the next opportunity is the much more safe choice. But the hero refuses to retreat precisely against the terrible knight who destroyed his old home. Opening his shiny blue eyes, the courageous young man focuses all his interior strength to win. The energy around him intensifies drastically, showing a very absolute determination. Releasing an incredible aura, he asks for everyone to look at his true qualification in combat. At that, he recalls of all the hard training that he needed to pass until finally reach this level. Heading to the top, the young warrior swears to show the big fruit of his long effort without hesitating. The big guy sways the heavy weapon, creating a gigantic fire arc cutting the entire field. The brutal attack rips the ground with several fast blows launched without any pause to breathe. Leaping to backs, the blonde manages to dodge by very little from that enormous wave of pure destruction. Taking advantage of the strong in below, the villain turns the entire body for a new horizontal flame cut. In an intense trade of blows, the two fighters begin to clash their blades, creating shiny sparks. Raising the flame sword above the head, the giant tries to deliver a fatal blow. Coming down the blade with everything, an immense chamas explosion happens, covering all the field. Being pushed by the absurd force, the hero slides with the feet sinking in the soft earth. Totally infuriated, the big guy shouts, telling that filthy scum to die once and for all. With this, he discharges all his fury in a brutal attack that almost crushes the fighter. Grinding the teeth, the blonde swordsman suffers to endure the impact's colossal weight. In this moment, the protagonist releases his blue energy to manage to move away the danger. Creating an immense trail on the ground, the young man is thrown far away due to the strong push. Breathless, the boy recognizes the rival's strength, feeling the weight of that scary technique. Analyzing the situation, he perceives that the size of the enemy weapon leaves him in disadvantage. Knowing this, the young man decides to change his posture, stepping deep on the very slippery solo. Perceiving that just exists one way to survive, he advances like a lightning bolt against the villain. Roaring with all his hatred, the brute prepares one more balance with his heavy weapon. Making a horizontal cut, he fails miserably while the blonde slides underneath. Maintaining the focus sharp, the hero knows that the only alternative is to continue heading to top. Turning nimbly in the air, the boy escapes by a hair of being crushed by the fire blade. With the adrenaline in the limit, the warrior doesn't lose the rhythm and continues his mortal advance. Concentrating much aura on the sword's point, he fires a piercing attack well in the target. However, the red warrior creates a circular barrier, throwing the attacker to back soon. Bleeding from the face, the noble hair notes that the enemy attack managed to hit the skin. Without giving time for rest, the novice returns to press, displaying an immense courage. Crossing the death's limit, the valiant boy enters once and for all in his adversary's guard. The two powerful auras collide, generating an intense glow that blinds all the green field. Using his absurd strength, the giant manages to repel the smaller with another destructive balance. Catching much impulse, the Brucudu leaps high, preparing a blow capable of cracking the earth. Facing the sky, our protagonist promises that he is not going to let the big guy escape alive. Returning to run through the dirty terrain, the young man approaches quickly the fall point. Landing heavy, the noble in red grumbles, calling the rival an insolent brat. A new crater opens when the flame weapon completely destroys the solo round. Dodging magisterially, the blonde finally positions himself on the adversary's blind spot. The blonde boy resists with all forces while tries to endure the attack's immense pressure. At that moment, a colossal explosion of flame swallows the young swordsman completely. But the young man's look continues, glowing with an unshakable intensity in the middle of the burning fire. Believing already to have won, the brew of red hair opens a large wicked smile. However, the valiant hero uses a defensive technique to block that totally destroying blow. Seeing his blade being stopped, the giant widens his eyes, staying in shock with that scene. Observing from afar, the advisor doesn't understand how the novice used a holy knight magic. The protagonist perceives that the attack was so heavy that he didn't manage to dodge completely. Totally revolted, the furious villain questions which dirty trick his adversary is using. The young warrior just shouts, asking if the enemy thinks that pure brute force is going to work. With an incredible acrobatic jump, the blonde manages to pass over the big guy's lethal cut. Soon right after, the two blades clash again, creating a very blinding glow in the air. The impact makes the noble hair grind his teeth, feeling the great strength of his nimble opponent. Losing the patience, he lets out a scary roar while tries to grab his feared rival. Giving a quite confident smile, the novice perceives that that is the perfect chance to act. Focusing all his energy, our hero comes down the sword with a very implacable determination. The Brucudu tries to defend himself, swaying his immense greatsword to block the big imminent damage. The two weapons enter in direct conflict, making the entire battlefield tremble with the force. At that, a gigantic light explodes, moving away everything around with an immense wave of pure lethal power. Watching to everything, the blue-haired bride rises from the chair, seeming completely afflicted. She accompanies the enormous dust cloud, tossing anxiously by the young man who is fighting there. The nervousness takes control of everyone while wait the smoke to lower to see who continued on foot. In the middle of the destruction, the young warrior questions himself if he fought in a fair way to guarantee the victory. Breathing deep, he maintains his sharp look, proving that he used all his effort in the battle. Still maintaining the focus, he asks if he is going to manage his deserved reward in the end of everything. The hero then demands a fair prize while continues pressing his great rival's defense. Hearing that, the experienced advisor of Whitebeard just observes, feeling a certain empathy. Wanting a confirmation, the fearless swordsman shouts, demanding that someone reply him in that moment. In this instant, the old noble replies that yes, asserting that the promise made will be well fulfilled. With his shiny blue eyes, the boy finally feels that all his sacrifice was worth it. With his blade raised underneath the moonlight, our hero warns that the sword finally reached the opponent. Breathless, the young blonde asks if the big guy remembers of what he told him on that so fateful day. Facing the fallen villain, the boy recalls of the words about the knights carrying just what is fair. At that, the warrior lowers himself, recognizing the big lesson that the enemy taught him in the past. He reveals that he doesn't have that false name and says that he is going to return that what he stole in a coward way. But soon right after, the swordsman pulls his own hair, asserting that he is going to carry another thing as prize. With an imposing posture, the protagonist decrees that this is his reward for being the big winner. Pointing the weapon to the big guy Godin's face, the young man finally makes his enormous final requirement. Being enough direct, the blonde asks to carry the rival's sword as his big battle trophy. Hearing that absurd request, the old advisor stays in shock with the warrior boy's boldness. From the other side, the beautiful princess and her servant also widen the eyes, completely surprised with everything. The enemy team enters in pure despair while the one-eyed master just smiles proud of his pupil. Sweating cold, the big guy listens quiet. The hero reaffirmed that that is his payment for the combat. Bethaned by the victory's light, Vlad shows all his determination upon charging his winner right. Changing scenarios, the history carries us to the cold and snowy lands of a large distant castle. In the corridors, Lord Joseph receives a letter with an urgent report coming direct from the Westlands. Reading the message with calmness, the noble murmurs that he tried to prepare the boy, but the task was too difficult. With a serious look, the Lord confesses that he just expected to manage to avoid the worst of the possible scenarios. Facing the large window, the leader disabafas with his servant, asserting that he didn't predict this result. Soon he turns himself, asking to the helper if the said enemy here was an easy target to defeat. The Lord recalls that the young West Knight possesses an enormous fame of being the best of all there. At that moment, the leader smiles, saying that he mounted all his plan basing on the rival's incredible skills. He imagined that the Count's great son would be the best opponent for Vlad's glorious debut. The reasoning was simple, because losing to a strong warrior wouldn't stain the apprentice's reputation. Besides that, the defeat still would force Princess Alicia to ally herself totally with the Bayezid family soon. Giving a dark smile, the noble praises the boy, asserting that he is surprisingly very consistent. Returning to the subject, the Lord questions the helper about that special task that had ordered before. Quite animated, the chubby servant guarantees that he prepared each detail without leaving any opening for mistakes. However, the leader tells him to cancel everything immediately, leaving poor Borden in shock with the change. Confused with the sudden order, the bigot lacayo just sweated cold, trying to understand what just occurred. Facing the window, the Lord warns that they need to restart all the plan from scratch, leaving the chubby helper very shocked. The lacayo argues that they passed 10 days without sleeping, preparing everything, but the leader warns that the current situation changed a lot. Looking the own reflection, the noble confesses to have prepared himself just for the worst, without knowing if he must laugh or cry of all this. Pouring some tears, the bigot servant murmurs that he understands the reason of the order, even staying very upset. At that moment, the other red cape wizards begin to grumble quietly, seeming totally confused with that decision. At that, the two other experienced warriors just give a smile of anger, finding the entire situation quite fun. In the big hall, one of the allies suggests to recover the sword back, since apparently there exists no problem in the rules. But the old advisor defends the enemy's side, asserting that making a so large request like this would be an enormous exaggeration. Crossing the arms, the one-eyed warrior cuts the conversation, warning that they themselves are going to deal with all this terrible situation. The experienced wise insists that stealing the adversary's main weapon in a simple combat is to surpass much of the limits. The eye-patch brute strikes back, remembering that it wasn't a normal duel, since the opponents crossed the line first. Before that strong argument, the ancient stays in total silence and ends up yielding upon asking what they really desire. With a quite intimidating look, the warrior warns that the wizard shouldn't be asking this type of thing to him. Returning to the destroyed battlefield, the one-eyed asserts that the old man knows very well the answer of that is small doubt. The ally points out that the main reason of Vlad carry the giant weapon is clear in the victorious young man's imposing posture. Sighing of a quite tired form, the white-haired wise laments that all the negotiation attempt failed badly. Without showing any pity, our protagonist's partner tells the old enemy to go away case he have understood the notice. Accepting his sad and terrible defeat, the advisor lowers the head, preparing himself to leave the castle's immense room. Giving the backs to the enemy, the experienced wizard warns that more early or more late they still are going to end up crossing again. Giving a quite mock smile, the crafty one-eyed asks for him to choose a good day, because he himself will make the big reception. Closing the face with a very dark expression, the ancient makes a last request, sending his sincere farewells to the boy. Being well ironic with the situation, Vlad's ally asserts that he can repass this simple message peacefully. With this, the red cape wizard turns himself, heading away in direction of the large door, while the other present watch the scene. The old warrior's heavy steps echo across all the luxurious hall, confirming the final of all that intense dispute. Observing the rivals moving away, the one-eyed big guy smiles, remembering the young apprentice and murmuring that he is cheeky. He recognizes that Vlad ended up wrapping himself in a high-level fight against an opponent that was extremely scary. While that, in an immense palace much illuminated by the sun, the general weather seems to have changed to something well more peaceful. The old servant says to Lady Alicia that now they don't need the offer, because she refused the union using her own warrior. Drinking her delicious tea, the princess sighs relieved, confessing that she didn't want to give any advantage to the nobles. Look of a quite reflex form, the blue-haired girl admits that finding a warrior like the young man is not an easy task. The experienced advisor replies that with certainty there don't exist knights so easy like that to be found. Taking a sip of his drink, he soon asks himself until where the boy would manage to evolve if he continued in this rhythm. With this, the old wise predicts that the young man will be the North's great representative for the knight's next generation. Hearing everything, the woman surprises herself, wanting to know if the servant really believes in this, receiving a confirmation. She then lowers her cup, resulting that Vlad's enormous potential is very far of being something common. In this moment, the leader disaboffes that acting as head of family alone is not anything easy, and something like this can repeat. The noble prefers to maintain a warrior without noble origin by her side than turn into a puppet of other jerks' lords. Understanding her intentions, the wise widens the eyes and sweated cold, asking for the lady to not say an absurdity of those. But she smiles, asserting that a union by blood would be an excellent proposal for the important Bayezid family. She strikes back, saying that if the young man is going to represent the North, they need to claim him before of any other. Cleaning the sweat of the forehead, the experienced man agrees that this is much better than marrying a strange man. Feeling that her plan is walking perfectly, the beautiful blue-haired lady gives a slight smirk. Looking through the immense window, she soon praises the young man's dedication upon seeing him doing something out there in the enormous field. Close to a large tree, the protagonist stays standing alone, pouring the liquid of a bottle on the lawn. Pouring that golden drink on the ground, the boy makes a beautiful homage to try to attract something of that place. Soon right after, a gigantic and magnificent white snake surges from the ground, releasing a very intense glow in the air. Seeing the beast, he smiles satisfied, finding that offer an expensive drink made of barley would be ideal for the spirit. And the large sacred serpent faces the swordsman of a gentle and quiet form, seeming to like the beautiful present. At that, the enormous creature wraps itself peacefully in the valiant hero's body, covering him with a very shiny aura. Emitting a sound of happiness, the sacred animal raises its head, blessing totally our dear warrior. The boy then is bathed by an intense blue light, absorbing all that immense mysterious power in his own body. He smiles relieved, asserting that the drink was worth each cent, because the serpent's blessing functions as an extra life. Making affection on the earth's immense spirit, the noble warrior displays all his gratitude for that powerful gift. After that, the scenario changes, showing the beautiful and detailed balconies of a luxurious bricks mansion well in the end of afternoon. There inside, the princess asks her young savior if he is with some wound, receiving a well-positive answer. Maintaining the smile on the face, the blue-haired lady questions about the drink poured on the hill in the previous day. The blonde confirms to be a greeting for the place's spirits that apparently help him to always come out victorious from there. Giving a small smile of pure satisfaction, the beautiful leader seems each time more enchanted with lad's great posture. Seated by the side, the one-eyed master listens quiet, confessing to have felt a strong heat linked to the blood after much time. To terminate the meeting, the protagonist extends his hand, delivering an important sealed letter to the great Lord Joseph. Alicia, seated with the old man at the background, praises how the recent events showed from which side they must stay. The old lord agrees with his mistress and guarantees that he is going to deliver the letter without failing in the important mission. Looking to the blonde, the lady thanks him for defending her honor, saying that the ancient leaders would like him. In this moment, a small and mysterious wooden box is placed on top of the table, calling attention. The woman opens the object's lid, and a very strong light begins to glow coming from inside the container. A yellow and glittering jewel is revealed while she asserts that the ancestors would allow to deliver the inheritance. Totally surprised, the swordsman confesses that he remembers of already have seen that beautiful stone in some place before. The scene shows a beautiful elf holding the sacred jewel known as the elves' legendary amber. This mysterious people forms a different race that usually lives isolated in the east borders forests. Even adoring different gods, the first leader of that noble family maintained a great friendship with them. This beautiful shiny stone would be the fruit of this old connection, being made of the resin of an extremely rare tree. An ancient frame shows a warrior using the jewel on the sword's handle, but the girl confesses to not have reasons to use it. Giving a beautiful smile, the young princess asserts that the beautiful object would stay perfect on our hero's weapon. Sweating a bit, the boy stays hesitant because he knows that valuable items usually charge a too high price. The protagonist argues that for being an ancient treasure of the family, he wouldn't be worthy to accept a so rare present. Closing the eyes, the noble girl just gives a slight smile, guaranteeing that the young man is more deserving than anyone. Holding the amber, the young man recalls that her words indicated that he already protected the family 2 times. Facing his experienced master, the blonde perceives that even the one-eyed seemed quite surprised with all that. He records of a strong request where a mysterious voice implored for him to bring that back if it was possible. An ancient vision shows the young man wielding the sword and promising to help in exchange of recovering an old memory. Holding firm his great power, the boy knows that it was this same sacred promise that brought him until here. Reflecting about a warrior's fair compensation, the young man decides to accept the present and thanks the lady. The blue-haired woman maintains a very gentle and satisfied smile upon seeing the warrior accept his reward. The eye-patch big guy still sweated cold, displaying a clear uncertainty about accepting an item of so much value. Facing the small shiny object, Vlad murmurs that this jewel can be the big clue for his lost memories. Focusing his look, the swordsman decides to observe the legendary amber, seeing through his special world vision. Immediately, the beautiful golden stone begins to emit a very intense glow, reacting to the young man's great power. An explosion of golden light takes control of the environment, blinding everything around with an extremely welcoming energy. The scenario changes, revealing a gigantic and majestic tree bathed by the sun's light with leaves falling by the wind. Smiling with confidence, the short-haired young man resurges in the vision, praising that warrior's enormous ambition. Riding in the night, the warriors comment that the novice's ambition is not anything common for already seeking nobility so early. Animated, the knights agree that any man must seek the top, while praise the young man's special talent. Hearing all this, the blonde stays quite embarrassed, trying to deny quickly any hidden intention in his actions. At that, the group continues the conversation, asserting that the treasure was a present disguised of loan to the new warrior. Totally embarrassed, the young protagonist sweated cold, imploring for that his companions stop with those jokes. With this, the one-eyed master asks for the boy to speak something, since he witnessed all that event well from close. Maintaining a serious features, the commander warns that he will make a separated report to Lord Joseph about entire mission. Sighing tired, the swordsman just accepts his superior's orders while tries to focus on the trajectory until house. Suddenly, one of the men notices on the horizon, noting that the trip passed very fast and they already arrived to the destination. The enormous city rises imponent from the other side of the water, glowing intensely in the cold and solitary starred night. Joking again, the soldier suggests to camp around their same and enter in the large fortress just in the next day. Then the knights accelerate their horses, excited to finally cross the gates and rest in soft beds. A beautiful blue flag with a sword emblem sways softly by the night wind, marking the sacred territory. Little time after, the group finally comes across the castle's gigantic entrance that was totally locked. In this moment, the squad leader approaches the protagonist, ordering that the young man head until they're to resolve the setback. Pointing to himself, the boy stays enough confused without understanding what he could do against a so enormous door. Facing the novice, the big guy asserts that arrived his hour to open the closed gates using just the own voice. The young man questions himself if he manages to do this, remembering that until a little time back he invaded places through hidden holes. Challenging the pupil, the one-eyed warns that they will sleep on the street case the door continue closed, motivating the blonde to try. Without many options, the warrior rides alone in direction of the wall guards, breathing deep to take courage. Quickly, one of the sentinels shouts, telling the traveler to stop and requiring to know who dares to approach late of the night. Raising his sword with pride, he introduces himself as Vlad, revealing to be the knight returning from his long mission. Whispers take control of the security while the soldiers recognize the great hero who defeated a gigantic monster. Trembling with nerves, the head guard desperately shouts to open the large gates immediately for the young man. Hearing the noise of the heavy gears, the boy is completely shocked to see that his words actually worked. Smiling from the corner of his mouth, the eye-patch commander rides close to his pupil, confirming that this is the power of a title. The master explains that being a knight represents great honor, and only those who prove their worth carry the name. Now the young man has the absolute right to open all the doors of the territory, and this leaves him completely speechless. As soon as they enter the castle, the soldiers form a long corridor, apologizing and welcoming Lord Vlad. To finish his great lesson, the veteran simply tells the rookie to hold his head high and walk with great pride. The narrator reflects that the gate the protagonist crossed as a wanderer now opens to him as a knight. The scene shifts, showing the current county of Gadar as a dark and very mysterious fortress in the middle of the cold night. Inside, we see a furious leader on the throne as he questions if the man in front of him still dares to call himself a knight. With a lot of anger, the big guy warns that his subordinate should have fought to his last breath instead of returning defeated. At this, the defeated young man just lowers his head very tensely and apologizes countless times, calling the angry man father. And the fury in the old count's eyes only increases, showing how much he despises any kind of major failure. The image focuses on the hero's bandaged arm, revealing the damage from his shameful defeat in the last great battle. Grinding his teeth in pure anger, the leader yells, wanting to know what a pitiful and disastrous mess all that was. Then he gets up from the chair, ranting that the boy ruined everything just when they were gaining ground. The sovereign complains that the defeat did not come from someone experienced, but from a mere rookie who was just appointed. Facing his son, the man says he lost much more than a simple weapon, giving away the territory's influence. With that, the commander turns his attention to the caped warrior, demanding to know why he let his boy be humiliated. Maintaining respect, the gray-haired guy just lowers his gaze, confessing that he has no excuse for all this. Completely outraged, the noble demands explanations, recalling that the advisor claimed to know that opponent very well. At that moment, the man confesses that the blonde boy is probably someone who also has ties to his lord. The mage explains that the rookie was raised by the famous runaway knight named George, which leaves the old count quite shocked. Hearing this striking name, the big guy's hand squeezes the arm of the throne with incredibly monstrous force. Then the sturdy wood of the chair is completely shattered because of the very angry leader's tremendous pressure. Trembling with anger, he mutters that this old scoundrel ended up harming him on purpose until his very last second of life. The wise man resumes speaking, praising the protagonist's talent in addition to the high level of security and good use of the territory. But the experienced warrior confesses that the most shocking thing was running into an incredible figure capable of going toe-to-toe with him. Sitting down again, the boss deduces that the rookie is a secret weapon of the enemies while cursing the cleverness of the northern gang. With the tense atmosphere, the defeated boy's father asks the mage if he remembers the sacred teachings of their old ancestors. Without hesitating, the gray-haired man just confirms that he perfectly remembers the entire ancient doctrine of that powerful nation. An ancient vision reveals that they need to take what belongs to others to be able to survive in that very cruel West. The proud count states that he has spent his entire life following this sacred law where he takes things and destroys them with pleasure. He guarantees that the pioneers of this huge house can even steal from others and that they will never allow anything to be taken from them. Showing a kneeling army, the Lord warns that from now on the eyes of the great eagle will turn to the north side. Raising his hand like a claw, the villain orders them to recover his beloved son's sword, no matter what the final price may be. Soon the landscape shows a beautiful and peaceful white castle surrounded by lots of snow, marking the cold start of another long day. Already inside the place, we see someone's hand placing coins on the table, congratulating the boy on his first salary. Looking at the cash, our protagonist is a little disappointed to see that he received only 4 gold coins. At this, a mustached officer notices the rookie's reaction and lets out a smile, finding the unusual situation funny. The man asks if he thought it was too little, and Vlad confesses that he expected the knights to earn much more than that. With that, the veteran laughs, calling him a rookie and saying that he now understands why Lord Zaire keeps him close. Still not understanding, the blonde questions how warriors of this rank manage to save money without a good salary. Then the mustached man adopts a serious posture, explaining that a knight follows honor and carries the responsibility of duty. But the young man remains confused and asks what all this beautiful talk has to do with filling his pockets with cash. Making a gesture with his hand, the veteran guarantees that it all comes down to money since a full-bellied cat does not hunt mice. He explains that the prize of honor is paid at the end of the year as a special bonus and that the boy has more than earned it. The boy asks about the price of duty, and the officer jokes saying that the one who brought the great treasure should not ask. Giving a little smirk, the man comments that after Dragon Slayer, the rookie earned a very peculiar nickname. Being called the Northern Rogue who keeps 2 handkerchiefs on his chest, the young warrior steps back feeling second-hand embarrassment. Laughing at his face, the veteran asks not to be forgotten when he becomes a noble, but the blonde says it is not quite like that. Changing scenery, we see some teacups while someone warns that now the rookie will have greater responsibilities. Lord Joseph drinks his tea peacefully and warns that he is going to assign an exclusive patrol zone for the boy. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist asks if he is going to have to take care of the entire area completely alone. The noble clarifies that he will send some guards to help but reinforces that the young man will be the only one in charge of that mission. Giving a very light smile, the boss suggests that the dark alleys of the city would be the perfect environment for the boy. Showing a relieved expression, the blonde immediately agrees, stating that that kind of place makes him feel at home. But the Lord warns that they are short-staffed since the other commanders are using a large part of the troops. Placing his cup on the table quite delicately, the leader offers to fund the salary of up to 4 people. He then advises the warrior to try to hire his own subordinates, leaving him a little surprised with the idea. With a serious look, the dark-haired man explains that this role is totally different from being a mercenary leader. Listening carefully, the young man learns that a true knight leads from the front and represents the others anywhere. Apprehensive, Vlad confesses that he only knows alley thugs and asks if bringing this kind of people would not embarrass the Lord. Smiling serenely, Joseph appreciates the concern but guarantees that these recruits will not have official positions in the family. At this, the protagonist scratches his head, realizing that if the boss cared about that, he would never have taken him out of that hole. The noble concludes that leading people is harder than cutting them and promises to send someone trustworthy to help. Being dismissed right after, the blonde gives a respectful bow and leaves the room to start his work. The one-eyed warrior questions the Lord if he really plans to assign that specific guy to help Vlad. Giving a confident smile, the noble states that the whole strategy is worth trying precisely because he is the protagonist. Clasping his hand serenely, the boss guarantees that this time he will trust the young knight's unpredictability. Changing the scene, we see an old colleague of the blonde totally shocked by the big news he just heard in the bar. Yelling with emotion, the boy swears that he will serve his dear lord with the greatest possible loyalty from now on. Bothered by the shouting, the rookie asks his friend to stop being dramatic and just do his usual job. Whining at the counter, the helper celebrates not having run away during the tough times since he is finally being rewarded. He remembers cleaning horse manure and suffering several bizarre accidents while following the boss everywhere. All emotional, the boy concludes that those difficulties were worth it because sticking with the boy was the right choice. With a serious expression, the warrior clarifies that his friend is no fancy squire, but just a mere employee. Paralyzed by the harsh truth, the little guy is completely speechless, losing all that silly emotion from before. But he quickly recovers, remembering that the protagonist also started out as a simple mercenary in his past. With a calm look, the leader decides to keep the companion around because, even though he is fearful, he does the job right. At this, the knight asks the bar owner to bring another acquaintance, also leaving her a bit confused by his request. Pointing to the big guy standing at the door, he indicates the person, and the lady finally understands who it is about. The young man agrees, stating that that partner's huge muscles are a huge waste in this peaceful tavern. Maintaining his confidence, the blonde guarantees that the big guy is extremely loyal and knows all the city's alleys very well. Sighing, the woman questions if taking the employees would not cause problems at the place, and the boy finds this doubt strange. Giving a charming smile, the beautiful lady mocks that situation, asking who would have the courage to cause problems there. Placing her hand on her hip, she jokes that the boy still has no idea of the true weight of his own fame. Showing the crowded hall, she explains that that is the safest place in the region, guaranteeing a great flow of customers. With a flirty look, the owner of the establishment leans in and asks the real reason for so much peace in that place. Looking surprised, the young man listens to the girl state that all this security is due to the fact that he has been hanging out at the bar. Thus, she encourages him to recruit whoever he wants from there, proposing an alliance where the place gains protection and he gains a base. Satisfied with the proposal, the warrior gives a very light smile, agreeing that this is an incredibly advantageous idea. Being very direct, the woman says that trading favors must be precise and clear, leaving the blonde somewhat disconcerted. Admiring his reflection in the glass, the protagonist reveals that he likes finally being able to protect everyone without having to draw his weapon. At that moment, the lady admires the genuine kindness of that incredible man, maintaining a very comforting and docile silence. Closing his eyes to enjoy the calm atmosphere, he confesses that this is the part he likes most about his new role. Listening to this adorable declaration, the girl just gives a tender smile, finding her protector's peaceful attitude cute. With a serene look, the owner of the place states that the young knight has finally begun to understand his proper place. At this, the protagonist rests his chin on his hand and realizes that there is only one last spot left to fill his new team. Changing the scenery, the view focuses on a huge ship docked in the port while the sunset illuminates everything around. Inside the place, we see a boy drinking excitedly and praising the enormous quality of that luxurious drink. He even jokes remembering the purple poison the boss loved to prepare, and that only served to give a tremendous hangover. Sitting across from the blonde, he feels nostalgic remembering the time when he took care of him as a simple child. Giving a smile, his friend comments that blonde boys are very different, and the warrior just listens to everything quite confused. Pouring another shot of the drink, the brown-haired boy asks the real reason for that very sudden visit. Without beating around the bush, the rookie mentions the old navigation and constellation studies his companion used to do. But the guy layman's saying he gave up on that path a long time ago, because no one would hire a crippled navigator. Maintaining his seriousness, the knight remembers that that man's great dream was always to sail and see the outside world. The boy responds with a sad look, stating that trying does not guarantee success and that people must accept their place. He concludes that an alley beggar is already very lucky to have that job, while the protagonist remains silent. Looking deep into his companion's eyes, the blonde just seriously questions if he really believes in all that. Having nothing to answer, the young sailor just lowers his head, feeling the weight of his noble friend's words. Calling his friend Harvin, the warrior lets out a light sigh and decides to share a small, very deep reflection. Showing an open cage, he says that a bird that spends too much time locked up ends up forgetting how to fly. Confused by the sudden metaphor, the sailor questions the meaning of those words without understanding absolutely anything. Getting up calmly from the table, the protagonist warns that now he can finally understand this whole situation. At that moment, the warrior's hand firmly grips his sword handle, preparing to take a very drastic action. With his eyes shining brightly, he deduces that that wretched place was devouring his friend's dream. Emanating a powerful and bright aura, the blonde decrees that it is all those awful people's fault. Without thinking twice, the knight delivers an extremely fast strike, creating a totally blinding flash of light. Desperate, the boy widens his eyes and tries to shout his friend's name to stop the tremendous madness. But it was too late as the blade releases a wave of greenish energy, cutting through everything in its path. Outside the hideout, some workers are carrying large heavy bags in a rather peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, the overwhelming attack destroys the wall of the place, launching violent shrapnel in all possible directions. Screaming in terror, the people around run desperately as dust and rubble take over the entire street. Totally shocked, the civilians look at the large cloud of dust and notice that Captain Hoover's hideout has been hit. Amidst the chaos, a man clears a path through the crowd, telling everyone to get out of the way to see what just happened. Totally terrified, one of the local henchmen widens his eyes, staring at all that sudden destruction. As the dust slowly settles, the huge crack in the building's wall reveals the inside of that secret hideout. Desperate, the man tells a partner to call the boss right now and gather all the members of that gang. At this, he mumbles that they were finally going to have peace after the greedy old man's passing, and questions the invader's identity. Amidst the rubble, the young sailor falls to the ground scared while the noble knight walks through the dust. Understanding nothing, the boy shouts, questioning his companion's crazy attitude, thinking he has completely lost his mind. Ignoring his friend, the blonde warrior just stares at the thugs in front of him, insulting that bunch of wretched hounds. Taking the lead, he states that trashy gang was just slowly devouring his companion's dreams. With his eyes shining brightly, the hero declares that those pathetic walls were blocking him from reaching the river. Hearing this, the worker is in shock, realizing that he really had been kept trapped there for too long. Swinging his sword with force, the blonde decrees that all that oppression made him forget what he was truly capable of. Showing great determination, the swordsman warns that he is going to get rid of all the obstacles for his friend. All this because, in the past, that young man also did exactly the same thing to save the hero from the extreme cold. At that time, the sailor reached out and prevented the warrior from being swallowed by the darkness of those alleys, being the main one responsible for rekindling hopes and showing that it was still possible to achieve a great goal. Returning to the present, the blonde concentrates his aura and fires a powerful greenish energy slash. Without an ounce of pity, the colossal attack hits the hideout, cutting the entire structure of the building from bottom to top. Seeing the roof collapse into pieces, the henchmen are totally confused, not understanding where so much power came from. That same lackey from before freezes with terror, feeling a shiver run through his entire body in the face of that strength. Cloaked in shadows, the knight reveals only his glowing eyes, emanating a completely crushing pressure. From the inside, the brown-haired boy watches the noble standing on top of the destroyed wall like a legend. Bathed in sunlight, the swordsman catches his partner's attention, asking him to look beyond those walls. Looking over his shoulder, the blonde lets out a slight smile and states that his friend's dream of sailing is still very much alive. Faced with those comforting words, the worker can barely react, leaving him totally speechless and emotional. Soon the dazzling view of the calm waters sparkling under the sun reveals itself, making the young man agree calmly. Leaning on the rubble, the boy finally returns to contemplating the beauty of the docks, feeling the wind hit his face. Breaking into a sincere and hopeful smile, he admits that he can now see his true path. Later, walking through the city, the sailor jokes that destroying everything and leaving with gifts is a knight's perk. Staring at the purple bottle, the blonde retorts, saying that it is nothing more than a dangerous poison handed over by the thugs. Changing the focus of the conversation, the brown-haired boy confesses finding it a bit strange to finally leave that place. Walking through the streets, the sailor comments that the old boss was terrible with potions but still took him in the past. Hearing this, the knight asks him to calm down, explaining that the local lord knows very well how to tell useful pests from useless ones. Agreeing fully, the young man admits that a large part of that alley's economy depends on the captain's smuggling. Because of this, he praises the mayor, believing there is a great motive behind the mission in those darker areas. Pausing to reflect, the warrior agrees since the ruler really had not passed on any detailed instructions. At that moment, the boy asks what the next step would be, receiving only a smile from the noble saying that he already knew. Totally confused by the sudden answer, the partner does not understand the logic, pointing to himself wanting to confirm. Soon the sailor remembers that the hero managed to make the enemy leader surrender without having to hurt a single person there. Giving a cunning smile, the friend suggests that the swordsman should spread that great news to the other bosses. It being the perfect time to show everyone how the new order had been established in those city alleys. Getting slightly anxious with his own brilliant idea, the young man bites his finger as he observes that whole new situation. Meanwhile, in front of a large building, a lackey waits anxiously, complaining about his boss's enormous delay. Until finally the guy spots the two boys approaching calmly down that village's deserted and dark street. Running desperately towards them, the panting man warns that he had been waiting for the master's return all day. Without understanding the reason for such a fuss, the blonde is surprised to learn that someone very important came looking for him. Taking a deep breath, the protagonist replies in a relaxed way, thinking it was just another common little problem to deal with. Therefore, he just tells the subordinate to guide the visitor to the woman in charge of receiving all his guests. However, the messenger shrinks back somewhat scared, suggesting that the knight himself receives such an imposing figure. At that moment, the view reveals a huge black horse resting the stall and blowing large puffs of air through its nostrils. Observing the tame beast, a long-haired man stares at the animal, praising the excellent build of that legendary mount. Soon the hero arrives in the yard, irritated, asking who allowed a stranger in there who could get bitten. However, upon looking a little closer, the swordsman freezes in place, completely shocked by the visit. Slowly turning his face, the mysterious guy stares at the boy serenely, patiently waiting for a reaction. Recovering his senses, the noble warrior goes to the man, questioning the real reason for him being in that place. Giving a small smile, the muscular visitor reveals very proudly that he came there at the mayor's own behest. In another corner of the city, the scene focuses on a blazing campfire while a voice wonders if the outsider would be polite. Sitting in front of the flames, the lord denies it, saying the guy has a stubborn posture but understands his own position. Furthermore, the ruler adds confidently that the warrior also understood the sincerity of his offer. Listening very carefully, the big guard easily deduces that the master's next step was already decided. Fully agreeing, the mayor states he has taken control of the region and now plans to focus on the threats from the north. Facing the fireplace, the ruler explains that the Budiat tribe has a lot of influence, being useful to control the others. With a serious look, the noble highlights that several families challenged his authority, and now it is time to fight back. Therefore, he guarantees that by eliminating the rear threat, his house will be able to face any challenge without retreating. Hearing the plan, the one-eyed advisor doubts if a young man, who just became a knight, could handle such a tough mission. Giving a confident smile, the master counters this doubt, stating that the boy has completely absurd potential. This is because the young hero rode the horse revered by the barbarians and saved them by taking down the fearsome northern dragon. Reflecting deeply, the dark-haired leader lowers his gaze, deducing that only that boy could achieve such a feat. Being absolutely sure that only the blonde knight would be perfectly capable of breaking this long chain of hatred. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the young raidhead walks through the hallways carrying clothes and finding the whole situation strange. With a thoughtful expression, the girl concludes that this really makes no sense at all and approaches a room. Knocking lightly on the wooden door, she waits a bit until she notices a familiar figure opening the lock. Upon opening the door, the protagonist is surprised by his friend's visit, questioning the reason she is there at that moment. Remaining completely silent, the employee just stares at the boy's startled face, suspicious of his behavior. Looking over his shoulder, the redhead curiously asks if the swordsman was really alone in that room. Totally nervous, the boy takes the pile of clothes from her hand in a sudden movement, trying to hide his tension. Ignoring her friend, she grabs the doorknob, asking how she could hear voices coming from there when there was no one. Staring at the blonde with narrowed eyes, the young woman irritably questions if by chance he was talking to ghosts. Holding that pile of cloth, the noble warrior starts to sweat cold and denies the accusation, trying to stay very firm. But the girl continues with that judgmental look, claiming to have heard a very clear conversation from outside. Paying no attention to the excuses, she walks around the room, decreeing that her great friend was changing quarters. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the raidhead explains that he would go to the end of the hall where no one could notice his presence. At this, the employee completes her reasoning, warning that she would also pack her bags to move to the room next door. Observing the warrior's back, she firmly declares that he was no longer the kind of person who could hide. Reflecting on the past, the young woman remembers that the knight was always willing to be a great accomplice to help her. And for this reason, she guarantees that regardless of whether he is a dark alley boy or a noble warrior of honor, nothing would change. Frowning, the girl sincerely confesses that the blonde will always be a person she would worry about. Getting up from the bed, she walks towards the door and asks her friend not to forget to visit the local church. Grabbing some folded pieces on the table, the girl starts to prepare to leave the warrior alone again. But that moment, the swordsman calls his friend by name, asking quietly what the reason for all this attitude would be. Stopping in her tracks, the raidhead fires back, asking if he did not want to earn anything, and offers to buy a gift. Pouting, the red-haired girl looks away, feeling her heart ache with that whole unusual situation. Breaking into a gentle smile, she tells her beloved to take care of himself and not to do anything overly stupid out there. Turning her back, the employee mutters that the warrior should at least carry some protective equipment. Watching the young woman walk away, the swordsman remains in total silence, reflecting on those sweet words. Giving a sincere smile, the noble mumbles that he just wanted to confirm if she was really okay. At that exact moment, that same henchman peeks through the door, calling his master with great urgency. Entering the room, the lackey respectfully warns that all the preparations have already been finalized. Moving his eyes slowly, the hero asks if everything was really in order for the plan to proceed. Thus, he walks through the illuminated hallways, calling his partner to start his newest mission. In a large, noisy casino, a dealer's hand firmly holds a small ball over the roulette table. In a very agile movement, the employee spins the roulette and throws the sphere with an impressive speed. Spinning endlessly, the toy attracts the eager attention of all the big gamblers present in that room. Totally immersed in the game, the men shout excitedly, rooting wildly for luck to be on their side. Walking through the place, the warrior concludes that this unhealthy environment is perfect for training his intuition. With his eyes shining intensely, he deduces he can use his incredible physical enhancement techniques there. Fully focusing his vision, the blonde notices time moving slowly and tracks every single path of the little ball. Bouncing through the numbered slots, the object seems to follow an obvious pattern, being easily mapped by the young man. However, a slight anomaly catches the hero's attention when he notices a trajectory completely outside his predictions. Casting a suspicious look, the swordsman catches a cheater observing the table with a very suspicious face. Giving a mocking smile, the protagonist finally understands that this game had been rigged from the start. Realizing he is being watched, the scammer gets scared and does not understand the outsider's sudden attitude staring at the game. But the knight's cold and shining look already showed he had discovered the whole dirty secret hidden in that casino. Feeling the imminent danger, the man starts to sweat cold, fearing the wrath of that incredibly intimidating invader. Slapping his hands on the table, the blonde concludes he has found the perfect excuse he was missing to mess up that dirty alley. Suddenly, a man in a suit approaches, asking with pure falseness if the boy is enjoying his stay. Surrounded by large brutes, the guy claims he would have received the noble properly if he had been notified of the visit. Looking from the corner of his eye, the hero retorts the other's words, insinuating that he would need permission to step into that room. Giving a forced laugh, the swindler adjusts his glasses and vehemently denies any attempt at a prior insult. Extending his arm, the gentleman invites the swordsman to go upstairs, stating that the real boss was waiting for him. Frowning, the adventurer questions the enemy leader's audacity to think he would go up just to pay his respects. At this, that suited man catches the hero's attention in a mocking way. But turning his face, the protagonist just asks if he still looks like a simple vagabond from the dark alleys. Faced with this frightening look, the manager starts to sweat cold, realizing the immense danger he was in. At that moment, a huge brute tries to defend his boss, warning that the knight was going too far. Without hesitating, the blonde delivers an extremely fast and brutal blow to the chest of that insolent henchman. With the impact, the giant man falls heavily to the ground, groaning in pain while everyone watches in shock. Giving a slight smile, the swordsman just ironically asks about this business of going too far. Holding the sword firmly, he warns that he was just fulfilling his official duties at that exact moment. Still joking with the situation, the hero wonders if he could take everyone down right there, thinking it is a great idea. Desperate, the suited man shouts, calling his barbarian bodyguard, not understanding how this was happening. Taking total control of the place, the young man sits down calmly, ordering to call the big boss of that casino. Indignant at the invader's audacity, the manager tries to argue against all that madness of closing the establishment. But with a deadly look, the protagonist coldly warns that he would not repeat the same order twice. Exhaling a crushing aura, the adventurer drives his sword into the floor, demanding they bring the record book. Soon the scene cuts, showing the grandiose and luxurious architecture of a chapel located right in the center of the city. Inside, the huge bearded warrior waves amicably, commenting on his partner's recent fame. Being quite polite, the hero bows his head, paying his respects to the great soldier named Gregory. Handing over a huge piece of meat, the brute offers that pride of his family for the young man to savor. Holding the gift, the blonde reveals he shared the food with the Lord and gets a burst of laughter from his companion. Even accepting everything willingly, the boy is still confused, questioning the true motive for that treat. At this, the big guy laughs awkwardly, realizing his bribery attempt had been too obvious. Scratching his head, he explains he needed a favor in his friend's area, so it would not seem like something too personal. Understanding the situation perfectly, Vlad just gives a comforting smile, asking the man to just spit it out. The soldier then mentions a guy known as Black Bear who runs a butcher shop in the dark alleys of that place. Explaining an old kidnapping, the alley proposes that they join forces to take down that thug. Connecting the dots, the swordsman finally understands what that personal appearance really meant in practice. Evaluating the intentions, the hero notices that his own goal of keeping order coincided with his partner's plans. With this, the protagonist concludes that both desires were directly linked to that dangerous butcher. Facing his companion directly, he asks if the attack method would be just a warning or total suppression. Showing all his ferocity, the giant replies with blood in his eyes that a simple warning would be too polite. Remembering the girl's peaceful face, the warrior accepts the proposal since he also planned to deal with this problem. Satisfied with the alliance, the commander warns he will adjust the troops' schedule to start the attack in a few days. Before saying goodbye, the bearded ally tells the boy not to hesitate to ask if he needs anything else. Taking the chance, the blonde politely asks for a bottle of whiskey, leaving his companion a bit confused. Showing the large piece of meat, the swordsman lets out a funny smile, warning he also needs to offer a bribe. Later, the young man arrives at the forge's door and notices everything is closed, wondering if the blacksmith had taken the day off. Knocking calmly on the wood, the hero calls for the old master, trying to figure out if anyone was inside. With no answer, the boy slowly pushes the door and notices the place is totally empty, getting a slightly worried expression. Slowly entering the dark environment, the protagonist analyzes the cold workshop, feeling a great squeeze in his heart. Totally in silence, the noble knight lowers his head, realizing the worst possible scenario ended up happening. With a very gloomy expression, he can barely react to the tragic scene forming in that dark place. Walking to the back of the room, the adventurer finally comes across the old master's bed illuminated by the moonlight. Taking a deep breath, the warrior softly murmurs that he had brought the good drink and the promised meat for his friend. Staring at the elderly man's covered body, the young blonde laments with great sorrow for having arrived too late. Being overcome by an enormous sadness, the boy lowers his face, feeling the weight of that painful silent farewell. Resting in peace, the blacksmith displays a calm expression, seeming to have departed without suffering any major pain. Holding back tears, the hero bites his lip, trying his best to keep his firm posture at this moment. Sitting next to the bed, the knight begins to report that this time his adventure ended up at the frozen northern border. Describing in detail, he narrates about the beautiful snow-covered mountains and the endless white fields of that place. Slowly drawing his trusty blade, the warrior reveals he fought bravely against a fearsome colossal dragon. Showing the silver weapon, the young man states that the old master's creation protected him firmly until the end of the journey. Giving a mild smile, the swordsman confesses he would like to say many things, but just one sentence would be enough. At this, he places the sword on the deceased's chest and places the elderly man's cold hands firmly holding the weapon's handle. Looking at the old man with great affection, the adventurer sincerely thanks him for being saved by him in the past. Remembering the past, the boy reflects that it all started with just a simple, humble dream from that great man. Having the pride of holding a clean and perfect blade that was finished directly by a boy's hands. Emanating an incredibly radiant light, the sword shone like a true star pointed towards the heavens. And after so many glorious fights, the great masterpiece finally returned to the arms of its original creator, being the perfect representation of the bond between the two, shining splendidly and illuminating all that darkness. A few days later, the three friends gather at the church cemetery, paying their last respects to the beloved blacksmith. Standing in silence in front of the headstone, the trio shows sad expressions as they stare at their beloved master's grave. Being quite sincere, the dark-haired boy comments that spending his first paycheck on an expensive cemetery was an admirable attitude. Hearing this, the protagonist softly murmurs that he just wanted to get the elderly man out of those dirty alleys at least in the end. Staring at the headstone with the title of the best blacksmith in the region, he reflects that the elderly man did not have a name to tell the world. Nodding slightly, his companion reveals he asked around about the deceased's identity without getting any success. Sighing peacefully, the swordsman questions why a simple name would matter so much in a situation like this. Keeping his serene look on the stone tome, the young man states that only his own memory would be enough. Calmly walking toward the exit of the place, the group begins their return to the city, letting the kind old man rest. At that moment, the blonde hero casts a serious glance to the side, noticing something very peculiar drawing his attention. Arriving at a huge stone arch, they find a group of needy children staring at the three of them very intensely. Overcome by curiosity, the warriors observe the sad and downcast expressions of those little street dwellers. Analyzing the situation, the adventurer comments that these minors just live staring from afar without ever begging for alms. Finding this doubt very strange, the friend beside him asks if the swordsman really has no idea of the real reason. Showing a slight melancholy smile, the friend remembers that in the past they also had that same lost look. Changing the subject, the companion notices how that year's winter was being much colder compared to the previous year. Caught by surprise by this information, the protagonist widens his eyes, perfectly understanding the gravity of the situation. Staring at the poor children, the boy quietly agrees, feeling that unfortunately many there would end up not surviving the cold. Frowning seriously, he internally reflects that a simple blanket would be enough to save lives. Noticing the blonde's intention, the boy quickly asks him to forget about it because he only had one gold coin left. Handing over the golden piece, the hero decides to use his entire salary to buy supplies and ask for prayers for the deceased. Holding the money nimbly, the ally breaks into a gentle smile, finding that humble exchange an excellent deal. Wiping away some tears, the red-haired girl decides to join the cause, stating that everyone needed a good meal. Infected by that mild atmosphere, the protagonist shows a radiant smile, murmuring that they would make a difference. With that, the trio moves forward confidently, proving that the blacksmith's true masterpiece continued to illuminate all those alleys. Even having a different name, the legacy of that gentleman now warmed the hearts of several children, bringing a lot of joy. Moving forward in time, we see the noble warrior leading an imposing battalion of heavily armed soldiers in the middle of the night. Observing the destroyed place, a bearded commander grumbles about the tragic state there, predicting a great outbreak of disease. Being quite direct, he claims to have changed his initial plans, realizing the need to use stricter measures. Maintaining his impeccable posture, the blonde leader asks his ally not to worry, leaving the man a bit confused. Displaying a cold look, the young warrior states that the enemies will serve as a great excuse to solve this problem. Surprised by the attitude, the bearded commander realizes the leader had planned this from the very beginning. Smiling confidently, the blonde explains that it is not possible to deal with the allies peacefully. Agreeing with the statement, the ally gives a wide smile, finding that strategy very ingenious. Staring at the macabre enemy heading out, the man praises the fact that the swordsman is so direct. At that moment, the protagonist warns that he is going to start the operation, receiving his partner's confirmation. Emanating a strong light, the hero announces he is Vlad and warns that he has come to arrest the local criminals. Reading a large scroll, the knight lists all the terrible crimes committed by that faction. Raising his voice, he orders the enemy leader to come out immediately to face judgment. However, the place remains in absolute silence while the large army patiently waits. Analyzing the situation, the bearded man grumbles that they are going to resist exactly as the young man had predicted. At this, the warrior comments that this rebellious attitude was the perfect excuse for an attack once and for all. Staring at the large wooden door, the swordsman reflects that the opponents must be well prepared. Inside, we see several armed thugs aware that getting caught meant the end of the line for them. Maintaining an intimidating expression, the commander calls out the names of two of his best warriors. Quickly, the fighters take the front line, preparing their weapons to clear the way. One of the men asks if they should just scare the enemies or if they can fight using everything they have. Cloaked by the shadows, the protagonist answers the doubt by asking what the ally thought about it. Taken by fury, the fighter remembers the atrocities involving magic committed by the criminals. Focusing on the hero's intense blue look, we notice his deep indignation with all this local evil. Having his eye glowing a bright red, the soldier prepares to punish those awful people. Suddenly, a massive reddish attack blows up the door, throwing all the thugs far away. Caught by surprise, the outlaws scream in pain as they fall heavily injured on the floor. Scared by the loud noise, they ask themselves what in the world just happened in the middle of that smoke. Staring at the opponents, the big guy murmurs in a frightening way that just arresting them was not enough. Sweating cold, the outlaws panic, questioning how a barbarian could be living in that city. With a serious face, the formidable combatant warns that he was definitely not a simple barbarian. Attacking without any mercy, the invader sends his victims flying while they recognize him as a Buddha. Totally desperate, the criminals scream demanding someone to stop the advance of that fierce monster. Showing off his tattooed arms, the strong man raises his red blade, emanating a crushing pressure. Showing no trace of hesitation, the ally delivers countless blows, taking down several guys there. Delivering a swift strike, the mysterious swordsman hits the thugs with a powerful reddish slash. Advancing like a true monster, the fighter attacks non-stop, clearing a path through the enemy hidyat. Seeing that brutal fury, the henchmen retreat desperately, calling the warrior several cruel names. Taking advantage of an opening, one of the outlaws tries to counterattack, wielding a large silver axe. In that instant, another giant ally jumps through the air carrying two heavy weapons, ready to smash. Coming down with brute force, the big guy sinks the villain into the floor, damaging the entire structure of that setting. Showing no mercy, the warrior continues his intense attack, sweeping away anyone who tries to fight. Being quite relentless, the other combatant also finishes off his targets using precise movements. Soon that dark floor ends up completely covered by countless outlaws defeated in combat. Watching from afar, the blonde leader praises his great team's incredible agility and brute force. But one of the surviving opponents loudly orders the rest of the gang to surround the two invaders. Unexpectedly, an intense glow illuminates the entire place, catching the rebels completely by surprise. With that, the sword of the troublemaker who was shouting is easily sliced right in half. Being hit by a strong gust of wind, the men feel very afraid of that mysterious attack. Staring at the piece of metal in his hands, the thug displays a clear expression of despair and cowardice. Covered by a bluish aura, the noble knight warns that anyone who still tries to stand would meet a relentless fate, being easily sliced by his dangerous and glowing magic blade. Faced with so much power, the huge group of criminals freezes with terror, stepping back in panic. Showing a cold look, the commander tells everyone to kneel right there without causing more trouble. Trembling with fear, the henchmen quickly obey the order, placing their knees on the floor, defeated. Finding the scenario very favorable, the bearded colleague suggests leaving the rest to the city guard. Opening a huge door, the formidable trio advances down the corridor looking for the gang's big boss. Focusing his vision in the dark environment, the hero notices something very bizarre happening in the back of the room. Catching a strange scene, they find the fearsome enemy leader kneeling before a priest. Without showing any reaction, the old religious man extends his free hand, politely greeting the blonde knight. Taken by surprise, the young man narrows his eyes, questioning the true identity of this guy. Showing a prayer book, the bald man claims to be an important envoy of the city's local church. Explaining his mission, Vlad points out that the prostrated brute had several crimes on his record. Denying the accusations, the priest argues that there is no longer any sinner living in that place. Displaying a long blessed scroll, the mysterious man absolves all the great villain's crimes. Remembering the past, the protagonist realizes that the church always preached that divine goodness was everywhere. But this sacred light never shone equally for all people. Thus, it reached the richest first and let the poorest people live in complete darkness. At this, the greedy old man proudly shows that document that represented the true image of the church. Staring at that paper, the young blonde wants to know if the thug was really free from his guilt. With a cynical smile, the priest claims that the bishop himself granted this special pardon. Hearing this, the gang leader is shocked to have received the blessing of someone so important. At that moment, Vlad becomes furious, noticing that a piece of paper solved all that criminal's problems. He immediately remembers the countless innocent victims who lost their lives because of this corruption. And the hero's eyes shine intensely while the mobster boasts about being totally innocent. The big guy rubs his arm and mocks, saying that he has already been forgiven by the deities. The knight feels disgusted by this situation, wanting to understand how such an atrocity was forgiven. But the fake religious man defends the villain, stating that one just needs to have a sincere heart to receive grace. With a wicked smile, the criminal mocks the trio, saying that their trip there was useless. The boy clenches his fist in outrage, seeking to understand how the world allows things like this to happen. He remembers the several women who cried behind bars because of this monster, and also the little children who departed in great fear, trembling alone in the dark. Therefore, he asks the gang boss how he can smile after causing so much suffering. Emanating a dark aura, the blonde decrees that everything was completely wrong. Then he faces the old man, questioning if anyone could really receive this divine pardon. Raising his hands, the bald man guarantees that the church clears the record of any sinner without exceptions. Getting the message, the swordsman closes his eyes and accepts the harsh reality of this world. With that, he calls his bearded friend, recalling an old conversation they had in a foggy village. At that time, his colleague taught that someone needed to take responsibility when the gods failed. Hearing this, the big guy widens his eyes, realizing his ally's dangerous intentions. Then the protagonist warns that true justice would be served by his own hands. Desperate, the older warrior tries to stop his partner's advance by shouting loudly, but the young man had already charged at the enemy, displaying a luminous and lethal trail. Using the master swordman's discipline, the hero attacks the gang leader, applying a crushing blow. And the criminal meets his terrible end, being punished for all the cruel sins he committed. Taken by surprise, the fake religious man widens his eyes, not believing what he had just witnessed. Closing his eyes, the bearded giant feels a strong distress for not being able to prevent the worst. At this, the other henchmen are paralyzed with terror as they observe the young blonde's frightening strength. With a dirty face after his quick attack, the fearless warrior maintains a cold and very intimidating expression. Slowly sheathing his sword, he finishes the strike as the enemy leader falls defeated on the cold floor. Being stained by the consequences of that clash, the priest freezes in panic, staying close to the fallen mobster. Overcome by complete despair, the bald man starts screaming, trying to understand the reason for that brutal attitude. Declaring himself a great sinner, the noble protagonist is bathed by a mysterious light in that environment. And holding the blade of his weapon, he fervently calls for a divine chance to atone for his own sins. Changing scenery, an elegant man rests his face in his hands, questioning if the boy really did such a thing. Displaying a guilty expression, the bearded ally apologizes, stating he should have stopped the boy earlier. However, the boss rejects this idea, highlighting that the sacred document was purposely given to the great villain. Crossing his fingers, the family leader realizes they are trying to make fools out of them and asks about the hero. Quickly, the mustached colleague reports that the boy was waiting in his room to avoid drawing too much attention. Agreeing with the situation, the somber man calls his other subordinate named Jager to solve this problem. And ruthlessly, he orders the one-eyed warrior to arrest the young man immediately under the serious accusation. Hearing that harsh order, those present in the room are quite shocked by the frightening turn everything took. Keeping his mind sharp, the leader acknowledges that Vlad's choice was very foolish but completely understandable. With this, he deduces that the church planned everything from the start, focusing on harming the blonde boy on purpose. Thus, arresting the rebellious swordsman would be the only viable way to deal with that dangerous conspiracy. Understanding the gravity of the mission, the skilled one-eyed warrior is surprised and determined at the same time. Placing his hand on his chest, Jaeger accepts his burden with great loyalty while the big guy watches everything anxiously. Desperate, his companion tries to intervene in the conversation, begging to take on that difficult task in his place. However, the veteran claims he failed to raise the boy properly, deciding to take full responsibility. Reaching out, the bearded man tries to reach his companion, feeling a painful squeeze in his chest seeing this scene. He mentally blames himself, finding it sad that a master has to arrest his own student because of the family's haste. At that moment, the boss goes back to writing on a piece of paper, warning that the big guy also needed to own up to his failures. Lowering his head, the warrior agrees with the punishment, being praised for his quick decision in the face of the crisis. Handing over a sealed letter, the mysterious leader tells the bearded man to go immediately to Barna to deliver the message. Taking the document in confusion, the terrified lackey asks about the identity of who would receive that text. Pounding his chest, the big guy claims he understood the message perfectly, promising to travel without resting a single minute. At this, the elegant master orders his guards to call the mage, seeking to warn his own father about that problem. Quickly complying with this important order, the trio of henchmen shout in unison, confirming they would fulfill that mission. Walking to the window, the noble reflects that he already expected something like this, realizing the bishop used the boy as bait. But knowing his position as the family leader, he understands he needed to respond properly to that tremendous audacity. With a serene look, the man thinks everything happened at the right time, feeling it was the ideal time to take over that place. Thus, he observes the entire landscape outside, desiring to turn that territory into a place totally under his power. Returning to the central church, the fake priest crawls begging for forgiveness for not being able to prevent the brutal attack. Staring at an old record book, the bishop notes that the knight was very bold, confirming who the boy's guarantor would be. Trembling with great fear, the bald lackey remains prostrated, agreeing with that information to try to calm his boss down. Closing his documents, the evil cleric thinks he made the right choice, planning to eliminate all his rivals together. Being extremely arrogant, the elderly man judges the son of the enemy family, claiming he depended only on his lineage. And he also highlights his hatred for the kind priest, who acted like a thorn in his side teaching children in the city streets. As for the young blonde, he was seen only as a simple, annoying street rat who gained support from those two influential figures. Displaying a very sinister aura, the old man decrees that he would not stand still anymore, highlighting that he had control of everything there. Keeping his ego very large, he orders one of the guards to look for the local mayor, using the strong divinity as an excuse. With this, the leader orders that the foolish hero should be handed over immediately for tearing his sacred document. At this, the wicked man demands that a special group be prepared, leaving his old henchman totally amazed by this order. Having a calculating look, the religious man declares he had been waiting for this huge opportunity since he stepped foot in the region. He then remembers the dark rumors surrounding the protagonist's mysterious past and those rare dark lightning bolts of his. To the villain, it was absurd that someone could awaken their aura so quickly, becoming a knight in a few months. Smiling evilly, the elderly man plans to expose the boy's bizarre powers to sink everyone who strongly supported him. During that same night, the great city is taken by a thick fog while a dangerous tension hung over the houses. Marching in sync, a huge army begins to advance, stepping firmly on that ground, clanking their armors. Carrying imposing church flags, a large squad takes the streets, being guided by a white-caped captain. Arriving in front of a mansion, the warrior raises his right hand with shining armor, signaling a tactical pause. Quickly, his numerous subordinates stop in formation, holding strong iron shields and very sharp spears. Facing the luxurious building, the leader of that guard yells out loud, warning that everyone there arrived under orders from the bishopric. The paladin decrees that the young swordsman ignored the divine pardon, committing a grave blasphemy that would not go unnoticed. Therefore, he demands that the gates be opened right away, threatening to turn all the residents there into heretics. Hidden by the shadows, the bearded man listens to the knight in white complain about loud shouting since the beginning of the day. Taken by surprise, the religious warrior turns his face, staring at the intruder to question his identity. At that moment, the mysterious man in the blue cape introduces himself as the knight in charge of patrolling that location. Frowning, the commander warns that search goes beyond his jurisdiction, focusing only on the crime of heresy. Finding this absurd, the one-eyed man argues that accusing people for being the swordsman's area is a huge exaggeration. Maintaining a firm stance, the fanatic counters by saying that this kind of judgment belongs only to divine authority. Staring at the rival, the loyal lackey warns that they are not the ones crossing the dangerous line of nobility. Arriving in sync, several well-armed guards prepare themselves, forming a large barrier with their shields. With this, a very tense atmosphere takes over the environment, leaving the two armies ready for a possible confrontation. Protecting the path, the veteran blocks the way, ordering them to seek permission from the city hall before entering. Angered by the audacity, the religious captain stares at the man, asking if he can bear the weight of this treason. Giving a beautiful smile, the lackey mocks, stating he has a huge debt at stake and that he did not have many choices there. Far from that area, a dark creature begins to finish off the fallen soldiers using an obscure and lethal power. True to his principles, the one-eyed warrior swears that he was just paying the price of his own life. Sometime later, the dawn illuminates the large stone walls of the main prison, chasing away the night fog. Going down to the dungeon, the experienced master visits the young prisoner, remembering an old warning about being ready. Analyzing the trap boy, he highlights that the kind leader had to intervene to clean up all the mess created. With a sad expression, the hero lowers his head, feeling a crushing weight, and asks for forgiveness for his bad decisions. Sighing deeply, the man confesses that a talented warrior should not have fallen into such a cheap trap from the enemy. Squeezing his own hands tightly, the boy suffers in silence, noticing how his perspective was flawed from the beginning. Trying to comfort the boy, the veteran points out that he lacked the political experience to deal with the dangerous clergy. Thinking about the strategic side, he praises the villain for choosing the perfect target and the exact time for the attack. Turning his back, he warns that the prisoner would only get a 1-week deadline until the decisive trial. Accepting the harsh warning, the boy quietly agrees while the guard hides the pain of seeing this terrible scene. Walking away from the place, his colleague promises to send a thick blanket, seeking to relieve the constant cold of that cramped cell. Left alone, the warrior embraces the harsh words, trying not to blame himself for doing what he thought was right. Reflecting on his vengeance, he takes all the blame even though he believed he made the fairest choice possible. Pressing his fingers, the swordsman realizes how the cruel rules of the streets do not apply in the world of high nobility. At this, an old piece of advice echoes in his mind, teaching that carrying a sharp sword requires bearing a brutal weight. Being illuminated by a crack of light, the noble prisoner concludes that he finally understood the true value of that lesson. Observing the central church while the snow falls, the weather gets quite freezing all over the city. At this, the evil bishop watches all the movement outside through his large glass window. With an irritated look, the old religious man understands why his rival demanded a full 1-week deadline. Staring at the courtyard, he notices a large crowd of people gathering quickly outside the building. Outraged, the residents protest, claiming that the mobster deserved his end for doing so many cruelties. Supporting the knight, one man asks why they are treating a true hero as if he were a random thug. Raising their fists, the population unites to defend the young blonde, calling him the great pride of that region. At that moment, the furious crowd demands a leader who has northern blood, not accepting orders coming from outside. Hearing those demands, the fake priest frowns, thinking that all those people were just a bunch of savages. Turning his back to the window, the villain finds it bold that they try to shake his power using the city people's opinion. Displaying an evil smile, the elderly man decrees that that trial would represent the absolute will of the great church. Sometime later, the grand sacred judgment hall was fully illuminated and ready for the event. Waiting in the center of the place, our hero stands firm, and with his head held high before the huge luxurious throne. Sitting in the audience, the noble family leader listens closely to the whispers of everyone present there. At this, a church lackey yells out loud, announcing the bishop's grand entrance, ordering everyone to rise in respect. Maintaining his elegant posture, the Lord focuses his gaze on the figure approaching down the hall's main carpet. But suddenly he widens his eyes, feeling a huge surprise to see who was accompanying the old religious man. Walking imposingly, the villain was being escorted by a feared special team of hooded henchmen. The nobles present are amazed by that, stating that not even the witch hunts were this extreme. Sweating cold, the master perceives his enemy's cruelty, understanding that all of this had already been planned beforehand. Surrounded by the hooded men, the young man waits while his ally notices that the bearded partner has not returned yet. Staring at the boy from above, the bishop orders him to place his hand on the sacred scripture and swear to tell only truths. Accepting the request, the brave swordsman touches the old book, stating with complete certainty that he would not lie about anything. At that moment, the pages begin to glow intensely, emanating a divine energy that covers the boy's hand. Right after, the inquisitors summon a huge, luminous magic circle around the blonde prisoner. With his arms restrained by a wooden board, the hero shows no fear, facing all that powerful magic. Following the process, the citizens are quite amazed by all this mysterious power being displayed there. Raising his hand, the elderly man warns that if the boy told any lies, the light of the magic spheres would go out. Watching the situation from above, the dark-haired lord stares at the bishop's back, feeling the pressure of the decisive moment. Aware of the immense danger, the dark-haired man prepares for the worst possible scenario to protect his protege. Displaying an evil smile, the old priest tells them to pay attention and notice the weakness of that northern lineage. Staring at the boy from above, the bishop decrees that from that moment on the young hero's official trial would begin. With this, the religious leader asks if it was true that the knight had taken down a man who possessed the church's pardon. Maintaining his firm posture, the blonde boy does not hesitate to confirm the accusation before everyone present in the great hall. At this, the magic sphere continues to shine intensely in the hooded man's hands, proving that the boy was telling the truth. Using an authoritative tone of voice, the old man states that the prisoner was admitting to having gone against divine will. Taken by surprise, the swordsman questions what he was talking about, claiming he never defied divine rules. But the priest completely ignores the young man's defense and just orders the guards to advance to the next question. At that moment, the hero keeps his head down while the yellowish light of the magic circle illuminates the entire floor of that place. Observing the injustice, the dark-haired lord finds it all pathetic, realizing it was a rigged question to frame him. He understands that the enemy would twist any answer, using faith as an excuse to judge the boy's righteous actions. Maintaining his determined look, the fearless warrior confirms he always believed he was making the most correct decisions. However, to everyone's surprise, the light of the crystal sphere mysteriously goes out, leaving the prisoner quite shocked. Displaying a victorious expression, the terrible bishop points out that the magic detected a big lie coming from the brave knight. Watching from afar, the master realizes that his ally fell into the trap because no one can always make the right choices. Sweating cold, the noble deduces that the religious men use vague terms on purpose to force that totally false outcome. Desperate, the blonde guarantees he was not lying, being ignored again by the cleric who demands the event continue. With this, the next accusation focuses on old rumors reporting that a boy had been struck by mysterious dark lightning bolts. Facing the villain up close, the young hero swallows hard and ends up confirming is the boy mentioned in that strange tale. Satisfied with the answer, the greedy elderly man gives a huge bizarre smile, stating that he carried a very ominous sign. Hearing the twisted words, the swordsman widens his eyes, feeling a huge panic take over his body. Then, ignoring the boy again, the villain asks if he started hearing macabre voices after receiving that dark power. Trying to soil the boy's image, the religious authority insinuates that his magic came from a revelation from an unknown being. For the first time, the crowd present in the hall starts whispering in doubt, questioning if the hero carried any curse. Falling into despair, the residents do not want to believe it, noticing that all his achievements would be tainted now. Sitting on his bench, the dark-haired lord clenches his fists, feeling that the prisoner's situation was getting terrible. The noble knows that the boy's growth surpassed normal limits, highlighting that this did not prove any connection to evil. He reflects on the ally's absurd strength, remembering the countless times he witnessed that immense talent up close. In that memory, the boy's sword shone with a unique intensity, proving that the power possessed an unmatched purity. Focusing on the present, the strict bishop glares at the boy threateningly, demanding to know the reason for that long and tense silence. Sweating nervously, the boy lowers his face, wondering what the best decision to make would be. Being judged in the center of the hall, he notices that accepting the mistake would make him a heretic, and denying it would show he is lying. Thus, the only way out was to agree, stating that he heard voices after the lightning strike because lying would be worse. His idea was to say that he suffered aftereffects from the accident to try to explain himself and not be condemned there. Plunging into darkness, the blonde feels afraid of having his secret exposed, and a shadowy voice guarantees it would protect him. Caught by surprise by the mysterious call, the boy raises his head, confused by that presence. Irritated by the delay, the bishop yells loudly, demanding that the prisoner answer the accusation immediately. But the dark voice asks for trust, leaving the swordsman much more relieved to face the villain head-on. At this, the prisoner gathers courage and begins his answer about the old voices he heard. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall swing wide open as a mysterious figure orders the trial to stop. Hearing the sudden interruption, the dark-haired noble turns his face, very shocked. Caught by surprise by the noise, all church members stare at the entrance in amazement. Accompanied by a few guards, the experienced local priest enters the hall, stating that this court was unjust. Recognizing his old friend's voice, the blonde boy is surprised and cannot believe what his eyes are seeing. Totally furious, the old priest yells, pointing his finger, saying the newcomer did not have permission to enter. Walking bravely, the father counters the authority, warning that he was the one who sponsored the boy. He argues that he chose the boy when he was just a commoner, highlighting that the punishment had to go through him. Displaying a deceitful smile, the bishop allows the man to interfere in the matter, thinking he would win anyway. Bowing his head as a sign of respect, the wise cleric slowly approaches the center of the large room. Walking down the church steps, the experienced ally walks slowly and stands beside the young hero. Seeing his beloved master close by, the swordsman stares at the ally, feeling a great relief in his chest. And protectively, the kind elderly man holds the boy's restrained hands, passing on immense security. With a tender smile, the companion praises the boy's bravery, asking him to leave the rest of the situation in his hands. Facing the villain head-on, the boy's protector demands that the last malicious question be repeated. Being the voice of reason in that corrupted place, the priest declares he would answer for all of his disciple's actions. Resuming the accusation, the religious commander repeats that the prisoner was hit by forbidden lightning in the past. He then asks again if the boy heard evil entities after this accident, and the ally just focuses his gaze. Side by side with the brave young man, the master thinks of the exact words to use so as not to condemn the boy. Bravely and without fear of superior authority, the experienced ally states that all this was very natural. Finally, he declares that all the swordsman's future and past actions will always be accompanied by this voice. Seeing this bold declaration, the nobles present are completely shocked and very confused by the situation. Displaying a wicked look, the bishop decrees that this mysterious voice would be something totally impure and evil. But the wise priest raises his hands, arguing that this presence could very well be the divine voice itself. Hearing this justification, the fake priest frowns, feeling a lot of anger at being contradicted there. Defending the boy, the elderly man claims the hero cut through the darkness using an extremely dazzling light. He points out that the brave warrior protected several pilgrims against the dangerous remains of a fallen dragon. Furthermore, the young swordsman saved the lives of several children fighting against a profane and cruel creature. With his hands on his chest, the ally asks them to consider how rare it is for a boy to be vouched for by two great figures. At this, the large crowd starts to whisper, agreeing that the boy really must be blessed by the gods. Bothered, the villain asks if the divine blessing would be so generous to someone born in the poorest alleys. Arguing firmly, the master recalls that the empire's founding king also came from a ruined family. Thus, he teaches that divine grace does not care about origins but rather about where the person is heading. Having no way to counter this beautiful speech, the old religious man just orders everyone to advance to the next question. Quickly, the bishop accuses the blonde of having committed countless crimes in the dirty alleys, wanting to know if it was true. Trying to twist everything, the fake leader shouts furiously, asking how criminal attitudes could be a relief. Keeping calm, the experienced cleric asks if the superior authority knew the true face of the alleys. He explains that stealing and committing tragedies was the only way to survive in that miserable and forgotten place. The wise father blames the church itself, stating that simple support would have prevented all these tragedies. Losing his patience, the villain argues that the boy's growth defies logic after he defeated a dragon. Taking the lead, the elderly man smiles serenely, preparing to tell everything that happened on that fateful day. He reports that the fearless warrior fulfilled his duty by tearing the night sky with a miraculous and bright light. Showing great pride, the boy's protector guarantees he was not the only one to witness this resplendent power. Mocking the story, the wicked man demands witnesses, stating that without concrete proof it was just a lie. Being very prepared, the kind cleric holds up several sealed scrolls, promising to show the evidence. The evil priest is amazed to discover that those papers were written statements by noble knights. Being supported by formidable warriors, the hero earned the respect of great figures of that powerful empire. Entering the discussion, the dark-haired lord stands up and confirms that everyone attested to the boy's great deeds. Clasping the cross on his neck, the old man feels the pressure of seeing his accusations about origins being shattered. Overcome by pure fury, he realizes that his entire perfect trap to frame the blonde was falling apart. With no other alternative, the bishop decrees he would need to resort to his last option by summoning a dark seal. At that moment, several holy knights enter the hall carrying a huge box decorated with a golden cross. Seeing this, the audience begins to murmur, wondering what would be so important to need this special escort. Then the judge tries to take the floor, saying he still had one final question to ask. Being very arrogant, the bishop shouts furiously, claiming he would reveal the whole truth with a direct action. With this, the object's heavy doors open, revealing an intense glow that dominates the entire place. Totally amazed, the old cleric widens his eyes upon recognizing what was kept in there. That sacred relic was known as the famous Mirror of Saint Muriel. Smiling evilly, the villain confirms that this item reflects the true soul of whoever stands in front of it. Taking advantage of the tension in the air, the religious leader decrees that from that moment on the exorcism rite would begin. But the audience finds this absurd, questioning that Vlad's innocence was already being proven by his words. Pretending to be right, the priest states that his duty was to investigate even the slightest of suspicions. Seeing this attitude, the dark-haired lord grits his teeth, noticing how well that man manipulated things. He understands that if the hero goes through this exorcism, he will carry a mark of dishonor for the rest of his life. Soon the noble notices that the truth no longer mattered, because the intention was just to destroy everyone who supported the blonde. Becoming clear that from the beginning this fake trial was just an excuse to manage to control the north. Ignoring the complaints, the bishop just orders his hooded inquisitors to prepare the prayers immediately. Desperate, the boy's protector tries to intervene, asking how he could use such a serious relic on a whim. Telling the old man to shut up, the villain yells furiously, asking if uncovering the existence of evil was a joke. Regaining his composure, he guarantees that if the boy is truly innocent, he just has to stand still in front of the object. Being very wicked, the leader concludes that refusing this test would be the same as confessing that darkness dwells in him. Saddened, the wise man warns he will not be able to stop this, but asks the boy not to worry about the results. Keeping his faith unshakable, the experienced priest smiles, assuring that he was always observing the boy's good side. Hearing these sweet words, the protagonist lowers his head, remaining in total silence and a bit apprehensive. Losing his patience, the priest questions the reason for that hesitation, telling the knight to step forward now. Still with his hands chained, the young man starts to take slow steps towards the great divine mirror. In his thoughts, he tries to calm himself down, telling himself that everything would be fine despite the tension of the moment. At this, a mysterious voice echoes in his mind, asking him to move forward with total confidence to the bright place. Accepting this comforting advice, the warrior lifts his face, showing a completely resolute look. With this, he approaches and an intense light begins to overflow, creating ripples of energy under his feet. However, the young hero's face is taken by pure shock upon seeing what the artifact was revealing. Before his eyes, he spots the imposing silhouette of his late master amidst a strong magical storm. In this mysterious place, the two warriors stand face to face, separated only by turbulent waters and intense lightning. Overcome by a feeling of nostalgia, the the blonde reflects that he finally managed to understand something very important. He understands what the true emotion flowing from that old blacksmith's eyes was in the past. At this, the master reveals his serene face, noticing that the blacksmith wished his sword would not drag the boy down. Commanding the situation, the mentor regrets not being able to see the young man grow more, confessing to having already taught everything he could. In order not to be detected by that divine mirror, the former swordsman warns he will need to sink into a deeper world. Not fully understanding what this meant, the protagonist questions his wise teacher's words. Explaining better, the noble warrior compares the path of the sword to a vast ocean, telling his pupil to advance to the bottom. Desperate, the young hero raises his voice, arguing that he was not ready yet to reach that level of depth. Displaying a calm smile full of pride, the older man guarantees that one day he will be able to reach this great milestone. Being very wise, the spirit warns that from now on the boy will need to go on alone to create his own path. Becoming distressed, the swordsman warns that this will take a gigantic amount of time, feeling very afraid of failing this mission. Placing all his hope, the master says he trusts him, asking to meet again in a distant future. Hearing this beautiful farewell, the boy widens his eyes while trying to hold back the emotion that was taking over his heart. At that moment, he reaches out his hand toward a bright light, saying his final goodbye to that kind soul. Accepting the weight of his destiny, the blonde knight calmly closes his eyes, gathering all his willpower. Returning to reality in the judgment hall, the protagonist remains motionless in front of the huge sacred artifact. Completely furious, the villain bishop tells him to open his eyes and face the trial, thinking the defendant was afraid. Unshaken by the elderly man's hysterical shouts, the young man just murmurs that he had understood, opening his eyes again. Carrying a renewed and fearless aura, Vlad mentally swears that he will do everything to see his great master again one day. With that, the gigantic divine mirror emits a dazzling flash that blinds everyone in the room, revealing the hidden truth. The evil priest's face loses all color as he faces that wonderful phenomenon, feeling his plan crumble. In the stands, the nobles are left speechless by the vision, while the dark-haired lord looks amazed. Even the kind cleric feels his heart race before such a miracle, confirming the blonde's crystal-clear purity. Trying to shield their eyes, the audience comments that the sacred relic was shining intensely with the colors of dawn. Being bathed by this divine energy, everyone concludes that that was a noble light that only the purest souls possessed. The power generated by the relic was so strong that even in the city's dark skies the dense clouds began to part. Walking through the streets, civilians suddenly stop, pointing to the top of the sacred sanctuary, totally shocked by that. A true sea of light envelops the entire grand religious building, proving the warrior's innocence to the whole capital. The miraculous brightness spreads throughout the capital, making peasants stop their work completely confused. Even the sailors at the docks watch slack, jawed that strong sacred glow dominating the city streets. Amazed by the scene, some women clasped their hands, praying before that incredibly blessed sight. Seen from afar, the church was now covered by a huge swirling cloud of pure divine energy. Returning inside the hall, the blonde hero remains in front of the relic while the old villain sweats cold. Whispering angrily, the boy laments not being able to see a single mistake he made, wanting to know why they were persecuting him. Shedding tears of pure frustration, he suffers, questioning why those people were trying to take away everything he had. Letting his emotion overflow, the warrior shouts at the top of his lungs, stating that the artifact had proven his innocence. At that exact moment, a thunderous beam of light descends from the heavens, hitting the top of the building with a devastating force. This powerful energy hits the structure head-on, falling right on the spot where the young man was being judged. The bishop swallows hard as he realizes that the deity itself had confirmed that that boy had done nothing wrong. Seeing justice being done, the kind advisor weeps with joy as he notices his dear pupil was safe. Falling to his knees on the floor, the blonde takes a deep breath, knowing he only fought to survive and did what was necessary. With this, the bells of the huge tower begin to ring on their own, announcing to everyone that the swordsman's purity was real. This comforting sound echoes throughout the hall, sounding like a miracle sent by the voices that always accompanied the hero. Shocking everyone, the grandiose divine mirror begins to crack and shatters into thousands of pieces before the priest. In disbelief, the wicked man grits his teeth, not accepting that such a valuable relic broke because of a rookie. Then the religious leader wonders if anyone managed to see what was truly reflected in that warrior's soul. At this, one of the inquisitors warns that the lightning destroyed the church tower, suspecting it was a presence capable of altering reality. Very tense, the old man argues that the energy was too radiant to be considered evil or a simple blessing. Plotting more malice, he concludes he would need to report this huge anomaly immediately to the higher-ups. Clenching his fists in anger, the fake justice seeker plans to send the blonde to the feared superior court as punishment. But a helper runs into the place, delivering an urgent telegram coming directly from the authorities of San Rosino. The messenger reports that Bishop Pierre would need to explain his mysterious connection to a feared dark mage. If the religious man refused to tell the truth, a deep investigation would be launched to hunt down all his crimes. Furious with the blackmail, the old man crumples the paper, cursing those northern scoundrels for daring to threaten his life. He understands that the nobles were uniting to defend the boy and that their power was too strong to be ignored. With no other way out, the villain casts a dark look, ordering his lackey to summon the Shadow Conjurer quickly. Planning his deadly counterattack, he orders them to send a secret message to the feared Duke of Blood. Meanwhile, the Majestic Guild's headquarters flaunts its grandeur, showing they had already taken the first step. Looking out the window, the dark-haired noble comments that the action was quick, noting the grudge held by them. Smiling confidently, he states that the capital's prejudice and contempt really had no limits. Being very calculating, the Lord deduces it would be difficult to get that region's political support amicably. With this, a new balance of power was forming, uniting the Northern Lords and the influential San Rosino. Changing the subject, the leader questions the mustached man, wanting to know the priest's current state of health. The advisor answers that the old man was resting but would need to stay in bed for a few more days to heal. He explains that the elderly man bravely ran through the blizzard with his fragile body, requiring extra care now. Very serious, the ruler asks them not to send the wise man back to his city for the rest of the winter. At this, he reveals that the cleric's fame was so great that no one would question it if he took the position of bishop. At that moment, someone knocks on the door announcing they had arrived and soon gets the Lord's permission to enter. Being very obedient, Vlad walks slowly into the office, waiting for his superior's orders. The blonde positions himself in the center of the room, surrounded by the advisors and trusted warriors of that castle. Staring at the boy with an intense look, the noble sighs, asking what he should do with him from now on. Feeling the weight of guilt, the young man lowers his head and humbly apologizes for all the trouble he caused. Being direct, the Lord confesses he prefers to act with perfect planning, but the night was always unpredictable. He warns that the Empire would start watching the hero's steps closely since he interfered with divine operations. Hearing these harsh words, the protagonist swallows hard and repeats his plea for forgiveness, feeling very bad. Maintaining his posture, the leader comments that the kind priest believed that God's blessing dwelt within the swordsman. However, he claims that this was impossible, guaranteeing that this religious issue did not really matter. Displaying a dominating look, the dark-haired man promises he would make things work his way. Getting totally confused by this mysterious speech, the warrior raises his face, not quite understanding. Then the noble points to a bag on the table, telling the subordinate to take it away with him. He reveals that this was a special payment serving as a great reward for his great achievements. Handing over the package, the mustached man warns that the price of honor would be paid once a year, using this special excuse. The master reveals there were over 300 gold coins inside, leaving the boy completely shocked. Widening his eyes, the blonde questions the reason for receiving such an absurd amount of money all at once. With this, the leader explains that he also tallied all the results from the days he worked in the past. Receiving his rightful reward, the protagonist breaks into a radiant smile, wholeheartedly thanking the Lord. Cutting the happy mood, the ruler tells him to remember that a real knight carries great responsibilities. At this, he repeats the bishop's accusation about the divine pardon, warning that this was a serious flaw pointed out by the villain. Being strict, the dark-haired master stares at the boy, stating that he would need to take responsibility for it. With an authoritative voice, the noble decrees that from that moment on, the knight Vlad was banished from Sora. Totally in shock, the protagonist widens his eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. Displaying a severe look, the leader shows he was not joking about that harsh punishment. Sweating cold, the young man swallows hard while despair begins to take over his body. In the back of the room, the other warriors lower their heads, feeling pity for their colleague's sad situation. In his thoughts, the boy tries to process the information, wondering what that banishment really meant. At this, he understands there was no other choice because the slightest mistake would give the enemies a new reason to attack, and the bishop along with the high clergy would surely show their venomous fangs to him once again. Taking the floor again, the ruler states that a light punishment would be useless and they needed decisive action now. Finally, the man orders the boy to leave the city in a maximum of 1 week. At that moment, the protagonist recalls an old conversation at a bar where a man dreamed of 100 gold coins. In the middle of drinking, the brute said he was going to open a business, but another companion mocked the idea, thinking it would be hard. Laughing hard, the guy claimed it was better than living by the sword and asks for the rookie warrior's opinion. Scrubbing the dirty floor, the mercenary asks what the blonde would do if he suddenly got 100 gold coins. Stopping cleaning the floor, the boy just answers by asking who would be the crazy person to give him all that. Getting irritated with the rookie's sore attitude, the man says it was just harmless chit-chat. Thinking better of it, the swordsman confesses that if he had all that money, he would pay off his debts first. Very surprised, the guy asks if the kid owed 100 coins, suspecting he was addicted to gambling. With a serious face, the young man denies the addiction, saying he just needed to return some important things. Leaving everyone confused, the mercenaries are curious to know what could cost so much. Back to the present, the blonde stares at several coins on the table, noticing he had little time to pay what he owed. Being very kind, the innkeeper says he did not need to worry about paying the lodging fees. He says the woman spent her savings caring for the orphans, turning that place into a shelter for children. Wanting to help, the hero hands over 50 gold coins, stating that this would improve the quality of the place. Displaying an excited smile, he asks the attendant to consider that as an investment with future profits. Sighing lightly, she accepts the amount, guaranteeing she would work hard so her investor would not lose out. The boy confesses he wishes to see the smiles of the shelter's children grow even more. With her eyes closed, the beautiful woman advises him to take care, complaining that the boy barely arrived and was already leaving again. Showing great confidence, the swordsman promises he would return safely, and she smiles, knowing everything would be fine. Thanking her from the bottom of his heart, the blonde bows to Marcella, showing much gratitude. Totally confused, the beautiful girl asks the reason for receiving those sudden thanks. In his thoughts, the warrior remembers his lonely past with no hope alongside the old master. He remembers how he was just an empty child, living in a completely gray and lifeless world. But now, breaking into a sincere smile, he thanks the woman for bringing color and joy to his journey. Somewhere else in the castle, a little priest apprentice walks through the hallways carrying a heavy bucket. Panting, the boy complains he would end up spilling all the water like that until he feels someone hold the object. Looking back, he is surprised to see the swordsman there to help with the weight. Walking together, the apprentice asks if the experienced cleric was okay after all the commotion. He comments that the elderly man should not strain himself in the cold but ended up fighting with the bishop as soon as he arrived. Listening to the report carefully, the young hero asks if the little boy needed help with anything else. Shaking his head no, the boy guarantees that advisor Joseph was already taking care of everything that was necessary. Changing the subject, the little apprentice asks with great curiosity if the rumors were really true. With his eyes shining, he asks if the formidable knight had really received the great divine blessing. Getting a little embarrassed, the protagonist sighs, noticing how the gossip grew, and denies the exaggerated story. Tilting his head, the little boy is confused because he thought that was the absolute truth. He states that the old priest was very happy, saying the blonde had finally become a noble warrior. Insisting on the topic, the apprentice repeats the story of the blessing, making the hero sigh and deny everything once again. Giving an excited laugh, the boy asks if he could brag to his friends, saying he already prayed with his idol. Finding the situation funny, the swordsman agrees to the request but doubts that this would be a reason for pride. Arriving at the destination, the kind blonde hands over the bucket of water and thanks the boy for talking to him. Waving his hand, the warrior says goodbye kindly, leaving the little apprentice very happy with the help. Walking alone through the grand hallways, the boy regrets not being able to visit his beloved sick master. In his mind, he goes back to facing that mysterious ocean of energy, noticing there was no longer any voice there. Feeling a great emptiness in his chest, he confesses he had forgotten what the sad feeling of being alone was like. But now, without the constant support of that kind soul, the warrior would need to follow his own path. Accepting his new reality, the solitary young man sighs as he understands he would need to get used to the loneliness. Sometime later, in a busy city inn, the atmosphere seemed much more relaxed. Sitting at the counter, a large bearded mercenary complains he always ended up getting punished when he worked with the rookie. Downing his mug of drink, the blonde agrees with the complaint, confirming that the duo really did not have luck together. The bearded man asks when the warrior is leaving, and he replies in 5 days, or even sooner if he is ready. At this, the large mercenary comments that the result was not the best, but at least they managed to complete the plan. He explains that the noble family now ruled the region with the end of the enemy group after the advisor's help. Smiling slightly, the protagonist agrees, saying that in the end they managed to come out on top. Then the brute confesses to having a huge debt and reveals his leader wanted to support the hero for the rest of his life. Joking about the situation, the blonde asks if he would eat free sausages forever, making his friend laugh hard. Changing the tone of the conversation, the man blushes a bit, confessing he was not very good at saying sentimental things. But he makes a point of praising the young man, stating that his actions on the battlefield were worthy of a noble. The experienced warrior regrets not remembering when true knights became so rare in that cruel world. He reflects on the people who ignore politics and religion to follow only the pure code of swordsmen. Lowering his head, the bearded man reveals he even felt very ashamed of himself upon seeing all that courage. With this, the mercenary stares at his companion, showing deep respect for everything they went through together up to there. Being very sincere, the veteran concludes his speech, stating he felt a great pride in the young swordsman. Finally, he tells the boy to take care on the new journey, and the two raise their mugs to celebrate. Displaying a warm smile, the protagonist says thanks for the beautiful words from his great battle companion. Clinking the heavy wooden mugs together, the two celebrate the strong friendship they built after so many challenges. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the city's docks, showing several ancient ships during a beautiful sunset. Walking along the pier, the young man of the sea smiles excitedly, saying it was very good to be able to see such beautiful vessels again. Pointing to the horizon, he shows a luxurious boat, noting that the ice in the river would hinder the trip a lot. The injured young man comments that that model was too expensive, while the blonde observes everything very carefully. Getting his friend's attention, the hero asks if he still kept his grand dream of sailing far away. Without hesitating, the boy confirms his desire but finds his companion's attitude strange, wanting to know what was going on. He comments that it was very sudden, this desire of the warrior wanting to visit the port area of that region. Stopping in front of a smaller boat, the swordsman reveals that that modest vessel cost 200 coins. The sailor explains it was a model heavily used by merchants, and soon the blonde says he had just bought it. Becoming completely paralyzed, the boy widens his eyes, unable to properly process what he had heard. Smiling sweetly, the hero dedicates the ship to his friend, remembering he swore to pay off the debt for all the help he received. He claims that even limping on solid ground, the young navigator could be completely free when he was out at sea. Handing over a thick document, the protagonist asks his dear companion to sign the ownership registration. Holding the paper with trembling hands, the former prisoner is totally left without a reaction before that miraculous gift. Confirming the gift, the blonde states that the boat now belonged to his friend, pointing to the beautiful vessel in the sunlight. Totally confused, the sailor stammers, asking him to wait, trying to understand what was happening at that moment. Sweating cold, he questions what all of it meant, unable to believe his great companion's kind attitude. In total silence, the hero just keeps a calm and serene smile on his face as he observes his colleague's startled reaction. Giving a sincere laugh, the protagonist congratulates the navigator, wishing him good luck on his new and grand journey across the sea. Unable to hold back his emotion, the new captain cries with happiness hearing that beautiful title for the first time in his entire life. Next, the young man visits the city cemetery, saying his final goodbye to the grave of the kind blacksmith who helped him so much. At this, he also meets the noble knights, thanking them from the bottom of his heart for protecting all the people important to him. The swordsman secretly meets with the other great warriors who helped keep the shelter's children safe. Walking through the streets, the blonde reflects on how he paid all his major debts, erasing each name from his mind little by little. Staring at the capital's great cathedral, he regrets leaving behind all those he would never be able to truly repay. That same night, the partners talk in a room, confirming they had already warned the great leaders about the departure. Sitting by a fireplace, the hero instructs the captain to get supplies for the nobles as soon as the river ice melts. Impressed with the plan, the sailor realizes his friend had already created a perfect trade route for him to make a profit. Smiling, the protagonist asks the big guy to help with the boy's new business, assuring that his strength would be very useful. Without questioning the orders, the giant merely nods his head, accepting his new and important mission alongside the navigator. Changing the subject, the captain notes that the trip would start very early, wanting to know if he had already said goodbye to the great mayor. Explaining the situation, the swordsman reports that the ruler was very busy pressuring the old bishop to accept defeat. Sighing with exhaustion, the boy of the sea laments all this annoying politicking and asks if there was still anyone else to say goodbye to. Lowering his gaze, the young knight falls silent for a moment, showing a melancholy expression on his face. Staring at an illuminated window at the top of a building, he confesses he still needed to talk to one more very important person. Inside the room, the red-haired girl curls up in bed, feeling afraid until she hears the hero knock on the door calling her name. Even recognizing her companion's voice, the young woman remains silent, refusing to turn the doorknob and face harsh reality. Insisting, the warrior keeps knocking on the wood, asking how long she would stay locked up, demanding a very serious conversation. Losing his patience, the blonde warns with a cold voice that he would smash the door to pieces if the girl did not open it immediately. Frightened, the girl trembles while the boy asks if she already knew what happened to the villain's old Hedia. Receiving no answers, he tells his companion to step back, warning he would count to 3 before forcing his way into the room. As soon as the hero begins the countdown, the redhead gets up from the bed, running desperately toward the entrance of her room. Reaching the last number, the wooden door finally opens, revealing the dark and silent interior of the resting place. With her head down in a sad expression, the girl appears very shaken while the great knight stares at her seriously. Keeping her head down, the redhead asks what the warrior wanted to say, telling him to say it quickly and then leave. Staring at the young woman with a deep look, the protagonist remains silent for a few moments, feeling a weight in his chest. With her eyes full of tears, the girl showed all her sadness for having been avoided for so long. Breaking the ice, the blonde confesses he intended to wait for her to calm down, but his time had suddenly run out. Getting totally confused by that mysterious statement, the young woman raises her face, not understanding what was going on. Without giving explanations, the swordsman quickly advances and puts the girl over his shoulder, catching her completely by surprise. Hitting him on the back, the girl yells angrily, ordering the warrior to let her go immediately. Holding his companion firmly, the hero just asks her to accompany him to a special place. Ignoring the redhead's desperate protests, the knight walks peacefully carrying his friend down the hall. Soon the two leave the inn and start walking through the silent and empty streets of the great city during the late night. Still struggling non-stop, the young woman keeps demanding her partner put her down once and for all. Being very calm, the blonde explains he had to drag her because she had not left her room for days, isolating herself from everyone. Displaying a melancholy expression, the protagonist finally reveals he would be leaving very early the next day. Hearing this sad news, the girl stops struggling, murmuring that he should have behaved better. She remembers that the last time the boy just ran away ashamed, whereas now he was being expelled from the capital. Accepting the situation, the young woman hugs her friend affectionately, telling him to be thankful for being alive and only exiled. At that moment, the city bells start ringing, announcing the curfew, and the hero decides to run a little. Winding her eyes, the redhead is scared by her partner's crazy idea of wanting to run in the middle of the night. Showing his strength, the knight takes a great leap, crossing the night skies while carrying the girl safely. Flying through the air, the girl lets out a terrified scream, scolding the swordsman for doing something crazy like that without warning. Totally desperate at the impressive speed of the jump, the girl begs to be put down. However, upon landing in a mysterious place, the young woman is left completely speechless as she faces something shiny. Before her was a wonderful and luxurious elegant dress that gleamed enchantingly in the middle of the room. Amazed by so much beauty, the hero's friend looks at the mannequins, admiring the details of those fine clothes. Being polite, the shop owner welcomes the protagonist with joy while the blonde asks if his order was ready. With a friendly smile, the tailor confirms the order, revealing he was already going to deliver the pieces the next day. Turning his face to his companion, the kind warrior suggests she try on the beautiful dress right now. Still shocked by that surprise, the redhead points to herself wanting to confirm if the gift was really for her. After some time, the scenery changes, showing the houses in the region covered by a thin layer of snow falling from the dark sky. While walking on the frozen ground, the noble knight remembers a mysterious encounter he had in the past. Walking through the snow, the blonde comments that the beautiful dress perfectly matched his friend's beauty. Light footsteps mark the icy path as the young woman walks elegantly in her red shoes. The two walk side by side down the silent street, while the atmosphere between them seemed a little strange. Breaking the silence, the swordsman gives a sideways smile, wanting to know why the girl was so tense. Squeezing the fabric of the dress, the redhead looks down, trying to hide all her embarrassment at that moment. Joking with her, the hero says it was good to have it tailor-made since she would not grow anymore, and this makes her irritated. Keeping the gentle tone, he advises his companion to wear her own clothes now instead of borrowing. In her thoughts, the girl lists the luxurious accessories, wondering how much all that wealth would have cost. She comments that just the beautiful shoes would be worth a fortune, doubting the price was cheap. Turning his face, the protagonist sighs, regretting not having done her hair because he has been very busy lately. Displaying a sad look, the young woman agrees, saying the boy was kicked out of the city like a real idiot. At this, she gathers her courage, asking when the knight would return, but he replies he has no idea. Squeezing her own hands, the friend swallows hard, wanting to confirm if the swordsman would still return home. Laughing at the situation, the boy asks if she would go with him if he did not come back, making the girl super nervous. Changing the subject, the noble warrior reveals the inn owner intended to leave the establishment to her. Widening her big orange eyes, the redhead is in shock at this totally unexpected revelation. The blonde warns the girl should take good care of the place, since he had also made a huge investment there. With a very sweet look, the hero promises to return to collect the profits, asking her to protect their home. That word hits the girl's heart dead on, making her cheeks turn completely red. At this, the warrior stops walking suddenly, confusing his companion with his suspicious attitude. Extending his hand, the blonde returns the old handkerchief the girl had made, handing the white fabric back to her. Displaying a charming smile, the protagonist comments he had finally learned how nobles acted. Blowing smoke from the cold, the young woman raises her face, not understanding what her partner was planning to do now. Shocking his friend, the fearless knight kneels in the snow, demonstrating all his nobility and devotion. Looking deeply into the girl's eyes, he gently begs the beautiful lady to grant him her handkerchief. Totally unreactive, the redhead stammers, feeling her face burn with embarrassment at that romantic request. They say there are two ways for a warrior to receive a piece of fabric from a woman, one of them being at the point of a sword. But there, in that empty and freezing square, the great hero just knelt humbly before his precious lady. With great affection, the young woman hands over the piece of cloth, being received by the swordsman's strong and protective hands. The girl might not know it, but with this simple act, the blonde was swearing to protect her life forever and ever. This was the solemn oath he took to always protect his beloved. Soon the scene changes, showing the entire city covered by a thick layer of white snow. With this, we see the hooves of a horse leaving their marks on the icy path. Someone then watches the footprints slowly disappear down the empty street outside, showing the empty armchair near the window as the day was dawning. At this, the noble warrior rides his imposing mount across the frozen field, until a guy grumbles about the unbearable noise right in the early hours of the morning. Shivering from the cold, the boy says he would end up freezing before even starting the trip. Startled, his companion questions his presence, but the hero claims to be just a servant. Winking one eye, the protagonist tells him to stop the act, asking him to stay. But the ally rejects the idea, claiming he had already invested too much time in him. The swindler warns that the world is too dangerous for someone to travel completely alone. Smiling confidently, the partner asks for a vote of confidence, promising to guide the way. Getting in the saddle, the traveler asks if he would also get a giant ship someday. With a slight smile, Vlad agrees, saying it all depended on his effort. The curious boy then asks which direction they would go, getting the east as a course. Totally confused, his companion does not understand the reason for such a sudden choice. Having a very focused look, the swordsman showed he knew his route perfectly. At this, the shiny jewel on his sacred weapon emits a very comforting golden light. Observing a beautiful illuminated tree, the warrior reveals he needed to find something. Thus, the guide accepts the trip, thinking it is better than just walking aimlessly. Turning his face, the blonde takes one last look back, saying a silent goodbye. Leaving the huge castle on the way, he set out on a dangerous adventure. With a serene expression, the hero bids farewell to the place that brought him great memories. Turning his back for good, the fearless knight bids farewell to the city of Shora. Passing through the huge stone gates, the duo begins their journey through the cold snow. Speeding up their mounts, the knights travel along the vast wall, covering a long distance. From the top of a dark balcony, a mysterious man watched the outsiders' departure. Another guy approaches, commenting on the freezing wind cutting through that region. Staring at the horizon, the villain states that the external cold was equal to what he had inside. The mysterious man denies it, shaking his head, saying it was not just a cold wind, because that also burned quite a bit. Watching the duo right away, the guy deduces that the boy must have found his goal since he did not even look back. Smiling from the corner of his mouth, the dark-haired man tells his loyal servant they would be very busy from that moment on. The man reveals he needed a gigantic strength to achieve the feat of never losing what was his again. With a serious expression, the one-eyed companion swears to follow his master wherever he went without hesitation. However, the ally seems a bit insecure, warning that the young blonde knight was already someone totally unpredictable. Walking down a dark hallway, he suggests the master should have given the boy some specific task or destination. But the leader refuses to take away the boy's precious chance to act on his own will, since he always followed orders his whole life. Staring into the void, the noble warrior claims that it'd also be a purely historical moment for all of them. At this, we see a beautiful raised spear while the narrator describes the rebirth of a tradition that had not been seen for generations. Being raised in one city and nurtured in another, that was a true knight carrying his own banner. The scene then changes, revealing the presence of a grandiose and gloomy imperial capital known by the name of Brigantes. Before a terrifying creature on the throne, a subordinate hears a question, wanting to know what he thought of the proposal. The white-haired lackey claims it is a perfect plan that would bring a lot of justification and greater gains to their side. Very satisfied, the Dark Emperor praises the old bishop's great idea, finding all of it extremely smart. Displaying a sinister and glowing look, the powerful ruler finally decides to accept the plan proposed by the advisor. Before a kneeling army, the great leader orders very firmly that they plant their banner in the northern region. Soon the focus shifts to a modest and calm village located in the far north of that vast empire's central region. Slamming the table in extreme fury, someone shouts, completely outraged, wanting to know how that happened again. That irritated guy was the baron of the area, and he was losing his mind knowing the great disaster had repeated itself. Completely infuriated, the noble scolds his men, complaining that the barley field was destroyed after planting. Trying to explain himself, the guard warns that the soldiers watched the place all night, but the huge damage occurred anyway. Losing his patience entirely, the boss tells the guards to stop with those lame excuses immediately. Trembling with great fear before that uncontrolled fury, the two knights just lower their heads, asking for forgiveness. Sighing deeply, the big guy laments the situation, claiming that absolutely nothing in the middle of nowhere was any good. He mumbles that the region did not have rich soil, depending only on extracting trees and cultivating the barley crop. The ruler falls into despair, predicting that everyone would starve if they could not start planting soon this season. At that moment, the baron throws a heavy metal goblet, hitting the soldier's face head-on and causing an injury. Demonstrating his cruelty, the villain orders them to handcuff the village's own residents and force everyone to work by force. Blaming the terrible forest monsters, the suited man orders them to gather all possible troops to protect the plantations. Bowing their heads, the guards obediently agree with their great lord's harsh orders. Putting his hand on his head, the ruler groans in pain, considering hiring some mercenaries to solve the problem. With a very thoughtful expression, the lord tries to find a quick solution to save his precious territory. Staring out into the darkness, the man curses that eerie forest, which had brought nothing but trouble to the region. Just then, the scene shifts to show the full moon lighting up the massive trees as a chilling vibe takes over everything. Soon, we see various supplies on the ground like pepper and jerky scattered around the traveling duo's makeshift camp. Showing a small piece of wood, the guide reveals that it was a pilgrim certificate written by Father Andreas. His partner grumbles that the young swordsman hadn't forgotten to bring the most expensive and rare items for the trip. Annoyed, the companion asks how the blonde guy didn't have the brilliant idea to bring a simple flint to start a fire. The protagonist fires back, saying his companion only brought a useless rock while his own items would last the whole week. Showing his empty hands, the con artist yells, confirming he did bring it, but the noble knight had crushed it to pieces. Trying to justify himself, Vlad claims the gear was already defective, making the other guy even more furious. Focusing on rubbing the twigs together, the hero tells his ally to hurry up and help because they would freeze to death without a campfire. Sighing in frustration, the swordsman finally gives up on that ancient technique, realizing he couldn't create a flame. At that moment, the warrior firmly grips the hilt of his holy sword, deciding to solve the problem another way. The golden gem on the weapon begins to glow intensely, startling his partner, who wasn't expecting such sudden magic. Watching the blonde guy standing with the glowing blade, the guide cowers in fear, promising to go right back to rubbing the twigs. However, the young protagonist ignores his friend's words, staring intently into the darkness, calling out to someone who was there. Maintaining his imposing stance, the brave hero gently asks the hidden person to lend them a flint. Even the great black horse snorts, sensing danger, while the sidekick remains completely confused. From the middle of that dark mist, a deep voice echoes through the woods, confirming someone really was watching the camp. Stepping out from behind the trees, a big bearded man praises the boy's sharp hearing, appearing alongside several other henchmen. Breaking into a cold sweat, the travel partner's eyes widen as he realizes they are completely surrounded by dangerous thugs. Holding a heavy club, the big guy asks why the brats didn't run away instead of trying to act tough. The fearsome leader of the raiders glares at the outsiders with a menacing look, ready to steal all their belongings. Without showing a single bit of fear, the brave swordsman stands his ground, protecting his cowardly ally who is trembling wildly. Giving a wicked smile, the villain comments that the boy's pretty face would fetch a great price on the dangerous black market. The criminals suggest that the blonde guy reveal his parents' names, promising to return the boy to his family in exchange for a ransom. Totally focused on what matters, Vlad simply repeats his question, wanting to know whether or not the trespassers have a flint. With a cold expression, the hero tells the thugs to check their own pockets, demanding they hand over the fire-starting tool right away. Letting out a loud laugh, the bandit leader asks if the kid is losing his mind. With an extremely cold gaze, the blonde guy completely ignores the provocations of those nasty criminals. Focusing on the villain's bizarre necklace, he notices the item was made from parts of other innocent people. Changing his mind, the hero states it was no longer worth trying to look for a flint among them. Gripping the hilt of his sword, the youth reveals he made a major decision the moment he left his homeland. This sudden menacing aura makes the heavy-set raiders break into a cold sweat, feeling a terrible shiver down their spines. Emanating an incredible glow, the warrior demands that the villains hand over everything they have immediately. At that, the henchmen shake with terror, realizing they had messed with the most dangerous person in that forest. Drawing his glowing weapon, the protagonist warns that he would take their lives too, since they were worth less than animals. Reflected in the leader's desperate eyes, the swordsman charges like lightning, cutting through the air with sheer brutality. Soon, cries of desperation and agony echo throughout the dark forest during that long night of defeat. In the morning at the village entrance, the guards grumble, complaining that the woods felt creepy that day. Fearing the worst, one soldier comments that something could jump out at any moment, asking his friend to stop joking around. But suddenly, the duo gets a major scare, hearing a strange noise coming directly from that thick fog. Quickly, the guards back up, preparing their spears to defend against any threat that might appear. Pointing their weapons, they ask who is approaching as a mysterious shadow emerges from the mist. Showing sharp teeth and snorting steam, a terrifying beast appears, huffing loudly and terrifying the men. Desperate, the watchmen start screaming, thinking a terrible monster has finally come to get them. But in reality, it was just the hero's mount, and he calls for calm, warning the animal not to bite anyone. Sighing with relief, the soldiers realize it's just a horse, while the blonde guy tells them to lower their weapons. With that, the youth reveals he has captured the fearsome raiders who have been causing trouble all over the region. Shocked, the guard asks if he was talking about the same cruel criminals who used to attack the poor villagers. Next, we see several injured feet walking slowly, dripping quite a bit of blood onto the dirt ground. Showing a tied up and completely battered bandit, we realize they took a severe beating at the hands of the great warrior. Holding the proof of their defeat, the thieves walk in humiliation as prisoners of the relentless night. Watching that startling scene, the guards are left open-mouthed, breaking into a cold sweat at the outcome of the battle. Showing the crest on his sword, the fearless boy introduces himself as Vlad of Asura, demanding to see the local lord. Shifting scenes, we see the Baron's beautiful mansion, where the high-ranking official finally receives wonderful news. Smiling from ear to ear, the big guy is overjoyed to welcome such a highly skilled, noble hero to his lands. Being very polite, our protagonist takes a slight bow, thanking the noble gentleman for all his hospitality. The big guy is thrilled with the capture of the criminals, asking the fearless knight to sit down and make himself comfortable. Accepting the kindness, the youth sits in the chair, facing the ruler of that forgotten territory. Smiling in a friendly manner, the Baron asks if they really managed to capture 9 cruel raiders. Keeping his cool, the blonde guy corrects the number, saying there are 15 counting the casualties and that a few escaped. Letting out a loud laugh, the official finds it all impressive, promising to reward the duo quite handsomely. Pouring a fine glass of wine, the lord comments that the hero should be carrying a banner to prove his worth. Without giving too many details, the swordsman simply agrees with the statement, listening closely to what he had to say. Sliding the drink across the table, the noble mentions he has a major favor to ask of a knight seeking honor. Realizing the bad intentions, the warrior deduces the man just wants to use his services for free and decide to focus only on his goal. Changing his tone, the Baron shares that bizarre things were happening, as the planted seeds were mysteriously vanishing. Even with soldiers guarding the area, everything disappeared without a trace, proving it wasn't the work of ordinary monsters. The official reveals rumors about forest spirits, catching the attention of the youth, who is surprised by the account. Soon, the focus shifts back to the great dark forest, dimly lit only by the light of the beautiful full moon in the sky. Next, we see a tiny hand picking some sweet, red berries from a very thick bush. Savoring the snack, a beautiful little girl smiles with her cheeks full, finding the food absolutely delicious. The little girl keeps filling her straw basket, very excited, imagining that her mother would love it too. However, a scary noise sounds from behind the bushes, making the poor little child turn around completely confused. Widening her large blue eyes, the little villager freezes in shock, unable to understand what she was looking at. Before her, a gigantic and completely dark creature with glowing eyes loomed in the middle of that blackness. Trembling from head to toe, the helpless girl cries in absolute despair before that terrifying monster. With a piercing scream of pure terror, the little girl startles all the birds, which quickly fly away from the mountain. Far away, the con artist places his hand on his chin, stating that something is very wrong with this entire situation. Observing the poor village, he deduces the place is broke and wouldn't even have money for its own food. Being an expert, the guy reveals that the Baron doesn't look like a good payer and will definitely stiff them. Warning that they should have asked for an advance, the partner is shocked when the noble warrior shifts the blame onto him. Reminiscing about the past, the blonde guy mentions an ally's knight, asking if his companion knew his nickname. Completely confused, the travel guide says he has no clue, guessing it might be something like the Sugar Knight. But the truth is, the strange fellow was formerly known by everyone simply as the Great Con Artist. Left in disbelief, the companion points his finger, questioning how such an odd guy could have a reputation like that. Smiling gently, the hero states that everyone has their use in the world, and that was exactly what their leader valued. Giving warning about the payment, the blonde guy claims his partner would take care of collecting the reward from now on. With a confident smile, the hero winks, asking his ally to use his smooth-talking skills against the stingy Baron. Taken completely by surprise, the con artist's eyes widen, realizing the immense trust placed in him. At that, the sly guy flashes a very clever grin, liking the idea of being able to negotiate the prices his own way. Getting back on track, the swordsman recalls that ancient forest held many legends and bizarre tales. The local guards then report that a poor child had mysteriously gone missing near the strawberry bushes. But sneaking through the woods, the protagonist grumbles, thinking that particular soldier talked way too much on a mission. The man keeps lamenting the tragedy, praising the girl, until the warrior's eyes widen as he senses something. Ignoring the danger, the watchman talks about the mother's crying, begging very embarrassedly for the hero's great help. Suddenly, the fearless knight covers the soldier's mouth with his own hand, telling him to be quiet. Startled, the watchman tries to speak, but is hushed by the young blonde guy, who is watching the darkness with intense focus. Trembling and breaking into a cold sweat, the short-haired man wonders what is happening in this tense moment. Seeing the boy's serious expression, the sidekick is amazed by the intimidating and protective aura he gives off. Soon, the scene shows the two of them hidden, observing the empty barley field where the squad was on night watch. Focusing his enhanced vision, the noble fighter notices a super strange movement appearing from beneath the dirt. Without hesitation, Vlad leaps from the ridge at an absurd speed, charging straight toward the center of the field. The local soldier panics, yelling loudly for his companions to run away from there right this second. Gathering his courage, the watchman also leaps down the small hill, ordering the entire troop to follow the brave outsider. With his black cape billowing, the hero runs like actual lightning, kicking up a massive cloud of dust from the ground. Keeping his gaze extremely focused, the protagonist uses all his strength to reach the target exactly on time. Arriving right behind him, the breathless sidekick wonders why the warrior had acted in such a sudden manner. Standing at the spot, the blonde guy warns that they had just been robbed, leaving the man quite confused. Widening his eyes, the soldier realizes all the scattered bait had simply vanished right from under their noses. Without losing his cool, the fighter asks to borrow a shovel, receiving the tool from the trembling hands of the frightened guard. With that, the boy drives the metal into the hard earth, starting a rapid dig right at the spot where the food used to be. Throwing plenty of dirt into the air, the warrior comments that he heard a subtle sound even though he didn't see any footsteps. With his beautiful blue eyes glowing in the dark, Vlad asks what the exact distance was from where the girl went missing. The frightened companion answers that it was a very close spot, wondering what he is suspecting now. Soon the scene reveals a massive crater dug out in the middle of the field, leaving the extra completely paralyzed. Staring into that dark void, the young swordsman concludes that such a deep hole could never be dug by humans. Asking the captain to take the lead, the young blonde guy prepares to begin the search for the little girl. Having a very focused look, the warrior states they needed to go exactly to where the child disappeared. The scene shifts back to the great mansion, where the Baron asks what the skilled outsider is doing now. The sidekick reports that after visiting the disappearance site, the hero decided to gather all the elders of the small village. Furrowing his brow, the official doesn't understand the reason for wanting to talk to the old folks of that remote place. The assistant suggests that the blonde guy is trying to investigate the past and the traditions surrounding that region. Worried, the Lord hopes the elderly folks don't say anything foolish about the area to the outsider. Tired, the boss hopes the old-timers don't say anything that could be used against them in the future. Remembering the banner, the Lord realizes the warrior's connections to the fearsome Vatican, meaning he couldn't stop him. The Lord grumbles that he was the one who asked for help, even though the boy was snooping around way too much. Trying to protect his secrets, the villain orders someone to track the boy's steps and prevent him from seeing too much. At that, we return to the humble village, where the swordsman asks if the elders really don't remember absolutely anything. With a desperate expression, the con artist says the poor little girl must be trapped in some hole right this second. Whimpering, the partner imagines the child's pain, crying in the dark and begging for help in total fear. Hearing that powerful emotional appeal, the old-timers stay completely silent, carrying a heavy burden on their conscience. One of the elders finally gives in, sharing that they used to perform rituals, since this wasn't the first time the barley had vanished. The resident mentions that the Vatican banned these ceremonies, reporting that children had never gone missing like that before. Quite curious about that great mystery, the brave hero asks what the true purpose of those rituals was. Once again, an absolute silence fills the room, making the residents avert their gazes from the protagonist. The con artist presses on, wanting to know the details, warning that without that information they wouldn't be able to save the girl. The elders get very worried, knowing the winter is harsh and the little villager would end up freezing. Closing his eyes and feeling immense guilt, one of the gentlemen whispers, revealing that the offering was for a spirit. The outsider duo listens closely, discovering that an earth entity lived in that dangerous dark forest. Maintaining his posture, the young swordsman asks the elder to explain every single detail of that ancient legend. Breaking into a cold sweat, the partner asks the boy to step outside for a moment, since he carries the feared holy symbol of the Vatican. The companion warns that the residents fear his presence, saying everyone will stay tight-lipped if he stays. Understanding the issue, the protagonist decides to step out, leaving the difficult investigation under the guidance of his great ally. With that, the noble knight leaves the old wooden house, accompanied by the captain of the small village's soldiers. At that moment, the guard calls for the swordsman's attention, asking politely to have a quick word with him in private. Quite nervous, the psychic tries to ease the tension, stating that the ancient offerings were nothing dark or macabre. With a serious look, the hero states he is fully aware that the Vatican strictly forbids any type of worshipping. Hearing this, the captain gets incredibly nervous, warning that getting caught doing something like that would bring very severe punishments. Keeping his cool, the youth understands the situation, saying there are rules people have followed for a very long time. With that, the swordsman reassures the man, stating he would pretend he hadn't heard anything about spirits or rituals there. Swearing to God, the outsider promises he would focus his attention solely on finding the child and the village thief. With that, he asks them to stop watching him, ordering the guard to deliver this message clearly to his lord. Breaking into a cold sweat, the soldier bows, apologizing for the offense and thanking the young man immensely for his consideration. Turning his back, the holy knight decides to head on his way, leaving the completely relieved sidekick behind. A short time later, the brave warrior meets up with his ally, asking if he had found any new leads. Being direct, the companion explains that the enemy wasn't terrifying, but rather something that made that land fertile. Finding all of that total nonsense, the hero questions the logic, comparing the situation to snakes living in trees. At that moment, the guard reveals the bizarre part, explaining that the creature lived underground and loved to steal the harvests. Analyzing the story well, the hunter deduces that the mysterious monster likely also loves staying in dark places. Putting the pieces together, the protagonist realizes the ancient rituals and the offerings to the spirits were the exact same thing. Reaching a conclusion, the youth orders the soldier to go fetch some barley, leaving him completely confused. Giving a confident smile, the young man remembers he has dealt with underground beasts before, asking them to set the stage. During the dead of night, the scene was already set in the middle of the dangerous forest under the dim light of the great evening moon. Observing a small pile of grain on top of a stone, the psychic highly doubts that plan could ever work. Hidden in the bushes, the guard tries to understand the real reason for placing the bait right at the top of that large rock. Whispering, the warrior explains that while digging he felt a solid base, deducing that the creature cannot break through rocks. Having a different line of reasoning, the soldier tries to argue but is quickly silenced by his commander. Keeping total focus on the surroundings, the swordsman warns quietly that the mysterious entity has finally arrived. At that exact instant, the ground begins to shake, and something sharp bursts through the soil right in front of their hiding spot. Without making much noise, a strange dark claw pierces the forest surface, reaching for its precious food. Slowly, the underground thread approaches the rock, where the trap full of tasty grains awaited at the top. Reaching the target, the monster tries to attack from below, but the solid base blocks its progress, making the barley shake slightly. Seeing his brilliant theory confirmed, the hunter realizes the aberration truly does not have the strength to destroy rocks. Left with no other choice, a bizarre, gigantic dark hand grabs the edge of the surface, crawling out of the hole. Seizing the golden opportunity, the bright-eyed hero draws his heavy sword, preparing for the attack. Using all his speed, the brave warrior charges forward, delivering a powerful strike to the creature's hand. With a focused and shining gaze, the young hero sees exactly what is coming out of that dark hole. Surprising everyone, a small and adorable chubby creature steps out of the earth, happily eating the barley grains. Observing the bizarre scene hidden in the bushes, the companions are left completely speechless and frozen. Very annoyed, the guard thinks the elders have lost their minds, yelling that it was just an ordinary mole. At that, Vlad just gives a slight confident smile, readying his holy sword to make the next move. Maintaining his calm stance, the skilled swordsman quickly notices that this was no ordinary beast. Looking closely, the hero reveals to his ally that the cute creature was actually a glowing mole. Without wasting time, the warrior charges at an absurd speed, tearing up the ground wherever his feet stepped. Sensing the great danger approaching, the small creature stops eating, left completely startled and in shock. At that exact instant, the hunter leaps over the little monster, stretching out his hands to capture his target. Focusing his sight only on the reward, the youth reflects the little animal's image in his glowing blue eye. With an agile movement, Vlad manages to grab the chubby beast, making it squeal in desperation as it gets caught. Giving a victorious and somewhat scary smile, the protagonist celebrates, saying he finally caught the thief. Trying to defend itself, the glowing beast opens its mouth and bites hard on its captor's protective glove. However, right after that, a massive flash of light completely blinds the hero's vision, leaving him quite confused. Running out of the bushes, the soldier approaches anxiously, asking if his commander had caught the creature. But suddenly, the ground where the young knight was standing gives way completely, creating an extremely deep black hole. Witnessing that craziness, the sidekick and his horse are left with blank expressions, not understanding anything that just happened. Total panic sets in as the alley starts looking everywhere, screaming out the name of the missing outsider. Terrified of losing his leader, the guard approaches the edge of the chasm, calling for him desperately. At that moment, the dust settles, and the partner notices something strange at the bottom of the crater, catching his full attention. Sensing imminent danger, the animal backs away in fear while the man focuses his vision into the mysterious darkness. Breaking into a cold sweat, the captain vents, saying this entire insane situation is driving him completely crazy. Viewed from the bottom up, the soldier tries to find some courage, wondering what he should do now. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the hole, we see Vlad falling at high speed but still holding onto the cute mole. With great skill, the warrior manages to land on firm ground, creating a heavy impact that shatters the surrounding floor. Standing up slowly, the skilled hero breathes a sigh of relief as the dust from his epic fall begins to clear. Glad to be in one piece, the youth admits he thought he would fall forever into that dark, bottomless chasm. Looking around, the young man finds himself in a gigantic cave full of roots, wondering where he ended up. Squeezing the bizarre creature in his arms, the swordsman notices a large secret passage hidden there underground. Completely annoyed, Vlad shakes the small creature, demanding answers about that mysterious place. Taking a deep breath, the swordsman stops shaking the beast, admitting that all of this was his own fault. Knowing the great danger, the outsider decides to stay alert and ready as he walks through the darkness. Focusing his energy, the warrior makes his eyes glow intensely inside the dark, eerie cave. Witnessing that immense power, the small mole is completely amazed by the young man's magic. Using his blade, the hero creates a magical aura to illuminate the entire long path ahead. With that, the chubby little animal reflects the holy glow in its eyes, becoming quite curious. Looking at the ceiling, the hunter realizes it would be totally impossible to climb back up through that hole. At that exact moment, a light underground breeze hits the young man's face, bringing a glimmer of hope. Feeling the wind, the warrior deduces that immense corridor must be connected to the outside world. Glaring at the small animal, Vlad makes a threat, saying he would eat the creature if it didn't get him out of there. With the beast terrified, the brave hero decides to just keep walking toward the exit of that dungeon. After a long time passes, the young man complains loudly, feeling like that endless path is leading nowhere. Suddenly, the sword's magical aura goes out, leaving the great swordsman completely in the dark once more. Asking very politely, the hunter commands the mole to use its bright light to help with the walk. Getting no response, the youth squeezes the beast firmly, forcing the creature to glow like a light bulb. Resuming his walk, the warrior uses the animal as a flashlight, warning that it would be punished if it went dark again. Hearing this, the little monster starts to whimper, flailing its arms in a pure sign of desperation. Not understanding a word of its language, the protagonist just focuses on getting out of there, following the flow of the strong wind. Sensing the exit is very close, the hero stops walking, noticing something very strange at the end of the hallway. Looking further ahead, the young man comes across a beam of light coming down through a hole in the stone ceiling. Running excitedly, Vlad teases the little monster, stating that his great sense of direction never fails. Suddenly, a very loud crash hits the area, causing a massive impact on the floor of that cave. Seeing the rocks falling from the ceiling, the warrior looks up, trying to understand the source of that noise. Trembling with terror, the chubby mole is completely horrified by that scary sound. Noting the creature's fear, the outsider tries to figure out the reason for so much dread coming from that little thing. Another absurd impact makes the cave shake, showing the swordsman the immense strength of that threat. Being extremely careful, the fearless hunter decides to climb the hole quietly to check out the situation. Holding the mole in one hand, the skilled warrior climbs up the dirt walls with great dexterity. Reaching the top, Vlad peeks just his eyes out of the hole, scouting the mysterious environment. Completely in shock, the hero's eyes widen as he realizes what is outside that big secret hole. Watching closely, the young hunter notices an immense, monstrous creature attacking a large tree in the middle of the forest. Using a gigantic axe, the bizarre beast delivers an extremely powerful strike against the base of the wooden trunk. With sheer brutality, the monster continues its relentless attack, chopping the large plant with pure physical strength. Getting a clearer view, the protagonist notices that the big guy was a terrifying beast full of sharp teeth. Breaking into a cold sweat, the outsider reflects on the situation, realizing that Aberration was no ordinary northern monster. At that, the swordsman notices that the small chubby mole was shaking with terror upon seeing that terrifying monster. Understanding the whole scenario, the noble warrior deduces that brutal beast was the little creature's worst nightmare. Using his magical vision once again, the skilled hero focuses his glowing gaze to analyze the large tree. At that moment, he gets a huge surprise, discovering that the beautiful plant was the true source of the earth spirit. Having a strong sense of justice, Vlad states that he usually avoids other people's problems, but this time he had to intervene. Preparing his attack, the brave hunter places the little animal on the ground, ordering it to stay hidden in silence. Drawing his sword, the fearless warrior crouches, gathering intense luminous power for a lethal strike. At his maximum speed, the youth leaps out of the hole, charging directly at the large monster's back. Totally focused on destroying the glowing tree, the brutal beast doesn't notice the stealthy approach of its dangerous opponent. Having the target in his sights, the formidable swordsman concentrates all his magic, maintaining a cold, relentless gaze. Raising its heavy axe, the large aberration prepares to deliver another powerful strike against the trunk. Putting all its strength into the action, the scary creature cuts through the air with sheer brutality, missing the deadly danger. Taking advantage of the lowered guard, the hero comes flying in with his luminous blade ready to pull off a surprise attack. Only at the very last second does the big guy notice the young man's presence, widening his eyes in shock at that ambush. Reflecting his menacing look on the magical weapon, Vlad shows absolutely no mercy before that scary enemy. In extremely fast movement, the swordsman delivers a perfect slash, taking down the giant beast with total ease. Landing smoothly on the ground, the young hunter breathes a sigh of relief, noting that his lethal strike had been a success. However, right after that, the warrior turns his face slightly, breaking into a cold sweat as he notices something very dangerous approaching. Surprising the young man, the creature emanates a dark energy, regenerating its body with a creepy purple aura. Highly frustrated by that bizarre situation, the outsider quickly backs up, needing to dodge the sudden attack. Glaring at its target, the beast rises, dominated by darkness, holding its axe and ready for battle. Meanwhile, on the outside of the dark forest, the soldier Ali keeps screaming desperately for his commander. Closing his eyes and using all his lung capacity, the sidekick begs the hero to give any kind of sign of life. Getting no response, the guard drops to his knees, completely hopeless before the black hole, feeling very sad. Yelling at the top of his lungs, the soldier panics, throwing every insult possible down into the deep pit. Going nearly crazy, the sidekick tries to think of a plan, wondering if he should just jump into that immense dark hole. But he quickly gives up on that madness, figuring the situation would be much worse if he had to pull his companion back up. Having a more rational idea, the guard concludes it would be much better to go back to the village and borrow a long rope. However, a strange noise hits his ears, making the man break into a cold sweat as he turns his face very slowly. Realizing the situation, the young man reaches out his hand, begging his horse Nora not to leave him completely alone there. Completely ignoring his faithful partner, the dark steed dashes off through the eerie forest, abandoning the alley. Remembering the legends, the soldier gulps, recalling the elders talking about disturbing, non-human screams in the woods. Now completely isolated in the middle of the feared forest, the fearful sidekick stares into the darkness, feeling immense dread. Cursing his own luck, the companion sighs heavily, knowing he didn't have many options left at that moment. Slapping his own face to wake himself up, the timid young man decides to trust and follow the steed in search of the dangerous spirit. Running as fast as he can, the guard whimpers, saying he really didn't want to be doing this rescue mission. Meanwhile, down below, the battle kept raging, with the brutal beast raising its immense, destructive axe. Focusing all his immense magical power, the skilled swordsman emanates a strong luminous energy in his threatening eye. Using his extreme speed, the young hero charges, sliding across the ground and managing to strike the enemy's large leg. Spinning his body with startling agility, Vlad readies a devastating new strike against the colossal aberration. Delivering a powerful luminous slash, the fearless hunter hits the monster dead on, causing a heavy impact on the surroundings. Having its body brutally pierced, the feared creature spills a bizarre dark essence from its large wound. Giving a slight victorious smile, the outsider celebrates, noting that the spell worked and the creature wouldn't be able to walk. Defying expectations, the big guy endures the severe damage, raising the axe with an even stronger malevolent aura. Noticing the unstable purple energy, the knight's eyes widen, shocked by the scary turn of that intense combat. Suddenly, a colossal blast of corrupted magic explodes from the beast, destroying everything in its path. Blown back by the pressure of the attack, the skilled warrior manages to dodge certain doom at the very last second. Analyzing the enemy attack, the young man wipes the sweat from his face, realizing that energy was incredibly malevolent and thick. Recalling his own dark past, Vlad notices that strange power was identical to the aura of the accursed knight. Completely out of strength, the monster crashes heavily to the ground, shaking the place after that immense expenditure of purple energy. Falling completely still, the bizarre aberration stares into space, maintaining a creepy look worthy of the worst nightmares in that world. However, the aberration grabs its own face, forcing an absurd recovery, activating that corrupted magic once again. Causing goosebumps, a dark energy envelops the creature's body, regenerating all the severe damage like a total miracle. Noticing that endless regeneration, the warrior focuses his gaze, knowing average attacks wouldn't destroy that monster. Having a new idea, the hero sets his expression, determined to change his approach during that tough, seemingly impossible fight. Holding the sword firmly, the swordsman tries to remember the incredible feeling of that immense magical power. Focusing his mind, the young hunter tries to recall the exact memory of when the voice granted him entry. At that moment, the warrior's eye glows intensely, releasing a completely impressive magical aura. Recalling the sensation, the young man awakens his world, creating a colossal storm of lightning around him. Charging into the attack, the giant monster raises its large axe, delivering a very dangerous strike. With sheer fury, the aberration puts all its physical strength into trying to crush the knight once and for all. Being faster, the hunter advances like actual lightning, easily dodging the enemy's brutal strike. With no time to react, the scary beast just completes its movement, cutting through the air with the heavy weapon. Keeping his mind sharp, the skilled hero crosses the air, delivering a powerful, precise, and highly fatal slash. Causing a massive flash, the impact of the sword collides with the creature's colossal body, lighting up the whole woods. Taking a direct hit, the brute gushes a dark essence while the young warrior passes right through him. Landing smoothly, the fearless swordsman skids across the ground with his glowing blade crackling with lightning. Right after that, the gigantic enemy takes immense damage in the shape of a cross, staining the air with its blood. Showing a fearsome face, Vlad states coldly that he would keep slicing the beast until it finally went down. Meanwhile, the beautiful night moon silently illuminated the enormous mountains of that dangerous cold forest. Suddenly, the terrible monster's dark fluids splatter into the air, covering the moonlight with its essence. Unforgiving, the protagonist delivers multiple rapid slashes, completely tearing apart the enemy's tough hide. Trembling with pain, the beast falls backward, losing a lot of energy after receiving that merciless rain of attacks. Refusing to lose, the big guy tries to use his huge, stained hand to grab and crush the hero right then and there. Completely exhausted, the young man breathes heavily, feeling quite annoyed by that absurd resilience. In a precise movement, the skilled hunter launches another electrical blast, severing the monster's arm completely. Creating a massive cloud of dust, the creature's limb falls heavily onto the earth as the knight backs away. Breaking into a cold sweat, the outsider complains about that exhausting battle, fighting a creature with nearly infinite health. Ignoring the lethal damage, the dark aberration rises from the shadows, activating its great regeneration once more. That starts to drive the swordsman crazy, knowing he had already cut off the arms and legs of that monster. Besides piercing the heart and destroying vital organs, the warrior doesn't understand how the target refused to fall. Searching for answers, the hero remembers the lessons of the past, wondering if his power was still too shallow. Shaking his head, the fearless youth brushes aside his doubts, focusing only on how to use the blade at that very moment. Releasing a colossal electrical power, Vlad decides he would rip off all 4 of the beast's limbs, cutting everything to pieces. Suffering from the strikes, the monstrous enemy lets out a low groan while trying to maintain its great stance. Giving a slight, confident smile, the hero warns the creature not to dare laugh at that tense combat situation. Suddenly, a massive flash appears behind the warrior, making him fear the presence of another monster there. Turning his body quickly, the swordsman raises his glowing sword, left completely surprised by the sight. Surprising everyone, the grand black horse comes charging in, emanating an intense luminous aura. Seeing his faithful companion returning to the battlefield, the young hunter's eyes widen in absolute shock. Even the colossal aberration of darkness is left scratching its head upon seeing that majestic animal running there. Showing zero mercy, the fearless steed hits the enemy dead on, releasing an overwhelming explosion of magic. Taking massive damage, the brutal creature screams in pure agony as the holy light burns its entire body. Displaying its immense strength, the dark horse tramples the big guy, tearing through the darkness with its powerful glow. With that, the animal rears up, neighing with plenty of pride after delivering that incredible surprise attack on the enemy. Letting out a laugh of pure happiness, the protagonist asks how his partner managed to find that location. Quite worried, the young man pets the horse's face, checking to see if it had any dangerous injuries. But suddenly, the brave warrior senses a strange energy and turns back to face the dangerous, wounded opponent. Even after taking such a powerful attack, the bizarre beast remains standing, enveloped in a thick, dark smoke. Observing the situation with close attention, the swordsman notices a major detail, becoming incredibly surprised. To the outsider's delight, the creature's deep wounds stopped healing, leaving the target weakened. Understanding everything, the knight deduces that the spiritual power of his grand horse was the monster's great weakness. Totally fatigued, the brute trembles with terror, backing up a few steps in sheer fear of that luminous magic. Flashing a confident smile, Vlad notices the opponent finally raised its guard after suffering real damage. Seizing the great opportunity, the fearless hero mounts his steed, preparing to continue the fight. Emanating an intense magical aura in his blue eye, the hunter calls on his steed to finish the tough job. Remembering the immense glowing tree, the warrior reflects on the true value of carrying something so pure. Watching everything from afar, the small mole understands that without the strength to protect purity, everything would be stolen. Giving a deafening roar, the beast charges into the attack while the hero reflects on the cruelty of that world. Raising his blade, the young man decides to fight for all those who lack the power to protect themselves. Being a true hero, he charges forward with his mount, following the ancient code of honor of strong knights. With overwhelming speed, the dynamic duo crosses the battlefield, going straight against the giant aberration. Using all his precision, the swordsman delivers a clean strike while his partner tramples the brutal monster. Causing an immense crash, the impact of the sword collides against the heavy axe, deciding the end of that intense fight. Vlad and Nora charge with everything, delivering an extremely powerful and lethal combined attack against the great enemy. Caught dead on, the colossal creature takes massive damage, splattering a dark essence in every direction. With the heavy impact of the magical strike, a gigantic pillar of pure holy light emerges, brightening the entire region. Completely overpowered, the brute loses control of his own body and ends up dropping his heavy axe. The impact was so strong that the bizarre beast is sent flying far away, tossed like a simple ragdoll. After flying through the air, the giant monster finally crashes, breaking the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Dragging along the earth, the great opponent carves a massive trench in the soil, showing the brutal force of that attack. With its body totally wrecked, the malevolent creature spills a bizarre purple slime from its deep wounds. Feeling terrible pain, the monster tries to get up with great difficulty, showing it no longer has much stamina left. Mounted on his horse, the hero realizes Nora's strike worked and decides to press forward once more. Totally breathless, the enemy spits a dark fluid, struggling to stay on its feet after suffering such massive damage. Seeing the duo advance, the being of darkness takes desperate action, preparing a strange movement with its arms. Noticing the trap, the young hunter's eyes widen, quickly catching on to that monster's true intention. Heavily wounded, the aberration stains the forest with its malevolent fluid, waiting for the right moment to try and react. Acting on instinct, the skilled knight pulls the reins, commanding his steed to break its fast charge abruptly. Skidding across the battlefield, the duo halts their lethal charge, stopping a short distance away from the feared big guy. Having a plan in mind, the monster reaches out its huge hand, showing it wouldn't give up the fight easily there. In a brute movement, the evil being throws itself forward, trying to grab the knight and the mount with great violence. Analyzing the enemy, Vlad understands the big guy wanted to trap both of them in a tight embrace, since it couldn't attack. Keeping his focus, the swordsman admits the difficulty of the fight, impressed by the creature's high intelligence. The clever beast advances with open arms, knowing perfectly well that the luminous horse was the only real threat there. The main problem was much more severe, making the outsider furrow his brow, quite worried about the situation. The brute positioned himself right in front of the large glowing tree, using the source of the spirit as a shield. Assessing the risks, the hero reflects on what to do, knowing a frontal attack would destroy the sacred entity. Gripping his sword tightly, the warrior suddenly feels a touch, noticing an unexpected presence on his hand. Surprising the young man, the small chubby mole appears holding onto the weapon's hilt, emanating a strong, comforting glow. Quite confused, the protagonist wonders how that cute little animal had gotten there in the middle of a war zone. Worried about the creature's life, Vlad tells the little thing to let go of the weapon and go find a safe place to hide. Denying the request, the stubborn mole hugs the sword even tighter, letting out a cute squeak and glowing intensely. Before that pure courage, the young knight is enchanted by the spirit's strong light, renewing his hopes. At that, the amber gem in his pocket begins to resonate, releasing a very intense glow. Surprised by that, the swordsman draws his blade, feeling the great power of the relic. Noticing the change, the colossal creature turns its face, breaking into a cold sweat from absolute terror. Totally terrified by that magic, the big guy decides to flee, running off through the woods. Looking back, the feared beast observes the immense tree glowing more and more. Meanwhile, the warrior's blade is completely enveloped by golden flames. Blessed by the forest spirit, the knight is surrounded by a divine light. Firmly gripping his weapon, the brave hunter realizes that now he would be able to cut down the target. At that moment, the hero prepares to charge, quickly jumping off his faithful steed. Popping out of the armor, the small chubby mole peeks at the whole situation with great curiosity. Soon, the adorable little animal gives a cute squeak, pointing the right direction out to the young man. Understanding the signal, the outsider flashes a confident smile, knowing exactly what to do. With that, he charges ahead alongside his mount, emanating an aura of pure energy. Sensing the approach, the monstrous enemy tries to turn around to block the fatal attack. Roaring in anger, the bizarre beast shows its teeth with its purple eyes glowing. Keeping his cool, the skilled young man focuses his vision, activating his powerful blue magic. Completely in shock, the aberration's eyes widen, foreseeing its imminent defeat. Manifesting the power of a great dragon, the hero strikes the target with a luminous blow. Taking massive damage, the creature lets out an agonizing roar, losing its strength. After the devastating impact, the dark horse leaps high, escaping the explosion of light. Behind the noble young man's back, the immense mythical figure shows the true strength of the pure spirit. Very far from there, a purple flame burns silently on top of a solitary candle. The small object illuminated the dark corners of a large hall filled with melted wax. Suddenly, the flame of that candle goes out on its own, leaving the place even more sinister. Observing what happened, the mysterious blue-haired woman becomes quite reflective. In the hall, a knight with purple flames reveals that the monster's light had gone out. Kneeling, the dark soldier awaits the orders of the powerful queen named Lamashtu. Sitting on the throne, the villain states that only a limitless soul could break the curse. With a devilish look, she wonders who could have enough power for such a grand feat. Meanwhile, in the forest, the lost little girl cried, hugging the roots of the tree. In the forest, the little girl wipes her tears away while overhearing unfamiliar voices asking about that place. At that, she watches the dark woods, paying attention to the guys who were arguing about someone crying nearby. With a glimmer of hope, the child smiles, imagining that the village residents finally came to rescue her from that place. However, before revealing her presence, the girl gives up on the idea upon realizing that something was very wrong. Startled, the little one steps back and wonders what she would do if those men turned out to be dangerous bandits. To make matters worse, the youth remembers that the terrible, scary monster could still be lurking around that area. At that moment, dread takes over the girl, causing her to cover her own mouth so she won't make any sound. Taken by surprise, the poor child comes face to face with an immense shadow with glowing blue eyes watching her. Revealing his face, the blonde guy gives a creepy smile, stating with absolute certainty that he had finally found his target. Completely in panic, the little girl lets out a deafening scream, crying a river of tears from that scare. Faced with all that screaming, the hero is left completely confused alongside his cute mole and the large dark horse. Wiping her face, the youth stops crying upon recognizing that the one in front of her was the same guy who saved her before. Noticing the calm, the small chubby creature starts rummaging through the protagonist's belongings. Pulling out several red fruits, the cute little creature offers the food with an adorable smile on its face. Analyzing that sweet gesture, the little girl blinks her still, wet eyes, trying to understand what was happening. Overcome with emotion, the poor girl cries her eyes out with a very comical and cute expression. With a gentle look, Vlad extends his hand, suggesting that now they could return home safely. Thus, the warrior gives the child a warm hug, illuminating the environment with an aura of pure peace and comfort. Very far from there, a sturdy dwarf wearing armor listens about the importance of possessing something valuable and bright. However, the message makes it clear that the bearer of this precious item would need to know how to protect the artifact from danger. Soon it is said that those who fail in this mission would be doomed to lose everything, leaving behind nothing but a miserable ruin. To manage to survive, the ancient people needed to start a long journey, wandering through the deserted lands. Arriving at his final destination, the brave dwarf comes across an immense magical forge pouring out glowing lava. At that, a man wearing a white cape approaches the spot, noticing that sacred fire had not yet gone out. Without taking his eyes off the flames, the mysterious traveler states that someone needed to see all of this through to the end. Displaying relief, the hooded man reveals he arrived on time while the small warrior looks from the corner of his eye. Holding a full sack, the mysterious client informs that he came there to place a special order. A bit confused by the unusual situation, the blacksmith questions if that order needed to be made at that exact moment. Ignoring the doubt, the young man just opens his bag, pouring several blocks of bright silver onto the table. Completely in shock, the experienced dwarf's eyes widen upon recognizing the absurdly rare and valuable material. Explaining his request, the mysterious client informs that material could only be forged by the eternal flame. With that, the outsider begs the master of the last furnace to use his great talent on this difficult job. Totally confused by that unusual situation, the experienced dwarf tries to figure out what he is supposed to manufacture. Taking off his hood, the red-haired warrior reveals he wished to create a powerful dragon-slaying sword. Hearing that absurd request, the old blacksmith's eyes widen, leaving him completely in shock. Maintaining a very firm stance, the man displays a strong glow in his gaze, proving his great determination. With total confidence, the brave swordsman guarantees he would use the weapon to defeat the legendary dragon of perfection. Changing scenes, we see Vlad sitting on a wooden pier, reflecting alone during the cold early morning hours. Hugging his faithful blade, the protagonist remains in absolute silence, just organizing his thoughts. Interrupted, the blonde guy notices the arrival of one of his travel companions looking for answers. Walking along the wood, the young man questions the reason for the leader being awake, while the youth complains about a lack of sleep. Talking about the recent events, the soldier comments on the bizarre monster they faced in the forest. Recalling the battle, the hero notes that the disappearance of that beast's body indicated a cleanup magic. Having total certainty of the situation, Vlad concludes that attack was linked to his worst dark enemies. Worried about this, the ally suggests sending a messenger to report the serious problem to superiors. Rejecting that idea, the protagonist states that the cold weather would delay the trip, making it better to look for a mage. Thinking for a bit, his companion remembers that a nearby city in the eastern region would have that kind of help. Leaking the plan, the knight decides to head for this new destination early the next morning. Agreeing with the order, the subordinate returns to the camp, leaving the swordsman alone once again. Reflecting once more, the young man tries to recall a very strange dream he had, but his memory fails him. At that, fragments of memory surface, showing a bizarre structure in the large forge with burning fire. Returning to the vision of the red-haired warrior, the blonde guy hears the same phrase about defeating the mythical beast of perfection. Observing his own reflection in the darkened water, the youth tries to absorb the weight of hunting such a grand creature. Holding the hilt of the sword, he feels that familiar voice was just a small fragment forgotten in the past. Closing his eyes, the skilled fighter concentrates, feeling the strong energy emanating from his incredible magical weapon. Enveloped in a bluish aura, Vlad discovers that somehow he was still connected to the owner of that item. Opening his eyes quickly, the hero emits a beam of pure power, revealing all his hidden inner strength. At that instant, the soul of the ancient warrior smiles, suggesting a future reunion in a much deeper world. Squeezing the scabbard very firmly, the swordsman accepts this challenge, keeping his focus totally unshakable. Facing the vast horizon, the brave protagonist promises that one day he would fulfill his great destiny without fail. The next morning, the weather wakes up calm in the small village, covering the high roofs with pleasant sunlight. At that, the local ruler tries to convince the outsider to stay a bit longer while he readies his horses. Declining the offer amicably, Vlad states that he had already completed his mission and needed to continue his journey. Breaking into a cold sweat, the leader feigns sadness, but deep down he only wished to exploit that knight's riches even more. With that, one of the soldiers tosses a bag of coins to the chubby nobleman, who complains mentally about the financial loss. At that moment, the blonde hero just glares at the old man in an intimidating way, collecting all his past debt. Being very direct, the skilled swordsman warns the ruler not to forget the final warning given yesterday. Quite nervous, the lord agrees, promising never again to burn the sacred forest to expand his lands. In addition, the protagonist gently suggests that the village make small offerings to the spirit of nature. Gulping, the old official recalls the immense power he felt emanating from those trees the night before. Next, the warrior displays a bright coin, stating that that was a tribute to the deity that blessed the battle. Totally surprised, the baron realizes that young man's nobility viewed that as a simple prayer of gratitude. Admiring the wise words, the lord wonders how a man from the north could be so honorable and respectful. Then the leader and his subordinates bow, thanking for all the devotion and teachings of the outsider. Placing his hand on his chest, the kind blonde guy swears he would keep praying for everyone's prosperity, even from afar. With his duty fulfilled, the young man looks at the buildings once more, celebrating the peace that reigned in that environment. At that, the large flag with the symbol of a tree sways gently in the wind, blessing the traveler's path. Very far from there, the gigantic natural entity glows golden, proving that a spirit needs love to live. Soon it is said that these mystical creatures gain strength by being remembered fondly by the humans of the region. Fallen on the fresh grass, the scattered red berries symbolized exactly that pure and genuine feeling. Savoring the small treat, the cute mole smiles happily, receiving the sweet memories of the rescued child. Suddenly, the adorable little animal raises its snout, hearing some footsteps from afar slowly approaching. Peeking through the thick grass, the little creature spots the little girl running toward her beloved family members. Totally euphoric, the girl waves back, knowing that scary forest would never be forgotten. Excited, the little creature waves goodbye, while a bright golden star blesses the woods of that place. Changing scenes, snow fell heavily, covering the followers of a grand religion who marched through the cold. Led by an imposing bishop, the group headed toward the holy cathedral built in the middle of the massive blizzard. Facing the heavy storm, the immense stone walls sheltered dangerous secrets guarded by the high clergy. Through the dark window, a mysterious young man questions his right-hand man trying to discover a boy's identity. Bringing news, the informant reveals the gossip, saying the target is the biological son of the Dragon Duke. At that, the mysterious leader reveals that young man would be the half-brother of the great captain of the dragon hunting knights. Reflecting on the matter, the right-hand man concludes that this young man would be the lost son of the powerful dragon, Blood Duke. Outside, the noble family's immense red flags wave strongly under the intense blizzard falling on the location. At that moment, the masked bishop opens his arms, facing the mounted warriors who waited under the cold, relentless weather. Maintaining his imposing stance, the religious figure waits patiently as the cavalry approaches the large holy temple. Being the leader of the battalion, the formidable red-haired knight named Radugulia displays a confident smile and bright gaze. This noble fighter is known as one of the most fundamental members of the dragon hunting squad alongside his brother. Despite being very young, the prodigy had already defeated countless giant beasts, becoming one of the strongest in the entire empire. With that, the informant deduces that all of this blonde boy's absurd strength came from his pure dragon bloodline. Thoughtful, the assistant tries to understand the reason for those noble soldiers to be wandering through the far north of that vast world. Soon, the boss questions if there was any recent report about bizarre and threatening monsters appearing in the frozen surroundings. Responding promptly, the servant states that the northern borders remained in complete peace since the last major conquest. Sensing a strange anguish, the dark villain suspects he might be letting some very important details slip by unnoticed. Suddenly, one of the guards bursts into the room totally desperate, bringing urgent news about one of the territory's villages. Reporting the situation, the frightened soldier warns that enemy spies were seen acting very suspiciously in the north. Handing over a small enigmatic letter, the messenger passes the precious secret information directly into the boss's hands. Reading the few words written on the paper, the mysterious lord finally understands the true source of all his worry. Blaming himself, the leader admits he made a massive error in judgment by underestimating the old exorcist's motivations. Hearing that sudden event, the two servants are left completely confused, not understanding their master's complex plans. Explaining the tension, the villain reveals that the northern churches and the powerful elite knights were moving together. At that, the religious figure warns that this entire blessed army was advancing directly toward the feared dark lands of a baroness. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the right-hand man's eyes widen, breaking into a cold sweat imagining the scale of the imminent disaster. Confirming the terrible suspicions, the dark-haired leader claims to know exactly what the great bishop's real goal was. Demonstrating all his immense power, the church commander marched, leading countless troops toward a holy war. Changing scenes, we see our brave heroes eating in a totally desperate and starving manner around a campfire. Observing the hunger of that small group, the kind soldier asks them to eat more slowly so they don't choke on the food. Laughing at that unusual situation, the young man guarantees that nobody would steal their pot and that there was enough meal there. At that, the other man wonders how long the outsiders had been lost in the woods to be acting in such a wild manner. After devouring all the delicious hot stew, our brave protagonist finally places his empty bowl on the cold ground. Sighing with relief, the young swordsman thanks them for the hospitality, stating they would be in deep trouble without those guys' help. Hearing this, the bearded man is quite surprised, confessing he never imagined hearing something like that in his entire life. At that, all the present mercenaries gather around the hero, feeling very curious about his origin. Noticing the looks, the young warrior adjusts his cape, feeling a lot of confusion at that group's attitude. Then, the bearded captain approaches, wanting to know if the blonde guy wasn't native to the central region of the empire. Responding in a serene manner, our brave protagonist states that in reality, he was born in the northern lands. Understanding the situation, the mercenary leader wonders if he ended up making a big mistake with the young man. But soon the big guy lets out a sincere laugh, explaining it was the first time he had met someone from the north. With a more serious tone, he confesses that lower-level people never hear words of gratitude from important nobles. Reflecting on this, Vlad deduces that the hierarchy of the center must be much more rigorous than he imagined. Changing the subject, the captain asks the trip's destination, and the hero responds that he was heading to the city of Tanobo. Smiling heavily, the experienced warrior comments that that was a huge coincidence since they were also going there. Upon hearing this, the blonde guy's assistant is quite relieved, suggesting they follow that group to arrive safely. Being very honest, the servant confesses he was already losing hope and swore they were going to starve. Totally irritated by the chatter, the skilled swordsman tells his foolish ally to shut his mouth immediately. At that, the leader gives a scolding, reminding him they couldn't trust strangers, while the soldier is left not understanding. Cutting the tension, the bearded man places his hand on his chest and formally introduces himself as Captain Stefan. Returning the politeness, the noble northern knight stands up, revealing his own name to the new allies. With a big smile on his face, the experienced mercenary takes a bow, stating it's an honor to travel alongside them. Sometime later, the small group finally arrives at the busy and immense main capital of the county called Tanobo. Walking through the crowded streets, the informant explains that that region was a major center for trade with elves. Observing everything with great curiosity, the blonde guy notices the huge number of wealthy travelers passing by on all sides. Further back, the mercenary leader analyzes the young man's stance, knowing that building ties with a prodigy would be beneficial. Soon, the bearded man offers in recommendations, but Vlad thanks him, warning that he needed to meet with the Lord. Completely shocked by this revelation, the old warrior just warns that the Count's mansion was the largest building there. Before they separate, Stefan points to a nearby inn, guaranteeing they would be there in case the hero needed help. Liking the friendly attitude a lot, the young swordsman gives a sincere smile and thanks him for all the support on the trip. Being quite respectful, the experienced captain lowers his head, saying goodbye and wishing that the two see each other again. Leaving, the protagonist looks back, planning to buy a good drink for his new companions in the future. At that moment, the servant suggests they buy something very expensive for those mercenaries, leaving his master confused. Explaining his theory, the informant deduces the guys were powerful because of their gear and their free pass at the gate. Observing the warriors walk away, the servant deduces they must hold a great position in the center of the empire. Agreeing with that, the blonde guy states it wouldn't do any harm to try to get to know them better in the future. At that, they go back to walking through the city while the assistant questions how they would find the largest building in that place. Suddenly, the duo comes across a gigantic white mansion flaunting absurd luxury and immense pillars. Completely starstruck, the two travelers fall silent, noticing that obviously that was the right place. Approaching the imposing property, they observe the luxurious iron gates and the immense, very well-kept garden. Arriving at the entrance, the hero is quickly stopped by an armored guard demanding to know his true identity. Keeping his cool, the protagonist introduces himself as a knight of Bayezid, revealing he has a request for the noble count. Asking to notify the ruler, the young man explains he needs to borrow a communication mage because he is in a bind. Understanding the message from that foreigner, the watchman asks the outsider to wait a moment and turns to notify the lord. Waiting outside, the soldier suggests looking for an inn later, imagining they would be invited inside. However, the hours fly by, and soon the large luxurious palace is illuminated by the orange light of late afternoon. Time keeps running, and the cold night arrives, covering the travelers who still waited patiently in the street. Sighing tiredly, the talented swordsman grumbles quietly, feeling like he had already experienced this exact same situation. Already losing his patience, the young man approaches the gate again, asking when they would receive an answer. Staring firmly at the gatekeeper, the hero reinforces that the request was very simple, and he just wished to hear a simple yes or no. Being very rude, the guard just tells him to keep waiting until the moment the Lord decided to look for him. At that, other guards appear, mocking the foreigner, saying that horrible barbarian smell came from the north. Even when warned that the boy would hear, the watchmen don't give a care, calling the brave youth a bum. Hearing those cruel insults, the protagonist finally understands what the mercenary captain tried to warn him about before. Having a quick flashback, he remembers the blacksmith master's words, stating that the people of the center thought they were superior. At the time, the dwarf explained that the central big shots hated the northerners, accusing them of having dirty barbarian blood. As a final piece of advice, the wise old man asked the young man to be very careful because this region's discrimination was lethal. Returning to reality, the incredible warrior totally changes his posture, questioning if the watchman thought he was a joke. Gulping, the sentry breaks into a cold sweat, trying to hide his own nervousness and denying the accusations so as not to anger him. Without hesitation, the outsider in the dark cape calls for the leader of the garrison while emanating an absurdly threatening aura. Warning that he was still waiting for a response, the blonde guy refuses to accept such humiliation with his head bowed. Slamming his grand scabbard onto the ground with immense force, the hero alerts that he wasn't asking anyone there for permission. Feeling the powerful impact of that strike, the insolent soldiers tremble with fear, realizing the monster they just angered. At that moment, the formidable swordsman raises his immense, bright banner, flaunting the symbols of his bloodline. Indignant at the attitude, the guards charge forward, question the young man's audacity to plant a flag in that place. However, one of the sentries widens his eyes and starts breaking into a cold sweat, analyzing the symbols of that noble banner up close. Completely shocked, the man recognizes the black dragon mark belonging to one of the most powerful families in the empire. Maintaining his unshakable stance, the swordsman warns that as a knight, he had the total right to receive an answer. Exuding a scary aura with his bright blue eyes, the outsider decrees that he would continue waiting at the spot. Changing scenes, we see the lord of the city dining peacefully while asking the age of that mysterious visitor. Being very polite, our blonde protagonist responds in a direct manner, revealing he would turn 18 that year. Impressed, the count questions the fact of him already having hunted a dragon, but the boy states he was 17 at the time. Chewing his meal, the official comments on the rumors about the young man sporting the insignia of the dragon hunters. Without showing any weakness, the skilled northern combatant just agrees with the old ruler's statement. At that moment, the experienced noble throws a judging look, wanting to know who had given permission for that bold use. With great tranquility, the blonde guy explains that the captain of that famous squad himself allowed him to use the mark. Upon hearing the name of the powerful red-haired hero, the gray-haired lord freezes on the spot, stopping his chewing. Totally surprised by that answer, the noble ruler drops his utensil, silently leaving the plate aside. Reflecting on the boy having barbarian blood, the leader deduces he would be executed if he were lying about his connection. Then, the count threatens the visitor, stating that if everything were a lie, the young man would meet his terrible end right then and there. Understanding his master's order, one of the strong sentries draws his sharp blade, preparing to attack the outsider. Ignoring the danger, the boy guarantees he exterminated the beast of the cold, and that the great captain witnessed this entire victory. Passing a strong conviction in his gaze, the fearless knight swears there was no falsehood in his brave words. Even though surrounded by countless dangerous enemies, the hero remains seated, flaunting a posture of pure confidence and power. Admiring the young man's courage, the bearded old man gives a side smile, noticing the boy didn't even blink before the threat. With tempers calmed, the lord goes straight to the point, asking if the outsider wished to borrow a communication mage. The official explains it wasn't common to help northerners, and that normally he would decline the request without a second thought. However, moved by his own curiosity, the lord questions the reason for such a rush to send this magical message. Being honest, the blonde swordsman reveals he had recently encountered a sinister creature roaming in the great forest. Describing the bizarre monster, the young man details that the beast didn't exist in his lands, but the residents called it a troll. With an even darker countenance, the talented combatant emphasizes that there was a much worse detail to this tragic story. Paying attention, the wise man hears that the aberration possessed a dark curse that prevented it from falling even when sliced. Totally shocked by the absurd information, the leader asks what the outsider meant by that bizarre immortality. Recalling his sad past, the hero suspects that a silent threat was growing in the shadows of the vast empire. The soldiers are left completely confused, wondering what that entire bizarre story meant. Drinking a bit of his wine, the noble lord questions where exactly this scary threat appeared. Responding promptly, the hero reveals it was in Dobrachiti, and he traveled without stopping to the nearest city. Analyzing the young man's firm look, the old man deduces he was being scolded for treating him so poorly earlier. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the gray-haired man orders them to lend the crystal ball to his visitor. Displaying relief, our brave protagonist closes his eyes, thanking him for the fundamental help. Making amends, the leader apologizes for the long wait, revealing that many knights wanted to see him lately. With that, the ruler allows him to go make his report while the young blonde guy bows respectfully. As soon as the outsider leaves, the official orders his subordinates to find out the truth once and for all. However, the old man totally loses his patience, yelling at his guard and calling him a useless idiot. With intense fury, the leader demands they investigate if the young man really defeated a dragon, along with all his origins. Wanting no more stalling, the lord kicks all the warriors out of that immense, luxurious dining room. Left completely alone in that environment, the gray-haired man lets out a long sigh, trying to calm his temper. Rubbing his forehead, the wealthy man complains that it was no use spending rivers of money to hire foolish people. At that moment, the noble ruler begins to reflect deeply on the mysterious northern traveler. Assessing the boy, he notices that even though he was arrogant, the blonde guy possessed absurd confidence and dignity. Giving a slight side smile, the old schemer realizes that talented prodigy could be very useful. Changing scenes, we see a room filled with ancient books and a large purple magical ball in the center of the table. In this place, the swordsman and his servant stand with sweat drops, asking the mage to repeat his explanation. Being very direct, the mage warns that each letter of the message cost a gold coin, and the distance increased the price. Completely in shock, the assistant panics, remembering they barely had all that money. Letting out a laugh, the scholar calms the mood, guaranteeing everything would be free since they were guests of the count. Sighing with relief, the soldier complains about the scare, imagining that just one message would leave them totally broke. Preparing the bright equipment, the researcher asks the protagonist to provide his leader's connection number. Not understanding a thing, the blonde guy gets a blank stare while the specialist explains the need for a magical code. Realizing the tremendous confusion, the servant and the mage stare at the hero, trying to believe he actually knew the number. Placing his hand on his face, the guy from the shop sighs tiredly, warning he would look for the information in his archives. Walking through the large corridors, the alley gives thanks for their luck because the whole process was way too complex. Downcast, our hero finally understands that just knowing how to wield a sword didn't make him a true knight. Taking a very deep breath, the formidable warrior accepts his immaturity, knowing he still had a long way to go. Walking down the hallway, the assistant comments that the reception was bad, but meeting the count ended up being very good. With that, the soldier reveals he asked the servants about the decor and discovered everything was a gift from the elves. Hearing the unusual explanation, the blonde guy is surprised and totally shocked by this sudden revelation. Analyzing the enormous, luxurious hallway, our protagonist questions if all those items came that way. At that, the servant shares that the elves never let outsiders in, and this proved the Lord open a route. In other words, the Grand Count managed to communicate directly with that very mysterious race. Soon, night falls over the enormous property while darkness takes over the entire gigantic mansion. In his luxurious room, we see Vlad sitting near the window, holding his precious sword very firmly. Suddenly, the young man's eyes begin to glow intensely, exuding a very powerful blue energy. At that moment, the yellow gem embedded in his weapon reflects this mysterious aura and heats up rapidly. Focusing his vision even more, the talented prodigy activates a secret ability, seeking to see beyond the normal. Then, a burning flash takes over his mind, revealing a landscape completely different from reality. Before a radiant golden tree, he notices how that magical place seemed powerful and sad at the same time. But the connection soon breaks, and the young warrior returns to the real world, breathing heavily while breaking into a cold sweat. Reflecting on the vision, the young man notes it was difficult to keep that world open, but at least he was improving. Staring at the floor, the swordsman trusts that in the future he would be able to see everything clearly if he trained more. Knocks echo through the wooden door, and a deep voice asks if the brave hero would have a brief moment. Without hesitation, the youth opens the way, facing the visitors and asking what they wished at that hour. To the outsider's surprise, an older knight appears accompanied by several other local soldiers. Being very polite, the gray-haired man apologizes for disrupting his rest but invites the rookie to a duel. The blonde guy finds the unusual request odd, while the veteran tries to calm things down, saying it's just a warm-up. Giving a slight smile, the guard reveals it would be a great honor to test the famous skills of the North. Assessing the situation with caution, our protagonist remains silent, trying to understand their real intention. Behind the veteran, the other men begin to laugh quietly, showing clear mockery and doubting the young man. Noticing the silly prejudice, Vlad gives a nice side smile, knowing exactly how to break that contempt. With great confidence, the hero accepts the challenge, thanking them for having helped with the message and the lodging. Exuding an overwhelming presence, the prodigy states that the fair payment for that would be proving his real worth. Changing scenes, we see the lord of the mansion sitting near the fireplace, hearing that the young man was a dragon slayer. At that moment, the same veteran knight confirms the suspicions, revealing that his skills were absurd. With a tone of pure respect, the guard warns that nobody from that castle would be able to go toe-to-toe with the outsider. Having some tea, the lord is very surprised to discover that the boy was that strong. At that, the guard reports that of the 5 brave soldiers who dared fight against the swordsman, 3 of them were severely injured and won't be able to fulfill missions for quite a while. Placing his fancy cup on the table, the old ruler listens to everything with close attention. Facing his faithful subordinate, the wealthy official asks how his performance was in the fight. Lowering his gaze, the veteran warrior stays silent, remembering what happened in the duel. At that moment, the prodigy's glowing blue eyes exuded a totally overwhelming pressure. Holding his weapon firmly, Vlad faced the strongest soldier in the entire property. Breaking into a cold sweat, the guard gulped, realizing his opponent was no ordinary human. Behind the hero, the bodies of the other defeated soldiers on the ground showed the scale of the danger. Trembling heavily, the veteran confesses he couldn't guarantee a perfect victory against the young man. Thoughtful, the count questions how his best sword didn't beat an 18-year-old boy. Muttering to himself, the old man considers dismissing the guard for this, leaving the subordinate in shock. Soon, the official regrets having treated the boy poorly, leaving him in the cold thinking he was useless. Passing his hand through his beard, the lord hopes the blonde guy is at least a bit intelligent. Changing scenes, we see the two conversing calmly in a beautiful garden during the morning. Being very polite, a servant fills the cups with a hot and fragrant drink for the guests. The wealthy man comments that the North doesn't have a tea culture, and the youth prefers strong drinks to boiled leaves. But the host reveals that that special tea came directly from the magical forest of the elves. Explaining better, he shares that his family got rich selling these things to the central nobles. Because of this, rumors arose that the drink extended life, and therefore was worth more than pure gold. Hearing that crazy story, the protagonist asks if the liquid really was worth all that. Taking a sip, the gray-haired man confesses he doesn't know about life extension, but claims the herb cured bad coughs. Hearing the word cough, the talented swordsman's eyes widen, remembering something important. In his mind arises the image of his master suffering in the cold, and that drink would help him greatly. Completely quiet, the hero stares at the old ruler, thinking about what he should do now. Noticing the young man's great interest, the clever lord flashes a slight smile hidden behind his cup. Being very direct, the wealthy merchant asks if the newcomer would like to take some of that tea. With a manipulative look, the count planned to use that simple desire to ensnare the warrior. Caught by surprise, the northern prodigy freezes in place, realizing his host's trap. Assessing the situation, the protagonist realizes all this sudden kindness definitely must have some hidden motive. Letting out a laugh, the lord praises the boldness of the northern knights, noting the young man was quite different from the others. Placing his cup on the table, the old ruler smiles, confessing the prodigy had read his intentions. With a serious look, the official warns that he valued the dragon slayer's skill and had a great request. At that, the wealthy man reveals that a man was plundering his goods on the trade route, and the boy questions if it was a bandit. Dennying quickly, the host explains that his escort guards for the caravans were totally defeated. But the blonde guy doubts his own capability, remembering the local knights couldn't deal with that enormous threat. Countering the statement, the count claims that excess humility becomes deceit, since the young man had the strong backing of the northern houses. At that moment, a heavy bag filled with pure gold coins is slammed down with great force on top of the glass table. Being very direct, the old man warns he would pay well, and give even more riches if the warrior turned away that interloper. Staring at the valuable bag, our hero remains completely silent, thinking over his leader's proposal. Sighing, the young man comments that acting alone would be difficult, but the gray-haired man guarantees that just scaring off the enemy was enough. In his thoughts, the lord confesses he was only using the newcomer as a shield until he managed to hire a very famous knight. Giving a slight smile, the swordsman agrees to the challenge, revealing he had another condition to close the deal. Turning down the money, the blonde guy asks for something else instead, and the noble questions, totally confused, what he would wish to have. Being an adventurous traveler, the boy states he wants to see the world, demanding to be able to enter the famous forest of the elves. Raising his finger, the brave hero also takes the opportunity to ask for a box of that miraculous tea that cured bad coughs. Sorting his face immediately, the wealthy ruler gets very angry at the audacity of that little, intrusive brat. Believing he was just a rookie, the lord notes the young man managed to ask for everything in such a smooth way that it would be impossible to deny. Trembling in pure shock, the official begins to reflect on who could have trained such a manipulative warrior. To compromise, the old man warns that just blocking the raider wouldn't be enough, since opening the elven domain was costly. But before the wealthy man can try to make any excuse, the protagonist's blue eyes flash, exuding a lethal pressure. Leaving the veteran cornered, the swordsman states that the elves themselves also wanted all commerce to return to normal. Placing his hand on his chest, the courageous young man displays great confidence, swearing to solve that huge problem once and for all. Changing scenes, we see total darkness as a large wagon advances slowly through the dangerous ravine. Trembling with fear, a humble driver hides underneath the wood, crying quietly while listening to the sound of the fight. Around the large vehicle, the ground was completely covered by several fallen escort guards after a brutal struggle. At that moment, a heavy step echoes along the stone ground, causing the poor worker to enter a true, lethal panic. Crying desperately, the man raises his head only to face the giant and scary silhouette of the terrible bandit. Exuding a murderous aura, the dangerous raider glares at his victim, wanting to know if the elven goods were there. Begging for his life, the humble driver confirms, stammering that those were indeed the precious goods. Hearing this, the dangerous criminal walks slowly toward the illuminated wagon, ignoring the pleas. Opening the transport's door, the villain observes the dozens of valuable boxes stacked at the back of that small space. At that moment, the assailant's glowing eye widens slightly, indicating that something strange was about to happen. Suddenly, a flash of energy illuminates the entire dark ravine, rapidly destroying the wooden structure. Changing scenes, we see the young man traveling peacefully on horseback with a large caravan through the very sunny countryside. Sighing, the mercenary beside him questions if that was exactly why the talented blonde guy had brought him along. Confirming the suspicion, the swordsman warns that yes, while the ally notes that only that justified such good pay. Looking back, the experienced ally reports that the Lord's knights were glaring at them with a totally lethal look. Curious, the bearded man inquires how much the prodigy beat them up, but the brave hero states everything was just a fair duel. Complaining about the situation, the ally notes that now they would be hated there, suggesting they cash out soon and vanish from the map. Giving a slight smile, the warrior notes that this was the pure mercenary life, leaving his partner without any argument. Being very generous, Vlad promises to give a good share of the commission, warning that major jobs like that were very rare. Being totally won over by the money, the red-haired knight sighs and swears to trust blindly in his new, beloved employer. In his thoughts, the protagonist is grateful for having brought him along, since the rigid local guard definitely wouldn't cooperate much. Changing the subject, the boy inquires how long the long journey would take, discovering they would reach the destination in 3 days. Reflecting on that short time frame, the talented fighter gets very anxious to finally meet the highly mysterious elves. Holding his sacred amulet, he bets the magical race would be the only one capable of recognizing the location from that old vision of his. Quickening the horse's pace, the courageous blonde guy advances confidently across the green plains, motivated to fulfill his great mission. At that time passes quickly as the heavy, rustic wooden vehicles cut through the narrow paths of that beautiful valley. After a lot of riding, the large armed escort plunges into a dense forest surrounded by immense, very beautiful nature. Stopping his horse suddenly, the bearded man warns they had finally reached the destination and points ahead. Before them emerges a huge and very rustic wooden trading outpost, totally constructed in the middle of that calm woods. Observing the very calm place, the hero's strong partner deduces that the magical residents would already be there waiting for them. Giving new orders, the red-haired commander asks one of the strong guards to watch all the cargo while they entered the place. Being very calculating and well-focused, our beloved protagonist just agrees with the plan, keeping his guard totally up. At that, the large escort of horses approaches a bit closer to the cabin, and everyone ends up stopping right near the rustic entrance. The soldier complains that they were being left outside on purpose, but Vlad says the business was that family's salvation. Jumping quickly from the wagon, the prodigy asks everyone to rest because the major enemies wouldn't have the courage to attack there. Smiling, the smart blonde guy reflects that his mission was to enter the forest, and he would return to the shop as soon as everything ended. Lying on the wagon's roof, the boy decides to just observe the situation and think about his next step with great calm. While relaxing, the swordsman admires the great beauty of the place, feeling the sunlight hitting his face. Taking a deep breath, he notes that the air of that place was incredibly pure and totally different from the northern climate. Near there, a mysterious elf with golden hair and pointed ears senses a strong, familiar presence. Observing from the top of a tree, the magical girl watched the humans' entire large caravan with great caution. Inside the enormous wooden exchange post, the local nobles tried to seal their agreement with the guardians. At the large table, the human lord delivers a small, luxurious chest filled with wealthy golden coins to the elf. Being direct, the human representative warns that for now, that was all the payment they could offer. Staring at the small chest, the great leader with blue hair exudes a threatening energy through his magical eyes. With a very cold and arrogant tone, the guardian emphasizes that that small amount was nothing like what was promised. Sweating from pure nerves, the official tries to explain himself while backing up slightly before the enormous magical pressure. Elevating some magical herbs, the leader shares that turning those leaves into the famous tea took a lot of work and sweat. The man responds, stammering, calling the being Baratus and fully agreeing with the great difficulty of the process. Completing the sentence, the mystical leader says he already knows that some dangerous invaders were blocking the trade route. Noticing his incredible intelligence, the human fears that that tense negotiation could collapse at any moment. The mood grows heavy in the rustic room while the hooded figures with bows and arrows watch the merchants with sharp eyes. Breaking the immense silence, the forest negotiator inquires his partner whether the valuable tea was selling very well. Excited, the merchant swears that sales were great and asks for just a bit more time to pay the full amount. Assessing the words, Baratus then questions if the other regions besides the center also loved that great drink. Very confident, the official states that success among the main nobility would make the entire rest of the country love the tea. Compositioning his cold look, the elf counters, saying the other lords would try to negotiate with him in a direct manner. Upon hearing that major threat, the merchant gulps, realizing he could lose his rich merchandise. Staring at the man, he decrees that this would be the last chance, and he didn't want the immense trouble of finding another partner. Lowering his head in a sign of respect, the lord swears to arrange the other half of the gold as quickly as possible. Turning his long hair, the forest guardian adopts a more mysterious posture, making a major announcement. Leaving the rich coins aside, he focuses his attention, asking directly who the person alongside the convoy was. Becoming totally confused by the turn of that intense conversation, the worker questions who the mage was talking about. Without stalling, the majestic leader points out that he referred to the calm young man lying on top of the old wooden wagon. Astounded by his excellent senses, the soldier wonders how the magical being saw and heard someone so far away. Narrowing his eyes intently, the bright leader assesses that mysterious outsider's aura with great care. Analyzing the blonde guy's aura, the powerful elven leader notes that was a totally stunning presence. Being very difficult to describe clearly, he notices that the feeling was strange but familiar at the same time. Maintaining a long silence, the guardian lowers his head, reflecting deeply on this great mystery. Changing his attitude, the mystical being offers a courtesy tea, leaving the humans totally shocked by this. Being very direct, the magical being orders them to call the boy from the wagon to participate in the tasting. Meanwhile, our brave hero continued sleeping peacefully, surrounded by a mysterious glow. Inside his mind, a red leaf falls onto the water, making the young man awaken suddenly from this sleep. Getting up quickly, the swordsman comes across a beautiful sunny field and tries to understand what that was. With a totally confused look, the prodigy concludes that that place was too real to be a simple dream. Admiring the golden immensity, our adventurer is surprised by the beauty of that vast, glowing hill. Widening his eyes slightly, the talented young man quickly realizes that he already knew this beautiful environment. Facing the horizon, he comes face to face with a gigantic divine tree emanating a strong spiritual energy. In that surreal world, even the beautiful flowers exuded a magnificent glow, enchanting any gaze. Feeling the sweet petals falling around him, the young warrior stands paralyzed with so much peace and tranquility. Suddenly, a beautiful, intensely illuminated white lily begins to descend gently toward the ground. Landing gracefully in front of him, the flower scatters small sparks of light across the entire beautiful lawn. Like a true magic trick, the white petals transform into an incredible butterfly of light. Following the creature with his eyes, the incredulous blonde guy ends up accepting that could only be an illusion. Flying freely with the wind, the small creature passes right near the concentrated outsider's face. At that, a warm sensation takes over his body, making the swordsman even more confused. Releasing a blinding light, the divine butterfly totally dominates the talented and strong adventurer's vision. With a very serene look, he finally understands that beautiful place was the world of his voice's memories. Knowing that this would be the only wonderful environment where the ancient presence could be perfectly tracked. However, his magical connection is harshly severed by several desperate screams calling for the chief. Opening his eyes slowly, the prodigy wakes up in real life, noticing the magical butterfly vanish through the vast air. Completely in panic, the strong red-haired mercenary yells at the top of his lungs, warning about the great danger. Raising his gaze with total coldness, the young hero notices immediately that his rest was over. Focusing his excellent vision on a single spot, the blonde guy's cold, glowing eyes glare at the strange threat. Catching everyone by surprise, the beautiful elf leaps swiftly onto the protagonist, immobilizing his body. Watching this entire scene, the frightened guards stand paralyzed without reaction before the guardian's attack. Trapped on the ground, the blonde guy inquires what was happening, while his companions break into a cold sweat from nerves. At that, the mysterious guardian brings her face closed with glowing eyes, questioning what that might be. Touching the hero's chest gently, she senses a magical aura coming from that special armor. Right after that, the beautiful lady points to the glowing stone the outsider carries with him all the time. And with great gentleness, the woman brings her finger to the swordsman's mouth in a very curious manner. Being illuminated by divine light, the forest creature focuses all her attention on that strong man. However, this curious scene is interrupted when a larger figure places himself in front of the small elf. Sighing tiredly, Vlad wonders what new major problem he would have to deal with now. Now sitting at a table, the young man notes that there are two of these magical beings staring at him without stopping. Feeling the weight of those dark gazes, the protagonist feels uncomfortable, wanting to leave. With that, the larger elf breaks the long silence, commenting about the knight who protected the children. Wanting to understand the situation better, the man with pointed ears inquires about the meaning of that title. Then Vlad explains that the church bestowed that on him after saving the innocents from a very peculiar monster. Hearing this heroic story, the forest commander praises our adventurer's courageous attitude. At that, the outsider reflects that the girl stared at his armor, noticing a connection with the spirits. Bringing a full tray, the small servant approaches, while the elf announces that the carriage is ready. Paying his total respect to the warrior knight, the leader lowers his head, leaving the young man honored. Patting the good old behind the cold stance, the blonde guy concludes that maybe he can enter the woods. In the meantime, the lady delivers the hot cups to the mercenaries, who express thanks with extreme shyness. Holding the steaming cup, the hero prepares to finally taste the drink made by the magical beings. Even knowing that wasn't to his liking, he decides to drink just to make a good impression there. Bringing the liquid close to his face, the swordsman senses a very pleasant aroma coming from that natural herb. But in a sudden manner, the pale elf holds the boy's hands, preventing him from drinking that boiling tea. Staring into the depths of the warrior's eyes, the beautiful guardian says firmly that he should not drink that. Watching this interruption, the other humans are completely shocked, not understanding absolutely anything. Even the hooded guards of that ancient settlement begin to break into a cold sweat, fearing a massive mess. With that, the village leader himself looks back, quite tense at his companion's rebellious attitude. Kneeling on the wooden table, the mystical creature warns that the outsider does not have permission to drink. Totally confused by this unusual rule, the protagonist inquires about the real reason for not being able to taste the tea. Without giving any clear answer, the mysterious woman just continues staring at our calm hero's face. Lowering her little head, the small magical girl tries to avert her sad gaze. Acting quickly, the larger elf pulls the girl by the leg, warning that she cannot do that. Sighing deeply, our protagonist gets frustrated for not knowing what he did wrong there. At that, a companion approaches, whispering for the chief to disguise his strange expression. Leaving that house, the group notices that the creatures continue watching them from the immense lawn. Focusing their eyes on the girl, the adventurers deduce she is someone from the high elven royalty. Thoughtful, the blonde guy laments the situation, thinking that entering the forest now is a lost cause. With that, he decides to continue the journey, ordering everyone to cross the cliff before sunset. But before they can depart, the young warrior hears a firm voice asking them to stop. Turning his face calmly, the outsider tries to understand what the guardians desire now. Observing from quite far away, the hero notices the white-haired girl whispering something to her leader. Listening to everything in silence, the commander is quite surprised by what he just heard from the youth. Coughing in an embarrassed manner, the tall man states he feels bad for letting them go that way. Looking at the girl's sad face, the magical being begs them to forgive her mistake. Without holding any resentment, Vlad flashes a comforting smile, forgiving any offense. Changing the subject entirely, the elf comments that he heard about the incident with the carriage. Averting his bright gaze, the leader with pointed ears hesitates for a brief second there. Being encouraged by small tugs on his cape, he gathers the proper courage to express himself. Letting out a long sigh of tension, the mysterious mage finally decides to make his request. Coming face to face with the human, the strong creature prepares to conclude that conversation. Extending his hand, the man states he wants to meet with our hero again in the future. Looking perplexed by this gesture, the swordsman inquires internally about the real meaning of the handshake. As if reading minds, the elf explains that that is the greatest symbol of invitation from his mystical race. Seeing everything from afar, the guards are in shock, unable to believe the scale of that achievement. Without hesitating for a second, the adventurer shakes the guardian's hand, accepting this incredible honor. Giving a slight side smile, the blonde guy recognizes that this chance will increase his knowledge. Confirming calmly with a nod, the forest leader wishes for the visit to happen soon. But before letting go of the hand, the magical fellow earnestly requests that he take the beautiful amber along. Pointing back, he shares that the small girl harbors an enormous interest in that rare gem. And changing his expression to something quite serious, the elf shows he wants to leave a final warning. Caught totally by surprise, the blonde swordsman's beautiful, bright blue eyes widen upon hearing this warning. Turning his body, he observes from afar the mysterious figure of the little girl standing beside the large magical archers. Waving with her small hand, the cute white-haired creature says goodbye to our adventurer in a very friendly way. Already mounted on his strong horse, the boy follows the road, regretting not having asked that beautiful lady's name. With that, the guard inquires about the reason, and the hero responds that he wanted to know what to call her at their next meeting. Praising the little girl's beauty, the protagonist smiles while his partner finds it strange for him to say that about a child. At that, the armored human argues that in reality, it's almost impossible to deduce the real age of a person from this species. Becoming confused, the warrior agrees, realizing that that cute elf could already have more than 100 years of pure life experience. Returning to focus on his true mission, the mercenary asks the chief to maintain total alert from that moment on. Explaining the dangers of the route, the red-haired guard warns that that entire region is dominated by very cruel muggers. At that, the group's leader recalls an old stone bridge on the path where they had already lost several of their wagons. Looking at the rising sun, the young hero suggests that the team set up a camp to spend the night safely there. However, the companion declines immediately, fearing that the precious cargo of tea leaves might freeze due to the intense cold. Being determined to travel without breaks for sleep, they need to keep going the entire night, and the adventurer understands the situation. Taking total charge of the group's front line, the blonde knight orders the others to protect the sides of the carriages. Complying with the outsider's order with total respect, the red-haired warrior places his hand on his chest, swearing to protect everyone there. Commanding their majestic horses through the dense forest, some guards flash a quite suspicious, dark smile. Whispering among themselves, the humans complain about the magical attitude, making Vlad tell them to stay very quiet at that exact moment. Maintaining his strict stance, the swordsman sends another soldier to watch the back of the transport, and he obeys silently. Thoughtful, the hero reflects that normal bandits wouldn't have the courage to attack very well-armed warriors all at once. Riding toward the setting sun, the blonde guy feels a very bad sensation, as if he were entering a den of beasts. Finally arriving in the feared mountainous region, the group passes through an extremely rocky path filled with steep cliffs. Advancing along the long stone road, the giant team follows in a highly defensive formation during the tense, cold night. Leading the march with a blank stare, the strong protagonist tries to maintain maximum concentration against the threats of the dark. Behind him, his mercenaries begin to break into a cold sweat from nerves, fearing that some enemy might step out of the shadows to hunt them. Holding firmly onto the animal's reins, the pair of partners tries to pass courage to one another in that scary setting. In a sudden manner, the blonde guy's bright celestial eyes notice a small flash of light at the top of the solitary cliff. Staring at that tiny illumination, he wonders internally if that was just the strong brightness of some star. Surprising the calm boy, a blinding flash takes over the top of the mountain, drawing his entire huge attention. Instinctively, the quick adventurer draws his old sword, defending against a dark attack that came straight from the sky. Using his sword, the warrior tries to block that immense beam of magical energy that was heading in his direction. Right behind him, one of the mercenaries ends up being hit dead, on in the chest by the overwhelming force of the attack. Sent flying far away, the guard falls violently from his horse, kicking up a lot of dust from the dark ground. Completely shocked, the fallen man inquires what could have caused such startling damage to his thick armor. Staring fixedly toward the top, the blonde guy grows tense, commenting that he couldn't see the strike properly because it was so fast. Analyzing the injury, they notice in disbelief that a simple pebble pierced that hard plate. With his eyes glowing, the swordsman deduces that this would be humanly impossible to happen there. At that, the red-haired commander points desperately toward the top of the mountain, alerting everyone about the mysterious enemy. Observing a solitary silhouette on the edge of the cliff, the soldiers panic, screaming out the name of the invader. Maintaining his cool, the outsider reflects that fellow couldn't be a simple roadside thief. Seeing the glowing aura flowing from the stranger's hand, the hero concludes that he is actually a very strong knight. Acting with extreme speed, the shooter fires another immense flash of pure energy against the startled pack. With no time to react, another member of the squad takes the hard impact directly on his large steel shield. Blown back with force, the poor guy slams his back against the rocky ground while his horse panics. Getting quite angry at the situation, the chief rescues his injured ally, carrying the heavy body on his shoulders. Bellowing at his men, the leader orders everyone to dismount to create a solid defensive line. But quickly, the young protagonist yells very loudly, forbidding anyone there from stepping off their horses. Arguing against the order, the red-haired man warns they were trapped on a bridge totally open to attacks. Trembling from nerves, the soldier emphasizes that the entire group would become a very easy target if they stayed still there. Advancing to the front, the adventurer explains the mysterious enemy knight never had the intention to eliminate them. Focusing his sharp gaze, the boy details that if this were the goal, he would have used blades and not stones. Being just a brutal warning from the feared predator, showing he could take down all of them there whenever he well pleased. Drawing his long sword, the young blonde guy tells everyone to run at maximum speed to break through that rocky blockade. Calling the name of his swift horse, the outsider pulls the reins, dashing furiously against the great danger. Motivated by their allies' great courage, the other mercenaries tell the troops to begin the wild escape. Yelling at the top of their lungs, the leaders tell the warriors to hold on tight while accelerating through the cold night. Galloping like actual lightning, the immense cavalry pushes forward, kicking up a thick cloud of white dust. Falling a bit behind, some younger guards look confused, wanting to know what they were going to do there. Lacking patience for foolish questions, the infuriated chief tells the recruits to just follow the brave hero's steps. And so, the entire armed caravan accelerates through the shadows, trying to escape that lethal shooter who watched from the mountains. With a focused look, the swordsman analyzes the situation, keeping his bright blue eyes illuminating the cold shadows. Firmly gripping his long sword, the blonde guy advances fearlessly, mounted on his swift black horse. At that, a new beam of light begins to form at the top of the mountain, making the guards panic. Noticing his allies' enormous desperation, the hero tells everyone to ignore the attack and keep running. Right after that, a colossal magical shot tears through the skies, going directly against the team's wagons. Being fast, the courageous protagonist concentrates a powerful aura on his blade, preparing for the impact. Using all his strength, the adventurer goes head to head against the destructive ray, trying to protect his friends. And at that moment, a gigantic explosion of energy happens in midair, lighting up that entire dark region. As if by magic, the powerful strike ends up being deflected, passing by the sides of the old caravan. Watching this scene from above, the shooter is very surprised by the young fellow's tremendous skill. Giving a slight smile, the warrior brags, saying that now he can easily react to the shots. Seeing that everyone was safe, the red-haired mercenary flashes a smile of relief for having blocked the threat. Resuming the intense rhythm, the squad continues its desperate run, following the brave leader through the woods. Knowing that his targets were going to flee, the unknown warrior leaps from the cliff, heading toward the ground. Riding without looking back, the skilled swordsman senses the enemy presence closing in quickly. With this, the young man warns that they have already crossed the bridge, and now they just need to cross the forest alive. However, the outsider's eyes widen as he senses an absurd murderous intent arising right in front of him. Without giving any reaction time, a gigantic glow totally blinds the blonde guy and his horse's vision. Crashing heavily onto the ground, the relentless villain creates an absurd crater, generating a massive shockwave. Caught by surprise by the strong gust of wind, the horses and soldiers end up being thrown far away. Amid the complete chaos, one of the guards uses his last breath to tell everyone to scatter across the place. But the terrible impact was so strong that the poor souls just fly through the air, losing their mounts. Destroying everything in the path, the enemy's brutal strike transforms the forest into a true horror setting. Heavily injured after the fall, the talented hero tries to support himself on the dirty ground, feeling pains through his entire body. Gathering his strength, he manages to sit up slowly, observing a thick cloud of dust and fallen trees. Looking around, the boy notices his wagons in pieces and his brave companions totally down. Stepping out of the shadows, the great villain praises the courage and the quick decision the protagonist had moments prior. Holding a sharp sword, the muscular man assumes a firm stance, recognizing our warrior's worth. Staring with his magical eye, the veteran reveals he is quite impressed at the skilled boy's strength. At that, the brave Vlad stands up, adopting his classic combat stance, ready to fight for his life there. The older man's eyes widen, left impressed by the young blonde guy's fearless attitude. Leaping swiftly through the air, our hero attacks the veteran from top to bottom with a brutal strike. Blocking the advance with his own blade, the mysterious villain crosses swords with the outsider. Facing the young man up close, the experienced warrior coldly analyzes every movement of that combat. Releasing sparks of energy through the air, the two lock in an intense duel in the middle of the dark forest. Clenching his teeth with total force, the protagonist uses all his energy to push the big guy back. Exchanging several rapid strikes, the pair shows immense skill with their sharp blades. Screaming with fury, Vlad advances without fear, wanting to end that threat as quickly as possible. Pressed by the boy's strength, the white-haired man backs up a bit, quite surprised. Clashing their steel once more, a bluish light arises, illuminating the focused faces of the strong swordsmen. Using a precise movement, the old fighter counters the onslaught, creating an immense gust of wind in the area. Taking advantage of the strong impact, the adventurer leaps backward, gaining a safe distance from his opponent. Positioning his glowing weapon right in front of his face, the skilled boy prepares for a new strike. Observing the strange combat stance, the bearded man questions the hero's true identity. Completely intrigued, the hunter wants to know how the blonde boy learned that special technique. Hearing this, the warrior wonders if the old man recognized the ancient fencing style of his magic voice. Making his blade shine brightly, the veteran warns that the answer could cost him dearly. Assuming a totally offensive pose, the experienced fighter threatens to take our boy down. Without showing a single ounce of fear, the adventurer leaps forward, charging straight at his great opponent. With an extremely sharp look, Vlad asks who this mysterious man crossing his path might be. Staring back with his magic eyes, the strong villain replies that they both had the exact same question. Lowering his head, the enemy murmurs that the true path of the sword must be straight and true, explaining that the only thing capable of opening that route is a totally decisive and highly unexpected strike. Raising his face coldly, the hunter prepares to reveal the essence of a final finishing move. Moving his body at an absurd speed, the experienced swordsman advances like a phantom shadow. Crossing the outsider's path in the blink of an eye, the two exchange strikes in a lightning, fast charge. Generating a massive flash in the middle of the woods, the brutal clash of powers lights up the entire battlefield. Taking a direct hit, the hero completely loses control and his trusty weapon flies freely through the air. Completely disarmed, the blonde young man walks right past the old man, accepting his painful loss in that duel. Finally, the heavy sword embeds deeply into the dirt, bringing the tense night clash to a definitive end. Feeling the cold blade very close to his neck, the blonde boy breaks into a cold sweat, feeling quite tense. With his long weapon pointed at the defeated youth, the old warrior announces he has one last question. Looking deep into the adventurer's soul, the relentless villain demands to know his true identity. With that, the mature man asks who the boy is to be using the legendary imperial fencing style. Cutting to a beautiful sunny day, we see rays of light invading a luxurious and peaceful hall. Sitting comfortably in an armchair, the nobleman praises our calm hero's excellent work. Sipping his hot tea, the wealthy lord greatly laments the fact that they could not find the fallen rival's whereabouts. Listening quietly to everything, the skilled swordsman keeps his gaze low, hiding a certain tension there. At that moment, the boy's mind drifts back, remembering the old hunter mentioning that great imperial fighting style. In the vision of the past, the mysterious man notices that the outsider knew nothing about his own technique. Observing the red-haired captain down on the ground, the boy realizes the sheer size of the trouble he was in. Putting his weapon back in its sheath, the warrior warns that they are going to have a long and serious talk. Turning his back on the loser, the bearded old man asks the young man to meet him in the city of Tanobo. Walking slowly through the shadows of the forest, the opponent leaves the choice between honor and survival in the blonde's hands. Back in the grand hall, the survivor breaks the silence by stating he was just very lucky in the duel. Letting out a light chuckle, the old nobleman agrees, saying that solitary bandit caused a lot of terrible trouble. Still keeping a serious gaze, Vlad points out that his nighttime opponent possessed absolutely extreme skills. The employer reveals that not even the Count's best soldiers were capable of going head-to-head with the guy. Immediately, the adventurer deduces that this was the real reason the lord hadn't sent his strong captains. Placing his teacup on the table, the aristocrat argues that a responsible leader must always think about the future. Raising his face coldly, the blond boy asks who would be called if the entire group fell in the clash. With a totally calculating and dark look, the old boss maintains a brief silence full of tension. Next, he mentions the feared dragon hunters, who possess completely overwhelming combat strength. Explaining his tactic further, he says the presence of a great monster would be the perfect excuse to call them in. Since the boy wore the emblem of those knights, his defeat would be the ideal motivation to summon the squad. Clenching his fists with immense anger, the outsider realizes he was just being used as simple bait. Smiling cynically, the nobleman grabs a bag, saying he is very happy the boy resolved the impasse on his own. Tossing the heavy item onto the table, the man announces he is paying a much higher amount than previously agreed. Justifying the bonus, he mentions that the hero has already been accepted by the elves and no longer needs his recommendation. Understanding all the dirtness of that mission, the cold swordsman just decides to leave that wretched place. Turning his back on the greedy lord, our swordsman decides to walk out of that luxurious hall. At that moment, the old boss questions if it wouldn't be a huge waste for the hero to end up wasting away in the cold north. Knowing about the young man's exile, the rich lord suggests he work for someone who truly recognizes his great value. Promising treatment fit for royalty, the arrogant old man tries to completely buy the skilled blonde his blind loyalty. Finding this tempting offer highly amusing, the strong protagonist ends up giving a slight mocking smirk. Sighing deeply, the brave outsider politely thanks him for the proposal but ultimately decides to decline the offer. Explaining his wise decision, the adventurer states he wishes to serve a leader he can truly trust. Blowing on his hot tea, the aristocrat deeply regrets the talented warrior's sad and unfortunate refusal. Staring at the young man with a very dark look, the nobleman confidently states that the two will definitely meet again in the future. At that exact moment, the frightening aura of the old mysterious swordsman appears, covering our surprised hero's back. Feeling that terrible hostile intent, the count starts sweating in sheer panic, dropping his fancy little cup. Crashing violently against the hard wooden floor, the chicken delicate piece shatters into several tiny pieces. Maintaining an absolutely incredible coldness, the young warrior simply stares at the completely terrified aristocrat. Totally paralyzed by shock, the cowardly lord gulps hard, realizing the true monster standing in front of him. Without saying another word, our fearless young man just turns his back, freely resuming his long walk. Walking toward the grand exit, the hero mentally promises to collect a very fair price for all this terrible deception. Shifting our scene a bit, we see the beautiful orange sun setting while illuminating the small streets of an old village. Walking calmly through the poorest and dirtiest alleys of this town, the handsome blonde explores that highly unfamiliar place. Exploring the dark alleyways even further, the outsider looks for an isolated hideout to rest safely. Stopping suddenly in the middle of the deserted street, the attentive protagonist decides to analyze the quiet environment there. Looking over his own shoulder, the mercenary sighs in relief upon sensing no hostile intentions nearby. Observing the shadows very calmly, the skilled swordsman is absolutely certain that no one is following his steps. However, a pair of leather boots ends up appearing right behind him, where the mysterious hunter questions his loyalty. Showing his face, the dangerous old man firmly states that a soldier of that greedy lord wouldn't choose honor. Coming entirely face to face with the brave warrior, the Swordmaster invites our boy for a good chat. Leaving the tense atmosphere aside, we see delicious skewers of juicy meat being roasted over a very hot fire. Eating at a simple street stall, the two strong warriors end up sharing a pleasant and humble meal. Taking a nice sip of his refreshing drink, the experienced hunter reflects and begins to find that boy very intriguing. Analyzing the handsome young man, he notices a tall aristocratic posture but is amazed by how well the blonde blends with poverty. Chewing his meal, the hero breaks the silence by asking the real reason the old warrior hasn't asked for his name. Replying calmly, the old warrior explains that retired knights never reveal their identities easily. Right after, the wise hunter says he notices the young man's carefree attitude, knowing his true past perfectly well. Taking a big gulp from his wooden mug, the mysterious gentleman confirms he is only partially correct about that. Listening closely, our blonde hero retorts, stating that the honor of those who walk the lower path is not theft. Looking deeply ahead, the experienced fighter agrees, regretting having his well-deserved peace ruined way too early. With that, a tense silence falls over the humble spot, while the two brave fighters exchange looks full of secrets. Suddenly changing the subject, the Swordmaster reminds the protagonist of the huge life debt he now owes. Staring at the boy very seriously, the older man declares he can finally collect a fair price for that whole rescue. Breaking into a cold sweat upon realizing the brilliant ambush, Vlad simply agrees, defeated by all this incredibly unbeatable blackmail. Being direct, the older man demands help solving some serious problems, but the mercenary asks for more details before accepting. Unrolling a small piece of paper on the rustic table, the older man shows some beautiful greenish leaves of elven tea. Maintaining a dark expression, the informant coldly reveals that it is not just a simple, tasty hot beverage. Surprised by the harsh realization, our hero quickly understands he is looking at a highly addictive and dangerous substance. Shining brightly, the image of a beautiful elf illustrates what is called Absalon, which is the true meaning of its popular name. Having an incredible forest aroma and a striking taste, the famous product quickly spread among the high young nobility. However, terrible outcomes soon began to occur on a massive scale, ruining lives before the real cause was discovered. Asking about possible hallucinations caused by the herb, the swordsman receives a sad denial from his new master. Explaining the harsh side effects, the hunter mentions severe dependency followed by an intense, self-destructive sadness. With this, the wise man reports the constant despair of the new generations, losing important opportunities to the richest guys. Plunged into this dark loneliness, the influential young men did not realize their rapid and perilous addiction to the dangerous substance. Confused, the blonde boy asks why the laws don't simply ban its distribution, hearing something quite depressing in response. Showing the harsh reality of the world, the old man explains how the corrupted system works in the shadows, hiding the worst acts. Having extremely deep roots within the empires, the dangerous herb would continue to be traded freely and without fear. Bringing vast wealth to the old leaders, that terrible shadow market exchanged painful losses for lots of gold. Disgusted by the miserable greed of others, the veteran furiously declares he will put a definitive end to this inhumane trade. Looking out at the grand metropolis during the beautiful lit night, Vlad reflects, realizing the immense reason behind the words he just heard. Observing toxic smoke covering the frail houses in the suburbs, the young man concludes that the living conditions of those souls have recently worsened. Consequently, the center of the metropolis would grow rich, benefiting the noble leaders of the main families present there. But as a sad truth, the normal, hardworking citizens would never receive the great rewards of such huge profits. Ultimately, they would be expelled from their hometowns, tragically forced to work hard producing all that terrible substance. Understanding the whole situation, the blonde boy realizes that the old thefts serve to save people from that terrible trade. Staring into nothingness, the skilled mercenary feels a profound nobility coming from those acts of rebellion. At that moment, a strong memory invades the boy's mind, showing the incredible world he saw in that Swordmaster. Overcome with immense determination, our hero mentally decides to take on this dangerous and important mission. Changing the scene a bit, we see a beautiful pile of shiny gold coins resting on a wooden table. Counting the money, the swordsman evaluates that the 20 golden pieces won't pay off a life debt, collecting the rest in resentment. Turning his face slightly, the protagonist calls out to his loyal companion Gort, catching the startled man's attention. Showing a few small, shiny coins in his hands, the brave leader offers the well-deserved payment to his partner. Totally amazed, the bald man receives 3 gold pieces, asking the wind the reason for such sudden generosity. Being quite direct, Vlad explains that this would cover their expenses, as well as the old man's in the next room. Sweating cold, the helper fears he is traveling with that frightening monster, wishing it were all just a misunderstanding. Confirming the long journey with the elderly man, the leader coldly asks if his employee had managed to secure a horse. Remaining in absolute silence, the white-haired young man just stares at the floor, seeming to ponder something. Tossing a bit more money to his ally, he orders the purchase of a decent mount using exactly that amount. Sighing heavily, the mercenary laments the fact that the strongest and most feared people walk around without a single dime in their pockets. Putting on his cape, the hero announces he is going to visit Stefan, while his companion questions the need for this outing. Explaining the situation, the boss acknowledges his guilt in the nobleman's downfall and feels a duty to repay that group's loyalty. With that, the blonde boy states that faithful mercenaries are hard to find, making it very valuable to maintain good ties with them. Walking toward the exit, the warrior plans to leave as soon as he returns and leaves his friend in charge of preparing everything. Watching his boss leave, the bald helper remains silent, reflecting deeply on all those actions. Staring at the young man's broad back, Gort mentally wonders, since when his leader had such a grand posture. Recalling the past, the subordinate visualizes the boy in the snow, remembering that in the beginning, he was just a wild rookie. But now, seeing him walk away into the darkness, the man finally recognizes the true aura of a noble knight. Heading into the forest at night, we see the brave travelers resting around a warm campfire. Boiling in an iron pot, a tasty and comforting soup gives off a wonderful smell in the middle of the camp. Staring at the boy seriously, the veteran hunter tries to understand how an apprentice doesn't know his own master. Replying calmly, the mercenary reports having been threatened with a sword to his neck, thus hiding the truth. With an extremely firm look, the bright, blue-eyed young man guarantees he traveled all the way there just to find answers. Evaluating the boy's coldness, the old warrior concludes there are no lies, as there is zero hesitation in those eyes. Crossing his arms, the older man shows concern about this mystery, fearing something so secretive has been leaked. Staring at his own hands, the young man asks if his fighting style truly belongs to the Imperial Knights. Explaining further, the master detailed it as a powerful, unique takedown passed down only to the Imperial elite. Totally surprised, the mercenary understands the grandeur of the technique and asks if he would be forbidden from using it. Looking at the boy with deep suspicion, the experienced hunter starts considering a huge possibility. Keeping the atmosphere tense, the older man asks with total seriousness if the boy's real father might be the Emperor. Left completely speechless, the swordsman maintains an awkward silence in the face of this crazy theory. At that, the bald helper nearly spits out his drink in sheer shock, thinking his boss had royal blood. Warning that it isn't a joke, the elderly man asks the ally to think carefully, as he must have ties to royalty. Sighing heavily, the hero denies any connection to nobles, while Gort holds back a little laugh. Crossing his fingers, the wise fighter warns that using a power exclusive to the imperial family would bring trouble. Pointing out the major risks, he explains that southern warriors would easily recognize those moves. With this, the two travelers break a cold sweat upon hearing the huge chance of being taken down and imprisoned for royal offense. Quite apprehensive, the silver-haired boy asks how to resolve the situation, hearing that there was still a great way out. Analyzing the boy's style, the old man states that the power leaked a long time ago, leaving everyone intrigued. Clearing up the major doubts, the veteran reveals that Vlad's movements come very close to the original form. Using a brilliant metaphor, the master compares the simple technique to a very thin broth boiling over the fire. Grabbing a huge and juicy piece of red meat, the old man ignores Gort's loud protests about the food. Slicing the meat into the hot pot, the warrior teaches that the imperial family filled their techniques with new ingredients. Stirring the stew, he reflects on the passage of time, guaranteeing that feared sword evolved over the last few centuries. Serving a rich and juicy portion, the wise man describes the current martial art as something much more refined and flavorful. Seeing his helper salivate, the dedicated and quiet leader reflects deeply on the true meaning of all that. Regaining his focus, the old man concludes that the true unique takedown resides in absolute and total combat unpredictability. Looking intensely into the brave boy's eyes, the hunter suggests he add his own spices to the sword. Absorbing everything, the fighter imagines creating a force so incredible it could astound the Empire's own elite guard. Entering a mental plane, the skilled fighter visualizes walking his own path, creating his own incredible world. Handing over the meal, the experienced partner advises our protagonist to blossom and grow his own wonderful flower. Shifting focus completely, we see a giant and bright magical tree illuminating the entire dense elven forest. Exploring the ancient structures built around the colossal root, we are introduced to that race's beautiful sanctuary. Calmly climbing the long mystical staircases, two mysterious silhouettes walk toward the center of power there. Standing at the majestic entrance, an intimidating and strong blue-haired elf decrees that the grand gates be open. Confirming the orders, the two loyal elven guards open the passage for their superior named Avaratus. Entering that sacred space, the blue-haired elf comes face to face with a huge, glowing mystical gate. Widening his eyes, the handsome commander notices a strong and undeniable magical shift happening in the room. Floating gracefully through the air, a beautiful white-haired elven priestess is bathed in celestial light. Welcoming the great elder to the location, the blue-haired warrior greets the old wise man with great respect. Asking about the situation, the soldier hears that the girl was receiving a rare and powerful revelation. Gasping with great difficulty, the beautiful young woman seems to be suffering a lot under the full weight of that intense vision. Very worried about the girl's condition, the officer asks if she could really withstand this entire process. Keeping calm, the wise leader explains it is a heavy burden, as it is the first direct message from the sacred tree. At that moment, the girl suddenly opens her bright eyes, feeling an enormous power overflow. Overtaken by a golden explosion, the priestess lights up that entire sanctuary with her divine aura. Totally surprised by the flash, the two respected elves watch the event, unable to believe it. Staring straight up, the mysterious messenger announces with a trembling voice that something terrible is coming. Having a vision of a frightening monster in the shadows, the girl declares that an ancient dragon is approaching. And with that, a gigantic and threatening red reptilian eye stares into the young woman's soul with overwhelming fury. Completely dominated by the magic, the elf enters a deep trance while her body levitates in the air. Panicking, the commander tries to stop the girl from looking, but she insists on seeing everything the dragon was showing. Shouting desperately, the guard asks for help, while the great elder orders no one to approach the ritual. Knowing the young woman's inexperience, the leader decides to offer himself up, offering his own mind to bear the burden. Tapping his strong staff on the ground, the older man conjures a huge greenish magic circle to protect the girl. Being hit by the divine power, the old wise man wonders mentally what he is supposed to visualize now. With her voice completely distorted, the girl screams with all her might, warning about a powerful sword. Suffering an absurd impact, the older man fights bravely to stay on his feet against that overwhelming energy. Observing the inside of the vision, the horned older man is utterly perplexed to recognize something impressive. Quickly changing our scene, we see a dark and magical trail in the middle of a dense enchanted forest. Glowing with a divine blue hue, a gigantic sword is seen embedded in the ground as a symbol of power. Returning to our heroes, we see the three travelers riding peacefully during the cold, early morning hours. Breaking the silence, the master hunter warns that robbing simple caravans won't stop the sale of the dangerous tea. Agreeing completely, the blonde boy reveals he didn't do that, as he only destroyed the enemy's main base. Giving a proud smile, the old man quickly deduces that the boy completely wiped out the famous hive. Explaining his strategy, the young man tells how he used himself as live bait to draw out the count's true secrets. Curious, the old man asks if that nobleman ever requested the help of the dragon hunter knights, and the boy confirms it. Being wise, the experienced master finds it strange that the lord asks for direct help, completely ignoring the empire's processes. Staring at his new mentor, the blonde boy asks why he shows so much interest in those mysterious knights. Quickly looking away, the old man just says it's nothing important, advising the boy not to dig too deep. With a very serious expression, the older man warns that sometimes just knowing too much is enough to risk one's own safety. Cutting the tense mood, the bald helper spots something in the distance, while his powerful captain agrees with the discovery. Giving a slight smile of satisfaction, our protagonist is happy to finally arrive at their long-awaited destination there. Stopping their mounts, the group of mercenaries finds a large, rustic wooden house lit up on the edge of the forest. Shifting our scenery, we see a gorgeous elven room lit by the sun and filled with massive books on the shelves. Sitting gracefully in that office, the beautiful white-haired sacred maiden suddenly calls out for her brother. Focused on his documents, the blue-haired officer replies very formally, calling the young woman by her divine title. Immediately frowning, the beautiful elf gets sulky at her relative's coldness and remains completely silent. Bothered by the situation, she asks if the young man would keep using that boring term even when they were totally alone. Listening to the young woman's little complaint, the dedicated elf just gives a friendly smile, showing his deep affection. Clicking her tongue impatiently, the girl just turns her face away, pretending to be quite annoyed by the officer's attitude. With that, we focus on a beautiful basket full of fresh fruit, while the soldier asks the priestess to take the food as she leaves. Totally confused by the direction of that conversation, the blue-haired warrior stops his writing, asking where she is going. Looking at the young man over her shoulder, the maiden claims he seemed to be very hungry, making the mood quite strange. Understanding absolutely nothing about the subject, the commander asks who the girl is talking about, with a huge dumbfounded look on his face. At that exact moment, knocks echo on the heavy wooden door, and a male voice urgently calls for Lord Veratus. Entering the room, an alert forest ranger reports having found suspicious humans wandering the borders of the magical territory. Maintaining a firm and imposing posture, the noble leader coldly orders the intruders to be expelled from his realm. Breaking into a cold sweat, the soldier hesitates for a moment, reporting that the outsiders were looking exactly for that commander. Explaining further, the subordinate states they claim to have an invitation, while the lord questions if he actually invited them. Reporting the visitor's name, the ranger mentions a guy named Vlad, making his superior widen his eyes in shock. Eating a grape quite calmly, the beautiful priestess simply watches her brother's surprise at such a revelation. Remembering the girl's recent words, the shocked elf reflects, asking in amazement if she had said the boy was feeling hungry. Missing the essence of the conversation, the messenger is totally lost and asks his master to repeat that unusual phrase. Going back outside the forest, we see Vlad holding his own stomach, which is growling, while the old hunter judges the young man's hunger. Trapped in a wooden cage, the bald helper shouts furiously, reminding them that his leader swore he was invited. Complaining about the terrible reception, the employee questions if shooting arrows at guests is standard elven etiquette. Keeping calm, the old hunter calls in the life debt, while the boy retorts, claiming he got them inside. Totally outraged by the young man's nerve, the wise master asks if everyone from the north is shameless like that. Sighing heavily, the blonde boy becomes quite thoughtful, not understanding the real reason he received that magical invitation. Slightly raising his gaze, the skilled swordsman notices a very heavy atmosphere surrounding all the guards in that place. With that, the hero realizes that the hooded archers seem extremely nervous and frightened about something. Suddenly, the imposing blue-haired commander appears in front of the cell, welcoming the outsider from Sora. Giving a slight ironic smile, the silver-haired boy mocks the situation, noting that the elven reception was taking place right from a prison. Offering sincere apologies for the huge misunderstanding, the noble officer hands the beautiful basket of fruit for the young man to eat. Holding the food, the mercenary asks if they aren't going to be released, hearing a quick request for patience from the elf. Explaining the tension in the forest, the magic warrior asks for understanding, reporting that everyone is on edge. Focusing his bright blue eyes, the brave fighter asks if all this worry is because of their presence. Staring firmly at the lord, the young detective notes that the location's defenses seem focused on much greater threats. At that, the forest guard reflects mentally, realizing how astute that human chosen by the sacred maiden is. Analyzing the mysterious boy, the elf suspects his arrival at that exact moment is no simple coincidence. Completely breaking the tense silence, the noble commander confirms our fearless protagonist's dangerous suspicions. Being extremely direct, the soldier reports that a terrible dragon is arriving, causing a huge shock among the group. Illustrating the legend, we see that the sacred tree would soon blossom, attracting the greed of that massive and deadly creature. Lamenting this entire tragic situation, the officer apologizes again for receiving guests at such a bad time. But the kind leader reassures the man, offering immediate help and receiving sincere thanks for his fine attitude. However, the blue-haired warrior thinks the human soul is deceitful and rotten, being a race the elves should never trust. Yet an incredible magical light illuminates the cell while the little nature spirits begin talking about the boy. Bathed in a glorious golden aura, the blonde is recognized by the pure creatures as a true and honorable protector. Changing our scenery quickly, the scene now focuses on a beautiful and sunny office filled with lovely foliage. Holding a small teacup, a rather frightened nobleman stutters as he asks the reason for such a sudden visit. Standing majestically in the doorway, the fearless swordsman asks if that gentleman hadn't requested his presence there. Sweating cold, the counselor goes into shock, knowing that even a duke would struggle to invite such a legendary knight. Staring at the fearful old man very intensely, our hero keeps his sharp gaze focused on the next big mission. Completely paralyzed by fear, the Lord gulps hard, noticing the enormous pressure the outsider radiates in the room. Coming back to his senses, the old elf tries to keep his posture and invites our warrior to enter his luxurious office. Sitting in the armchair with great confidence, the skilled mercenary adopts a posture worthy of a relentless king. Breaking into a cold sweat, the scared counselor tries to break all that tense atmosphere by offering a simple cup of tea. Being very direct, the blonde boy just closes his eyes, refusing the drink, stating he dislikes the taste of elven tea. Totally desperate, the older gentleman begs for forgiveness, agreeing that the beverage is unworthy of such a noble guest. Shouting at his butler, the fearful leader orders them to fetch the most expensive and refined black tea in the entire region. Maintaining his coldness, the outsider says he doesn't need that, making the counselor so nervous he even offers wine. Ignoring the drinks, the protagonist gets straight to the point, asking if the dangerous drug Absalom was still being made. Unsuspecting, the nobleman guarantees the factory invasion has already been handled, and production is continuing normally. Feigning surprise, the mercenary asks about the rumor of a strong warrior that the local guard couldn't take down. Confirming this story, the older man confesses he received massive help from an outsider to resolve the issue. Instigating the conversation, the young man asks about the origin of this fighter, hearing he was just a simple northern knight. Looking deep into the boy's eyes, the counselor confidently states that the northern helper's name was Vlad. Right after, the lord insults the boy, calling him an abandoned stray though acknowledging his skills. But showing his disgust, the suited man claims the warrior had terrible manners and didn't know his place. Speaking ill behind his back, the old man judges that the blood of a lesser barbarian always shows, no matter the place. Interrupting that rambling, the blonde asks with a frightening voice if he really looked so inferior right there. Keeping the pressure on, the silver-haired boy repeats the counselor's exact words about blood being visible everywhere. With a deadly glare, the fearless swordsman questions the supposed inferior lineage the nobleman claimed to have noticed. Realizing his gigantic mistake, the scared elf panics as he feels an immense and overwhelming hostile aura. Intimidated by the dragon's power, the poor lord listens as the young man asks again if his presence was inferior. With that, the scene takes us to a huge shining golden tree, marveling the counselor with such splendor. Recalling the past, the old man asks our hero about the origin of that valuable amber on his glowing sword. Hearing the name of the Yahello family, the experienced lord gets reflective, perfectly recognizing that ancient title. Confirming the Swordmaster's lineage, the nobleman stares at the shining weapon in our brave warrior's hands. Explaining the history, the wise man recounts that one of the great knights who followed that master carried that surname. Diving into memories, the elf clearly remembers the fighter with the sad look and beautiful water-colored hair. Drawing his weapon, the blonde boy takes the nobleman by surprise, asking if he knew the location of the tree inside the amber. Completely shocked by that statement, the counselor widens his eyes, asking how he knew about the leaf inside there. Faced with this huge confusion, our protagonist fails to understand the old man's surprise and just mutters in confusion. Staring intensely at the boy, the old elf tries to comprehend the absurdity he just heard. Observing the gem, the wise man says it shines very brightly and asks how a mere human could catch a glimpse of that forbidden world. With this, a huge, tense silence takes over the room, while the other guards start whispering among themselves. At that moment, the blonde boy thinks about how much he should reveal, feeling deep down that lying would be a bad choice here. Sighing lightly, the protagonist decides to put the secrets aside, figuring that none of it mattered anymore now. So he shares that the tree was located in the west, in the greenest forest, leaving the counselor in sheer disbelief. Closing his eyes, the old man nods tragically, revealing that such a beautiful place indeed existed in the past. Illustrating the magical tale, we see a massive, magnificent tree with orange leaves acting as the very home of the elves. But soon the vision shifts, revealing a gigantic, terrible fire dragon destroying everything with its brutal flames. With that, the wise man confirms that the entire paradise ended up being cruelly burned to pure ashes by the monster. Changing our scene, we see the beautiful, lit elven village resting on the mountain slopes during the early morning hours. Resting in the guest room, our brave hero sits on the cold floor, watching the sky through the window. Very thoughtful, the young man mentally wonders how he could possibly find something that sadly no longer exists. Holding his battle companion, the mercenary decides to sneak out to investigate the famous tea leaves. At that, the old hunter appears, reminding him of the orders not to leave, but the boy asks him just to cover for everything. Maintaining a calm look, Vlad guarantees the atmosphere in the forest is already chaotic enough because of the dragon. Jumping out the window, the swordsman says he won't get caught, while the older man helps him escape, remembering his younger days. Taking on a very serious expression, the experienced warrior catches the blonde boy's attention to reveal something intriguing. Being direct, the old man confesses that the young man's true master seemed to have strong ties to the empire's royalty. Faced with the boy's surprise, the experienced mentor claims to be absolutely certain of this theory after seeing recent events. Recalling history, he tells how the founding king abdicated his grand throne to live like someone far inferior. Because of this, the legend endured for centuries, leaving that noble warrior's final moments shrouded in absolute mystery. Staring seriously at the boy, the older man suggests he might be connected to that great, unknown final chapter. Completely focused, the young detective absorbs the information in a deep, reflective silence. Crossing his legs on the floor, the protagonist wonders what to do, since his only clue ended right there. Denying it quickly, the warrior master disagrees, asserting that this was just the true beginning of the journey. Explaining why, he guarantees the young man's duty is to follow the trail left by the will of the Grand King. Listening closely, the blonde boy remembers that no one in the world knew the final moments of that legendary founder. With a sharp look, the hunter agrees, reporting that humans truly never knew anything about it. Understanding the brilliance of the idea, our brave protagonist deduces that the elven race might have the answers. Flashing a confident smile, the experienced warrior agrees with our smart mercenary's brilliant deduction. Taking swift action, the blonde says goodbye, warning he'll be right back as he abruptly leaps out the huge window. Right behind him, the old hunter also jumps into the night's darkness, keeping up with the audacious youth's frantic pace. Free-falling through the dense magical forest, the duo plummets quickly past the gigantic glowing trees. Landing safely, the swordsman notices his partner vanished into thin air, wondering if he was some kind of ninja cat. Reflecting on the intel, he deduces the elves might know the truth, since the elder recognized the amber. Widening his eyes suddenly, a new and shocking theory pops into our fearless protagonist's brilliant mind. Being highly logical, he thinks the mystical voice didn't see the location directly, but through the amber, just as he did. Changing the scene, we see the boy back in his dark room, trying to put together this complicated mental puzzle. Scratching his head in frustration, the young man gives up thinking, just wanting to understand what kind of person his mentor was. Suddenly, light knocks sound on the bedroom door, catching the hero's attention, and he promptly grants entry. Slowly opening the door, the beautiful and radiant elven maiden with white hair timidly peeks inside the room. Taken completely by surprise, the silver-haired boy widens his eyes, not expecting to receive an illustrious visit so late at night. Maintaining a serene look, the lovely sacred girl asks for just a moment of our confused warrior's attention. Shifting the scenery, we see the two walking through a wonderful cave filled with glowing roots lit by fireflies. Sighing heavily, the mercenary internally regrets not having ignored the door and stayed in his bed. Walking surrounded by guards and the blue-haired commander, the boy feels a hostile and highly awkward vibe. Trying to break that tense silence, the blonde boy hesitantly asks about the group's exact destination. Being shot deadly glares by all the elves, the boy just gulps hard, breaking into a cold sweat under the massive pressure. Stopping abruptly, the priestess announces she wants to show something very important to our young visitor. Confused, the swordsman asks what it is about, hearing that it directly involves the beautiful amber of his magical sword. Flashing a sweet smile, the lovely girl states she really wants to show the sacred jewel to someone special. Understanding nothing, the hero asks who he would be showing it to, since the request seemed rather sudden. Explaining the situation, the priestess reveals that the current world tree wants to see its ancient mother for the very first time. Shocked by the revelation, the blonde boy discovers that the leaf in his sword was the progenitor of the current sacred tree. Walking toward the water, the elf says the tree is very anxious for its first blossoming in the spring. And through a huge twist of fate, the boy showed up carrying the exact maternal memories the place was looking for. Stopping in front of a colossal trunk, the maiden states that this is a secret place permitted only for guests. Delicately raising her right hand, the priestess presses her palm against the hard wood brimming with pure, living magic. And with that, a grand rift of blinding light opens, revealing the powerful entrance to the heart of the tree. Blinded by an immense flash of light, the warriors try to shield their eyes from that strong magical energy. Totally impressed, the swordsman can barely believe what his eyes are seeing there. Welcoming the outsider, the priestess congratulates the blonde boy for being the first human to step into that sacred place. Looking over his own shoulder, the mercenary observes the elven knights who had accompanied him all the way there. Staring at the boy with a deep scowl, the guards show they do not like this situation one bit. But unable to do anything, the sentinels merely nod, allowing our hero to pass. With that, the fearless silver-haired boy turns back and starts walking alone toward the mysteries of the sanctuary. Walking down a beautiful, bright greenish path, the young man advances further and further into the room's interior. Clenching his fists tightly, the fighter mentally prepares for whatever might be waiting for him. Giving a sweet smile, the elf turns her face, stating the Great Spirit is very happy about this visit. Widening his eyes, our protagonist is left completely breathless as he encounters an unforgettable sight. Bathing the environment in a golden light, the majestic and colossal world tree reveals itself in all its glory. However, changing our scene, we see a massive rain of blades and strikes falling mercilessly over a forest. In that dark place, several elven warriors lie totally defeated on the ground after a terrible clash. Taking a brutal hit to the chest, one of the knights ends up falling in defeat in a tragic and frightening scene. Emerging from the shadows, a terrifying red-eyed monster shows itself to be the true culprit behind the rampage. Advancing furiously, the gigantic beast roars violently, threatening to destroy everything that crosses its path. Returning to the calm of the present, we see beautiful, glowing butterflies flying gracefully through the grand hall. Completely awestruck by the beauty of the mystical energy, the blonde boy reflects on how incredible that place is. Approaching the boy, the sacred maiden asks if he is ready to show his sword to the tree. In a pleading tone, the girl begs the hero to become the bridge responsible for connecting those two worlds. Staring at the young man with her beautiful, pleading golden eyes, the elf anxiously awaits the big answer. Returning that strong look, our brave mercenary makes his decision and chooses to help however necessary. Slowly drawing his magnificent blade, the swordsman agrees to the request and prepares to begin the ritual. Holding the weapon firmly, the boy kneels on the ground and rests the tip of his sword in the earth filled with pure magic. Keeping the blade completely straight and upright, the silver-haired boy closes his eyes, focusing on the room's massive energy. Immediately, the beautiful spiritual butterflies begin to fly and dance around that imposing warrior. Kneeling in front of the illuminated trunk, the priestess clasps her hands, beginning to pray with great devotion. Focusing on the weapon's hilt, we see the ancient and valuable amber start to glow intensely, reacting to the grand enchantment. Guided by magic, the beautiful elf gently brings her hand closer to touch that jewel loaded with memories. As the priestess touches the sword, the place is flooded with blinding light while dozens of butterflies appear. With that, the jewel embedded in the weapon's hilt shines brightly, reacting to all that pure, magical energy. The immense sacred tree begins to change color, taking on a golden and incredibly majestic hue. Completely amazed, the little elf watches this true miracle unfolding right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Vlad remains kneeling with his head bowed, keeping his weapon planted firmly in the dirt. Several spiritual birds start flying around our hero, creating a calm and very welcoming aura. At that moment, the grand plan illuminates the entire cave, displaying the awakening of its true, hidden power. Closing his eyes, the silver-haired boy internally affirms he can feel the life flowing through the ancient amber, revealing the countless possibilities that the great world tree had been guarding for so long. And with this, the small, previously forgotten beings begin to awaken in the form of beautiful, shining buds. Then a gigantic glowing lotus flower blooms, spreading even more enchantment throughout the place. Emerging from the center of this strong light, the beautiful mature spirit of the tree takes on a physical, very charming form. Tears of joy stream down the girl's face as she finally meets the true mother of that place. With a gentle look, the spiritual entity opens her arms to welcome her daughter back after so many years. Giving a loving hug to the little priestess, the great spirit confirms that life is blossoming once again. Changing scenes, we see some shocked elves alerting the great elder about this incredible event. Looking up, the experienced leader is left completely speechless before such a formidable spectacle. Crying hard, the old man admits he waited his whole life to finally witness this moment. In another room, a dark-haired elf spots a flash and gets very curious about the beautiful situation. Sitting at his work desk, the man watches through the window as the entire forest is bathed in a golden color. Working in the fields, the peasants pause their tasks to admire the beautiful magic covering the whole sky. Even a group of hooded warriors is surprised by the strong light coming from the direction of the sanctuary. Far away from there, a horse handler stops his work, marveling at the mystical phenomenon in the sky. Holding a small fallen leaf, an old wise man reflects on the need to protect the new world being born. As new divine flowers bloom, we see that protection was exactly why the protagonist fought so hard. Gripping the blade with great force, the fearless swordsman ends up slightly injuring his hands during the tense ritual. The vital energy falling into the earth serves as an honorable gift for the children being born at that hour. With that, small magical foxes and birds appear, flying peacefully over the grand lotus flowers. Crying with emotion, the elders give thanks that this long-awaited moment has finally arrived for their people. Bringing hope to the nation, the great sacred tree shines brilliantly, marking the start of a new, beautiful spring. Falling softly, a beautiful white flower lands delicately on top of our exhausted protagonist's head. Maintaining his kneeling posture, the silver-haired boy rests on the ground after giving all his energy to the tree. Suffering the consequences of the magic ritual, the warrior looks at his hands covered in injuries. Approaching quickly, the kind elf holds the boy's injured hands, showing a lot of concern. Staring at the hero with a distressed look, the beautiful priestess asks if he is feeling all right. Forcing a smile and breaking into a cold sweat, Vlad ignores the pain, just asking if the flowers have bloomed yet. Nodding in agreement, the sacred girl confirms the success, letting him know the forest is thanking him. Sighing in relief, the swordsman confesses he feels much better hearing this good news. Keeping a sad and guilty look, the mystical maiden apologizes for making him go through that. Trying to calm the young woman, the blonde boy smiles gently, stating that helping with the ritual was his own choice. Showing a serene look, the brave warrior reveals he has zero regrets about his noble decision. Looking at the serious open cuts on the palm of his hand, the boy feels the pain from that immense mystical effort. Explaining his attitude, the young man says he endured it all quietly because he didn't want to ruin that beautiful family reunion. Totally amazed by the outsider's kindness, the little elven leader stares at his face with great admiration. Looking down at the floor, we see the boy's sword without its famous magic jewel embedded in the weapon's hilt. Commenting on what happened, the girl mentions that ancient lost amber was the Heinel house's greatest treasure. Hearing a strange noise coming from the cave, the blonde boy lifts his face, trying to figure out what it was. Turning their eyes toward the source of the sound, the duo watches the tree's roots moving mysteriously. Flashing a sweet smile, the elf states that the entity trusts the hero enough to reveal itself. Emerging from the darkness, an intense bluish light illuminates the inside of that large opening in the roots. Revealing its true form, a majestic and colossal sword of pure energy rests in the sanctuary. Totally blown away by that magic weapon, the silver-haired boy widens his eyes, unable to believe it. Analyzing that huge artifact, the protagonist notices an imposing aura but admits it gives him major chills. Staring closely at the grand divine blade, the blonde boy feels as if the weapon is aiming right at him. At that moment, a few red drops slide off the boy's hand, falling into a small pool at the base of the sword. Reacting instantly to the hero's touch, the blue energy takes on a frighteningly dark color. Taken by surprise, the swordsman watches the glowing water reflect the power contained in that celestial relic. Emitting a hostile aura, the blade threateningly orders the young man not to dare take another step. Thrown backward by the strong impact, the warrior crosses his arms, trying to shield himself from the immense pressure. Emerging from the shadows, an imposing figure mocks the invader, claiming he is nothing but an insignificant creature. Shocked by the harsh words, the silver-haired boy gulps hard, feeling enormous pressure coming from that powerful entity. Ordering with a terrifying voice, the magic weapon commands the protagonist to disappear from its sight immediately. With that, the threatening shadow promises to cut the boy to pieces if he dares to remain in that sacred place. But bravely resisting the intimidation, our warrior plants his feet firmly on the ground, refusing to back down a single step. Noticing the tension in the air, the priestess asks if the blonde boy is okay and questions what is happening there. Still staring at the bright light, the hero asks the girl what the true origin of that frightening blade is. With a calm and quite innocent look, the beautiful elf answers very peacefully about the relic. Turning completely pale, the mercenary loses his breath upon discovering that it was the ancient weapon of the Swordmaster. Totally confused, the swordsman questions the reasons why such a powerful and legendary artifact is kept right there. Trying to grasp the situation, the silver-haired boy comments that the master was kind and asks the real purpose behind all of it. Explaining the history, the maiden recounts that that legendary blade was responsible for defeating the great dragon lord. Placed in that sanctuary, the mystical weapon now serves as a protective shield for the majestic tree of life. Gulping hard, our protagonist hesitantly asks exactly who the Grand Trunk needs to be protected from. Shifting her expression to a much more serious tone, the little priestess stares at the boy, revealing the fearsome answer. Stating that the guard is against anyone seeking to steal all the infinite possibilities of the beautiful grove, and mainly to push away, once and for all, the terrible greedy gaze of beings corrupted by immense darkness, including the constant and dreadful threat from absolutely all the massive, merciless dragons that roam the world. Changing our scene, we see a calm, sunny morning softly lighting the beautiful window of a quiet room. Lying comfortably in a luxurious bed, the silver-haired hero rests after the tense events that occurred in the cave. However, during his sleep, the young man is haunted by the striking and intimidating image of the grand blue spiritual sword. Breaking a cold sweat while sleeping, the fearless swordsman is unable to erase the artifact's immense pressure from his mind. Having intense nightmares, Vlad relives the exact moment the phantom figure pointed its blade at his face. Hearing the booming voice again, the ghostly entity repeats the order for him to disappear from its sight. Feeling enormous dread, the boy's soul trembles before that overwhelming energy, filled with pure hostility. Attacked without mercy, the protagonist feels the strong blade pierce his shoulder in a brutal and very fast strike. Waking up with a jump, the terrified mercenary breathes heavily, trying to catch his breath after the massive scare. Panting and quite sweaty, the young man puts his hands on his chest, realizing it was all just a nightmare. But reflecting on the dream, the blonde boy internally affirms that all that bad feeling wasn't just in his head. Remembering the phantom's posture, the swordsman concludes he received a direct warning filled with hatred and resentment. Clenching his fists in frustration, the shaken warrior wonders why so much malice is being directed at him. Sitting on the bed, the silver-haired boy hears a familiar voice asking if he had a nightmare during his rest. With that, the elven commander appears sitting on the windowsill, asking about the condition of our hero's injured hand. Looking at the heavy bandages, the old man asks if the boy can move, criticizing whoever did that poor rap job. Changing the subject, the swordsman asks about the investigation, hearing that the planting fields have been divided. Explaining the situation, the man reveals that the leaves meant for their own consumption and those for sale were separated. Because of this, the mercenary thinks it was purely for commercial reasons, but the warrior reports a slight difference in the plants. Staring at the boy, the elder states this distinction shows there was a clear intention right from the start. Revealing a harsh truth, the elf concludes that the separated herbs harbored deep malice against humans. Widening his beautiful blue eyes, our protagonist is completely surprised by that unexpected realization. Continuing the conversation, the old man claims that all this hostility from the elves against humanity started because of the Empire. Totally confused by the statement, the blonde boy stares at Ali's face, wanting to understand what he meant. The man then recounts that beneath that shining imperial nation rests the blood and tears of the elven people. And this makes the forest inhabitants view humans as cruel monsters, just like the great destructive dragon. After all, the legendary beast burned the world tree, but it was the Empire that drove the elves from their lands. Turning his face melancholically, the commander shows he carries deep pain from all this sad past. With a tired look, the experienced warrior confesses that this entire diplomatic situation is extremely complicated. Looking at the landscape through the window, the man contrasts human decline with the new, beautiful blooming of the sacred tree. Bring a dark tone, the old man guarantees that someday the Empire will harvest the seeds of sin it ended up planting. Staring at the boy, the elder affirms that this harsh payback will come, whether humanity's rulers want it or not. Changing the scene, we see the young priestess untying the tight bandages while the boy complains about the lack of circulation. Indignant, the beautiful elf asks why he held the weapon by the wrong end, while the blonde boy tries to justify himself. Glaring at the hero, the divine girl claims that people full of excuses deserve zero trust. Sighing heavily, Vlad says he should have been warned, but the maiden retorts that it was her first ceremony too. Finishing the removal of the bandages, the girl announces the process is over, leaving the mercenary staring at his own hands. Asking the warrior to wait a moment, the healer searches her kit for the remedies prescribed by the old wise men. Keeping a suspicious expression, the fearless swordsman comments that she seems to have absolutely no medical experience. An awkward silence takes over the room, revealing that our protagonist had hit the nail right on the head. Flashing a beautiful, confident smile, the young woman claims it will all be fine because she had seen other people do it before. Gulping hard and sweating cold, the boy extends the palm of his hand, fearing for his treatment with that beginner. However, turning his hands over, we see that the severe injuries are gone, leaving only a few fine red scars behind. Looking at the marks, the beautiful priestess keeps a sad look, stating that it must have hurt a lot. Giving an awkward smile, the warrior confesses the worst pain was the embarrassment of being cut by his own sword. Gently holding the hero's hand, the girl says he should be very proud of that noble mark of help. With that, the elf holds up a mysterious purple vial, letting him know the wise elders prepared it for him to use. However, our protagonist notices that the young healer's hands are trembling uncontrollably. Totally confused by that strange reaction, the silver-haired boy calls out to the priestess, wanting to know what is wrong. At that moment, the maiden's mind is invaded by a frightening image of the boy shining with immense magic. Dominated by dread, the girl sees a completely overwhelming aura overflowing from the fearless swordsman, showing that the elf's greatest terror was seeing the terrible apocalyptic dragons reflected in our hero's face. Going into shock, the poor girl gets teary-eyed, muttering in terror that the great threat was right there. Changing the scenery to the dead of night, we see the gigantic claw of a colossal beast appearing in the forest. In response to the danger, a massive army of skilled elven guards is already positioned for battle. But sadly, a brutal and devastating surprise attack easily breaks through the defensive front line. Advancing with extreme fury, the spiky monster uses its massive arms to crush everything in its path. Thrown far away by the violent impact, the brave soldiers take a heavy hit, suffering severe injuries. Spreading panic through the darkness, the powerful beast shows absolutely no mercy for those poor defenders. Trampling the elven army, the titanic red-eyed creature proves to be an unstoppable force of nature. Desperate about the situation, a warrior shouts, warning his commander that the monster Nidhogg is just too gigantic. Drawing his large bow, the skilled blue-haired lord orders his soldiers not to retreat under any circumstances. Explaining the strategy, the leader warns they need to buy time for the mages to finalize the mystical spell. Obeying quickly, the elite sentinels ready their sharp spears, forming a grand barrier. However, the monstrous armored beast lets out a booming roar, showing all its fury against the poor troop. Making a swift move, the creature uses its massive tail in a heavy strike, sweeping the entire forest. Trying to counterattack, a group of archers jumps into the air, seeking to hit the enemy target in its blind spots. Unleashing a relentless rain of arrows, the Agile Sentinels cover the skies, hoping to pierce that threat. But to everyone's despair, the attacks just bounce off the giant dragon's thick, hard natural hide. Totally in shock, the shooters can't believe all their shots were so easily repelled. Holding formation, the battalion spots an opening on the monster's neck and orders the infantry to charge. Colliding with great force, the powerful spears hit the big guy, but can't even put a scratch on its scales. At that, the frightening beast looks down, staring at the bugs in front of it, marking their ultimate defeat. Staring down at the elves from above, the terrifying creature shows off its massive, frightening red eye. Sweating cold, the soldiers tremble in fear as they realize the charge didn't leave a single scratch on the beast. Advancing furiously, the colossal dragon opens its mouth wide, ready to devour the entire defensive front line. But at that exact moment, a powerful blast of energy crosses the air, flying at extreme speed. Hitting the big guy head on, the strong attack explodes, creating a massive flash of light everywhere. Caught totally by surprise, the monster recoils, letting out a loud roar of pain after taking that hit. Focusing on the elven leader, he confidently swears that this new hope won't be swallowed by the beast. Covered in spells, the brave shooter pulls his bowstring, using every ounce of aura in his body. But ignoring the pain, the giant beast quickly recovers from the impact, turning to snarl at the small troop again. Boiling with rage, the fearsome creature flashes its evil gaze, signaling a devastating counterattack. Seeing the danger approach, the warriors lose all hope, breaking into a cold sweat over that terror. And to everyone's great relief, the mages finally announce the spell is ready, ordering a retreat. Immediately, a colossal ring of mystical light begins to form around the massive spiky beast. Cornered, the monster watches the energy rings covering the sky, unable to escape in time. Keeping maximum power, the three wise men channel their energy, conjuring the entire spiritual barrier. With that, a heavy magic blast crashes down on the target, unloading multiple lightning bolts across the area. Lighting up the whole forest, the strong shockwave sweeps some leaves far away, Shielding his face against the thick dust, the archer waits for the smoke to clear to see the outcome of the strike. Squinting tensely, the experienced elf wonders if they manage to take down the beast. Slowly, the thick cloud of dirt begins to clear, revealing the silhouette of that great enemy. Unfortunately, a sinister crimson glow emerges from the middle of all that dust, confirming the worst-case scenario. Showing its full resilience, the Grand Dragon remains standing, taking a deep breath to devour its targets. Totally outraged, the shooter concludes that the spell barely tickled it due to the monster's resistance. Desperate, the frontline guards report that nothing works and soon beg to sound the retreat. Denying the request, the brave leader warns they must finish it right there to protect the tree. Shouting new orders, the strong warrior demands the troop aim their attacks at the dragon's blind spot. Firmly agreeing, the valiant battalion raises their shields and bows, trusting their leader's strategy. Analyzing the wounded enemy, the shooter concludes he just needs one more opening to turn the tide. Suddenly, the majestic sacred tree emits a massive flash, grabbing the armed troops' full attention. Paralyzed by the strong bluish light, the guards wonder what is about to happen around there. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elven lord sweats cold, muttering a curse of pure frustration. Right after, the fearsome beast's immense claws crash heavily into the ground, shaking everything. Showing off a mouthful of sharp teeth, the big guy snarls fiercely, drooling with a pure urge to hunt. Staring at its prey, the creature flashes a terrible scarlet gaze, instilling absolute dread. At that moment, a lord shouts that there is another monster, while the huge beast charges, roaring loudly. Shifting the scene, we see several potion vials scattered on the ground, along with a sad cry for help. Trembling with dread, the elven priestess sheds thick tears, begging to be rescued quickly. Totally in shock, the maiden on the ground warns young Vlad that a gigantic dragon is coming. Confused by that warning, the young warrior looks at the girl, trying to figure out if the danger is immediate. With that, a gray-haired guard walks over to them, confirming that this is a true revelation. Explaining the situation, the elf says the divine tree sees beyond mortals, passing everything on to the healer. Completing his speech, the warrior states that such a vision must never be ignored by anyone there. Surprising Vlad, the ally concludes that the great tree saw its only hope for victory in him. Immediately, the two soldiers kneel before the outsider, begging him to protect that chance. Taken by surprise, the skilled swordsman feels a hand gripping his wrist quite tightly. Looking down, the blonde boy sees the fragile girl crying hard, asking for help with a desperate look on her face. Observing all that suffering, our hero gets an empty look in his eyes, not really knowing how to act. Turning his face slightly, the protagonist stares at an old knight, wondering what course of action to take now. Frowning, the experienced man asks the reason for that look, warning that he isn't anyone's master. Agreeing with the older man, the boy focuses on the mission, understanding that he must make his own decisions. With great kindness, Vlad holds the girl's injured hand, asking her to wipe away all those tears. Showing extreme determination, the blonde boy raises his head, revealing himself as the great warrior from Skara. Pulling the young elf up from the ground, the fearless knight swears to fulfill his noble duty by protecting those people. Returning to the tense front line, we see a guard screaming in terror in the face of the massive danger. Leaving no time to react, the colossal creature stumps heavily, breaking the entire defense in a single brutal blow. Exuding a sinister red aura, the gigantic monster crawls forward, spreading destruction wherever it goes. Totally desperate, the soldiers beat a retreat, ordering everyone to run away from that grand dragon. Focusing on the poor prey, the beast opens its jaws wide, preparing to devour one of the guards there. But at that exact moment, a grand magical spear drops from the sky, colliding heavily with the ground. Generating a massive green explosion, the powerful strike hits the big guy, saving the archer's life. Embedding into the ground, the magic leaves the poor guards totally surprised by that rescue. Immediately, a colossal green spell traps the big guy, allowing the people to escape. Tapping his large staff on the ground, a wise elder asks what the troop thinks they are doing. Facing the danger, the experienced mage orders all warriors to retreat from there right now. Understanding the situation, the archers quickly agree, running away from that danger zone. Commanding the battlefield, the powerful old man demands the warriors rebuild the barrier. Without a second thought, the loyal squires accept the order, confirming the new strategy. With that, the furious beast lunges forward, trying to smash the glowing shield with its sharp claws. Forcing the barrier, the giant ends up suffering a few deep cuts on its huge scales. Seeing the spell crack, the skilled soldiers are terrified by the creature's strength. Analyzing the enemy, the elder concludes they are facing the remnants of a fallen dragon. Explaining that the beast has divine origins, the lord asks them to stack the magic rings. Joining forces, the mages press their hands to the ground, channeling all their spiritual energy. Soon, dozens of mystical seals appear, trapping the monstrous target from all sides. Generating immense pressure, the strong trap shines intensely, blinding everyone's vision. Compressing the big guy, the heavy attack collides forcefully, generating shockwaves in the air. Swallowed by a destructive vortex, the fearsome beast suffers under that punishment from the wise men. However, displaying insane resistance, the immense monster breaks the seals using sheer brute force. Swaying heavily, the casters grit their teeth, trying to keep that barrier activated. But sadly, the creature lets out a furious roar, destroying the magic with no difficulty. Taking major collateral damage, the experienced old man takes a huge toll, feeling extreme pain. Breaking entirely free, the relentless dragon glares at its prey with a terrible, deadly look. Shattering the final defenses, the big guy raises its head, roaring at the starry sky. Observing the disaster, the white-haired mage laments the situation while badly wounded. Trembling with dread, the defenders cry out for their beloved leader, no longer knowing what to do. Completely exhausted, the respected elder drops to his knees, using his staff for support. Frowning, he thinks his weak, old body won't be able to hold that beast back. Worried, the guards beg the old man to retreat, promising to buy as much time as possible. Denying the request, the wise master knows that troop would be wiped out in a matter of seconds. Feeling intense frustration, the old man regrets failing to defend Vlad's hope. Resuming the clash, a gigantic explosion of magic light hits the beast's head, on lighting up the area. Spending his last bit of energy, the brave elven leader stands his ground, conjuring the spell. Blinded by that intense flash, the scaly big guy ends up retreating for a brief moment. Taking advantage of the opening, the one-eyed old man draws his glowing sword, taunting the monster by calling it ugly. Focusing his gaze seriously, the experienced swordsman evaluates the whole situation very calmly. Holding his weapon firmly, the veteran stares at the immense creature, asking for the young blonde boy's opinion. Getting extremely furious at the taunts, the red-eyed beast opens its sharp teeth wide. Without hesitating, Vlad draws his large blade, channeling a powerful electric aura around his body. Leaping from the tall wooden structure, the bold duo of warriors charges into the attack against the colossal target. Noticing their approach, the terrible dragon advances aggressively, dragging its claws on the ground. At that moment, our hero widens his eyes, caught totally by surprise by an unexpected action. Looking back at the past a bit, we see that the mage's green trap held the beast, aiding the escape. Returning to the present, the older man comments that the good magic tactic only served to buy a little time. Agreeing with the situation, the older swordsman closes his eyelid, concentrating deeply. Watching his ally closely, the silver-haired boy gets confused, asking about the reason for that strange aura in his eye. Explaining his gift, the man says he can see reality and the world at the same time, combining the two. Kneeling on the wooden floor, the boy barely understands anything, asking what exactly he sees there. Smirking, the veteran replies that his specialty is uncovering all hidden truths. Opening that mysterious eye, the wise warrior emits a blinding glare of pure spiritual energy. Stomping his foot with absurd force, the one-eyed man sends a heavy shockwave across the wooden floor. Drawing all the enemy's attention, the skilled knight makes the spiky dragon aim straight in his direction. Using his incredible visual ability, the master analyzes the target's body, finding a definitive and fatal opening. Charging forward at impressive speed, the older man moves like a giant blur of air, sweeping the dust away. Facing the beast, the experienced tactician asks the young man to aim his sword at the armpit of the monster's front leg. Looking at the protagonist, the battle partner swears to focus the dragon's rage on himself while the opening is created. Heeding the important order, Vlad leaps, covering his blade in deadly lightning, ready to make the cut. Unleashing his maximum strike, the hero creates a devastating electric impact, engulfing the fearsome mystical threat. Celebrating the heavy hit, the veteran cheers the attack, thinking the boy's offensive was completely perfect. But suddenly, the strong warrior's expression completely changes as he feels a chill run down his spine. Revealing the harsh reality, we see Vlad's sword stuck in the tough, thick shell without making a single scratch. Boiling with anger, the hero realizes the creature used its own tail to block the cut. Totally surprised by that defense, the blonde boy glares at the enemy, emitting blue sparks from his face. Letting out an ear-piercing roar, the gigantic beast shows all its fury toward the small target. Right after, the monstrous dragon brings its heavy tail down, seeking to crush our protagonist. Using its sharp claws, the colossal spiky beast tries to shred the warrior in the blink of an eye. Kicking up a thick cloud of dust, the scaly big guy destroys everything around it with extreme force. Dragged backward by the pressure, the fearless knight tries to keep his feet planted on the ground. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, the boy curses the situation, refusing to accept that disadvantage. Even while using his magic blade to block the attacks, he feels the massive weight of the charge. Pressuring the boy without mercy, the red-eyed monster tries to sweep that obstacle away. At that, a grand purple shockwave explodes, separating the two opponents with heavy impact. Sliding across the destroyed ground, the silver-haired boy coughs a little, feeling the damage from that powerful blow. Trying to recover, Vlad thinks to himself that this creature is far superior to past enemies. Staring at that mountain of muscle, the young man concludes this is the power of an adult dragon. Given no time to rest, the relentless beast charges fiercely, its jaws open wide. Acting purely on instinct, the agile swordsman leaps backward, dodging the bite by a hair. But the big guy keeps up the pursuit, showing hundreds of teeth ready to tear into him. Watching everything from afar, the one-eyed veteran widens his glowing eye, looking quite surprised. Suddenly, a gigantic rain of mystical spears plummets from the sky, covering the creature. Heading into combat, the brave gentleman leads the offensive with great firmness and speed. Covering the entire forest, the strong attacks hit the ground, causing massive explosions all around them. Being bombarded from behind, the terrible dragon takes several hits to its tough shell. Returning to the front line, the experienced tactician uses his swords, repelling the target's fury. However, in a quick counterattack, the master ends up suffering a deep wound to his chest. Spitting saliva, the old warrior is violently thrown backward, losing his defense. Seeing his ally falling hurt, our hero shouts his name in a mix of sheer terror. Fueled by adrenaline, the boy runs toward his partner, kicking up dust in his wake. But the terrible feeling of arriving too late ends up invading the distressed swordsman's mind. At that moment, the wise elven lord places both hands on a vibrant green seal on the ground. Immediately, a colossal energy barrier bursts forth, protecting the fallen older man from danger. Saved at the very last second, the veteran groans in pain, feeling the immense pressure of the blow. Keeping the green shield up, the lord takes a heavy toll, desperately calling out for the young blonde boy. But unfortunately, the creature's fury is colossal, destroying the protective magic with a heavy crash. Creating a frightening shockwave, the impact scatters rocks and debris all over the field. Tossed far away, the one-eyed warrior curses the beast while trying to maintain his balance in the air. Spreading a cloud of dust, the scaly bink eye proves to be a totally unstoppable force. Staring down the elven soldiers, the imposing beast flashes its red eyes, imposing a lot of fear. Sweating cold, the brave guards try to hold their position, using their shields for defense. Changing scenes, the older man shakes the boy's body, telling him to snap out of it urgently. Pulling at air forcefully, our hero finally wakes up from that near-fatal fainting spell. Sighing in relief, the older man says the miracle happened thanks to the wise mage's spell. Still a bit dazed, the silver-haired boy stares at his own wounds, not believing he survived. Then the partner asks if he broke any bones, but the boy claims to be fine and throws the question right back. Showing great courage, the swordsman replies that taking a few more swings wouldn't be a problem. Keeping his eyes focused on the danger, the experienced fighter asks if the apprentice can handle fighting. Observing his sword's strong glow, the boy notices the faint divine blessing remaining there. With extreme determination, Vlad promises to endure at least one more heavy exchange of strikes. Smirking, the veteran agrees, stating they must finish the beast in a single blow. Readying their weapons, the bold duo swears to stop that target from reaching the great peak. Showing an insatiable fury, the creature sinks its bleeding claws into the gigantic wood. Climbing the massive divine tree, the fearsome dragon crawls rapidly, ignoring everyone below it. Drooling heavily, the panting monster shows off its sharp teeth, searching for its next victims. Focusing its evil gaze, the beast aims straight at the top of that mysterious magical structure. Totally terrified, the small, colorful forest spirits hide in the leaves, trying to escape that chaos. Running its long tongue across its jaw, the giant shows it is ready for the great feast. Roaring upwards, the frightening dragon continues its dangerous climb, causing pure despair. Looking at the carnage, the warriors conclude that the defensive front line has been wiped out. However, the mage disappears into the light, leaving the certainty that the leaders were well protected. Observing the tough situation, the one-eyed man catches his partner's attention, bringing up a new topic. Staring at the beast high above, the veteran asks if the boy knows how to climb trees, leaving him confused. Agreeing with his partner, the boy understands it would be impossible to reach that immense beast just by climbing. At that moment, the blonde assesses the situation with a very serious look, trying to come up with a new attack strategy. Suddenly, a grand green magic circle appears, shining brightly right beneath our two heroes' feet. Looking slightly confused, our protagonist stares at the bright light, trying to comprehend the mystical spell. Showing his strength, the wise elder appears kneeling on the ground, conjuring all that magic with extreme faith. Sweating cold, the master focuses on the boy, entrusting the fate of the forest into the hands of the divine tree's knight. With that, a gigantic, thick root begins to grow, tearing through the ground at impressive speed. Lifted by the huge trunk, the brave swordsman rises quickly toward the top of the structure. Quite excited about the tactic, the one-eyed partner tells the young man to prepare for the dangerous incoming collision. Flying through the air, the duo uses the magic ride, greatly closing the huge distance against the scaly target. Drawing their heavy blades, the warriors maintain a firm stance, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Sensing the approaching energy, the imposing creature turns its neck, glaring at the little bugs behind it. Unfortunately, the magical effort causes severe damage, making the elven lord pass out and fall to the ground. Without the wise elder's control, the colossal divine root starts to fall apart, losing its great green glow. Seeing the spell break, the boy panics, realizing they are about to plummet from very high up. Taking charge of the combat, the veteran activates his mysterious eye aura, claiming that height is ideal. Leaping with overwhelming fury, the older man unleashes a powerful, glowing dash through the vast night sky. Focusing on the opponent, the giant monster opens its terrible mouth, revealing its massive sharp teeth. Colliding heavily, the skilled fighter manages to land a direct hit, breaking the hard shell's defense. Keeping up the strong charge, he advances like a lightning bolt, using his long sword to cut everything there. Tearing through the scales, the heroic attack leaves a deep mark, breaking that big guy's powerful stance. Taking a lot of damage, the gigantic beast is thrown back a few meters by the violent impact. At that, the swordsman falls roughly, landing on the rocks and suffering several injuries across his body. Dominated by rage, the beast lunges with its massive claws, while the man regrets his poor strike. Unable to escape, the warrior is swallowed by a terrible crash, kicking up a thick cloud of gray dust. Taking a massive amount of damage, he gets violently thrown backward, injuring his shoulder. Charging wildly through the dirt, the dragon opens its strong jaws wide, roaring loudly. Resting his blade on his injured arm, the brave master takes a deep breath, asking the creature to take it a little easier. Gathering his last reserves of stamina, the one-eyed man widens his mystical eye, exuding an immense, luminous beam. Unleashing a heavy blue flash, Vlad's partner creates a true destructive vortex against the beast. Taking a direct hit, the huge monster receives that entire heavy blast of magic energy straight to the face. Showing a lot of grit, the experienced warrior holds his stance, releasing all his immense hidden power there. Seizing the huge opening, the silver-haired boy leaps high, wrapping his sharp sword in pure lightning. Descending rapidly, the fearless boy focuses all his strength into the blade, trusting his partner's tactic. Meanwhile, the grand beast remains blinded by the huge blue flash, totally missing the deadly approach from above. Closing the distance, our hero strikes the creature's tough scales, aiming to pierce its hard armor. Putting all his weight into the cut, the boy glares at the beast, which finally notices the huge threat falling from the sky. Forcing the grip with deep anger, the blonde fighter tries to tear through that gigantic enemy's thick hide. Getting frustrated, the swordsman questions what the monster is laughing at, forcing the dangerous attack even harder. With that, the strong blade finally breaks through the big guy's natural armor, landing a solid hit there. Propped up on the target's head, the boy keeps the weapon embedded in the wound, dealing serious damage to the brute. Fueled by the adrenaline of combat, the protagonist shouts with pure fury, telling the beast to perish once and for all. Immediately, a colossal storm of lightning drops from the sky, striking and electrocuting the huge creature. Crushed by the heavy magic, the massive spiky dragon plummets from the heights, losing all its strength. Colliding brutally with the ground, the monstrous beast creates an immense cloud of dust and widespread destruction. Watching the outcome, the experienced one-eyed man laments the situation, showing he is quite tired from the long fight. Seeing the boy falling through the air, the veteran tells his partner to be very careful with that long free fall. Kicking up heavy rocks, the creature's colossal body destroys everything around it, causing a massive tremor in the area. Sliding across the wrecked ground, the gentleman manages to land safely, slowing his body down in the thick dirt. Dropping to his knees, the tired lord takes a deep breath, muttering that he's way past his time to retire. On the other side, the blonde boy lands totally exhausted, his small body covered in serious injuries. But everyone's terror, the scaly big guy stands up, roaring furiously, with the boy still stuck on top of it. Suffering from the harsh jolts, our warrior groans in pain, trying to hold onto the enemy's thick scales. Consumed by the purest wrath, the monster runs fiercely, wanting to crush that bug that caused the huge wound. In a brutal move, the violent beast throws its own body against a wall, trying to squash the silver-haired boy. Taking the terrible hit, the fragile swordsman suffers severe internal damage from the heavy impact there. Displaying its frightening red eye, the fearsome threat shows not a single drop of mercy for the young man. Without stopping its rampage, the colossal creature drags everything along its path, breaking the heavy rocks in its way. Crashing repeatedly, the beast creates huge cracks across the entire surface, causing literal tremors. Completely out of strength, the boy eventually lets go and plummets dangerously into the middle of all that debris. With that, the monstrous beast roars furiously while the silver-haired youth plunges into the deep darkness. Staring at the falling boy, the terrible creature opens its jaws wide, showing all its malice. Totally out of strength, our hero continues his dangerous free fall, unable to react at all. Swallowed by the great abyss, the little swordsman moves further and further away from the combat zone. However, at that exact moment, a bright, mysterious flash appears in the depths, illuminating the whole area. With this, a kind of glowing aquatic portal opens right beneath the protagonist's back. Diving into that blinding light, the young warrior closes his eyes, feeling immense exhaustion. And in the midst of all that spiritual energy, a beautiful magical butterfly appears, fluttering its wings. At that, the boy widens his eyes, completely caught off guard by that totally unexpected sight there. Crossing this new illuminated space, the boy floats while several butterflies dance around him. Suddenly, the silver-haired boy wakes up and stands in a vast field covered by beautiful golden grass. Quite confused by the situation, the hero looks at the new scenery, wondering where he ended up. But suddenly a gentle voice echoes through the area, asking if the boy's body hurts a lot. Looking to the side, the young man notices the silhouette of a mysterious man in a white cape walking by. Staring at that figure, the swordsman focuses his gaze, trying to figure out who that person was. Revealing an immensely peaceful aura, the unknown warrior holds a sword amidst the leaves. Without hesitation, our protagonist runs as fast as he can, trying to catch up to the grand man. However, even running with all his might, the distance between them doesn't seem to shrink at all. Noticing this, the boy breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he isn't getting anywhere near his target. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure keeps walking peacefully toward a bright light. Boiling with anxiety, the silver-haired boy stares at the man's back, feeling deep anguish in his chest. Keeping up the frantic pace, the boy gets frustrated, realizing his steps are having no effect. Lowering his gaze, the warrior reflects on his own weakness, wondering if he just isn't good enough. That moment, the glowing figure sighs softly, noticing the pure despair of the youth right behind him. Clenching his fists incredibly tight, the hero remembers he gave it his all in the previous battle. Falling behind, the boy laments this entire massive gap in power, unable to reach him. With this, the fighter's mind is flooded by a sad memory about failing in his great mission. Stopping his run, the young man hears the comforting voice saying he is very proud of him now. Recalling his greatest dreams, the silver-haired boy reaches out his hand, seeking to grasp that grand world. Lying on the ground, the hero hears the wise master asking him to focus on the place his vision is aimed at. Comforted by the voice, the boy hears that one day all of that will become his own world. Asking the blonde boy to lift his head, the mysterious figure tries to instill as much confidence as possible. Turning his face, the hero asks if he is really doing well, receiving an affirmative response. But the boy regrets that no matter how hard he tries, there will always be a great challenge in the way. Calling the boy by his name, the wise master asks if he remembers the day he asked to train. In a quick flashback, we see the little apprentice looking at the blue moon alongside his teacher. Returning to the present, the veteran says that now the young man's blade has finally touched that moonlight. Walking in the golden field, the older man states he can remember every single step of that journey. Highlighting his clashes, the man praises the fact that the warrior never backed down in the face of the world's end. Stating with great pride, he says the protagonist's strides have always been noble and brilliant. Then the master guarantees the boy has already done more than enough and just needs to keep moving forward. Confirming that the young man is on the right path, the older man encourages him never to doubt himself. At that moment, we see two glowing blades spinning through the air, spreading energy across the field. Suddenly, a huge broadsword drops down, embedding itself in the ground right next to that strong, fearless hero. Totally enchanted, the young man stares at that beautiful magic weapon, trying to understand what happened. Emanating colossal power, the bright sacred sword illuminates the whole environment with its pure aura. Finishing the lesson, the elder teaches that all beginnings must come with deep personal faith. Fading into an immense flash, the experienced swordsman begs the apprentice never to lose that faith. Flashing a very gentle smile, the man guarantees that his time to shine has finally arrived. Surrounded by several mystical butterflies, the blonde boy watches his old master depart with emotion. And with that, the warrior transforms into a whirlwind of golden leaves, saying goodbye to his student. Suddenly, our protagonist widens his eyes, his blue pupils shining with intense force. Creating a beautiful rainbow of energy, the divine butterfly spreads its tiny, colorful wings. Floating in the darkness of his mind, the silver-haired boy finally concludes this deep spiritual reflection. Waking up from that long slumber, the boy looks at the scenery around him, noticing several magic insects. Sitting on the forest floor, the boy stares at the massive sacred tree lighting up that darkness. But the calm doesn't last long, making the fighter widen his eyes upon sensing evil approaching. Changing his expression to pure fury and focus, he declares that the grand moment has arrived. And to the despair of the darkness, the imposing and gigantic mystical sword appears, shining brightly. Returning to the mortal reality, the monstrous apocalyptic dragon opens its jaws wide toward the sky. Glaring at the target, the fearsome beast opens its huge red eye, showing the battle is far from over. Trembling with dread, some small forest animals hide in the leaves, trying to escape that chaos. Unfortunately, a violent attack hits their hiding spot, causing a large explosion right on top of the little animals. Displaying its frightening silhouette, the monster roars, wanting to devour those defenseless creatures' power. Telling the beast to shut up, a mysterious voice echoes across the battlefield, grabbing the big guy's attention. Suddenly, a beautiful swarm of glowing butterflies appears, flying right in front of that dragon's face. Revealing his presence, our protagonist appears in the light, calling the enemy a filthy lizard. Totally confused by that aura, the giant beast backs up a bit, feeling a heavy pressure in the air. Gripping his new magic sword, the blonde boy positions himself in front of the animals, swearing to protect them all. Boiling with anger, the scaly creature grits its teeth, refusing to accept the small warrior's audacity. Wasting no time, Vlad charges quickly, unleashing a luminous cut right down the middle of his opponent's face. Suffering from the impact, the fearsome dragon lets out a booming roar while the magic energy burns its skin. Landing very agilely, the skilled swordsman slides across the ground, already prepping his next move. Slowly opening his eyes, the boy shows off a strong blue glow, channeling his true hidden power. Spinning the sacred blade, the hero creates an intense vortex of light, pulling all the area's energy toward himself. Increasing the spell's strength, the bright whirlwind grows absurdly, lighting up that immense darkness. Showing extreme determination, the young knight announces that it's finally his turn to fight. Focusing his mystical vision, the blonde boy spots the perfect moment to unleash that completely lethal attack. Firing a colossal blast of light, the fighter swears that this time he will be the shield for those innocents. Swallowed by the pillar of energy, the apocalyptic monster roars in despair, trying to endure the strong magic. But the strike's pressure is overwhelming, dragging the beast's heavy body backward with destructive force. Skidding across the ground, the beast tries to resist, scratching the dirt while glaring at the boy with a deadly look. Stepping firmly onto the ruined soil, Vlad shatters the rocks around him, gaining tremendous momentum to charge. Tearing through the air, the fearless swordsman runs, wrapped in blue lightning at a near-invisible speed. Lowering its head, the big guy can only see a massive, glowing blur approaching very fast. Leaping furiously, the hero grips the sword with both hands, putting all his weight into a single, vital attack. Crashing into the target, the divine blade generates a huge electric explosion, sweeping the dust far away. Taking the cut head-on, the creature's face is thrown upwards, taking a serious blow in the process. Touching the ground again, the protagonist stays low, ready to continue that intense carnage. Recoiling sharply, the terrible dragon groans in pain, feeling it has finally met a worthy rival. Suffering from the heavy hit, the giant scaly beast backs away, letting out a booming cry of pain. Sliding across the ruined dirt, the young warrior tries to keep his balance despite being wounded. With that, the hero's gaze glows intensely once again, seeking to spot the enemy's major flaw. Nimbly dodging the debris, the boy charges forward, totally focused in the middle of all that thick dust. Using his visual power, the boy finally sees the true reality behind the mystical facade. Remembering his countless near-fatal battles, the swordsman realizes it all served as experience. Displaying several visions from the past, the golden path shows the only way to guarantee victory there. Getting quite exhausted, the colossal monster drops its guard for a brief, fatal moment. Seizing the golden opportunity, the fearless knight leaps toward the beast with his sword raised. Completely locked onto the target, the fighter channels all his magic aura to unleash the final strike. Noticing the swift approach, the creature widens its large red eye, feeling pure dread. Advancing fearlessly, the protagonist carries the weight of everyone in his blade, heading straight for the blind spot. Trying to defend itself, the dragon raises its massive claws, seeking to crush the small glowing threat. However, the blonde boy's speed is insane, allowing the weapon to easily pierce the opponent's tough hide. Hitting the big guy's chest, the boy plunges his mystical sword in, dealing a massive wound. Immediately, a colossal wave of energy bursts out from inside the beast, cracking the air around them. Shouting with all his might, the brave hero releases the rest of his divine power in a single strike. Tearing the beast from bottom to top, a gigantic slash of bluish light cleaves right through the opponent's defense. Brightening the dark night, the strong mystical flash shoots past the clouds, visible from far away. Forming a huge pillar of light, the purifying spell sweeps the whole area with its immense pressure. Watching the scene, the elven defenders are shocked by the sheer scale of that absurd display. Smiling proudly, the one-eyed master watches the light, understanding that his student exceeded expectations. Keeping her hands clasped, the beautiful priestess prays silently, giving thanks for everyone's salvation. In the midst of combat, the soldiers feel the massive tremor, gaining the hope to keep up the defense. Sweating cold, a blue-haired lord stares at the light, impressed by the level of that overwhelming magic. Gesturing euphorically, an archer informs his commander that the giant monster has fallen. Completely defeated, the fearsome apocalyptic threat plummets to the ground, fully defeated in the sacred forest. Behind it all, the magnificent divine tree shines brightly, blessing the end of the brutal chaos. Returning to the battlefield, our savior's great sword appears stuck in the ruined earth. Staring at the embedded blade, the guard leader is left speechless by the swordsman's strength. Covered in intense blue lightning, the boy cements himself as a true master swordsman after winning the tough battle. Far from there, the one-eyed veteran stares at the Elven Council, listening to the members ask the reason for that unexpected visit. Addressed merely as a human knight, the gray-haired older man maintains his firm posture before the ancient local authorities. With that, he explains that the dragon threat helped weaken the deep hatred those people held against the Empire. Focusing his single eye, the older warrior mentions the name of a substance that is suspicious to everyone in the Grand Room. Because of this, the outsider politely asks them to immediately halt the distribution of the region's famous tea. Hearing the absurd request, the Guardians accuse him of overstepping by trying to interfere in the village's internal affairs. Noticing the leader's blind resistance, the exceptional fighter realizes he had spoken a bit too subtly. Changing the tone of the conversation, the man demands that those residents stop spreading pure toxin through the country right now. Totally confused by the serious accusation, the pointy-eared nobles pretend not to understand the beverage's connection. Facing the rivals head-on, the intruder states that everyone there knew very well what kind of leaves were being delivered. Quickly losing their arguments, the wise men fall completely silent, sweating cold under the gray-haired man's intense pressure. Retaking the floor, the counselor warns that continuing to sell that would put with their newly founded home at great risk. Showing an annoyed expression, the tribe commander asks what that arrogant human is talking about right now. Keeping up his intimidating aura, the older man reveals that the kingdom's great capital is going through massive turbulence. Seizing this clear chance to release old resentments, the veteran says he fully understands the elves' intentions. Infuriated by the audacity, the mystical bigwig warns that the visitor's words have just crossed the line of what is acceptable. Despite being grateful for the divine tree's protection, the leader promises to spare the swordsman's life only because of the favor. Rebutting the empty threat, the relentless fighter demands that the entire court not misunderstand him. Illustrating the beautiful palace of the monarchy, the man explains that only the royal family's influence is weakened. Recalling the people's mourning, the gray-haired man mentions that His Majesty's severe illness was already public knowledge. Meanwhile, the knights who were supposed to act as the nation's strong shield ended up becoming the new controllers of the throne. Hidden in the shadows, an ancient evil merely waits for the best opening to attack the country using its puppets. Having prospered without the wear and tear of wars, the high nobility gathered a huge army far beyond royal control. Exuding pure ambition, the big guy points out that many generals are just looking for a good excuse to start a revolt. Presenting his main point, the astute warrior declares that the toxin delivered by them would be the perfect justification. Hearing the whole harsh truth, the counselors gulp hard, noticing that their initial plan had spiraled completely out of control. Trembling before the intruder's undeniable logic, the mystical leader merely asks what that old man's true identity might be. Gripping the hilt of his large weapon, the human finally reveals his name to be August before the forest's high echelon. Drawing his lightning-covered blade, the fearless swordsman introduces himself as the former commander of the military police. Hearing the older man's former title, the forest wise men widen their eyes, totally shocked by that huge revelation. With that, we learn that this knight corporation was known as the Empire's Sword, being equivalent to the King's Guard. Staring at the leaders, the veteran warns them not to take his warning lightly, as selling this fake remedy would be a mistake. Spreading the sinister substance would soon bring serious consequences, backfiring as a deadly toxin against that village. Meanwhile, the next morning a beautiful and massive wooden house is lit up by the warm, comforting morning sun. Resting in his bedroom, the blond young man finds himself covered in bandages, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. Hearing the loud sing of birds nearby, the brave warrior sighs heavily, trying to deal with his exhaustion. But the sharp pain from his injuries hits him hard, causing the boy to let out a long groan of pure discomfort in bed. At that moment, a lackey enters the room carrying clean cloths, getting startled to see his boss already awake so early. Getting up slowly, the protagonist grumbles that he couldn't sleep because of all the intense noise around him. Finding the answer strange, the short-haired helper remarks that it is absurdly quiet outside. However, right after, the servant widens his eyes in shock, remembering a mystical detail about the famous swordsman. Desperately bringing his face closer, the lackey claps his hands, asking if his leader had damaged his hearing during the fight. Dismissing the boy's useless concern, the great fighter rests his head on his hand, totally out of patience for questions. Right in front of him, a small golden spirit shaped like a bird flaps its little wings, flying freely through the air. By using a lot of magic in battle, Vlad ended up gaining the incredible ability to see the cute elementals around him. Finding those little colorful creatures amusing, the hero smiles, deciding to relax and enjoy the peaceful morning with the monsters. But suddenly his bright blue eye focuses on something else, drawing his attention amidst that mystical cluster. Looking toward the window, the boy stares intently at the magnificent divine blade leaning there, bathed in the faint sunlight. With that, the employee notices the sacred object in the corner and asks in confusion about the origin of such a special weapon. Hearing the confirmation that the piece belonged to the true Swordmaster, the servant breathes a false sigh of relief. Then the boy calmly repeats his tutor's title, reinforcing that it is nothing more than a simple borrowed relic. Sweating cold, the subordinate stares at the warrior, asking if he was talking about the founding king and first emperor of the nation. Nodding in agreement, the fighter mocks his colleague's shock, reminding him there is no other legend on that level. With that, the blonde knight tells the scared boy to shut up and stop making noise because his head hurts too much. Try to focus his thoughts, the brave warrior plans to question the gray-haired man about all these mysteries in the future. After all, the imposing veteran carried grand hidden legends and proudly claimed to have already taken down a terrible scaly dragon. Furthermore, the harsh training allowed the apprentice to surpass his limits, gaining vision far beyond the mystical world. Then the divine silhouette of a lord appears in his mind, proving the hero is worthy of wielding the Empire's relic. Staring at the massive sacred blade, Vlad is absolutely certain that a phantom voice guided him to control that power. Recalling the great legendary figure, the protagonist feels as though that mystical weapon is genuinely his own sword. Outside the house, we see the massive body of the defeated dragon lying on the ground while several soldiers inspect the monster. Approaching the fearsome fallen beast, the gray-haired older man politely asks the elven guard if he can take a quick look at the carcass. Getting immediate permission, the veteran crouches near the huge, battered jaw, analyzing every large detail. Focusing his vision on the massive cut, the wise man notices the blonde boy stabbed exactly the indicated spot, piercing straight through the core. However, the man's astute gaze realizes the hero didn't stop there, feeling all that relentless fury at his fingertips. Observing the continuous slice marks, the warrior understands the boy kept attacking even knowing he had already won. Thinking about this, August notes that swordsmanship changes from person to person, ensuring the spell's start was noble but different. Looking at the sad scene of the creature cut in half, the experienced soldier concludes the end of that clash was just too brutal. Letting out a long, thoughtful sigh, the older man perfectly understands that this young prodigy is someone on a whole other level. With that, the figure of the fearless northern knight pops into his mind, wielding a blade as contradictory as his own life. Returning to the cozy, rustic cabin, our protagonist enjoys the peaceful landscape, leaning against the huge window. Showing off his fully healed body, Vlad happily stares at the beautiful horizon, feeling the pleasant spring breeze on his face. Enveloped in immense peace, the swordsman feels a light touch, realizing the cute elemental bird is bumping into him. Looking at the little glowing animals scattered across his arm, the young man asks when those figures are going back home. Playing with the luminous cuties, the fighter grumbles that at least the annoying noises have stopped completely. Changing his expression to something serious, the teenager remembers his obsession with the deep world, taking a great lesson from it. Reflecting on the battle, he understands that maintaining his calm was crucial, since drawing out power recklessly creates a heavy burden. Recalling the harsh consequences, the disciple thinks that even the imposing one-eyed master could barely move after fighting. Snapped out of his deep daydreams, the warrior gets a good scare as the door abruptly swings open right behind him. Wearing a highly confused expression, the beautiful elven priestess holds fresh fabrics, questioning the blonde boy quite strictly. Staring at the young forest woman, the protagonist defends himself, claiming his cuts look mostly healed. Touching the back of his neck in embarrassment, the boy tries to argue that the tight gauze was completely stopping his circulation. Keeping her annoyed expression, the girl scolds the fighter, warning that the lesion was deep and could take months to close. Flexing his healed arm, the swordsman praises elven medicine, wanting to take a few potion jars with him on his trip. Pointing a finger upward, the hero remembers another detail, begging for some specific medicine for a severe dry cough. Smiling gently at the girl, he lets her know he really needs that magic remedy, asking for one with no side effects. Hearing this unusual request, the mystical doctor just stays completely silent, staring at the human boy without saying a word. Quickly dropping his friendly vibe, Vlad looks at the priestess with his blue eye, showing tremendous urgency about the matter. Noticing such great sadness in the visitor's heart, the elf reveals her golden orbs, trying to comprehend all his pain. Using her deep visual power, the priestess sees the most painful memories stored deep inside the hero's heart. Seeing this strong memory, the elf notices the figure of a dark-haired man displaying an expression of absolute sorrow. In that sad vision, the mysterious brunette appears coughing heavily while huddled near the campfire to stay warm. Returning to reality, the beautiful healer stares at the young warrior, perfectly understanding the reason for his request. Looking right at the blonde boy, the sacred woman warns that she could give him the medicine, but unfortunately it wouldn't change much. Being completely honest, the mystic explains that his incredibly fast recovery is due solely to his own life force. Surprised by the revelation, the swordsman hears that no potion in the world could help the sick man from that sad memory. Focusing her magic orbs, the healer shows great wisdom, managing to read the true essence of that young man. Hearing this painful truth, the teenager lowers his head, remaining completely silent as he processes the information. Sighing heavily, the brave knight just accepts the fact, agreeing with the great forest specialist. Noticing the deep frustration on the patient's face, the priestess feels incredibly sorry for that deeply wounded boy. Wanting to help somehow, the girl promises to brew a special tea from the tribe, assuring him it would bring some comfort. Giving a slight smile, the dragon hunter thanks her for her kindness, listening to her order him to sit down and finish the bandage. At that moment, a few guards enter the room while the boy asks if he really has to put those tight bandages back on. Suddenly, a blue-haired lord approaches, commenting that the sacred maiden is already tending to the guest. Smiling amiably, the mystical noble asks about the hero's health, apologizing for not showing up sooner. Paying little attention to the newcomers, the dedicated doctor goes back to spreading her powerful ointment on the warrior's chest. Receiving the bandage, the young warrior stays completely still while the healer carefully does her work. Emitting a calming aura, the girl spreads the medicine over the blonde boy's muscular body, generating a magic glow in the process. Observing all this intimacy, the pointy-eared lord frowns, not liking the attention that outsider is receiving one bit. Visibly bothered by the situation, the bigwig crosses his arms, glaring as the girl runs her hand over that foreigner. At that moment, the jealous man's glowing orbs shine intensely, revealing a slightly dark intention in the air. Sensing this slight shift in pressure, the smart swordsman turns his head in confusion, noticing the suited man's deadly glare. Understanding the motivation behind that silly jealousy, the protagonist smirks, letting him know the elf is just applying the ointment. Outside, the majestic divine tree illuminates the forest, showing a beautiful stone path leading inside. Walking through the palace corridors, the blue-haired nobleman reveals that the great leader wishes to meet their savior. Guiding the guest, the mystic apologizes for the delay of the meeting, hearing the human reply that he completely understands. Walking down the grand staircases, the counselor laments the pitiful state of the hero's destroyed sword and armor. Remembering the valuable gear, Vlad comments that those pieces held a great deal of emotional significance to him. Stopping suddenly in the middle of the path, the elf announces that the warrior is probably going to love his new surprise. Arriving at the location, the two warriors stop in front of massive wooden doors that slowly begin to open. Stepping forward, the blue-haired elf introduces himself as Veratus, announcing the arrival of the World Tree's guest. With that, the large gates swing wide open, revealing a huge, brightly lit hall filled with important figures from the tribe. Being very welcoming, the forest elder greets Vlad, asking if his stay has been comfortable. Being quite polite, the young blonde boy smiles, thanking him and stating that he feels right at home. Hearing this kind response, the older man and the beautiful priestess look visibly happy with the visitor's satisfaction. Changing the subject, the old wise man comments on the hero's destroyed armor and promises to offer a great compensation for it. Very surprised by the offer, the brave swordsman widens his eyes, paying close attention to his words. Soon, two beautiful pieces of armor are revealed, one to wear on the outside, and the other as an inner protective mesh. Admiring the silver suits, the protagonist is amazed while the mystical leader presents the new equipment. Pointing out a special detail, the old man shares that he managed to save a small piece of the old armor and set it into the new metal. Now, the phrase, "Defender of Children," shines brightly, recalling all the hunter's fury in protecting the innocent. Smiling gently, the elder confesses he thought that beautiful title was a perfect match for that warrior's personality. Touching his chest, deeply moved, the boy expresses immense gratitude for all the elves' affectionate consideration. But soon the mood gets a bit more tense as the tribe chief falls completely silent, seeming to search for the right words. Looking at the large weapon wrapped on the boy's back, the wise man finally decides to speak about the fate of that sacred item. Leaving everyone surprised, the older man asserts that the outsider can take the divine blade with him if he truly wants to. He explains that the Empire's relic stayed there to protect the tree, and whoever managed to use it proved worthy of the power. Feeling sorry about losing the object, the elf confesses that their people never managed to handle the weapon anyway. With this, the leader finishes his speech, making it official that the dragon hunter is now the true master of the sword. However, abruptly, the elder widens his eyes in complete shock, questioning the reason behind a certain action. Holding the sheathed weapon, the blonde boy extends his arm, calmly explaining that the equipment itself doesn't want to leave. Revealing the glowing blade, Vlad decrees that the spirit of the sword wishes to continue living there in the sacred forest. Hearing this crazy talk, the tribe leader and counselor Veratus stare at the young man, totally stunned by that answer. The entire audience of pointy-eared elves goes into shock, failing to understand how anyone could turn down a treasure of that caliber. Maintaining his firm posture, the protagonist asks the older man to commission a simple new sword, since he is going to leave that one behind as a gift. Displaying a look of extreme determination, the teenager states he doesn't need to carry the absolute best weapon. Remembering his one-eyed master, the hero says he is just looking for a blade that can contain his strong will. After this emotional exchange of words, time passes peacefully in that calm and beautiful village at the top of the trees. Tying his belongings into a backpack, the fearless knight gets ready to finally leave toward new challenges. Leading his horse, the veteran confirms that the tribe asked them to wait one more week, creating the new weapon through a ritual. Showing some doubt in his eyes, the gray-haired man doesn't understand what the elves meant by that mystical process. Shrugging, the young hero says he has no idea, listening as the old wise man advises him to accept any gift gladly. Changing the subject, the skilled warrior reveals he is quite curious to know who the boy's great master was. At that, August suggests that the massive list of dragon hunters could serve very well as a major clue for this mystery. Hearing that brand new name, our protagonist raises his head, utterly confused, and repeats the Lord's words, intrigue. Explaining everything, the exceptional fighter reveals that this record is kept very well guarded all the way in the massive imperial capital of Brigantis. Showing a luxurious book, the man says the House of Dragulia maintains a report on anything related to those beasts. Therefore, if his mentor used sacred swordsmanship and defeated the beast, he would certainly be in King Frozen's records. Focusing his intimidating gaze intently, the human points out that there could be other great, unofficial legends out there. So, he states that the blonde boy's master might be a secret, just like the teenager himself, leaving the fighter totally shocked. Staring at the small apprentice, the soldier notices that his unique technique is blossoming but still remains quite unstable. At that moment, the older man figures that using his old military title would be enough to avoid the worst-case scenario with that boy. Wasting no time, the gray-haired man tosses a small coin into the air, telling his new pupil to keep the object very safe. Catching the small item out of the air with extreme ease, the agile swordsman traps the gift in his hand, closing his fist quickly. Staring at the precious metal, the boy recognizes that symbol immediately, not understanding the reason for getting that from the veteran. Opening his hand, the boy displays the valuable round golden piece, realizing it's a simple ducat from the Grand Kingdom. Then the elderly man asks the young man to present Augusti's coat of arms if anyone recognizes his fighting style in the future. Paying close attention to those sincere words, the teenager burns the strong advice into his mind, feeling greatly supported. Feeling an immense gratitude in his chest, the brave hunter simply gives a brief, relieved smile at the former commander's gesture. Making a deep, respectful bow, Vlad looks at the ground and thanks the gentleman for teaching him so many important things there. Smiling at the show of affection, the exile confesses he spent his entire life being totally loyal only to the great empire. But at the end of his journey, the kind old man felt he had finally left behind a small, shining trail of hope. Back in the library hall, the cute spirits float in the air, trying to find out if the grumpy human has left yet. Whittling a piece of wood, the swordsman chats with the beautiful priestess, confessing he is very happy about this news. Hearing the elf's curiosity, the blonde boy simply stares at the floor and prefers to stay silent, refusing to explain his feelings. Keeping her serenity, the mystical woman just ignores the suspicious behavior, noting how very inconsistent that outsider is. Changing the course of the conversation, the sacred maiden asks about a huge ancient tale, wanting to know if the white serpent is real. Holding a small sharp knife, our protagonist confirms the massive creature and jokes that it could devour everyone there. Showing some excitement, the pointy-eared girl would love to see that beast, claiming the monster would be like an uncle to the little fairies. With that, the beautiful girl asks if these mystical beings also have a family tree just like the forest elves. Staring at the young woman, the warrior is completely at a loss for words, feeling he can't quite grasp how her mind works. But suddenly, the priestess changes the subject, suddenly remembering the forging of his new weapon. At this, the blonde boy claims he doesn't need any complex ritual, just wanting a long and very durable blade. Rejecting the idea, the healer slams the book shut, insisting she is going to make the perfect weapon because she studied hard for it. Sighing heavily, the swordsman asks why the girl is trying so hard to help him like that. Getting up from the chair, the elf explains she needs to perform the mystical rite so this tradition won't be forgotten. Displaying determination, the sacred woman swears she won't let her future successor have to learn everything on her own by reading old books. Hearing this noble motivation, our protagonist widens his bright blue eyes, thoroughly impressed. Smiling kindly, the doctor lights up the room, promising she will craft a very beautiful piece of equipment for him. With that, the dragon hunter realizes he isn't the only person there who needs to carve out and find their own path. Watching the focused maiden, he realizes this girl is also carrying a huge burden on her shoulders all by herself. With a calm expression, Vlad cleans his dagger, telling the girl not to rush because he will wait as long as it takes. So the two young people continue their chores peacefully, sharing that room surrounded by pure morning tranquility. Feeling the night's silent support, the white-haired elf flashes a beautiful, sincere smile right in the middle of her reading. Filling the entire huge library, dozens of little spirits float around, bringing even more light to the rustic location. As the big night arrives, the whole village gathers under the shining divine tree, listening to the loud beat of drums. Walking through the crowd, the sweaty squire looks at the hero, commenting on how over the top this whole ceremony seems. Up ahead, several musicians from the tribe beat on huge percussion instruments, creating a super catchy rhythm. Providing security for the event, numerous pointy-eared soldiers wear shiny armor, firmly gripping sharp spears. Right in the center of it all, the sacred healer sits gracefully on the ground wearing a gorgeous white dress. Observing the scene, the outsiders decide to enjoy all the singing as if they were at a big, joyful festival. Far away, the wise leader reflects on mystical forces, comparing the moon's kindness with the harshness of the strong sun. Showing a brief flashback, the leader recalls the conversation with the protagonist, telling him to completely focus his mind. Remembering the order, the teenager shows great doubt, asking if he just needs to focus on the image of a weapon. Confirming the process, the mage states the object must be pictured clearly, listening to the boy's answer. Pointing to the altar, the forest chief orders the boy to walk to the designated spot and slowly close his eyes. Obeying the command, the brave warrior approaches a small, illuminated fountain in the middle of the grandstands. Reaching his destination, the blonde boy crosses his legs and sits on the cold floor, waiting for the magical conjurations to begin. Looking at her patient, the majestic maiden wears a crown of yellow flowers, exuding a radiant, divine beauty. Closing his eyes, our protagonist focuses his mind, feeling a warm light illuminate his handsome face. At that moment, the enchanting priestess descends softly from the skies, looking like a true mystical goddess. Touching the sacred ground, the girl stands in front of the blonde boy while he waits for that grand ritual to start. Picking up the pace, the elven musicians beat on the huge drums, sending a strong vibration through the entire place. Facing the boy, the white-haired woman orders the fighter to try and clearly visualize the weapon he desires. At that, several hooded guardians join hands, channeling an immense amount of green magic energy. Using her wisdom, the healer tells the boy to reflect on what he truly wants to carry with him. Dancing through the air, the pointy-eared maiden announces that the answer to that can only be found deep inside himself. Diving deep into his thoughts, the swordsman tries to find his true and greatest ambition. Responding to the strong spiritual power, dozens of little mystical animals appear, glowing intensely all around. Reflecting on his journey, the brave warrior finally understands what he wants to carry in his hands. Immediately, his mind is flooded by hot sparks and the booming sound of metal being forged vigorously. Certain of his path, the young man focuses on the perfect equipment to withstand his entire fighting style. Echoing loudly in his memory, the sound of the heavy sledgehammer hitting the anvil creates a massive sea of flames. Visualizing the exact shape, the hero reaches out to grab the blade that shines brighter than the stars. Forged under extreme heat, the new weapon will be the boy's true companion, cutting through everything in its path. Opening his blue eyes, the brave teenager wakes from the trance surrounded by beautiful butterflies of light. Displaying a look of extreme determination, the hunter proves he is more than ready to keep evolving. Walking toward a glowing rustic door, the fighter feels that his vision was guiding him exactly there. Without hesitating, the boy silently affirms that this humble place marks the true beginning of his journey. Stepping into the small workshop, our hero spots a huge blacksmith working hard with his tools. Watching the old man strike the metal, the blonde boy approaches, catching the tribe's experienced artisan's attention. Stopping his work, the older man looks back, smiling when he sees that the fearless boy has finally arrived. Maintaining a serene expression, the warrior stares at the master blacksmith, transmitting a great sense of confidence. Then the swordsman announces he needs a sword forged, hearing the worker say he arrived at the perfect time. Showing a piece of colorful rock, the wise man explains that the valuable glowing meteorite contains 0 impurities. Impressed by the material, the young man points out he wants a long, smooth blade with no extravagant details. Laughing at demand, the artisan confesses that the huge spacer would really only yield a weapon like that anyway. Holding the celestial rock firmly, the blacksmith asks if the boy is ready to begin the work. Very carefully, the man places the bright mystical stone into the blazing fire of his scorching forge. Watching the forge, the young man notices the little spirits gathering around the glowing meteorite, heating up the material. With a slight smile, the experienced artisan admires the friendly mystical creatures, helping with the melting process. Jumping into the strong flames, the cute elementals raise the magic fire's temperature to make the incredible job easier. Right after, several glowing birds start pulling the big bellows levers to keep the flames alive. On top of that, water elementals spin a large wooden wheel, helping to cool down the workshop's environment. Seeing all that teamwork, the hero smiles excitedly, sensing the old master's enthusiasm for his new project. Sitting calmly, the blonde swordsman waits for the process to finish while the forge shines with a huge golden light. Plunging the hot metal into the water, the blacksmith finally reveals the magnificent, newly forged blade radiating intense heat. Gazing at the final result, the bearded older man shows a very proud look, admiring his greatest masterpiece of all. Having finished everything, the artisan announces the job is complete, handing the shiny new weapon into the boy's hands. Quite surprised, the young knight widens his beautiful blue eyes, amazed at how fast the service was. Sighing deeply, the wise man lowers his face, confessing he noticed something different in that great warrior's aura. Understanding his friend's concern, our protagonist states he already knew his time in that place wasn't infinite. Gripping the sword's hilt, the teenager says he is relieved to have secured this new companion before leaving. At that, the experienced resident says goodbye to the boy, wishing they can both go their own very separate ways. Nodding silently, the disciple just stares at his new equipment, feeling tremendous gratitude in his heart. Waving his hand, the elder points out it was really nice seeing someone like him after so much time isolated in the forest. Admiring the guard's fine details, the brave fighter focuses his vision on the long, polished blade of his gorgeous sword. Gripping the handle, the hero mutters he also missed a good challenge, getting ready for his grand journey. Shifting scenes, we see the massive, icy capital of the Duchy of Baranov covered by an intense snowstorm. Inside the castle, three mysterious hooded guests face the local sovereign sitting high on his majestic throne. Showing off big red eyes, the imposing duke asks if the visitors arrived merely to propose such an absurdity. Stepping forward, the suited Lord de Veers argues that the dragon's true potential increases as they gather. With a dark smile, the leader of the dragon hunters mentions that a certain creature was attracted by that power. Breaking a cold sweat, the bearded big guy understands the insinuation, knowing he couldn't hide the beast's secrets forever. Maintaining the threatening tone, the Lord reports that the recent tragedy in the West proved the dangers of messing with an uncontrollable force. Furious at the audacity, the powerful ruler asks if that simple butler is trying to threaten him right in his own home. Acting falsely, the elegant counselor gives a brief bow, asking the Duke not to misinterpret his proposal. Being very direct, the intruder states the Dragulia Order merely wishes to share the heavy burdens of that frozen territory. Listening to everything in silence, the nobleman thinks about the suggestion, realizing that focusing on the North's defense would guarantee his land's safety. The visitor suggests that handing over the dragon fragment would ease the North's burden, allowing the hunters to return. Deep in thought, the Duke understands he has to choose between the fragment or his lands, knowing both would be tough losses. Keeping a cynical smile, the messenger says he will give the nobleman plenty of time to reflect on that difficult decision. However, the ruler lowers his head, clenching his fists and stating calmly that there is no need for that whatsoever. Standing up from the throne, the sovereign flashes red eyes, declaring that steel never changes, just like his oath to the master. Walking down the stairs firmly, the big guy tells the fake lord to tell exactly that to his cowardly leader. Stopping in front of the messenger, the northern leader exerts all his massive, crushing presence to intimidate the cowards. Glaring at the intruder furiously, the Duke tells the representative to choke on all those lies and get out of his sight. Sweating cold from pure dread, the suited man asks if the sovereign would really be able to handle the severe consequences. Irritated by the sheer audacity, the older man unleashes an absurdly heavy aura, crushing the visitors with his intense pressure. Taking all that strong impact up close, the diplomat feels his body tremble before the true strength of the North. Immediately, the three envoys drop to their knees on the ground, completely unable to withstand the Lord's overwhelming energy level. Imposing as a mountain, the Duke glares at the fallen lackeys, making it absolutely clear who is in charge of that frozen territory. Reaffirming his title, he declares himself the great dominator of the North and the eternal guardian of that empire's pact. Focusing his vision on the ancient monster hiding in the shadows, the Lord tells the beast to keep its filthy claws out of his sight. Ending the subject, the bearded nobleman gives fair warning that steel will never bow down to a crawling dragon. Meanwhile, far from that tense climate, the huge elven treehouse shines under the gentle light of the bright day. Seeing the young hero, the short-haired assistant widens his eyes, totally awestruck by the beautiful sight. Wearing his brand new, shiny silver armor, the swordsman impresses the squire, who asks how much all of that costs. Immediately frowning, the beautiful healer scolds the boy, asking how he dares try to put a price tag on the outfit. Being very strict, the elf explains that the scabbard has divine fragments, and the protection carries the pure blessing of the world tree. Totally embarrassed by the reprimand, the helper apologizes, sweating cold for offending that noble people's culture. Analyzing the equipment, the blonde boy praises its extreme lightness and how easily he can move his joints. Flashing an adorable smile, the priestess says she is happy he approves, listening as the fighter thanks her for the beautiful work. But soon the girl's expression gets a bit hesitant as she stares at the warrior in complete silence. Pointing to the sword's hilt, she regrets that the item only has the shape of a tool without being a complete one. Sighing sadly, the magic girl apologizes, revealing it was their very first time forging something like that. Reassuring the doctor, the brave knight assures her he loved the gift because the process helped him see his old master. Recalling the blacksmith's help, our protagonist concludes that the experienced artisan wouldn't give him something he couldn't use. Hearing those sweet words, the mystical leader finally breaks into a beautiful, relieved smile over the boy's satisfaction. Handing over an envelope, the young man asks for it to be delivered to a certain person. Hearing the leader ask for the recipient. Explain the situation, he says the letter goes to Alicia, the Lord of Diamar, as he wanted to apologize for the Amber Stone. With the other message being from the Great Elder, the priestess puts the items away, guaranteeing she'll deliver both safely. Commenting on the future, she announces they will send messengers to those regions because they want to meet the spirits there. At that point, the girl hands him a flower amulet, telling the warrior to open it only when he reaches the crossroads. Holding the object, the swordsman wonders what this crossroads is, since he isn't very familiar with the region. Keeping the mystery alive, the elf promises he will understand as soon as he gets there, making the outsider feel much calmer. Waving gently, the healer says goodbye to the human, stating that was the end of her part in the official farewell. Remaining silent for a moment, Vlad stares at the ruler with a calm look, showing he just remembered something important. Being watched closely, the woman with golden eyes waits patiently for the brave and courageous hero's next words. Working up his courage, the blonde boy confesses he wanted to ask something, making the mystical beings look very confused. Looking into her eyes, he finally asks to know her name, since he spent all this time without knowing her identity. Overcome by immense surprise, the leader and her guard widen their eyes, totally shocked by the mysterious boy's attitude. Feeling her face burn, the beautiful mystical maiden blushes intensely, completely unable to react to the boy's question. Trembling with sheer embarrassment, the priestess covers her mouth, asking why he wants to know that, leaving the fighter confused. Noticing the tense mood, the protagonist opens his mouth, trying to process what had just happened in that grand room. Behind the girl, the archers frown, unleashing a terrifying aura as they glare at the outsider with pure fury. Sweating cold from despair, the assistant whispers that his boss made a serious mistake, causing Vlad to gulp in fear. Stepping back, our hero shrinks back under the Guardian's deadly glares, wondering exactly where he messed up. Sighing deeply, the blue-haired commander explains for the forest people, the concept of a name is totally different from humans. Being warned about the sensitivity of the topic, the adventurer puts a hand on his chest and offers sincere apologies for the rude slip-up. Now outside the base, the tribe gathers for the final send-off, while the commander asks if the group remembers the way. Showing a much friendlier expression, the elven warrior looks at the boy warmly, showing immense respect for him. Bowing their bodies, all the mystics give thanks, guaranteeing the Asurine tribe will never forget his tremendous help. Hearing those beautiful words, the traveler shows off a wide smile, feeling his heart warm with all that rare affection. Resuming his posture, the forest guard gets the swordsman's attention again, wanting to pass on one final, important warning. Getting completely serious, the shooter asks the boy never to ignore the great priestess's advice during his journey. Understanding the gravity of the message, Vlad promises to keep his word and thanks the elf for his concern until the very end of the visit. Shaking hands firmly, the two warriors exchange strong compliments, declaring they look forward to the day they meet again. Quickly mounting his dark horse, the brave youth finally begins his trip back home with a brand new objective. Setting off on his journey, the blonde boy wears a dark cloak over his new armor while staring down the path with a determined look. Flapping in the wind, the large white flag proudly displays the ancient magic symbols of the tribes of that forest. Showing a confident smile, the young warrior feels ready to face the next challenges on his long trip. Waving in the background, the leader of the elves gives a warm farewell, surrounded by the little mystical nature spirits. With that, the two riders head out at a gallop, moving further and further away from the peaceful village hidden in the trees. During the ride, the hero maintains a thoughtful expression, remembering the priestess told him to pay attention to his surroundings. Arriving at the designated location, the swordsman finally understands the hint when he encounters a large crossroads with 3 paths. Holding the flower amulet, the adventurer deduces that this is the exact moment to open the elf's mysterious gift. Reading the map, the helper explains that the right route will take them straight back to the exact spot they started from. Curious about the options, our protagonist asks about the middle road, hearing that it cuts right through the central region. Choosing the center path, the boy rides forward with his horse, but the assistant quickly asks what is on the left road. Analyzing the scroll, the squire reveals that trail connects to the main highway heading straight to the empire's capital. Hearing this, the traveler remembers his old master, staring at the mysterious paper note in complete silence. Opening the message, he reads a huge warning telling him never to go left, making him decide to postpone this search for his teacher. Far from there, the grand imperial capital of Brigantis stands imposing under a night sky lit by endless stars. However, in the shadows of the dark alleys, the sound of very heavy breathing echoes through the cold and quite gloomy environment. Showing intense marks of a recent battle, the walls make it clear that a terrible clash just took place there. In the center of the scene, we see a gray-haired older man breathing with great difficulty as he leans on his blade after the fierce fight. Totally exhausted and injured, the older man tries to catch his breath, showing he used all his strength in that clash. Suddenly, a voice laments that the veteran didn't rest well, while a fast magic strike hits the old man by surprise. Walking calmly, the mysterious attacker claims that is exactly why he helped that warrior retire. Keeping an ironic smile on his face, the wounded older man replies he feels very flattered by that sudden concern. Stepping out of the shadows, a noble blonde knight in shining armor admits he is surprised to find someone so honorable around there. The older man covered in injuries says that the nobleman must have gone through a lot to find him there. But the blonde knight answers that the opponent is being too humble and that he can handle this easily. Then, surrounded by his soldiers, he corrects his speech, saying that it is actually quite impressive. With this, he praises the veteran's strength because even old and toothless, he still had very sharp claws. The wounded warrior just remains silent with a serious look full of determination on his face. Meanwhile, the nobleman in shining armor stares back at him with his cold and calculating blue eyes. At that moment, the veteran laments because with just one more step, he could have exposed the evils of Absalom to the world. The blonde knight interrupts him, saying that it is nothing grand or important. He immediately signals to his guards, who quickly raise their weapons toward the wounded man. The nobleman then states that this is the retirement ceremony he prepared for the old warrior. With a completely dark look, he hopes the veteran really likes that terrible surprise. Right after, the older swordsman is struck by several blades at the same time without being able to react. The nobleman watches the whole scene with a calm expression and even looks a bit satisfied with the result. In that instant, the veteran looks back, seeming to have a huge and shocking revelation. He remembers the characteristics of his opponent being blonde hair and blue eyes, and the main one is the pure cruelty the knight exudes just by standing there. Because of this, he corrects himself, thinking that his end was marked by wickedness, and not by the nobility from before. The old man realizes that this was not an individuality he awakened on his own. Suddenly, he has a vision of our hero Vlad rushing swiftly into the middle of the combat. The scene then cuts back, showing the warrior being harshly defeated by the noble knight's men. The veteran realizes that this ability was not common, but rather something passed down through bloodline. With his final breath, he understands that he faced the pure and true instinct of a predator. Far from there, Vlad and his helper ride through a calm forest toward a village called Wisteria. The companion thanks the captain for the stop, as he says they were already on their way to a nearby town. Our protagonist then asks how long it has been since the young man last returned to his hometown. Thinking for a bit, the young squire replies that he believes about 6 years have already passed. The friend comments that he wanted to return home in glory after succeeding in his missions, but Vlad reassures him, saying that he has already succeeded and that just returning alive is a great feat. With that, the young man named Go smiles and says he will go see his mother and siblings and then come back. The hero asks if his mother is a good cook, and the friend replies that her stew is on another level. With a gentle smile, the blonde man says that if it is that delicious, they should stay for a few days. The helper is shocked and very excited by the idea, asking if that is really okay. Then Vlad jokes that it will depend on his mother's cooking skills, while the friend points the way. The duo finally arrives at the village's wooden gates, which look very simple and rustic. Quickly, some guards stop them and ask who they are and what their business is there. The squire then steps forward and introduces himself to one of the guards, saying he is from that place. The man does not recognize him at first, so Vlad's friend reminds him that he is from the mill house on the hill. Immediately, the guard remembers him, looking quite surprised to see him there after so much time. The man asks how many years he was away and where he had been during all that time. Meanwhile, other villagers whisper among themselves, identifying the young man as the second son of the mill house. However, one of the men refers to the helper as a half-wit, which makes the mood very awkward. At this, Vlad notices that the reception for his friend is being cold and not welcoming at all for a return. The guard then says he is glad he came back, but that he needs to give a very important warning. He asks Go to keep quiet and leave soon because the atmosphere in the village has been very tense. Even confused, the squire agrees to stay for only 1 or 2 days so as not to cause trouble there. Then the watchman instructs him to greet the village chief first and finally allows them to pass. As the duo enters the gate, the man says goodbye, telling them to meet up later if there is time. But suddenly, the same guard abruptly tells the protagonist's friend to stop, leaving the young man surprised. The man turns to the knight and asks his name and what he came to do in that place. Go says that Vlad is his guest, but the watchman insists that this is exactly why he needs to check his identity. The squire gets furious with the guard's attitude and shouts his name in total disapproval. Ignoring the friend, the man repeats the question to our hero with a much more serious and hostile look. Vlad stares at the guard in silence while the sharp point of a spear is aimed at his neck. With a cold and piercing look, the swordsman shows all his irritation with that situation. The protagonist realizes that his friend is being completely disrespected and that there is no welcome there. Letting out a sound of contempt, the blonde knight releases a frightening aura that completely changes the mood. The village watchmen are immediately terrified by the change in the outsider's posture. Then our hero finally introduces himself with a firm and imposing voice, saying his name is Vlad. He reveals himself as a knight of Bayezid, proudly showing the symbol of his order. Finally, the knight warns that he hopes someone like that guard never dares to ask his name again. The village watchmen are completely paralyzed with fear, trembling before the knight's aura. Then the pressure is so intense that one of the men begins to choke, unable to breathe properly. The protagonist's presence is so overwhelming that he looks like a dark figure with one glowing eye. But our hero closes his eyes for a moment, finally pulling back his terrifying aura. With this, the guards fall to their knees on the ground, coughing and panting to catch their breath. Vlad then tells them with a calm voice to open the way if they understood the message. The men quickly bow in desperation, apologizing for their hostile attitude from before. The knight rides past them on his horse without saying another word, entering the village gates. Godi approaches his captain and apologizes for the local guard's behavior. He explains with an awkward smile that it has been so long since he returned that he got a bit lost. The hero hands his banner to his friend, leaving the young man confused by that sudden attitude. Then the blonde man reminds him that he is no longer just any mercenary because his actions now carry weight. He states that the young man carries the duty and responsibility of a squire of Bayezid. Gold looks at the object in his hands with a serious face full of determination. In silence, the young man processes his master's words, understanding the importance of his role. With a new posture, he commits to leading the way for Sir Vlad with total honor. The large white flag with its mystical symbols sways in the gentle village breeze. Thus the duo rides down the road with the squire proudly in front, showing the way. Meanwhile, the village chief receives the news of the return of the second son from the mill house. Laughing out loud, the man mocks the young man and asks if the guard really believed the words of that fool. The watchman reports that it is suspicious, but the young man might actually be a knight, since the militia felt something strange. With that, the village chief wonders why Gotha return home with a noble at this exact time. The guard then suggests sending a group of mercenaries to keep an eye on them and avoid trouble. He points out that they have at their disposal a group of mercenaries sent by Baron Rosmitz himself. But the chief's son gets annoyed, saying it is absurd to use the Baron's men on someone like Goethe. The village leader agrees with a smile and decides there is no need to inform the noble about this. Then his son offers to take care of the matter, with a look full of bad intentions on his face. With a wicked smile, he reveals that he has something he needs to take back from that scoundrel. Far from there, in a house with a mill, Vlad's group gets a much warmer and happier welcome. Gothe's mother apologizes to the knight for showing such an ugly side during their first meeting. Then she asks why everyone was crying so much during their emotional reunion. The scene shows mother and son crying and hugging while Gothe's brother says he started it first. The lady apologizes for the simple meal since she does not know if it will please the nobleman's palate. She laments that if he had warned her in advance, she would have prepared at least a little bit of meat. But the protagonist reassures her, saying that it is more than enough and thanks her for the food. Upon tasting the first spoonful of the stew, the blonde knight is completely surprised by the incredible flavor. Go then asks proudly if he was not right about his mother's stew being the best. The lady gets nervous and wonders if that is the correct way to speak to a knight. With a contagious smile, Vlad confirms that the friend was right because the food is truly delicious. Completely embarrassed and happy, the squire's mother shyly thanks the visitor for the compliment. The squire's mother says he arrived just in time for his sister's wedding, leaving the young man shocked. Then the lady asks if her son can stay to watch the ceremony or if he needs to leave soon. Not knowing what to answer, the young man looks at his captain, waiting for a definitive response. With a smile, our hero says they will enjoy the delicious stew for a few more days. At this, the friend and his mother thank the knight very much for his immense kindness and understanding. The woman offers more food to the nobleman, and Gotha takes the chance to ask for another portion for himself. Later outside, the protagonist observes the scenery with his horse and comments that the place is peaceful. He notes that the village is well kept, and that the residents do not seem to have many problems living there. But the swordsman gets a serious expression because he felt that there was something very strange in the air. The hero wonders why everyone seems so tense and why the militia is so large for a small place. Remembering the guard's warning, the blonde man realizes that something is definitely happening in the village. Suddenly, his horse neighs, drawing the protagonist's attention to some suspicious movement nearby. With it, he sees a large group of men approaching, led by the village chief's son. The knight observes the scene and realizes that his friend really picked a big fight with those people. Seeing the armed men approaching, Vlad thinks ironically that it is a warm welcome. The chief's son then yells at Gotha, calling him a debtor and asking why he dared to come back. The man demands that the young man step out of the house, or he will be dragged out of there like a dog. The door opens and Gotha complains about the noise since he was about to sleep in a very good mood. Stepping out of the house, the squire asks the reason for that encourage and says they would meet anyway. With a smile, he asks what the man means by running away since he only came out to admire the moon. The chief's son explodes with anger and shouts that the young man ran away after stealing his money. With that, the bully glares at the squire with pure hatred while Vlad's friend stays totally calm. Gotha lets out a slight smile and thinks that he can only laugh at that completely pathetic situation. He wonders if in the past he really trembled at empty threats and childish pranks. The young man then reflects that after hanging out with his captain every day, guys like that seem like a joke. Then the squire asks how the man has not changed at all and says he feels very sorry for him because of that. Watching the scene, the henchmen wonder if Gotha was always like this and comment that his aura has changed. One of them remembers that the young man could not even look Thomas in the eyes back then out of pure fear. The chief's son gets even more furious and asks if the old coward has completely lost his mind. But Vlad's friend just tells him to relax or his eyes will end up popping out of his face. Then he offers to pay the money he owes, including the interest, and asks what the amount is. The bully feels awkward and stutters, saying that the debt is 2 gold coins in total. Without being shaken, the squire throws a small pouch with the money toward his old rival. The man catches the bag of coins in the air, totally surprised by his debtor's confident attitude. Then Goethe says he put in a little extra and in exchange asks that they never cross paths again. The chief's son squeezes the pouch tightly, thinking with deep hatred that the punk humiliated him. Suddenly, the man throws the money back toward the squire, who does not understand a thing. He yells for the young man to take it back and asks, "What kind of money is that in the bag?" Then the bully accuses the young man of getting the coins by running some scam on someone out there. Finally, he says it was exactly like the young man's father used to do, leaving Goethe in a total state of shock. The bully mocks the squire, saying he even brought a fake knight with a flag. Goethe gets furious and tells the man to shut his mouth, warning him of the consequences of his words. But Thomas talks back, saying that Vlad's friend is the one who will not be able to handle it when his scam is exposed. One of the henchmen laughs and says that if the knight accepted a fool as a squire, his level must be low. The protagonist's friend draws his sword, totally possessed by anger, and calls him crazy. With a mocking smile, the chief's son calls him a half-wit who is acting like a tough guy. The bully continues the provocation, saying the young man is just a worthless common thug. Suddenly, Vlad steps closer and thinks that the situation is so familiar that it makes him nostalgic. Then the protagonist walks beside his horse, wondering if he returned to his own hometown. The chief's son turns to the hero and asks if he is the fake knight that the fool brought along. With a cold look, Vlad questions what the man would do if he were a real knight. But the bully laughs, saying that the blonde man crossed the line and that now there is no saving him. Our hero thinks that even so that is his friend's hometown and tries to control himself. In that instant, his eyes shine with an intense blue light, demonstrating all his power. The group of bullies feels the crushing pressure and is totally shocked by the change in the air. Releasing his aura, the protagonist says that out of consideration for his friend, he will let them live. The scene then shifts to a more elegant building that seems to be the village chief's house. Inside, a man slams the table in irritation and yells that they should have informed him about this. The village chief asks for calm and questions what kind of knight would visit such a small place. He states that Goethe would not have the ability to bring a real knight to the village. The mercenary captain reinforces his authority to the village chief, saying he will warn him one more time. He then states that the village's security is his group's responsibility by direct orders from the Lord. With that, the leader agrees and says his son went to check on the situation and they will soon have news of what happened. The mercenary thinks that this is his first mission, and he needs to impress the Lord so he does not have problems. Suddenly, the door opens and a guard comes in, screaming in despair that they have a huge problem on their hands. The man then reveals that the so-called fake knight might end up taking Thomas's life at any moment. At this, the village chief and the mercenary captain are completely shocked by that terrible news. The leader panics and orders them to call the militia immediately to protect his only son from danger. Quickly, the group of armed men gets ready to leave and settle the mess that has formed outside. The captain laments because things went wrong before they could even do anything about it. With no time to lose, he shouts for his men to go, and the whole group runs out to the location of the fight. He thinks he does not know who the punk, but he will regret messing with his livelihood. But upon arriving at the place, he and his men stand in silence, totally paralyzed by the scene they find. In the middle of it all, our hero Vlad is laughing in a very loud and totally contagious way for everyone there. Even his horse seems to be having fun with the situation, making a very funny face for the audience. On the ground, the bully Thomas is lying down with a bizarre expression after being easily defeated. Vlad happily rides among the fallen men while the mercenaries shout in amazement at the unexpected scene.